Hey guys, this is the Ecron Writer here. Welcome you back to another OBS production. This here is actually one of my favorite epics since I did F-Zero ending it all. Actually, this is before I did the F-Zero project. Sleepy Hollow, the missing episodes. Also known as my version of Season 5 since Season 4 got cancelled. Damn Fox. I wish it never merged with Disney, and I wish it gave it a second chance. Well, I wish FX would give it a second chance. Anyway, this is where I fill in the missing gaps that the series has left. And this is actually the largest and one of my best projects I've ever made. So without further delay, let's get this thing going. Alright, Sleepy Hollow, the missing episodes. I don't own Sleepy Hollow. Fox did. Not anymore. Hello, sleepyheads. I'm sure you are all upset just as I am that our favorite series has ended far too soon. It was cancelled due to poor ratings and the endless repercussions Season 3 left. Rest in peace, Abby Mills. I really thought Season 4 would make a comeback, but it didn't for most. So Season 5 was never created. Until I did it. So here are the missing episodes. With so many loose ends to tie up, I'm starting with the first and foremost issue that showed moments before the series ended for good. The Kraken. Chapter 1. Conquering the Kraken. It was a typical day in the District of Columbia, nothing but an overcast sky that could possibly promise some patches of rain. The fresh air, the salty scent emitting from the Potomac, and the constant chatter of insects filled their hearts with relaxation. Beside the camper, Jenny and Gavin decided to rest after an eventful day. The sergeant was completely enthralled, using a tablet as he read some fascinating history of the river itself. Wow, Jenny, look at this! I can't believe how important this place was during the Revolution and the Civil War. George Washington was born and raised here throughout most of his life. This river had divided our nation in two. One side led to the Union, the other went to the Confederacy. There were so many gruesome battles. Yes, this place is very rich in history. You can learn a lot about our heritage and how this place gave birth to our nation. She was mostly intrigued with the struggles during Lincoln's inauguration and the abolition of slavery, and Washington's distant past. And it was no wonder this place was important since it was named the nation's river, and that D.C. dominated most of the watershed. I hope Ichabod learned a lot about this place during and after the Revolution. I'm sure he has. His mind reminisced of how much his idol developed over the years, from his humble beginnings as a student, then history professor in Oxford, to his duties as a revolutionary and witness, to the days they fought together. Crane and his friends have done so much throughout the 18th century and even the past 4 years. As he drifted, something perked Jenny's ears. There was a strange sound coming from the river, a soothing yet unusual song. She gazed out to the river and she saw nothing. She went to Gavin and asked if he heard it. He just shook his head and they listened. Eventually they heard a stronger sound and he thought it belonged to a whale, maybe a humpback. It wasn't possible something that big would live here. The only rare inhabitant was a bull shark. Jenny figured it was something paranormal. Perhaps something interrupted her as they saw a long serpentine tail with a huge fin splash into the river. What was that? I'm not sure, but it doesn't look good. It may be a siren. A siren? The same one that lures sailors to their deaths? God, I didn't know it could make such a calm song like that. We must stay alert, Gavin. I don't want us to succumb to its song. We'd best get out of here and call the guys. Moments later, Diana received a message at her house with Ichabod and Molly. He said that she was free to choose her destiny, whether she wants to be a witness or not. She wielded the mantle with such bravery, he mentioned. She hasn't really decided where the future would take her just yet. Ichabod and Diana left toward the Potomac River overlook. A green sign to the right showed the location. Diana somehow knew Crane was hiding something, and she was very concerned. "We tell each other everything, Crane. We're partners. What happened to you?" With a deep sigh, he revealed a burning pentagram beneath his upper left arm. Diana was shocked to see it and asked what he'd done. He said he made a deal with Lucifer in exchange for the Philosopher's Stone, which was used to eliminate Malcolm's immortality. He offered him his soul upon the event of his death. "How could you willingly do such a thing? You're damned!" "I can fix this." She grabbed his arm and told him. "They'll fix it together." Then the pair saw a creature that surfaced and stood up in the river. It let out a monstrous screech with tentacles sticking out of its body. It looked as pale blue-gray, matching the lake. Strange thing was that it had the ability to shift from a female to a whale-like monster, putting them in a constant debate. As it submerged, Ichabod confirmed it to be a kraken, but Diana refused to believe it, saying it's a siren. He could state himself as a witness on it, but she felt that what Jenny heard was a creature that's like a succubus. "No, it's known to lure sailors to their doom." "Well, we'd best get to work. Shall we?" The two headed back to their minivan. Meanwhile, Gavin was perplexed. "Wait a second. Ichabod said the creature we heard and saw is a kraken, but Diana and you said it was a siren. Which one is it?" "It could be a little bit of both. It doesn't possess similar traits to a whale. It's enormous. Diana said it looked like a woman. So it may just be a hybrid." "But aren't sirens half woman and half bird? And don't they live on some rocky island that pierces through ships? They aren't known to be aquatic. This one is. We're definitely dealing with one tough mother." She looked out at the lake again in anticipation, then at the clock on her phone. It was near evening. "I think we should settle for the night," Gavin agreed. To be safe, the trailer was parked just a few miles from the water bank. Darkness fell over the city rapidly. Jenny and Gavin were sound asleep as they were both mentally drained going over research of the kraken and siren. They were still flabbergasted that this monster is a combo of both. They were almost certain they weren't dealing with two separate creatures. At times, Gavin wondered who the next monster boss would be, aside from Moloch, Pandora, the Hidden One, and Dreyfus. He also thought this could be the start of the fourth tribulation. In the distance, someone whispered and sang Gavin's name. However, it sounded faint, but up close. It was actually deep inside his ear. It caused him to squirm, and he kept hearing the call in his mind. Jenny never seemed to notice. "Gavin, come, come to me, my brave young knight." He wasn't awake, but his subconscious was asking, who is she, and why is he being summoned? Yet her voice was so elegant, irresistible, almost like it belonged to an angel, even though it wasn't. "Come to me, Gavin. Ichabod is waiting." He knew it was the kraken, but why would his best friend be out in the middle of nowhere? Unless... The moment she said his hero awaited him, that got his attention. He woke up, but his eyes were white. Slowly, he rose from the couch and removed the blanket. The last thing he wanted to do was to wake up Jenny. His head felt heavy with the creature's message. He knew he had to find Ichabod. He was with the kraken near the water's edge. Gavin donned on his shirt, capris, and his signature loafers, and carefully unlocked and opened the door as slow as a drogger. Jenny stirred, but she was lying in her bed. For a few moments he paused. Then he set out into the wilderness, his mind growing with curiosity and unusual lust. It had the same effect on the Freemason sleeping at his apartment. His body felt tight as he wakened. The siren call of duty reached him as well. "You fight for freedom. Now I need it. You and Gavin must save me." In a trance, he dressed in his usual colonial clothing. He was out following his mind in a matter of seconds. Gavin was the first to meet her at the river, and she kept telling him to be patient, as Ichabod lives a little further from it. There was a brief rustle in the grass. and it was Ichabod mindlessly walking to him. You were summoned too? Criken, she needs us. To protect her. Gavin understood. Neither of their eyes even blinked. Then they saw her majestic figure gradually rise. They both simultaneously bowed to her. She brought her hands down to them, one touching Gavin's cheek, the other touching Ichabod's. It felt like skin, but damp, cool, and soft as silk. Welcome, warriors. I shall take you both to my lair while your friends are out looking for you. They will never know where you are. It made them stir, and he obliged as they nodded to each other. Come. Her large back was enough to hold them, and Ichabod climbed in front, Gavin in the rear. As she swam, it was only like the sound of waves, and she carried them both to the unknown. The next morning, Jenny woke up and realized Gavin was gone. Strangely enough, he took his loafers and some of his clothes were missing. She first tried calling him, but the cell was still in the trailer. He didn't take any of his weapons either. This was unusual since Gavin always takes his phone with him wherever he goes. Same thing with his weapons. He's always fully equipped when they deal with whatever monster there is. She figured the siren must have taken him away after hearing her lulling song. Jake also realized Ichabod was missing from his apartment. They both shared the old rustic building, but in different rooms. His phone was still there, and Jake was about to pick him up and bring him to the vault. Same case scenario, similar suspicion. They both alerted the others. When the team was looking, they brought their weapons to protect her. From the crossbow to the arm blades to the demon slayer, Ichabod and Gavin were ready for war. Much like Crane's transformation, it too was almost arousing to them. Jake goes over the info he found at the vault. It was said that the Criken possessed traits that are associated with large whales rather than with giant squid, as many early dwellers believed. Some traits of Criken resemble undersea volcanic activity occurring in the Iceland region, including bubbles of water, sudden dangerous currents, and appearances of new islets. Their best known in Homer's Odyssey were Odysseus warned to his sailors that its song could lure them to their deaths. They gotta plug their ears with wax, according to the advice from Circe. Forgive me if I'm pronouncing them wrong. But she can't be a siren. It's only half human, half bird, more attractive than harpies. And it lives on rocky islands, mostly with grassy, flowery meadows. The Criken has tentacles which could easily attach itself to rocks. It could travel at high speed in water when provoked and eject ink, blinding its victims. It has eyesight similar to a human's. It can use camouflage underwater. It can also propel itself underwater using jets of water from its gills. Diana suggests the team should split up. Jenny said it would take too long before the monster could use them during her invasion on the other islands. Though, through its history and epic battles of the Civil War, Jake finally found their location. Little Island's coordinates are 38.891 degrees north, 77.059 degrees west. Its area is 6 acres all around, and it is the sixth largest island in the nation's capital. It is uninhabited, underdeveloped, and entirely wooded. The only access to it is by boat. It is not part of Theodore Roosevelt Island Park. The island is in the shape of a rounded triangle. It's also known as South Island or Swan Island. Potomac is known for its salinity and strong tides, and it widens as it heads downstream. DC is just above the tidal or lower Potomac River. At the left descending bank, it winds up to 11 miles before it reaches the Chesapeake Bay. With all those interesting factors, and since the Criken is known to manipulate tides, it is making the perfect battleground. The 1859 siege of Harper's Ferry at the river's confluence, where the two fronts meet, with the Shenandoah as a prologue to numerous epic battles of the American Civil War in and around the Potomac and its tributaries, such as the 1861 Battle of Ball's Bluff and the 1862 Battle of Shepherdstown. General Robert E. Lee crossed that river, involving the North and threatening Washington, D.C. twice in campaigns climaxing in the battles of Antietam on September 17, 1862, and Gettysburg on July 1st through 3rd in 1863. Also, Confederate General Jubal Early crossed the river in July 1864 on his attempted raid on the nation's capital. I guess we could be similar to the Army of the Potomac. We are defending it from a Kraken hybrid after all. Fascinated, the team followed her to a secret location in the vault. Within the tunnels, Alex uncovered something as she pulled open the curtains. Alex recovered an abandoned ship recently from the Potomac, and she and Jake discovered it to be a revolutionary vessel, the Licky. She has been making some upgrades on it. It's a medium-sized ship equipped with a couple harpoons. It was rusty and was abandoned for over 200 years. She suggested they use the harpoons to distract the Kraken. They could also use the secret rifle and crossbow to weaken it. Glocks are effective but weak. It won't be easy getting through to Gavin and Crane. We have to take out the Kraken, but we must fend off her protectors first. We may have a chance with Gavin. He could be persuaded easier. But Crane is a different case. He's a man of war, very duty-driven. Once he has an objective, he won't stop till he accomplishes that. Plus, he's very skilled in combat. If he has to fight, he'll fight. No fear, no regrets. What are you saying, Jenny? How can we break her thrall over him? She's saying that Gavin could break her hold more easily than Crane. He has a sensitive mind. Better having one out of the equation. I'm sure we'll figure it out. In a cave somewhere, Gavin woke up and wondered where he was. He looked around and eventually saw Ichabod laying on the ground. Still no movement. He tried shaking his arm, but there was a sound. Thinking it'd be the Kraken, he laid on the ground next to him. She peered over them and made a call. They're coming. They will be invading us soon. You may now gather your weapons and prepare for battle. Prove yourselves, and protect me from these low-life humans. Ichabod and Gavin's eyes shot open, and again having that white tint to them. Mistress, what if we were to draw them to us? I'm quite certain Master Wells will find us eventually, but we should get their attention. We could be used as bait, luring them to the predator. Found a discarded plastic bottle and requested Gavin to fill out the note. He ballasted it with dry sand, thinking it'd stay afloat. They gave it to the Kraken for deliverance, and as she left, Gavin's eyes started to twitch. His brown hue was seen temporarily, though Ichabod said to look for their weapons and climb aboard. Gavin, we must be ready and protect our mistress. Of course, Ichabod. His eyes were restored to their creepy shade. They're willing to protect the Kraken even if it costs them with their lives. Thanks to their assistance, the team got the Licky out and drove it on a long trailer bed to the river. With a huge thump and splash, it was unloaded on the overlook. Alex was fascinated. My work has paid off. We're actually using it for our first ever naval battle. I can't believe we're doing this. Don't get your hopes up, Captain Alex. This thing's over 200 years old, remember? It could be as fragile as a model of a kid's toy. Oh, you're such a poor sport. He is right, you know. We may not be able to make it back. With Gavin and Crane under her spell, it's an unwarranted gamble. Can't keep worrying about that. Let's get going. During their destination, it was just as Jake described. The river was choppy and the current kept pulling against the ancient vessel. Still they persisted, and at times it buckled and bobbed. Look! She pointed to an object poking out of the surface. It was a dark olive color. She thought it was seaweed, but as they got closer, it was a bottle. Alex grabbed her 10-foot net and scooped it up. It's a letter in a bottle. What do you know? He unscrewed the rubber cabinet, poured out. The paper was worn, wrinkled, and a dark shade of beige. However, the writing was perfectly clear. The scribbling was indeed Gavin's handwriting, as Crane's was always in neat cursive. It said they'd been captured by the Kraken and needed to be rescued. At least it showed they're still alive. Their song led them to their imprisonment awaiting death. The team wasn't very convinced. Diana said this is a so-called desperate message. They want to distract them to the Kraken themselves. It could be an ambush. Like she said, it's an unwarranted gamble, especially since it's on an island where people don't live on and is heavily covered in forests. You must stay alert, prepare for anything. As a Marine, her instincts went sky high. Land ho! Alex cried as the forested island loomed in the distance among the thin fog. The anchor hit the rocks and the team disembarked. The waves still looked against the old Licky's underside. Followed some footprints. You could tell it was Ichabod and Gavin. The surgeons were skinny and around 6 feet, while Crane's were wider and around 8 feet long. With their doubts, they still pressed on. But Jenny hesitated. They headed into a cave. Remembering what Diana said, she muttered this could be an ambush. She slowly treaded to a nearby bush, carefully not stepping on a twig or tripping on a vine. In a squatting position, she adjusted her belt and loaded her Glock with silver bullets. They ventured in. Jake almost called their names, but Diana shushed him, saying they were here planning an attack. To avoid detection, they never used any flashlights. As they approached the center, Gavin hid behind a boulder in the corner. Ichabod gave a slight cough. The sound gave him away. Next to a crevice, he crawled out. The team went to him, and Diana asked if he's okay. Yes, I think so. Last night we heard the sirens call. In a trance, we wandered here. We've been in prison for nearly a day now. We haven't eaten or drank anything as of yet. Gavin back there's growing very weak. Cannot last much longer. The Kraken is on to us. We'll get you out of here, Crane. I promise. She ordered the duo to escort Gavin and Ichabod, but she just realized Jenny disappeared. Ichabod's expression suddenly changed, his hand clenched into a fist. Now! Slab they were standing on suddenly sunk. Water surrounded it like a moat. Gavin immediately tossed to Ichabod his crossbow as the Kraken appeared to them. With a crossbow and sword, they demanded them to discard their weapons. This was a setup. I knew it was a trap. Cackle was heard. Hello, my prey. Water surrounding the steps shifted, meaning she was here for business. Things looked dreadful for the trio, and Diana begged Crane and Gavin to snap out of it. She even tried restoring some of their memories, hoping the wind kill them. Never budged. Crane mentioned that Miss Jenny was missing from the group. Even the evil duo knew there was still one left. Ichabod and assured Gavin they'll get to her once they're done with the hostages. Hey, Siren! You looking for me? Jenny showed up and shot the Kraken. Ichabod retaliated with his crossbow, missing her by a hair. She was shocked at his demeanor. They were controlled. A craven play. Miss Jenny, you could spare your life if you wish to surrender. Submit, and no harm shall be done to you. Drop your weapon! You kill our mistress, you will kill us, as we would you. Drop it now! Jenny lowered. Let them go. No, the monster said coldly, and the Kraken strangled her as she raised a hand and used her powers, causing Jenny to suffocate and drown. Loads of water clogged her lungs, and she kept coughing it out. Jake, Diana, and Alex were horrified, and Ichabod couldn't let them pass. His crossbow raised as he sneered. Gavin just stood there watching Jenny suffer and being at the Kraken's mercy. Jenny managed to cough out his name, and his eyes began to rapidly flutter. He went down on all fours as he felt very lightheaded. His hands started to tremble and felt something in his mind breaking. His head cleared. His eyes returned to normal. He slowly looked at his surroundings. The Kraken was still killing Jenny. His eyes widened. Wait! Wait! She's mine! Monster dropped her, and he reached and grabbed her hand, almost dragging her to a corner of the cave. The sword to her throat, he demanded to follow him. Then he lowered his weapon. All right, Jenny. Gavin! Hugged for a couple seconds, but Gavin is worried about the hostages. She wanted to fake her death. He Gavin withdrew his sword when he found a long, thick slab of rock, took it, and made a grim face. This is gonna be the darkest thing I'll ever do. Go to him. Seizing the creature, Gavin whacked it against the wall of the cave far away from Jenny. The kraken, as expected, was enthralled, thinking Jenny was dead. Then she signaled Ichabod to kill the fear-stricken hostages. Closed in on Diana, Alex, and Jake. They were all scared stiff, hardly making a response with the monster watching. All they did was look upon him as he raised his right arm holding a long sword. What was scarier was the pentagram glowing under his forearm. Before he knew it, Gavin whispered, I should have done this to you while you were the horseman of war. Huh? Blah! With the slab, he smacked the slab hard into his neck. As he gradually went down, Gavin muttered, Ichabod, please, forgive me. A few gunshots rang out as Jenny fired to the kraken again. In a vulnerable state, she was hit and hurt. She screamed, and then her body sunk into a large stream, carrying her body out of the cave. Jenny figured she's retreating to the water. It'll be difficult to find her. Using the dagger, Gavin cut the ropes. Everybody okay? Way to think on your feet, you two. Yeah, you got that right. You guys got a big pair of cohornies. Very gross, Jake. Can't take a compliment. Jenny checked on the fallen Freemason. Luckily, he still had a pulse and was breathing faintly. He's out cold. Alex and Diana volunteered to carry him. Jake, Jenny, and Gavin took the front. We must hurry. The kraken would surely unleash her wrath on the nearby islands. They ran out to the Licky and set sail. Meanwhile, the kraken looked upon the islands. They were like stones compared to her colossal size. With her bullet wounds gone, she gathered her strength. Water began to surge below, then she hesitated as she noticed something that was not supposed to be there. Through the choppy waves the Licky bobbed. They couldn't see the kraken anywhere. Alex suspected she'd be underwater, plotting her next move. Then the ship suddenly shook. Everyone held on to dear life and later saw the kraken rise and roar over them. Alex and Diana covered Ichabod's unconscious body. Quickly! Use the harpoons! We could use them as a distraction and anchor us to her. He and Jenny grabbed one with the silver tips and aimed at her tentacles. Gavin was startled. They might be dragged under. We've got to try! Millions of lives are at stake here. He nodded. A pair of harpoons were simultaneously shot to the tentacles. Didn't seem to hurt the monster, though she was pretty irritated. She sank under, causing the spears to lurch, the ship with them. Then she attacked the bow. Using her Glock, Jenny fired a couple shots. We can't fight her like this! The ship violently shook again. This time it was tilting to the right, and Alex fell overboard. Alex! He ran over to the side and bravely dove in after her. Alex! Jake! There was no response. The weight was too much for Diana, and she fell along with Ichabod. There were only 2 victims left. The monster rose in her female form and thrust a strong arm, snapping the flagpost. Everyone ducked for cover, and the impact caused the deck to shatter. The underside burst, and the ship lurched again. Jenny! We're sinking! Hesitantly, she looked up. They were sinking rapidly toward the Savage River. Gavin was gathering something and putting it inside a small metal case, stuffing it in his pocket. Gavin! Come on! He looked up and the kraken was nowhere in sight. Then the horror mounted as the Licky headed to a sharp rocky mound. There is a well-known phrase for this. Abandoned ship! They ran to the edge of the deck, took a deep breath, and leaped off the doomed Licky. Meanwhile, as they surfaced, their friends screamed for them to swim for shore, waiting and watching at the bank several feet away. The kraken was closing fast on the helpless duo. The rough waves and current made them tire, yet the team's screams kept them going, their bodies burning. Jenny was stronger and more skilled than Gavin. He stopped and heard her call, told her to leave without him as he had an idea. The metal case drained out the water, and there was a taser. He dried it with his shirt, and he wrapped a piece of string around the button. She asked how he got it. Alex dropped it during the attack. He encouraged the kraken to move closer. She leapt, and he threw it after. He said, Say hello to the weeping lady. It was deja vu from the time he used a more moderate one from Abby, shocking the deceased Mary. His last resort, Gavin tossed it. Instead of the demon slayer, since her exterior is too powerful. Direct hit! The wave dissipated and the kraken screeched in pain as she went down. By the time the wave died, the current hit the lake. Gavin just reached the wet soil when he got electrocuted. Gavin! Jenny screamed and ran to his side. She examined his body, but only his breathing stopped. She rose his head and did mouth-to-mouth. Everyone except Ichabod watched. After several attempts, Jenny revived him. His eyes shot open. Relax, Gavin. Relax. Take your time. Jenny. And in your death experience escaping from a hellhound to the bowels of the underworld. He was being chased as it snarled and barked. He was about to be torn to shreds until Jenny woke him up. He fears it'll come for Ichabod since he made the deal. Lucifer would hasten his death and damn the witness. She offered to stay with him while Jake, Alex, and Diana loaded Ichabod into her van. She touched his cheek. Gavin, I'm not afraid anymore. I have shed my tears with Joe. My heart isn't broken. Now I know why. I must stay strong for him and for Abby. But remembering everything you've done for us has made it all worthwhile. What I'm saying is, I love you. Gavin, my chosen. She kissed him on the forehead. He couldn't possibly believe what she said. Did you? She just couldn't find words. She simply nodded and they held each other in their warm, comforting arms. By the time Crane was awake, "Good morning." Langton was surprised to see her. He then saw that everyone was gone. She explained the ordeal and where her mom went. She just got a message saying the Kraken is gone, and she'll be back shortly. He was relieved since Washington is safe. The unfortunate islands along the Potomac weren't affected. He wondered how he got soaked, but he was mostly tired and hurt by the pain in the back of his neck. "Molly, I'm home." "Mom, Mr. Crane is awake." "Oh, Agent Thomas. She made me—" "I know. It's all right. None of this was your doing." She was relieved that Ichabod's his normal self again. She asked how he was feeling, and she told Molly to get an ice pack from the freezer after he touched his aching neck. She suggested to fix something up while Ichabod rests. Gavin and the others found out about Ichabod's damnation that would take place after his death. He was the most upset. He said there's no possible way to reverse it, though Jenny kept assuring him they'll find a way. He was very disappointed that Ichabod's soul isn't eternal unlike Abby's, and it's bound to be damned perhaps in a treachery ring. Team Witness figured that Lucifer was desperate on obtaining his soul. The Kraken was probably a test of lust, capturing Gavin and Ichabod with her charm. He'd probably rather have them serve him before his upcoming death instead. Now the team was just as determined to reverse the curse as they ever were before. And there's a song. Wasn't exactly sure what the crew had in mind before Fox canceled the series, but I hope I did a decent attempt. I figured the Kraken should be a mix with the abilities of a siren. Diana and Ichabod debated over it, and it could be more intimidating. The Licky was inspired by the ship the SS Licky from Final Fantasy X, especially when it was attacked by Sin. Potomac River is rich in history and culture, and its characteristics are pretty accurate here. Episode 2 will be coming up soon, so give me some time to work on it. And since the show's canceled, it gave me some more potential. Case in point, how Jenny finally kissed Gavin. Perhaps he would be the one for her after all. We'll see. So until next time, sleepyheads, please tell me what you thought of the cancellation and the series itself. I'd love to hear your thoughts about it. Until then, this is the Ecron Writer signing out. Welcome back to another episode of Sleepy Hollow, the missing episodes. Last time, we've actually dealt with the Kraken, and we have defeated her, which is actually a monster that was represented at the end of Season 4 before it got canned. Damn you, Fox. Damn you! But luckily, I was able to continue where it left off, and so we were able to defeat the Kraken, which the series failed to do. And the team just realized that Ichabod has actually damned himself, which means his soul would belong to Lucifer at the event of his death. Not good. Gavin seems very paranoid about it. So, I hope we'll find the answers to this very shortly. And this is one of the episodes that I just made up. So, hopefully, I'll start by filling in the loose ends. Alright, episode 2, Deifal Gallon. You'll see what this means soon enough. Don't know Sleepy Hollow Fox did before its cancellation, even though I'm not sure if it does anymore. Personally, I think FX should take it. This took me a while to put this together. I wasn't sure if I was going to go through with another missing episode, but here it is. This time, Team Witness deals with a menacing demon that is capable of manipulating a person's heart. Due to desperation, Gavin has looked up common solutions involving Ichabod's damnation. The power of love for someone else could save him. He would have a chance if he already offered his soul to someone else, or if he would convert to religion and use some support from Jesus or Mother Mary. Thank you, TV tropes. Since they are both neutral when it came to religion, it'll be a difficult concept. He also found the pentagram could give him abilities, such as never feeling pain at the sight of it. Again, thank you, TV tropes. Via communication from Gavin's computer and Ichabod's newly installed PC, they discussed. Interesting. Listen, Gavin. I don't want you to keep worrying that I would disappear someday. If anything should happen to me, you must be ready. Ichabod? I don't think you're taking this thing seriously. It isn't like purgatory or the catacombs. Indeed, it's not. But you have to focus, Gavin. Death is inevitable, and Lucifer is desperate for my soul. I may not be able to escape if there isn't a solution. However, I know you will find a way when the time comes. Keep your options open. A ring and vibration from Crane's phone interrupted the conversation. Oh, it's Agent Thomas calling. I must respond. I'll have to talk to you later. He immediately shut off the monitor before Gavin could respond. Ever since that day when the Kraken attacked at the Potomac River, he couldn't get his mentor's revelation out of his mind. He already lost Abby, Joe, and Chief Sargato. He never thought Ichabod would willingly sell his soul for the Philosopher's Stone. The duo arrived at a nursing home which was on lockdown. Paramedics were everywhere as they carried the elderly away in gurneys. A lot of them had blankets wrapping the residents. It was a sign they were deceased and their identities were concealed. A private nurse escorted the duo and she said their deaths were happening frequently. This was unusual since a lot of the elderly seemed healthy and fit. Plus, it had an outstanding reputation as being the most prestigious in the nation's capital. Out of all the numerous victims, this was the latest incident. They were covered in do not enter tape in the middle of the lobby, and for some odd reason, Ichabod pondered over them as he knelt down. He saw a woman with thick white shoulder, blah blah blah. According to the CNA, that died almost instantly after they fell asleep in their arms last night. It was as if they passed in their sleep, when their hearts were the most inactive and vulnerable. The disease didn't leave a mark, and it was unlikely since the man and woman never had a history of heart problems. They had a healthy diet and were active. As they were looking over the couple, Ichabod had a sudden pang of sadness. His mind was wandering all over the place. He first had a sudden depression reminding him of his guilty heart and soul. He wondered why they had their lives taken away so soon. He reflected on his failures for his family, for Abby, for the treachery to his homeland, how he was disowned. He felt he deserved to have his soul eternally imprisoned in hell. Crane! Crane! Are you all right? Barely lifting his head, he muttered, "Yes, I'm fine. I just feel so sorry for them. Why did they have to perish? And why are we here?" That's the thing about being the head of Homeland Security. You get invited to very strange places at the most inopportune times. Yes. His mind was still somewhere else. It was exactly why he used to work with Abby in the sheriff's department as a history consultant, then for the FBI, now as the leader for Agency 355. Crane, we must go. Then as he stood, he looked at his left arm. He felt an irritating feeling beneath his skin. He lifted his sleeve and the pentagram was glowing. Somehow this was a reaction that an omnipotent supernatural force is present. He warned Diana in a whisper. Even she was surprised by this sudden reaction. From the vault, Jake found a hidden file depicting ancient concepts of demons attacking the heart. It wasn't just a state of primitive paranoia. It turned out to be true after over 2,000 years. Could be found in many ancient cultures from European and Chinese. He's known as the Dia Gelon, aka the Heart Devil. The devil manipulates and attacks a person's heart. It can make someone fall in love or have numerous defects such as heart attacks, heartburns, and even creating despair and heartbreak. Unlike many monsters who leave their mark on victims, this one barely left a trace. Alex wondered if the residence at the nursing home was a test of the demon's strength and its abilities. Jake also said that whoever made close contact to those afflicted, they may become the next victim. It's likely he made an external link. It's likely he made an external link. Watch your sixes, you two. Crane could be next due to his unexpected behavior. We will. Thanks, Jake, Diana said before she pulled up to her place. Needless to say, Ichabod was hardly paying any attention to the conversation. He was so self-absorbed. At her bedroom, sketching in her notebook, Molly got the call that her mom was home. She went downstairs quickly. Hey, Mom, what happened? Molly's face lit up when she saw Ichabod. Then it fell as he barely looked at her with his negative complexion. Mom? What's wrong with Mr. Crane? He's very sad right now. Why don't you two have a private chat while I contact Jenny? Molly nodded as they walked to the comforting sofas in the living room. Diana called Jenny of Ichabod's condition. She said he feels detached, as in mentally not present. He felt so empty since they examined the bodies. He just kept sulking, looking upset and dejected, and he would hardly talk to Molly except involving his deal. He might have contracted the devil's curse. As Jenny spoke to Diana, Gavin tried to cheer him up, saying that nothing was his fault, and he should never blame himself for what happened. Gavin knew something was wrong. Ichabod hardly feels this emptiness Gavin knows all too well, as he does suffer from depression occasionally. At Sleepy Hollow, they were in her trailer going over what was happening in Washington. I'm sure Crane will figure out how to deal with the pentagram. If not, we will help him, Jenny assured. She laid her gentle hands on Gavin's tense upper arms as she sat beside him on the bed. Look, don't worry about him so much. He'll be okay. As soon as we get rid of this heart demon, we can fix this. I hope you're right, Jenny. He really needs our help. I'll greatly appreciate it if you find a way out of this. You do have a vast knowledge with various religions, after all. And she looked straight into his eyes. Gavin, if anything should perhaps happen to me, I want you to, Jenny. You've already lost your sister, your mom, Joe, Torgado, and August. Whatever happens to Ichabod, I'm not going to lose you too. They leaned closer, eventually took a deep kiss. Gavin had never fell in love with anyone before. This was obviously a first for him. Still, the embrace was very surreal, warm, soothing, and a bit intimidating. He let her lead as they slowly lay down on the bed. He hesitated as he thought it was too soon to go into a relationship. Jenny, I'm not like Joe. I don't even know if I'm your type. That I may not be as strong as him. She didn't care. Gavin, when I resuscitated you, I chose you for a reason. And this is it. Don't be afraid. Ever since that moment, he had a crush on her. He wanted more of her for some odd reason. He really wanted to show her how he felt, but he was too nervous. During this close encounter, he subsided and let her take him away. Their hearts started to race, and their breathing became faster and shallow. He soon became oblivious to what they were dealing with. Then there was a sharp pain. Jenny, stop! What's wrong? He began to screech in agony as the inner turmoil got worse. Helpless Jenny just watched until he collapsed in a heap. Gavin's chest felt as if it was burning. Scepter stabbed his heart, which was the demon's. It's a hard demon, Jenny. You and Ichabod must stop him. She tried to wake him up. He touched her warm chest and had a sudden low feeling she was at fault for Malik's encounter, being at the institution, always getting into trouble with the law, how her sister should never forgive her even after death. As her mind kept dwelling in her sorrow, she saw the demon. Had red rotting skin, blah 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 blah. Made a wicked snarl as it hit the window, and she stormed out, pursuing it with her Glock drawn like a turret. She tried to shoot it as her heart paced quicker and harder. The bullets had no effect on the demon, just sneered at her as its eyes flashed. She dropped as well while managing to text an SOS to Diana. Her phone was still left on when she finally fainted. Back at the vault, Alex and Jake became concerned since Gavin and Jenny weren't receiving their messages. Then Diana and Crane showed up with the same result. After that, she got a message from Jenny. In it was a plea for help as she and Gavin saw a demon. It was official. Everyone seemed to be bound together. The residents at the nursing home, Ichabod with the old couple, Gavin, then Jenny. According to what Jake found, he concluded all the devil's capabilities were puns concerning the heart itself. The soul, emotions, the mind, love, heart attacks, heartburns, and even heartbreak. A broken heart is what Crane was feeling. Resembles an unfinished love or grief for a loved one. In this case, it was probably about Katrina or his son Henry, or perhaps losing Abby or Trigado. Diana did remember the time when Molly first described him as a sad man, since he always felt he has let his friends down. Alex and Jake also recalled that since they dealt with the spider demon at the Cave of Despair, but he warned her not to say it in front of Crane. Unfortunately, as Ichabod overheard, he succumbed to the infection. He was holding his heart as it was being crushed. His face grew pale while oxygen was being cut. Too late. The team rushed over to him after he collapsed. As they were trying to revive him using a nearby air mask, he had a glimpse of the demon overhead, snickering at him. It's you. He blacked out. By the time he came to, he saw everything. The walls were dark blood red. There was a bone-structured floor casting reflections on the circular plane. Victims were anonymous people, including the elderly, Jenny, Gavin, and Molly's, who was in the middle of formation. Their essences were trapped in each sack within the wall. It's almost like a different dimension between life and death. He was shocked they were all close to hell's door. It was similar because the atmosphere was humid and the air was thick, almost like there's a strong weight over this place. He then saw and heard an enormous heart beating, and he thought he was inside a body, but it's actually the demon's turf. Believing it was the source, he reached and tried to touch it, but got shocked. That caused a shearing pain in his hand as he instantly pulled away. The demon materialized behind its newest catch. Ichabod! You're the monster. Yes, you're the one I've been looking for. The last nail to the coffin. The soul that my master truly desires. Master. Lucifer. Demon gleamed. Wanted to save Ichabod for last since he has the strongest essence as a witness. It was a way to gain enough power to surpass his strength. Ichabod became paralyzed as the demon usurped his faint energy one last time. He kept fighting as the demon mocked him while holding his heart, saying that he has a weak vessel, and all his friends are dead. He was too late to help them. They would soon be joining him at the battles of the underworld. Crane! She slammed. There was an alto behind him, but she was too weak to notice. She slammed a crystal to the ground, stopping the demon in its tracks. Thick blue fog covered the ground. It provided a cooling sensation. It was an Atlantean Chronos crystal. It was able to manipulate time and stall the horror. Then, using Crane's unconscious body, she laid a translucent hand in his heart as she concentrated to share her essence. After a brief incantation, he finally woke up. Laura! What? How did you? Laura was using her astral form to save Ichabod, Jenny, Gavin, and numerous others from the demon. She only had one crystal at her disposal, so she has to be careful since she has a time limit and can't be attacked by the demon, or else her soul would wander for eternity. And if the candle she's using goes out, she'll be back into the living world. Somehow it sounded familiar to him, but before he had the chance to explain, the effect of the crystal wore off. The demon retaliated, and Laura tossed Delilah's dagger to Crane. His chest felt different somehow, as his heart and its palpitations felt different. One witness beats the arteries, the other beats the ventricles. Our hearts beat as one. We fight together! With determination and strength anew, he stood his ground with Laura as the heart demon lunged at them. They split up, and the dive missed, though they still felt scorching heat as it went past them. Ichabod suggested they must destroy the heart while distracting the demon, as it is the core of its life force. Laura and Ichabod mostly used their agility, since the dagger was the only weapon. Ichabod took the offense, but the demon teleported every time. It's like slicing thin air. He realized the demon was something like a projection. After it kept disappearing when Ichabod swiped at it, it eventually unleashed its fiery breath on them, and they dodged. As Ichabod was making a counterattack, a scepter appeared in its hands. They were clashing with each other. The demon blocked and evaded Ichabod's blows. He avoided its cauterized scepter. The unbearable heat kept licking his hands and arms. Laura was rushing to the heart. Noticing this, it dissipated before his eyes and sicked on her. Laura! The demon put her in a stranglehold. Her spirit was wavering from the upcoming death of her past vessel, and the heart devil choking her. The throat felt as if it were burning with ash. Then, catching his breath, Ichabod momentarily stabbed the heart with a dagger. As the demon weakened, he persuaded Laura to make the final blow with him. Since half of her essence was with him, and their hearts beat as one, they held the hilt and did a downward thrust. The heart went still, and hard as a rock as it was turning to a creepy shade of gray. The petrified organ was pierced like a thick, juicy grapefruit. Its hue faded as bubbling blood splattered and ran at their hands. The demon roared and fell to the ground with a thud that shook it. The dimension illuminated in a holy light, and Gavin and Jenny gasped, as if taking their first breath. They noticed they'd been healed, as they had no agonizing pain, pressure, or any sudden random reactions of affection. I think I'll avoid junk food for a while. Molly alerted Diana she had an impending episode during class as she got intense chest pains. She ended up resting at the nurse's office, and she could have sworn she saw a demon looming over her. She was definitely lucky that Ichabod gave her the enchanted necklace just minutes before school started. The bell rang, signaling it was ending. It was 3 o'clock. Diana said she'll pick her up and Mr. Crane is feeling better. Molly was so relieved that her pains are gone, and she'd never see that horrid creature ever again. She also wanted to thank her future vessel for helping Crane save everyone, including her. She put the phone aside and gently clutched her pendant. "Thank you, Mr. Crane." As Ichabod recovered at his home, he isn't his true self. He seemed more preoccupied of his fate. Gavin stated, "Giving the pendant to Molly was a great move on your part, as she could have perished by then. But were you expecting this?" "I only wanted Molly to be safe." "Yeah, I know. But were you expecting this? Did you know it was going to happen to her?" "Somewhat, yes." He was confused. What did he mean? "Preparations must be made post-haste, Gavin. The first was he gave Katrina's enchanted necklace to Molly, saying it should protect her from harm as long as she keeps it close to her heart. It actually saved her life since the demon's taint was minimized. Yet still, she has decided she doesn't want to carry the mantle as a witness during their pep talk. Since Laura rescued everyone from their heart failures, and because she's stronger and braver than her, she'd be the perfect candidate. However, she said she'll do whatever she can to help the team when they need it." "Preparations for what? Your damnation?" "And Lucifer's reign." The concept of the Heart Devil was kind of bizarre. One day I was thinking of the final boss from Joe and Mac, the first game I've beaten, and I figured, why not introduce a demon that causes various heart problems? The appearance, however, was different. I couldn't seem to find the old PC game he was in, but he used to scare the crap out of me when I was very young. On one level, if you happened to use the wrong lever within a group of them, it was to unlock a door, but the devil itself keeps showing up. It was some 1990s PC game, but unfortunately I can't recall it. Its attacks were similar to heart problems like burns and cardiac arrest. This could have been a very dangerous monster since the Vitella or the Incordata. And while on the subject of the heart, I decided the two witnesses should share it, as one is the arteries while the other works like the ventricles. It was based on the analogy I had with them. When I saw Sleepy Hollow back in the day, and since there's always two chosen ones at any given time, I figured that Ichabod and Abby were the heart of the series. Those two were always amazing. I thought that Ichabod is like the arteries carrying blood to the heart. As the star of the series, and because he was redcoat turned patriot, he brings in all the action from the war and his experience with battles. Abby is like the ventricles, those that carry blood away. As a pacifist and an officer upholding the law and bringing order to chaos. Without Abby, the series had a bad heart, especially with Sophie as her temporary replacement. Then I felt it went through another transplant until Molly came along. Then Laura when the mantle was passed on to her. Deophilgallen is Welsh for heart demon, and I used to have an old book depicting ancient theories of demons conflicting the heart. It was titled The Heart, and it belonged to a series, but I can't remember the author. Lousy memory lapses. And I realized Supernatural didn't have that idea, so I beat him to the punch with the Heart Devil. In your face! There were some references to many episodes, which I'm sure you've already picked up. Couple almost looked like the one in the movie of the Nicholas Sparks novel, The Notebook. Fight scene was the worst part ever. I always hated writing these things, but I hope I made the battle in the Heart Demon itself pretty scary. Also, I know in her astral form Laura can't touch anything, but sharing her essence with Ichabod as their hearts beat as one kind of helped. Scenario could be a reference to Goku's unknown contraction of the heart virus. Even to this day, no one knows. Here's to another missing episode. Next time could be a proper wrap-up involving Nick Hawley and the Revenge of the Vitella. Actually, I had a change of heart. I had a different point in mind. Hopefully you'll see next time. So, take care, sleepyheads, and keep the faith. Until then, this is the Ekron Writer signing out. So, farewell for the next missing episode. I'll see you guys then. Welcome back to another lost episode of Sleepy Hollow, the missing episodes. Last time, Team Witness has actually dealt with the Diafolk alone, also known as the Heart Devil, in which this supernatural being can manipulate the heart, whether it be heartburn, heart disease, heart attack, heartbreak, despair, spontaneous feelings of love, that kind of thing. And it nearly got the witnesses to their knees. Ichabod suffered through it, and Laura actually saved him. So, will she actually return to Sleepy Hollow? Well, we'll find out later. But originally, this was supposed to be the idea of having Nick Hawley return. However, I seem to have had a change of heart. So here it is, Chapter 3, The 7 Sacred Virtues. I came up with this, back in Season 2. Finally, after several months in hiatus, I've come up with an idea for the 3rd chapter. Originally, this was supposed to be another encounter with Holly, but I lost interest. So instead, I'm using an idea that I've scrapped away for a long time, specifically around Season 2, when Moloch was attempting to break free. This tells the legend of the 7 sacred virtues, a polar opposite against the 7 deadly sins, and a way to assist the witnesses long ago. Chapter 3, The 7 Sacred Virtues. At that same diner when Abby wound up, after she became an eternal soul, she found Joe and his father August. Chief Dragato was there as well, along with Grace Dixon, Lori, and George Washington. They gathered around a rocky pit that was emitting some smoke and was glowing with 7 orbs in different colors. The lights from them were growing brighter. A cross was laid within the center of the ring. It's time, isn't it? Yes, we can't wait any longer. Not now, with Crane eternally damned. Crane. We'll always watch over him? Of course. Wait. We always watch over our saviors, Abby, to keep them safe from harm, physically and emotionally. They just don't know it yet. Grace, the former witness and the mill's ancestor, spoke. Soren Crane has done a fine job keeping my tribe together, as did loyal Cub and Cougar. Dragato was referring to Ichabod, Molly, Laura, and Diana from his aliases they were given. We shall pray for them, and watch over them, as they will discover an astounding secret. Captain Crane, keep this country and this secret safe. We're depending upon you. Washington was the last to respond. As they held each other's hands in a circle, the entire room faded into the light. Abby! She breathed heavy as she gazed at the ceiling, recollecting the dream. She pulled herself together after a few moments and sat up. A few hours later, Gavin was just having breakfast in his apartment when he heard some rapid, hard knocking. He almost splattered his cereal as he hopped off his stool. He walked over and unlocked the door leading to the hallway outside, wondering, who could it be this early? He was worried and irritated. It could be the feds or something. However, it was only a familiar though distraught face he saw as soon as he opened it. Jenny? I had a dream. Get dressed and meet me at the camper. We must head back to Washington. Hurry, come on. Okay, wait, I'll get mixed up. Wait, Jenny! There was no answer. The hallway was empty. Slowly, Gavin shut the door. He definitely needed a more appropriate apparel than just PJs. So Gavin ate some of the cereal down before he discarded the remains. When he was ready with a loaded suitcase, a few cereal bars, and a drink, and wearing more comfortable clothing, he rushed outside as Jenny started up the engine. The door closed shut, but it didn't move. Gavin, I need to tell you something very important. I had a dream. I was in the afterlife. I was surrounded by our deceased friends and family. Even Washington was there, including my ancestor. Oh? What happened? What did they say? After a brief pause, they said it was time. They're going to watch over us, as they will unveil a deep secret. But what? Jenny described the dream she had as the camper took off. Gavin's next stop was at Ichabod's flat. Unlike Jenny, he didn't have to knock as the witness immediately opened as soon as Gavin walked up. He stopped him before he was reaching for the door. Hey, Ichabod. Gavin, what brings you here? He looked at his troubled expression. Whatever it was definitely serious. What is it? You have to come to the vault. It's urgent. Where's Alex and Jake? They should be there already. Great. Meet us there. Jenny and I will be waiting for you. Don't forget to bring Diana. I won't. His face softened as he gazed into Gavin's eyes. Gavin, what's happening? You'll find out when you get there. Trust me. Meet us at the vault, post haste. Everyone arrived at the vault. First were Jake and Alex, then Gavin and Jenny. Lastly was Ichabod and Diana. Everyone was discussing the dream Jenny had. They were so enamored with the conversation that they didn't notice there was a visitor emerging from the shadows in the corner. It's a good thing Dreyfus and Job weren't there. The team turned at the source of a deep alto voice. Laura had returned, and she reunited with the team. Gavin and Crane were ecstatic to see her again. The sergeant ran to her and gave her a tight embrace. Hey, it's Laura! She's back! We've really missed you so much. Ichabod walked up to her and Gavin parted. It's quite a pleasure to make your acquaintance again. Pleasure's all mine, Crane. I wouldn't have made the decision to return if it wasn't for you. We did defeat the heart demon together, after all. I'm glad I found that my true purpose is here, with all of you. Come, we have more important business to discuss. Freemason laid her back. After the gang reunited with Laura, they asked what was happening. Jenny reviewed her dream to them once more. Gavin tuned it out as he had heard all this back in the camper, but it was mostly due to a familiar entrancing sound. He fell into a trance of sorts as he heard a steady rhythm from Onondaga drums. Figured it was made by Tergato as he followed the call. Strangely enough, the back of his right hand began to warm and glow in a strange emblem. Then he heard a muffled chant. He was treading towards some tall shelves and grabbed a small book hidden behind others, while repeating the same mantra he heard in his mind. Gavin! He immediately pulled it out. It was his mentor that snapped him out of the spell. Are you all right? Yeah, I think so. His eyes returned to normal from their glaze, even though he looked like a deer in the headlights. His head swam a little. I heard what you were saying. It was an Onondaga. The 7 symbols unite. Evil beware of its plight. What? How do you know? Crane, what's up? Gavin just discovered something. A calling from Chief Togato. He kept saying in his native language. He muttered the phrase in the translation. He found this. It was a small book, and the faded denim-colored cover had a 7-sided shape with a sharp point at the top and a cross at the center of it. There was also a thin ribbon attached to it. What do you think it means, Crane? Not quite sure, Miss Jenny, but I do believe the number 7 is quite significant. It is related to the 7 deadly sins. It's mentioned many times in Revelations. But an epiphany came to him. He stated there were usually 7 heroes, at least that's what Gavin, Ichabod, and Jenny could recall. Before Moloch entered the world and unleashed the apocalypse, there were 7, counting the witnesses Tergato, Gavin, Katrina, Jenny, and Holly. There were a few flashbacks from when his son Henry was the Horseman of War, to when the trio met the tribe, to Gavin losing the standoff against Ichabod's kid, to Henry betraying the Demon King after memorizing the Akeda. Then, when Pandora came around, there were 7 heroes as well, consisting the witnesses Gavin, Turgato, Sophie, Jenny, and Joe. Now, after Abby, Joe, and Turgato passed, there are now Ichabod, Laura, Gavin, Jenny, and now Jake, Alex, and Diana. This does really mean something. Yeah, there were 7 of you since the 2nd year of the war. Wonder why there weren't 7 of you when the Horseman of Death made his move. Probably just a coincidence, or maybe something from a higher calling? Everyone was stunned as Diana said. What? I'm still learning, am I? Chief Turgato led Gavin to this book. We should find the answers here. My hands started to feel warm when I got to it. Ah! What's happening? Gavin startled as his right hand burned slightly. An emblem was also emerging in it. It was the same symbol that was on the cover. In a sequence, the exact same symbols appeared on each of their right hands. However, different sections were highlighted along with the cross. Incredible. Ichabod was the first to recover. This must be something to do with the polar opposites of those 7 deadly sins. Perhaps sacred virtues? I've heard of those. Laura also discovered them as well as herself as she returned. She said she only had a sense of belonging with her allies here. She figured there was some connection, even when her own hand warmed, and she found it. She was also taking notes when she was younger of many things, including the said virtues. Then I guess I should call her. Thank goodness it's the weekend. Diana dialed her phone number on her cell. Molly picked up almost immediately, and she actually drew the enchanted symbol in her notebook not too long ago. It was shaped like a crystal with a pointing top and 7 sides. In the center was a glowing crucifix, and each corner on the crystal shape shined with it. On their hands it was exactly what Molly designed. It's quite ironic that Ichabod got 2 markings instead of 1, counting the pentagram under his right arm. Gavin hoped the new symbol would somehow counteract with the accursed image. He was surprised to receive the holy symbol since his soul was damned, and Gavin himself wasn't the religious type. Guys, I think I found something. In various documents, Jake summarized the inscriptions. The Church Fathers made the 7 virtues. Originally, they were created by Aristotle and Plato. The 2 had written the Book of Wisdom, which is one of the 7 books in the Septuagint. One message states that the fruits of wisdom are virtues. Quoted a short passage. For she takes moderation and prudence, justice and fortitude, and nothing in life is more useful for men than these. Thus, prudence governs the others. Prudence is known to be the guidance of the 7 since it has vast knowledge, seeing ahead. It's known as the auriga virtutum, the charitia of the virtues. It was just describing the 4 cardinal virtues. The 7 combine the 3 theological virtues, faith, hope, and charity, while there are the 4 cardinal virtues, prudence, justice, fortitude, and temperance. Even Jenny knew so much about that since she was raised in a religious foster home as a child with her sister. Aquinas found an interconnection of practical wisdom, prudentia, and moral virtue. This is frequently termed the unity of the virtues. Aquinas also argued that it not only matters what a person does, but how the person does it. The person must aim at a good end and also make a right choice about the means to that end. The moral virtues direct the person to aim at a good end, but to ensure that the person makes the right choices about the means to a good end, one needs practical wisdom. That could explain Gavin's strong bond, that mind meld with me. Ichabod recalled as he and Gavin had that union. I have prudence. Looked at his right hand again, which actually confirmed this. Theological virtues are different from the cardinal ones, though. Yes, they are. The former three can't be attained without assistance from God. All virtues have as their final scope to dispose man to acts conducive to his true happiness. The happiness, however, of which man is capable is twofold, namely natural, which is attainable by man's natural powers, and supernatural, which exceeds the capacity of unaided human nature. Since, therefore, merely natural principles of human action are inadequate to a supernatural end, it is necessary that man be endowed with supernatural powers to enable him to attain his final destiny. Now these supernatural principles are nothing else than the theological virtues. I wonder if the info was found within the tablet Ichabod possessed, to see if there were 7 people chosen to prevent the apocalypse 2,000 years ago, rather than just the witnesses and destroyers. Like maybe guardians or something. They were persecuted. Gavin thought aloud, although the former history professor doubted it. He, Ichabod, and Jenny talked to Jake, Alex, Laura, and Diana about what he discovered at his family tomb in Scotland. How he was incarcerated and how Abby was able to reason with customs, saying it was his. However, he hasn't deciphered everything in Sumerian before the Hidden One destroyed it during their imprisonment. Ugh, I hate Season 3. Ichabod handed over the small booklet and Jake recognized it. That does have the same symbol we got in our hands. The same one Molly drew. That cover had nothing, and Jake began to skim through the pages. I almost forgot I kept this. That's unlike you, Mr. Archivist. You never forget anything. Your mind's like a supercomputer. As he's looking through, Ichabod immediately stopped him as he saw a section containing a diamond image with a V with its top tips pointing down. He realized this is the emblem of Thora. That was the same symbol that Abby was preoccupied with. Ichabod set the record straight, saying the symbol was helpful to both him and Abby in a benign way. It was just misunderstood. The emblem of Thora was just a method of connecting the 2 witnesses. A perfect example was when the 2 golden pieces were attracted to the lower part of the tablet. They were magnetized, and the witnesses thus were inseparable beings. One could barely function without the other. Let's not forget how you met Molly. She was able to talk as soon as she laid eyes on you. Thank goodness the information from the tablet is here. Through the book there was also the similar portrait of the 2 destroyers. Crane explained why they were called that, as their duty was to protect the world from evil and fighting monsters. Hey, look! Gavin noticed the man was holding a weapon that looked like the same as the Purgatory sword. I remember seeing this in Purgatory. His mind drifted back to when he and his mentor first met. Gavin wielded the mysterious blade with the ancient etchings located on its hilt. By comparison to the tablet found earlier, Ichabod noticed it was originally supposed to be the witness's weapon, but he didn't mind since Gavin had the weapon which assisted the witnesses, and has a strong relationship to them. It definitely needed the upgrade. A few weeks back, she borrowed Gavin's sword and melted it into a slimmer, more powerful weapon called the Demon Slayer. Gavin had used it as he was fighting against famine, pestilence, and death, causing twice the damage. I believe I should stay in the vault for a while, to assist Mr. Wells and Miss Norwood. I should probably stay with him, too. I don't really have anywhere else to go, anyway. Alright, Gavin, Diana, and I will talk to Molly about the emblem she discovered. Yeah, that'd be a great idea! Gavin always liked hanging out with the kid, and sometimes teach her the ways of the paranormal. A couple days have passed as Green stayed at the vault, restlessly deciphering the remnants of the info from the tablet and the legend of Sleepy Hollow. Jake eventually decided to help out, as did Alex and Laura. While he slept, the 2 dreamt of the symbol Gavin pointed out while he was describing his feeling of the archives, just after showing him the brood mother from all its attempts at killing them and Abby using their subconscious fears. Meanwhile, Jake looked at the painting of the original Vault 355 team. Paul James, White House slave, worked with the team when he first discovered the mysterious epidemic from a cursed document. The other team members were Samuel Wilson, also known as Uncle Sam, Davy Crockett, and Sacagawea. In a flashback, when he, Alex, Diana, and Ichabod dealt with a monster capable of emitting the fire flu, you figure that they're the descendants of real heroes. Then Ichabod was shown Diana a letter from George Washington appointing him as commanding officer of Vault 355. He woke Ichabod up, and even he saw the exact same seven-sided crystal on his right hand. He stated that Gavin and Jenny saw it in Molly's notebook. She said to Gavin, Jenny, and her mom, "I've heard Chief Zagato describe the 7 people in charge of saving the world from evil and people with deadly sins. They were easily influenced by Lucifer during the upcoming battle between him and God. To combat those sins and help purify the earth, 7 chosen ones held each of the sacred virtues. Legend had it that it took 2,000 years ago at Sleepy Hollow, the same time when witnesses were first discovered. They were called the Destroyers, not just because there should always be 2 at a certain time. They were treated as such. So 7 guardians came to be to protect them from the corruption and help end the war in God's favor, including fighting the 4 horsemen that they should survive the end of days. Molly also discovered through another faint spell. Mr. Crane was chosen as a witness from General Washington. Katrina knew it too. That was why his body was buried for 232 years. If I'm correct, I think that the threesome, the original team of HC 355, actually had those virtues and were passed down to us. It's possible since I used to carry Abby's soul. So her ancestors were also witnesses, had these virtues, and they can also be passed down from generations. That is, if they had similar characteristics to them. I mean, the coward would never possess the virtue fortitude. Maybe Abby's virtue is justice, and she had it after her mentor August Corbin? She did take note of the numerous discussions of the people the witnesses worked with, such as Frank, Reyes, Betsy, and even Grace. I contain the virtue prudence, sagacious wisdom. I can concur that perhaps this was passed down to me by Chief Zagato when he died. He's known to have outstanding knowledge of the supernatural. He was a shaman, of course. They know about the witnesses. So our ancestors or our fallen friends have passed down their own virtues, just like a witness can choose who'd carry the mantle. Ichabod's bell rang. They picked it up. Jenny was so astounded. "Crane! I think I figured it out. I've realized that since my bloodline carries the destiny of the witnesses, the virtues can also be carried as well. Of course, it depends on our actions and personalities as to whether or not we have them. It might be possible to lose them if we were to make the wrong choice, commit a sinful deed, like becoming one of the horsemen." He remembered vividly on the transformation after he was shot by the totem of war. Where? Hey, don't fret, Crane. This could really help us during the apocalypse. We'll stand by your side and be your guardians. Same with Laura, just as they did so long ago. I think for me and Abby, it started with our great-great-great-aunt, Grace Dixon. Maybe it was passed on to Martha, then August, then to my sister. I guess Sophie had it for a short while since she would have been her replacement, and finally there was Diana. It's very fitting since I happen to be the head of Homeland Security. She looked at her hand again, and just like that, the bottom right spot lightened. Jenny gazed at hers, revealing the top glowing. It seems I have faith. I guess that spiritual knowledge has paid off. Indeed it has. He soon entered the call and told the trio to gather around him. They held their hands, unveiling their symbols. On Jake's there was the top right, which was hope. Alex had the middle section, which was charity, and Laura had the upper left virtue temperance. Huh. I guess I got it from my parents' strict disciplines. My mom could never ease up, especially since my dad left. She doubted it was from Job and Dreyfus in her time. And I always thought you were the temperate one, Crane. Making the group snicker, looked at the portrait. I think that hope was passed down from my ancestor Paul. He was born into slavery in 1799, but his mom was once enslaved by Dolly Madison, the First Lady of James Madison, and her family in 1844. He's known to have a mix of African Native American blood from his mom. He's known to be an abolitionist during the Civil War, as well as a slave who received valuable items from the burning Capitol during the War of 1812. He carried away the only surviving evidence, the Lansdowne portrait. He was also known to be a gifted author. This has to be why I've wielded this virtue, because of my amazing skills as an archivist. I was a resident of Washington, and by Jennings' heritage, I obtained the virtue of hope, and I'm his descendant. Yeah, I've donated many things, even when I was a child. Maybe that's why I have charity. Not only that, but you seem to be very protective, especially when I'm in a bind. Oh, come on, Jake. No, he's right. Your etymology is known to defend and help others in need. It does leave a taste as bitter as rum, but Holly might have had this, even though he only cares himself and wanting to warm up to the mills. You, Miss Norwood, are good with artifacts and dissecting weapons and combating the supernatural. Unlike Holly, he couldn't obtain it due to his selfish monetary motives. And what about Gavin? He did mention a common ancestor named Leon Lucas. He was once a young fair soldier during the Revolution as part of the militia. He volunteered in order to help protect his country as well as his own life from execution. It's a shame how they treat the handicapped unfairly. I suppose he passed it along the Lucas bloodline to Gavin. He does have tremendous courage. And what about you? He had a loss for words. Could it be Washington? Before Turgotto had it? Maybe. Maybe. Or maybe it all started with the first witness. The one that existed 2,000 years ago. Who? After a few moments of deep thinking, Laura's eyes went as wide as saucers. Could either be Moses or Elijah. What? What? How do you know? Well, you said it could be the first witness. He probably passed it on when the end of days was arriving, and he must have astronomical knowledge for the greater good. So, what if Ichabod was the descendant of either one? They looked at their leader, losing their tongues. It all makes sense now. I was the recipient of his virtue and his destiny. Theorized from a long bloodline which grew short from persecution, he was eventually chosen during the latter days of the Revolution. Washington didn't mention it in his Bible as he wanted to keep it top secret. So General Washington had temperance in the mantle of the witness, and you to this day carry his legacy, which was why you were always chosen as the head of the vault. You were born to lead, to protect and serve this country, and fight for what is rightfully yours. You've earned this, Crane. Yes, thank you, Laura. I know my course now. General Washington has chosen wisely. I have the virtue that governs all. I am the charioteer. I swear, with all the arcane knowledge I shall wield, I will bring this world to victory and achieve my final destiny. I've scrapped away this idea for quite a while, since the latter half of season 2, I think. but I might use this concept to help support Ichabod in a way since he is damned. I had this concept of the 7 sacred virtues: faith, hope, charity, prudence, justice, fortitude, and temperance. From the start, Ichabod had temperance, Dragato had prudence, and Gavin had fortitude. However, the others kept changing. Since Ichabod will be eternally under Lucifer's prison, it may be the right time. 7 virtues were passed down from each of the chosen one's ancestors. Jenny from Grace, Ichabod from the First Witness, etc. And here are the songs for that. There was a little reference to the disturbing one-shot Dreamscape, where Gavin first had this new sensation in his right hand while he was showing Ichabod the Broodmother. It was non-canon, but I figured in a dream sequence it'd be somewhat relevant. I don't feel like reciting that fic. If it wasn't for the intel I'd found in Wikipedia, I'd be forever stuck. The virtues and the entities were complicated things to cover. Going down in deep trying to tie up loose ends is not an easy task. And I wish I could find some help for this. If only I could find more sleepyheads. I can't be sure where the rest of the story will go. This took me almost ages to put this chapter to work. So, stand by, loyal viewers. And I just had another idea, accepting Nick Hawley. But you'll see why later. And, while I'm at it, I would like to introduce the 7 sacred virtues. This was the idea I had since back in season 2. Damn. Wonder if this actually does exist to combat the 7 deadly sins. So, until next time, sleepyheads, this is the Ecron Writer signing out. Hey guys, welcome back to another episode of Sleepy Hollow, the missing episodes. Last time, the 7 sacred virtues have actually been discovered by Team Witness. And it turns out that the 7 sacred virtues were once wielded by their deceased loved ones and family members. Like, Grace Dixon passed it along the virtue of faith, along with her bloodline, to Jenny, and Abby actually got the virtue of justice and passed it on from August to Diana. Actually, Alex had the virtue of hope, not virtue of hope, the virtue of charity, while Jake had the virtue of hope, thanks to his ancestor Paul Jennings, who was a former member of Agency 355. Gavin had the virtue of fortitude passed down by his ancestor Leon. Laura actually had the virtue of temperance, which is passed down by Diana, as well as Mitch Talbot. And Ichabod actually had the virtue of prudence, which is actually known as the chartier of the virtues, which was passed down from George Washington, Chief Dragato, as well as the First Witness, which is either Moses or Elijah. Could be one or the other, or it could just be both. Maybe they're both witnesses, I don't know. But it's quite possible. So, I still didn't come up with an idea for Nick Hawley, but rather as a different idea. You'll see. So, we actually have Chapter 4, Lil Lucas Lost. This next chapter covers a couple things. One is the return to Sleepy Hollow, the other is reuniting with some old flames, as well as dealing with Gavin's bitter feelings toward them, and the spirit of his common ancestor Leon. So fair warning, this chapter may contain some character bashing here and there. Chapter 4, Lil Lucas Lost. So Ichabod was looking over Gavin's diary at his flat. He was correcting any grammar and spelling errors, and it was quite valuable since he wanted it to be a part of the vaults and archives database of the paranormal, much like Benjamin Franklin's entries. Then something fascinating came to him. It was the passage Gavin written down during his dream, where he was in an altered Sleepy Hollow while still learning about his lost common ancestor, Leon Lucas. If you've seen my one-shot, The Lucas Legacy, you should know this. I highly admire your great courage, Mr. Lucas. It's no question you would have possessed the virtue of fortitude, and later passed it on to Gavin after a few centuries. He does resemble you strongly, just as Miss Jenny and Abby both represent Mrs. Dixon. His appreciation was soon interrupted when he picked up a call from someone. He eventually realized it belonged to Sophie. Oh, Miss Foster! I hadn't heard from you since Abby passed. So great to hear from you again. Listen, I apologize for not stopping over on our way to Sleepy Hollow. The conversation was cut short. His face suddenly became somber. What's wrong? Daniel Reynolds? Died how? Paused for a few moments. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'll come over to pay my respects. He was a great man. Abby was a very close friend to him. He soon cut the connection and alerted his neighbors Alex and Jake that a friend in need was waiting for him. They also volunteered to go, and the word spread to Jenny and Gavin, to Laura, then Diana and Molly. The sergeant was more reluctant than anyone else who was willing to grieve with Ichabod. He never seemed to like the head of the FBI's Westchester branch, or even the artifact hunter for that matter. Neither did I. I didn't like Season 3's new characters very much, except for Joe. Maybe a little bit of Ezra. But since he was concerned and curious in how much Sleepy Hollow would change from the new political shift, as well as how it'll affect their mission, he eventually sucked it up and accepted to go to Reynolds' funeral. According to Sophie, she told the witness that it was scheduled for noon at the boneyard. What actually helped convince him more was that Diana, Alex, Jake, and even Molly were coming along. To Diana's credit, though, well, I suppose the funeral couldn't be any more convenient, she responded enthusiastically into her cell. Spring break has just started. We've been planning to take Molly to Sleepy Hollow so she could see the sights. Gavin did give her that idea until the vacation was over. Her daughter was overjoyed, but also a bit saddened from the news. And this was a risky move since her future vessel will also be present. The two weren't worried as Diana would meet Laura at the vault while she stands guard. I'm sure she's already visited Sleepy Hollow in the future, especially since she worked with the Four Horsemen. Dreyfus and Job must have shown her. By 11:45, everyone but two people rendezvoused a few feet away from the police department. The lots were undoubtedly crowded with mourners and associates of Danny's. Sophie was eagerly waiting for her friends, and they were all dressed to the nines. The men wore spiffy tuxes, the women were wearing short dresses, and Molly, close to her mom's side, had on the costume during that Revolution assembly. I wish I'd seen more of that. It was cute. The reunion was brief, and Sophie described Danny Reynolds as well as carrying the sad news. He had actually committed suicide, and his body was found last week in his own home. She theorized it may be possible that Sheriff Reyes may be the one to take his place as the head of the FBI in the Westchester branch. And Sophie could be the new sheriff, though it was still under discussion by the director, Walters. That was before he himself died by a demon several weeks ago. Ichabod and company knew it was done by Job when they were looking for the Philosopher's Stone's final piece. Sophie said Reynolds was in so much grief after Abby passed, wishing he wouldn't have been so strict, distant, and cold to her, as well as forcing her to make the decision to resign at one time. Sophie wanted Ichabod, Jenny, and Gavin to return to Sleepy Hollow and pay their respects. The Freemason recalled Gavin was hesitant since he didn't really have a good relationship with him either. Even though they never met, he held some grudges to him on how he was treating Abby. So did I. He deserves this. That if he was truly an old friend of hers, he would have been more understanding. You think? Eventually, both Jenny and Gavin via the camper met up with Sophia Foster. He donned on the same outfit he wore for Carolyn's tribute, while Jenny was wearing a short olive-colored dress. As soon as Gavin saw her, he seemed to be harboring some uncomfortable feelings towards her. Nevertheless, she managed to crack a smile to him after she embraced Jenny for a moment. Hey, Gavin, remember me? Oh, yeah, I remember you. I remember you as a damned lousy replacement for Abby Mills trying to take her job away. He was lucky they were out of earshot as he continued to rant from when she first quit to her sudden death. Ichabod and Jenny had held him back when he was closed in on her. Gabby took a few deep breaths. Looks like he hasn't forgotten about me. Amongst the lamenters, Gavin found a familiar path toward one of his most nostalgic places. He opened the two wide wooden doors and viewed the archives. He began to feel more at ease while he stepped in and gazed at the massive library. I thought I'd find you here. Oh, Jenny, I didn't know you followed me here. I took a wild guess. You always loved this place. Yeah, brings back a lot of memories. I wish we'd stop by here more often. Jenny reassured Gavin that it wasn't entirely Sophia's fault, nor Daniel's. Sophie felt saddened by the time of Abby's and Joe's deaths. In fact, it was revealed just last week that Daniel Reynolds killed himself from a drunken stupor. Sophie was there as his replacement since she was the most skilled out of all the recruits in case of an emergency. She figured that Danny ended his life and went in a downward spiral, wishing he was more supportive of Abby's decision since he had feelings for her, and was her old flame way back in the academy. Jenny also stated to Gavin that she too had some bitter feelings for Sophie since she assumed she was a rival when it came to artifact hunting, and she was uneasy since she worked for the FBI, who's more loyal to Reynolds. But she later realized if it wasn't for Sophie and her father Ezra, they never would have helped her find Ichabod. But you were in the Himalayas. She shortly left after Ezra, against Walter's wishes, revealed his location since he was held captive for a fortnight. And then there was John Wilkes Booth's Demon, which is the season 4 premiere. Nice comeback. And ironically, Brennan. No, wait. Is it Booth? No, it's definitely Booth. I forgot his first name, but Booth from Bones is actually John Wilkes' descendant. Go figure. Ugh. She reminded Gavin that Sophie never meant to take her sis's place as another FBI agent and tarnish her departure. After all, she did work for them after Nevins was abducted. Gavin had almost forgotten that. They hugged each other, and he thanked her for guiding him on the right path. It was just the same as meeting Ichabod for the first time. Misunderstanding. She offered him to come along and stand by during the funeral. They both immersed into the graveyard. Next to Reynolds' tombstone, there were the many sorrowers, as well as Ichabod and the others who were shielded by their officers. Some of them were even holding long guns, and by the time a bagpipe was playing Amazing Grace, Grace ordered the gunmen to shoot into the air as his casket lowered beneath ground. Clove's coffin was decorated with an American flag and an emblem representing the Federal Bureau of Investigation. By the time the pairing met again, Gavin immediately apologized to Sophie. She actually admired how much stronger he had become, both emotionally and physically. His friends really spoke highly of him, especially during that great time of loss. Team Witness decided to hang out at the good old archives, and much like the vault, Molly was intrigued. From there, Gavin gave Sophie a copy of the journals the gang collaborated. She was impressed by the results. From his rank from corporal to sergeant, to the fact that Crane was the head of Agency 355, to Jenny having a job as an artifact hunter, even the long story of the next chosen witness in Washington, as well as Dreyfus's downfall. Even she was baffled as to how and why Abby chose a kid to carry the mantle. Nevertheless, there was no answers, even now. Sophie actually saw the six of them revisit Sleepy Hollow briefly, but as usual, they were on the move, and she didn't get a chance to say hi. As they were in deep discussion of their mission from Ichabod being damned to Laura's involvement, Gavin suddenly saw his reflection in a mirror from his peripheral vision, although it wasn't himself staring back at him. He noticed that there was someone else who gave him a curious glance. He looked much like Gavin, but his outfit was different. He was wearing an olive green cap with a matching short-sleeved top and beige leather pants. Did you? Gavin looked back at his comrades, though they never budged. When he faced the mirror again, his reflection returned to normal. It was just probably my imagination, he thought as he shook his head. A day later, Molly and Jenny were absent from the group as she was showing the child witness to some of the most iconic spots of her journeys. Out of nostalgia and curiosity, Gavin returned to the same mirror and saw the mysterious person staring back. He murmured to himself, "Could this be a person from another time? Perhaps my common ancestor Leon?" Perplexed, both he and the stranger reached out a hand. When Gavin touched the glass, their hands met through a ripple. There was a surge going through his arm. He immediately backed away, feeling the warm buzzing aftershock. He looked down at his palm, which seemed unscathed. Then to the mirror, seeing only his own reflection. All of a sudden, his forehead began to squirm and move like someone messing around with a special effect. Oh. He held his poor head. He was throbbing with intense pain. Found himself screaming in agony as well. Then his eyes turned glossy and his voice was the same. What he said shocked his friends after he stormed to them and begged desperately, "Help me! I'm trapped within this time. I'm a restless spirit who wandered here. I found this fellow who looked exactly like me. I need to use his body for residence. I cannot find rest. Please, help." Gavin lost consciousness. He wound up in a circle at one of the tunnels located in the underbelly. His head was still in deep pain, and he noticed he was at the center of a devil's trap. He could have sworn it was the same chamber he saw Job in when Jenny demanded to know where the bar guest was. His body weighed like an anvil as he attempted to rise, but failed. His friends noticed his endeavor, and Ichabod was the first to come to him. Good thing Molly wasn't here to see this. Take it easy, Gavin. Shouldn't overexert yourself. Why do I always have to be intruded by a vengeful spirit? He sulked a little since this wasn't the first time. But this is different. Who was he? Gavin described who he saw back at the archives mirror. Ichabod? Could he really be my ancestor Leon? Freemason got the connection almost instantly. His mind flashed back to his earlier days in the Revolution. He was just enlisted as one of the freedom fighters assigned by General Washington, and he was embarking on a mission in Sleepy Hollow. There he saw a young blonde man wearing that same wardrobe Gavin just summarized. For a moment the stranger looked at him and he glanced back, but they never got a chance to meet. He did, however, notice he was a part of the militia, wearing a nervous expression. Yes, I remember now. Your brave great-uncle was involved in the war to avoid execution. I did see him there, in the platoon. It was actually thanks to your findings from your journal that put all the pieces together. But it was a dream I just had. And it was true. That tomb actually still exists. Sophie walked up to where Gavin lay. She read off the entry. Leon Lucas, October 15, 1760 to October 31st, 1781. Survived by his parents. He died on Halloween and before Cream was nearly killed in November. He was a captain during that time, and Leon was labeled as a volunteer and a low-class soldier, even by Brom Bones. As a reject, he wanted to avoid execution. Unfortunately, he dealt with a Hessian trooper during a stormy night, Brom said. He was able to light a cannon, shooting off his head while still being wounded. Eventually, Leon died as well. Crane was right. He really did die as a hero. He passed on his legacy to you. Jake, Alex, and Diana couldn't agree more. Just then Gavin's head ached sharply once more. Only this time he rose his head, revealing glossy, brighter eyes. Their irises were a faded amber, and his face was more ambient. He only looked squarely at the former historian. You! I saw you on the battlefield. You were riding a horse, as a Whig! His voice was less deeper than Gavin's, and he nodded in affirmation. I did a benevolent thing, and yet I can't find rest. I'm afraid I'm going to the next life. I'm afraid I'm going to the next life. I saw him in front of me. He knew he was referring to Gavin. That was your descendant standing before you, Mr. Lucas. His name is Gavin, and he was the one who led you out of that prison. Now, you are in him. I've a descendant? Indeed, he believed you possessed some special qualities. He still has a defective mind from birth, but he does have a fascination of the supernatural. He's a born warrior with a strong heart. Like you, he had been through quite a few tribulations considering he's handicapped, especially as far as his interests were concerned. This wasn't the first time Gavin housed a vicious ghost. He even had his legal guardian screw his mind, attempting to kill him, although Crane saved his life by expelling her. Yeah, much like you, Gavin clearly does idolize Crane, just as how you laid eyes on him. He's truly a hero, Leon. You shouldn't worry. Diana was at a loss for words. Ichabod spoke again. Leon, you have a choice. You shouldn't need to fear the great beyond. I am certain you will ascend into the heavens, where your family must be worried sick about you. I'm sure General Washington's awaiting you as well, as are the Mills ancestors. He quickly changed the subject, not sure if he knew Grace Dixon. Like them, what led a budding legacy, Leon. You paved Gavin's path on being a strong soldier, a humble person, and a lucky, courageous man. Just like you. He smiled. Leon returned the expression. Wow. I never knew that before. He is here to continue what you started, Leon. There is still a war brewing, a paranormal one. We think you passed on your greatest attributes to him, even a virtue, fortitude. And you may watch over him if given the chance, guide him to his destiny, and help him save others like you did before. You have this opportunity now, Leon. Are you sure it won't end up in the underworld? Maybe in limbo? Just have faith. Jenny came in with Molly. We've heard so much about you. There's no possible way you'd end up here anywhere else. Thank you, everyone, for showing me I'm not just a reject, but rather someone I always wanted to be. His body illuminated in a bright golden aura. Then his essence ascended, leaving a lifeless vessel behind. He looked up and saw a portal of a gentle sky above him. I guess this is it. Yes, Leon. Now accept your fate. You should never fear it. He watched him dissolve into the air as she rose to the peaceful hemisphere. That's what's going into heaven is like. can only hope so. All they did was look up the ceiling of the echoing chamber until Gavin began to stir. They recapped everything that transpired at Stid Molly during her travels. Later on it was official. During an interview, or rather a news break, Reyes became the new director of the FBI Westchester branch. She mentioned she'd keep Abby's spirit alive as well as the fallen Walters and Reynolds. And she also promised that Sophie would make a great replacement, especially as far as any unnatural occurrences. Sophia bid the team farewell, especially to Gavin, who had no hard feelings. Before she left them at the archive, she said that Walters was revealed to be a member of Agency 355, the same secret society which battled supernatural forces, which was founded by General Washington back in 1789. Although Ichabod was chosen as the leader before his death, she stated that Ezra knew about the organization and warned Ichabod that there are many members who lost their way. Whether Walters lost his way or not is unknown as of now, and being that she found that Ichabod was damned after he showed his pentagram, she hoped he wouldn't be one of those who were unfortunate. She wanted the others to look after Crane, and Gavin stated proudly they were chosen as guardians, holding the 7 sacred virtues, as it is their duty to protect and assist the witnesses. She could also assure them that the first Corbin file would be found soon, with her new squad combing the area. It was still spring break, and the group volunteered with pride they'd show Molly more significant spots around the city. The more she'd know, the more prepared she and Laura would be for the upcoming apocalypse. And perhaps find a solution to Ichabod's curse. Just then, a tall man with messy, short blonde hair and a frizzled mustache marched up to the road. His clothes were in tatters, almost looking like a complete bum. He stopped next to the road sign that marked he was in Sleepy Hollow. In a raspy voice, he said, "Finally, I've reached here. Jenny, you will soon be mine." I feel I should explain myself here. During season 3, I never liked Daniel Reynolds nor Sophie very much. While he's considered to be Abby's boss and her former lover during their academy years, the relationship got sour pretty quickly. First was his accusation on Jenny and Joe in hunting for a relic known as the Shard of Anubis. He clearly had no idea what Abby and the others were dealing with, nor did he care. But it just kept getting worse when he kept on questioning and forcing Abby to spill the beans. As a result, she resigned before she wound up in the catacombs. Then he sent out Sophie, and Gavin felt she was a spy of sorts, as well as Abby's temporary replacement, as if she was expendable. It was too far too late. By the time Danny realized their mission, since Abby and Joe were killed off anyway. So, as a sort of protest, I wanted him to be gone, like it or not. Fuck you, Fox. Although, my feelings for Sophie changed, and they were just... meh. So, she's the new sheriff of Sleepy Hollow, and it was rather interesting when I found on the wiki that Walters was in charge of Agency 355. Although the fate of the missing Corbin files is unknown, I still don't know what it is. Alright, Chapter 5 will be an interesting one. I'm sure you've already guessed who's the man marching into the city. Well, the next chapter should shed some light on the matter, and hopefully fill in more plot holes. I hate them! It's just as I always say. The plot holes are actually potholes in a story. No doubt. And here's an image of Gavin, as well as his ancestor Leon, while they were touching hands through the mirror. I tried my very best to mimic the outfit and Revolution, since he's part of the militia as a volunteer. So, what'll happen next with Nicole? Well, you'll find out later. Until next time, sleepyheads. another episode of Sleepy Hollow, the missing episodes. Last time, Leon Lucas was actually discovered, who happens to be Gavin Lucas's ancestor. And it turns out that Leon Lucas has actually given Gavin the virtue of fortitude, which was passed down not through his bloodline, but straight to him. And Gavin has dealt with a vengeful spirit who was lost in time and was afraid of the final judgment. Thanks to his new friend's convenience, especially with Ichabod, he was able to reunite with his family and his loved ones waiting for him in the heavens. He was afraid he might not be worthy of going there, but he did, and it restored Gavin. Meanwhile, we see a disheveled man who's approaching Sleepy Hollow. Who is he? Well, let's find out in this chapter, which I'm sure you already know who he is. So, here we are. Chapter 5, Holly Returns. Jeez, last chapter I came up with was back in January 31st, and this I came with June of last year. Well, actually, it was back in like 2017-ish. So a certain someone returns to Sleepy Hollow, a person that I just despise so much and want gone. The creator's pet Nick Hawley appears again. This time I'd resolved a huge plot hole he left back in Season 2. He was one of those things that soiled the series, aside from Katrina and Henry Parrish. He really needs to go. This time, for good. Again, TV tropes mention that. It was nearing the end of spring break. Gavin and Jenny were at the same diner where Abby and August hung out in a few years back. While they were sharing fries, with Jenny having the majority since she was a fry lover like her sis, they were discussing on what to do about Ichabod's predicament. Man, you really are a fry muncher. I guess it runs in the family, Gavin muttered while munching on cheese fries. He'd rather have them smothered with either melted cheese or chili, or at least dipped in a condiment instead of eating them regularly. Have you found a solution for Ichabod's deal yet? Well, the one thing I can say is probably the most effective. Crane may need to convert to a religion of sorts. Gavin wasn't really the religious type. So that means he has to worship Jesus or the Virgin Mary? Being that I have the virtue of faith, I suppose this is the best method. Well, we can't protect him 24/7. There must be an alternative aside from the 7 virtues. That's why I'm hoping for my employees to find a sacred object to do justice. A holy relic of some kind. He looked at her quizzically. Jenny, you can always find a holy relic. There are some crosses around, I'm sure. Not the cross, Gavin. I was thinking of the first ever cross for Crane, the one that's genuine and had some of Christ's blood encrusted on it. The one that was so powerful it's able to overcome any form of evil, even Lucifer himself. There was this legend of Dante Alighieri and his beloved Beatrice who gave it to him before he descended into hell. Oh yeah, I know about that. It took place during the Dark Ages. I've played a game about it and saw the movie that was bundled with it. I'm still trying to comprehend the poem, though. That cross helped the Crusader defeat the devil and restore Beatrice after she became his own wife. If we could just find it, it may be the key we're looking for. I know it's potent enough to lift Crane from his dire ordeal. He eventually walked away from Jenny after a happy talk about how much they really liked each other, how far they've come. While he headed to the restroom, he then bumped into an unexpected visitor, sitting at a different table. Both men gasped, and they glanced at each other for a few seconds. The stranger was actually Nick Hawley. Not you again! The young surgeon put his hands on his hips and confronted him. You! What the hell are you doing here? My, aren't you the inconsiderate one, Gavin? As always. Still hating me after the benevolent things I've done for you, Jenny, Crane, and Abby. I only came here to finish what I started. For your information, Abby is dead. Pandora and the Hidden One got to her over a year ago, and Ichabod went to Washington to find a new witness. You always are sneaky and receive a lot of gossip. You should know about this. Holly stood and marched up to his rival, towering over him by a few feet. Oh, yeah? And where is he now? Before they got into a fight in the middle of an aisle between other hungry patrons, Jenny broke them off and was also shocked to see him. Holly? Jenny. Thought I'd never see you again, faced her with a gleam in his eye. Hey, she's not here to flirt with you, Holly. Haven't you gotten enough women to do that? We have a mission to do. Yeah, let's go. We need to talk. As she brought both Fume's men back to her table, Nick explained he wanted to go to the Jeffersonian to get a collie statue to draw and slay Carmilla, whom he spotted in the nation's capital while in his old yacht. Jenny volunteered to bring Holly to Washington while also helping him retrieve his statue, even if she had to assist him on breaking through high-tech surveillance. Carmilla may be luring you into a trap. I remembered how crafty she was. After a brief flashback, she decided, all right, I'll take you to Washington in my camper, but I'm going to keep a close, keen eye on you. He accepted while Gavin would want to stay out. He refused to go with him there. So, as Jenny and Holly walked off as two reunited close buddies, he irritably punched in a number and called his friends on his cell outside the diner. Hey, it's me. You guys aren't going to believe what just happened. Although, Ichabod, Jenny, and I know who he is. Then, as the call ended, he walked solemnly toward the hotel they were staying in. The team, including Molly, awaited him in the lobby. Ichabod spoke up. Gavin, is it true Holly has returned to Sleepy Hollow? Yeah, it is true. After the talk, the quintet decided to go to Washington and follow Holly and Jenny to the Jeffersonian. Crane was a bit more enthusiastic since he'd never been there after he and Abby first met the forensic scientists Booth and Brennan. They all knew it'd be serious, especially if they may come across the patella again. I just love the Bones crossover. On both sides. They did a fantastic job. Wish we could do this again. He decided to drive the sergeant to his apartment where he can gather his weapons while Diana drops Molly off at her house and Laura, who was guarding over the vault, would head off with them. During the drive in his Indigo Durango, Gavin discussed about his probable solution on reversing his curse as Jenny's employees try to get the Holy Cross that Dante and Beatrice once possessed. Though the Freemason was impressed about the reference of the Italian epic, and he felt there'd be a good chance to no longer be damned, they had their doubts on where to find it. When in Rome? Or Italy? They wondered. Gavin almost forgot to mention the Jeffersonian was bombed over a month ago. Ichabod and Diana recalled seeing a news break about it. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to make any contact with survivors, including Booth and Brennan, due to confidentiality purposes. Which is actually the Bones series finale. Not too crazy about it, but Thankfully they were alright, despite Brennan's brain trauma and amnesia. He found out that they both retired and construction had been discontinued, making the museum an easy target. Meanwhile, Laura discussed about the monster they were dealing with as she scavenged through the vault files while taking via a cellular. Listening to it on Ichabod's hands-free gizmo, it turned out Holly was off to find the Vajrayogini statue of Kali, which was displayed as a sketch in a tablet. The Indian god was the polar opposite of Shiva, and it was known to be a deity of merciless destruction, time, change, and power. Thank you for traumatizing me, Temple of Doom. The artifact in particular was the cause to not draw a Vitala, but to actually make more of its kind instead of being the cure, which was once misbelieved. I just hate the season 2 episode Kali Yuga. Hate it. Gavin and Ichabod were already aware of that fact, but the surgeon was hardly paying attention as he gave an empty stare. The witness said the Vatila was an undead human being of Hindu lore that serves Kali, who was named as the goddess of death and regeneration. Laura went on as the Vatila appears to be human unless provoked, as they have long sharp fangs that has venom to cause paralysis, blackout with ringing ears, and weakened strength. Almost like that dinosaur from Jurassic Park, the Dilophosaurus. Ichabod mentioned the telltale sign of a Vatila was an X-shaped scar in a certain part of the body. Female witness described they have blue snake-like eyes. It could be enticing to look at while in human form. Aside from the access to spot, the markings on their bodies are similar to a vampire's, and much like them, they feed on blood. They also possess super strength and enhancing hearing. They attack in pairs and are never alone. They're willing to sacrifice themselves for their master, and their loyalty is strong, like a family's or a close friend's. Holly could be one to Pines. Both a former history professor and his associate said the godmother of Nick Holly was Pines, and any person such as him could be turned into a Vatila using an artifact called the Statue of Kali, and by reciting an ominous chant. Laura said it was possible that Pines had exposure to the statue and later did Holly, since she's known as a vengeful spirit that can possess super speed, indestructibility, and regenerating. She can, however, be killed by silver knives, like the demon slayer Delilah's dagger, and also open flames. The duo remembered using iron tips of Ichabod's signature crossbow and Abby's lighter, but she escaped. Laura figured the only way is to destroy the statue, leaving her vulnerable, and make their move directly. Plus, cauterization would also be key. By the time they arrived at the vault, Ichabod, Laura, and Gavin told Alex, Diana, and Jake about their past encounters, since they never knew Holly nor his guardian. She first killed a man in Miami, and then she raised Nick when he was 12 as his godmother. The two, along with Jenny and Abby, first met Holly around the same time as Jenny got exposed to a Judas coin. Gavin remembered Ichabod mocking him as a privateer, especially after his lousy motivation, while the men and the witnesses were searching for the Pied Piper and his 10-year-old victim. Yeah, you said so in your journal, Gavin. That was when you lost your temple over Sarah Lancaster's mom and harbored bitter feelings for Holly. We all did, excepting Jenny, who still had feelings for him, especially since Ichabod labeled him as such. He was pretty much right. Even though he saved Abby's life from drowning in a library, which was when Ichabod observed CPR, Gavin still saw him as a worthless. He even couldn't stand to be near him while they were charged to watch over the imprisoned horsemen of death during Moloch's breakthrough. Holly seemed very courageous and helpful, but he's turned on not just by the paranormal, but also women and money. He flirted with many girls, even the succubus. At one time at the Knox Vault during a Mexican standoff with Hines, Holly asked to let the witnesses go in exchange for his services instead of attacking his soon-to-be hostage, Jenny, who was unwavering love interest. Even still, he wasn't able to persuade Abby's heart, though. Thus this might state her influence, the Vitella's influence over him. Since Carmela's escape and in order to redeem herself, he left Sleepy Hollow for a couple years on his journey to find and kill Pines. However, he actually became a victim to Pines, and the Kali statuette is the driving force of their menace. So if we don't hurry, that means, Ichabod reassured him as if he's reading his mind. Do not fret, Gavin. We won't let Miss Jenny become the next victim. Being that Holly was an expert of the supernatural, Team Witness knew would be a daunting task, especially since he's ready, willing, and able to defend Carmilla, even if it costs his own life. As if the Kraken's influence wasn't bad enough. Laura strategized she could use her Atlantean crystals to slow her down. It's quite fortunate since Holly and Pines don't know who they're dealing with this time around, nor would they expect a talented, well-coordinated warrioress from the distant dystopian future. In addition, the virtues may give us a chance as well, which means it means we must stick together. When the seven symbols unite, evil beware of its plight. As soon as Crane started the phrase, their backs of their hands lit up with that seven-sided crystal. Trigato's advice rang in their ears, and he promised, "His word shall not be in vain." Since silver knives were super effective, Pokemon for the win, Alex decided to forge replicas of Delilah's dagger. She gladly gave the original to Laura, and the team prepared themselves while Jenny parked her camper in a distant small patch of woods. "Why are we stopping here, Holly?" "I just need to get something from my yacht, which should be close by. Follow me." The trek was less than a mile toward the lake. He climbed in and took out two outfits belonging to carpenters. They consisted of a pair of yellow hats. "Where did you get these, Holly?" "Oh, I figured we needed a disguise to slip through the construction site. It's not occupied as of yet. Good thing I got a bargain on these." "I hope it's the right size." Her overalls and boots were snug against her body, and the hard hat was uncomfortable as it was nearly squeezing her scalp. "I guess." As soon as they donned on their disguises, they pressed onward. They came across an empty site as soon as they smelt fresh sawdust. They marched onto thick pillars of wood. Stakes were poking out of the ground floor for the walls. Some slanted pillar upward to form triangular and dome-like ceilings. They hardly noticed the empty cranes and trucks surrounding the perimeter. Little did they know that within the machinery, each of the construction workers was sleeping on the job, stained with blood. Leading the way, Holly found a shaded pit, and they descended into the abandoned catacombs. Some of the debris were cleared out, showing some artifacts that were both broken and intact from Kovac's blast. Again from the Bones finale. As soon as he saw the Kali statuette in the center of all the rubble, Holly grew fascinated with it, as if he felt he drew power from the goddess of chaos just as soon as he saw it standing proudly in the center. It was as if someone set it there for easy retrieval this whole time. "I can't believe we made it this far without meeting the Vitala again." Jenny actually wished Gavin and Crane were here. "Or so you have." A woman wearing a long, tight fuchsia dress emerged from the shadows. She immediately lunged at Jenny, digging her purple black nails into her neck. Holly just stood there, much to Jenny's dismay. Pines lowered her dress, revealing her slim back with an enormous letter X, showing shiny, sharp fangs. Blood trickled down from Jenny's neck, and she just stared at Holly in horror. "It was all a trap! Holly, why?" She was shell-shocked by the impact and her paranoia. Then it came to her. "You're one of them, aren't you?" The treasure hunter casually laid a hand on the illuminating statue. "Lucky guess," wiggling his tongue as forked as he himself hissed. There was the same dark teal X on his forehead. "Blood ties are fairly important. I learned from the best, remember? From my dear godmother, Carmilla. If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't be where I am now. I reckon this was my true calling after my parents died in that car crash, when she raised me as her own son. Now I'm glad to return her favor." Still crouching to her victim, Pines took in the praise. Blood is thicker than anything in existence, as is family. I'm so glad you've returned to your senses and found your identity." "Indeed I have." Just then his face wrinkled as his teeth changed into razor-sharp pointed fangs. Jenny was even more frightened. "I should be the one for you, Jenny, as I have been almost all your life. You had a tragic one, have you? Always being cooped up in that mental asylum, and for falling for your sister and your partner Joe. You shan't live in despair no longer, for you will have a brand new life, returning to my side and having power, corruption, hunger for it, and an undying loyalty to me. You will have it soon enough. The transition will be quick and painless. Carmilla knocked the hat off, which actually got the wind out of her. Holly, my son, activate the statue and perform the ritual. Your loved one shall be one of us. She bit down hard on the wound. He knelt down as he made an incantation. She tried to break free, but she was losing energy by the minute, and her vision was growing darker. Carmilla's ears perked like a dog's. Holly, we got company. Jenny! Sure enough, it was Gavin with his iron arm blades drawn. His mentor arrived beside him with his crossbow and a flaming dart. Ah, Gavin and Crane, you boys are just in time. Holly, what has become of you? I knew you were greedy and cocky, but why this? It was my mission to look for Carmilla in order to find redemption, but she gave me a new, more promising promotion. You should know this since you've wanted and have failed to meet your family's expectations. You bastard! Then he stared at Jenny's helpless body being sucked by pines like a ravenous leech. Let her go, or you'll pay! I've been longing to rid the likes of you. Try as you might, you can't stop us! As he ran to the pair, the surgeon dove in and tackled him to the floor, pinning and forcing them away from her. His power of suggestion failed to convince them. Ichabod fired the dart, but it missed Carmilla by a hair as she used her speed to make the illusion she teleported behind him. She smacked him and he went down. Then Alex, Jake, and Diana came into the fray while Gavin and Holly were still rolling around. With his new strength, Holly managed to crush Gavin's arms beneath him. He tried to move him, but it was like being weighed by intense gravity. Finding what he needed, he kicked him in the groin, stunning the beast. He smacked him a few times across the face as if it was being caned. However, it was proven ineffective as Holly sneered while his damaged skin became whole. So you can regenerate! The trio tried to get Carmilla off Ichabod, but her body remained firm. Then Alex took out and stabbed her in the back with one of her Delilah dagger replicas. However, her loss of blood was temporary, as her sleek back concealed the wound. It was enough for the Freemason to break free, though. In a blink of an eye, Carmilla seamlessly knocked everyone down with immense speed, one after another. The same with Holly to Gavin. Suddenly there was a sound of glass being shattered, and thick blue mist covered the ruined battlefield. Laura was the last of the group, and her Atlantean crystal slowed down the flow of time temporarily. She soon ran toward the Kali statue and stabbed it with the original blade, deactivating its luster and spell. She made it toward Carmilla and did the same infliction to her heart. From the wall she plucked out the dart with delicacy and ignited the main Vitella's decayed vessel just before the gem's abilities wore off. Carmilla squealed in agony, and Gavin found his chance from her startled, mindless sleep. It's either her or you! He took out the demon slayer. Just then Ichabod stopped him as his left arm burned. No, Gavin! He had a vision of a hellhound dragging his powerless body by his bleeding, ripping legs, and he said Gavin's fate could lie in the fifth circle wrath for his hatred towards Holly. He recalled an earlier account when the pentagram glowed and burned with his service for the Kraken, noticing the heart devil. Gavin backed down, which gave Holly the chance to recover and storm toward Jenny. No! Gavin was desperate to save her, although someone else had the upper hand. Laura finished the job as she threw the dagger straight into Holly's heart. Now, Gavin! He did as he was told when he ignited him with his lighter, and he went down and crumbled like a ton of wet rocks, just like Carmilla. Gavin caught his breath as he felt shocked that his soul would be claimed by the Hellhound and taken to the Wrath Ring. I can't believe this. Is my soul really going to be damned like yours? Ichabod looked at his arm again. The pentagram never ignited when he lighted Holly like a Christmas tree. I suppose not. You've done this out of protection than anger. All because you've landed the final blow. Although his heart clenched at the fact that a brave warrior that had fallen into darkness was gone, he embraced the weakened Jenny for comfort. Gavin? Have I been infected? No, you haven't. But Holly and Pines are gone. She lowered her head in sadness. Close to tears, he apologized profusely in killing him with Laura, though it was the only way to save her. After listening to it, she actually confessed she was so young, stupid, and naive to fall for him. She thought they'd have something in common since they were both into artifacts, and at the time when she had bitter resentment for Abby, he was the only person she could count on while being caged at Tarrytown. Ichabod walked over and she put her arms around him, saying that it wasn't her fault, and letting Holly be manipulated by his lethal legal guardian. By the time she calmed down and began to slur, Ichabod and Gavin began to lift her on their shoulders. "Where's your camper?" Diana said she saw the tire tracks enter a small forest less than a mile back. She then reported the constructor's missing bodies. The yacht along with its goodies would be sold to the highest bidder, but it would only be for charity. Alex made this idea since she wielded a virtue. When they finally got to the camper, and with a stroke of luck when her key slipped out of her pocket, Gavin unlocked the door while Ichabod carried her and laid her down gently on a bed. She was down on her back, and he ordered Gavin to look for garlic. This was a close improvisation as a remedy to treat a vitilla wound, even though it was more of a vampire's. Ichabod washed the bite with soap and water. He advised it'll do nothing to stave off signs of infection, but may serve to prevent infection and calm down the bit victim. When Gavin gave him the garlic from the fridge, he diced it into small bits and wetted them along with a nearby washcloth. Then covered the area on her neck with a cool compressed rag soaked in garlic extract, which was designed to minimize swelling and vampirism. Yes, I know it burns. We'll take care of that. You'll be better in no time at all. After several quiet minutes, while they looked over Jenny and her vital signs, Gavin lectured with Ichabod. They were lucky her breathing and heart rate didn't drop, and eventually the irritations decreased. I've heard about the anger ring. Does that mean people will be damned if they possess these feelings? Ichabod applied a bandage that was wrapped 2 to 4 inches above the bite in order to help slow the spread. This cut off the flow of blood, and the band was loose enough to slip a finger under it. He used a suction device placed over the bite to draw the vampire's saliva out of the wound without making a scar. It all depends on how it is used, Gavin. Those that have repressed passive anger are submerged in the river Styx. Those that are actively aggressive remain on the surface. It is sinful to have an uncontrollable rage and to have a longing feeling of harm towards others. Gavin sulked, feeling that he once had those feelings for his own guardian Lolita, which you'll see in the Demon from Within. He laid a calm hand on his shoulder. It's all in the past now, Gavin. She's already been vanquished because of her rage, much like Carmilla. But in the future, you need to be self-aware in how you use that anger. However, since it was for protection to Miss Jenny, you can't be damned for your actions. Laura made the assault on him, as did you before she was irreversible. She'll be all right. I hope so. Meanwhile, at a distant, desolate location, 4 enormous caskets rested on the forest floor. One of them had its lid open, and out popped a hand. It looked human, but his face was suited in a creepy steel mask. When it was removed moments later without using his hands, it revealed an elderly man wearing spectacles, a wrinkly, sinister face, and short gray hair. He responded, "At long last, I'm finally free from my resting place. Soon we will roam the earth and rule it with our true master. The hour of our reign and absolute annihilation shall commence in due time." Damn, it took me so long to write and finish this tricky, strenuous chapter. We now see one of our old adversaries make his next move. I'm sure you guessed who it is. Of course, this does have reference to one of my least favorite episodes of Season 2, Kali Yuga. Whether it be the creator's pet Holly having unfinished business with Vitella, her being his legal guardian, Camilla Pines, the troubled relationship between him and Jenny, the traps of Fort Knox, Abby keeping Orion's souvenir behind Ichabod's back. Ugh, I just hate it! Good freaking riddance to both of them. Ugh, hate it, I hate it, I hate it. I also made a reference to the finale of Bones. I wasn't a huge fan of the series, excepting that it had a neat crossover. But the Jeffersonian was mentioned in both terms. I can't be sure about the future of the Jeffersonian and the characters still, since I don't know the series well. So I kind of made this into a piece under construction that was discontinued instead. And yes, Supernatural is mentioned of Attila, and without the info from the wiki, I'd be stuck. So, thanks? In TV tropes, one of the solutions to reverse a deal with the devil is to convert into religion. Although that is a good method, I still think there should be another way. From this moment on, I'm completely stuck on writer's block, which I was at the time. I've already written the climax, which I did back in March of 2017, which was before the F-Zero epic. So, yeah. I pretty much got it all set up. Let's hope I'll do these recitals in the future. Until then, this is the Ecron Writer signing out. Farewell, sleepyheads. Hey guys, this is the Ecron Writer here. Welcome you back to another missing episode of the missing episodes of Sleepy Hollow. Last time, Holly has actually returned to Sleepy Hollow. Well, actually, in this case, Washington. And he was actually infected by the Vitella because they actually work in pairs. So he actually teamed up with his godmother, Carmelia Pines, whom he was looking for back in Season 2. And it was the episode that I hated, Kali Yuga. So, yeah, there's that. And they were both annihilated by Team Witness, and Jenny actually confessed her true feelings, that it was just a dumb idea. They were both artifact hunters, and they thought they had so much in common, until Nick Holly's betrayal. So, she has herself to blame while she got treated for the Vitella bite. So, now that all the plot holes are being resolved, so what's next? Well, let's find out, shall we? Alright, hold on just one sec. Alright, Episode 6, Blood Moon Riseth. And hold on, let me just move this down. Wasn't quite ready for this. Alright. As the title may suggest, this is pretty much foreboding, a foreshadowing of things to come. Chapter 6, Blood Moon Riseth. As Washington entered into dusk, a full moon that looked like an enormous tangerine rose over. It was a full one, and as it ascended, it grew as dark as a tomato, then in a deep crimson as it appeared to be bleeding in a night sky. Jake and Alex inside the vault were a few of the first who saw its climb and sinister look. The engineer just shrugged it off as a lunar eclipse and a simple blood moon that would only last a few hours, and just stay full for about a week. The archivist, on the other hand, was more paranoid and nervous, as he thought this was one of the most omnipresent signs from the Book of Revelation, whereas more of the tribulations are about to begin, a calm before the storm. He desperately wanted to make preparations while they still can before the dark stuff would really hit the fan. The next day at Molly's house, Diana was skimming over the channels. Almost every one featured a news break of foreign conflicts that have worsened. HLN, the Fox News Network, CNN, and others were hammered with them. She became more and more wary of the world around her, and for a moment she had a brief thought of her distant ex-husband Mitch Talbot, which she would find out in whatchamacallit, Locos de Parentis, something like that. But he was also missing in action in Laura's timeline, so there's that. Since he was a Marine, much like her, she made a promise to herself several years back to never open her feelings to no one, that she'd stay strong to her missions and training, and to never let her innards manifest. Until she met Mitch, eventually fell in love with him, and was conceiving Molly. As a result, she left the forces and settled down without him. Instead of going with her, he refused and decided to stay and defend the country without any reprieve. Molly hardly knew her old man outside of the bar guest that Dreyfus created. And from their distant relationship, a divorce transpired and he hardly made any contact with the girls. Unless he would justify the common excuse, if he remembers to. The last time Diana heard of him was a few weeks back. He said he was shipped off to war fighting ISIS. Her reverie was interrupted by a shrill chirp, only it belonged to her own cell phone. She picked it up and received a call from a vehement tone. It was one of her associates in Homeland Security. "Miss Thomas, I have some terrible news. Is your daughter here?" "No, she's already at school." "Then this is going to be harder than I anticipated. Captain Mitch Talbot has been reported dead. Shot by an ISIS terrorist. The full autopsy would be revealed once we ship him back to Washington. I'm deeply sorry for your loss." Diana didn't really have anything to say. Her throat tightened as she lowered her head. She wasn't sure how she can break the news to Molly. Still, she took a hard swallow and maintained a strong composure. "Understood. I'll alert Molly whenever possible." The lunar eclipse, an occurrence of a full moon in which it shakes behind the earth, and while the sun faces towards it, the three celestial bodies are in syzygy, meaning the female scientist teacher coughed into her sleeve before resuming the lecture. Molly was sketching one inside a notebook while absorbing some of the knowledge and ignoring the precarious looks from her students. It was unsettling as the class was constantly being interrupted by spells of coughing and at times brief wheezing. Of course, a full moon cannot affect people's emotions and make them irritable and cranky, just to change the tides, and the phenomenon itself can only last a few hours, yet still be viewed anywhere in the night sky. This isn't to say it would cause any fantastical occurrences like werewolves or changing the world's outlook. Just then there was an announcement saying there would be an early dismissal due to most of the faculty getting sick. At least that was what the principal claimed, who was also coughing up a storm. It was only 1:35. The teacher let her students be and reminded them to do their research concerning the eclipse. Molly, however, was a bit more preoccupied while she was packing, as if there was more to it than just a temporary sighting. She heard it happen last night and later had appeared in one of her random visions. For her, it was a foreshadowing. The bus dropped her off at the corner of the street. She walked toward her house and told Diana as she was walking in about the early dismissal. Her mom looked somber and laid some firm hands on her shoulders as she lowered herself. "Molly, something terrible happened to your dad. Mitch was fighting against ISIS and one of them shot him. He was presumed dead since last night." Kid's face dropped, her eyes widened in disbelief. "What do you mean? He's gone? My father's gone?" Diana held her close and hugged her tightly. The cat really got her tongue, though she made some reassuring words. "I never wanted this to happen. I was hoping he'd return so we may be a family again, albeit distant. But we can't. I'm sorry." Molly cried within her arms. Even though she just took in the fact she'd never see her father again, she felt there was a connection of sorts. Meanwhile, at Gavin's apartment, his PlayStation View was also being crippled, as it broadcast reruns and massive marathons of shows and movies he hated. Casino, mafia-related shows including Mob Wives, many reality shows, every Teen Titans Go, The Walking Dead, and even some news breaks of various international conflicts were displayed without end. Ugh! He shut it off with a grunt and switched on his Windows 7 laptop. As he accessed the web, he noticed that his server was on the slow side. The signal strength was high, but no matter where he went, there was nothing but buffering as he tried to surf. Gavin noticed he could hardly navigate the internet anymore. Some sites were being throttled, such as useless realty and political sites, while others, like his personal preferences, were running at a snail's pace. There was the startling answer once he finally got to a news site to see what was going on, which only took a second to appear with the message, "Net neutrality has failed." Agent was smiling brightly to him in the large photograph of the Oval Office. He slammed his fists. What? What the hell? I can't surf the sites and transfer data anymore? I can't watch anything? His face was turning as red as a beet while his knuckles turned white and his teeth were clenched tightly. Just then there was an unexpected tap on his door. He opened it and his landlady approached him. She informed him that his rent was jacked up to $20 more than the original price. At first it was around $250 a month, and his paycheck from the Historical Society were a bit tumultuous but doable. They weren't as stressful as his previous occupation, but he wondered how he could continue to support himself. In addition, Gavin recently got canned from his part-time position as an archivist since he had no seniority. Damn you cutbacks in this asinine economy! What the hell is the world coming to? From a jingle on his computer, he received an urgent message saying there was a meeting at the vault. He typed back that he doesn't have a ride. He has to communicate through telecom. As a response, a friend's phone displayed the vault. The LTD screen was able to show it from a desk. "You're ready to go, Gavin." The sergeant spoke to the screen, which in turn talked to the redhead. "Thanks, Alex. I hope I'm able to access you and my friends in the future. Net neutrality is dead now. Hey, where's Diana?" He noticed everyone was here excepting the head of Homeland Security. With a frown, she gave him the news that Mitch had passed during armed combat. He never had any personal encounters with Molly's dad, and in the far back, Laura seemed to be feeling the slight pang of upset as much as he was. "Never really knew my old man, except when he started as a bar guest." Ugh. Oh, hold on a sec. Ugh. Damn it. Ugh. Hold on a sec. Fucker. Alright. "I never really knew my old man, except when he started as our bar guest. He hardly ever comes, and he really tries to be supportive and caring. He's not a heartless man, but it's kind of forgettable if I were to compare him to Dreyfus." The rest of them felt sorry for Molly and Diana having to endure the pain. "I guess this has to do with the blood moon." Everyone looked at him funny, though Ichabod was serious. "You may have a point, Mr. Wells. There was one that Alex and I saw last night. We monitored it, and it seems to never change, even while it was setting. This is not good." It never changed its appearance. It was still full and maintained the same redness as it did while it was ascending. Which could mean one of the prophecies in the book of Revelation. "Indeed it is." Everyone gasped. They couldn't have presumed this. The next tribulations could be too much to bear. "How many has it been now? 2? 3? "There were 3, Alex. The first one was Moloch, the Demon King residing from purgatory. My sister and I first saw him when we were teenagers, wandering the woods. When I worked with August Corbin, he said this was the first tribulation. After I escaped from Tarrytown, I learned about the war. Yeah, I first saw him before Ichabod and I saved Abby, when she decided to trade her soul for Katrina's. And man, he really did a doozy on her when he was trying to escape. Fortunately, he was slewed by Henry, but I was knocked out cold after that duel I had with him. The Bible said there are 7 tribulations, and Moloch was undoubtedly the first, causing chaos in Sleepy Hollow. And then, about a year later, there was Pandora and the Hidden One. It was hard for Gavin and Jenny to explain, so the Freemason led the conversation. It was said that Moloch and the Hidden One were all about getting powerful for their glory. It was said that Moloch and the Hidden One were all about getting powerful for their glory. Malcolm Dreyfus was searching for glory and power also. It's safe to assume that Dreyfus was the 3rd tribulation. The other 4 tribulations could be after the same thing as well. Can Gospodor count as another tribulation? Ichabod thought of this for several minutes. Apparently he and Gavin and Jenny were the only ones who knew about him and his darkness spreading over the city. However, she hardly remembered the demon and his destruction, and Gavin never encountered him personally since he was busy protecting Chief Turgado, who was conjuring a reversal. Thus the Freemason was the only one who knew him all too well, and he later came up with a statement. I think not. Gospodor only did a small scale of glory and chaos. It was an isolated incident, as it was only citywide. The tribulations are full-scale threats. We may be at the mercy of the Great Tribulation now, as we've already been through 3 out of 7 trials. We must be ready. Then sadly informed everyone that only Washington's Bible and Revelation weren't completed since there was still more evil to deal with, especially during the Revolution. In the end, there was Moloch, Pandora and the Hidden One, and lastly Dreyfus and Job. And finally the Great Tribulation, known as the second half, along with Lucifer himself. Jake figured that maybe the horsemen themselves can make their own, like they did in the original Bible itself. According to him, Eastern Orthodoxy treated the text as describing simultaneous contemporaneous events and the prophecy of the events to follow them afterwards. The contemporaneous events were a form of foreshadowing, much like the blood moon. They rejected attempts to determine if the events of Revelation were to occur by mapping them onto present-day events, taking to heart the scriptural warning against those who proclaim he is here prematurely in the case of harrowing Jesus. Instead, the book is seen as a warning to be spiritually and morally ready for the ending times, whenever they may come, so it wouldn't be like the said passage as a thief in the night, as if catching believers off guard. Ichabod added that they will come, however, at the time of God's, or in this case Lucifer's, choosing, not something that can easily be predicted nor deduced by mere mortals. But we can! It was a puzzle for Team Witness to solve. The female witness said that Diana took the news breaks into account. There were still some ongoing wars such as the Somalia War in Africa from '91, along with many others within the torn country. The Mexican drug war was also accounted for. So was the conflict in Afghanistan, which had been ongoing since the late 1970s, before Osama took over. Then there was the 2003 Iraqi conflict and ISIS, amongst others. Instead of attacking Team Witness directly, the world would affect us indirectly. When he awakened, Crane's pentagram brightened, sensing something was wrong. He had a strong inclination the Onondagas would be affected in some way. I shall visit Basin Falls and meet with the new Chief Falcolor. Jenny decided to go with her artifact hunters in hopes to find the cross. Laura volunteered to go with her in case the changes would hinder them, or if worse comes to worse, the horsemen may be around. Alex and Jake chose to stay and modify their weapons, including the daggers, the silver crossbow, and the rifle. Hey, what about me? Ichabod walked up toward the LCD screen. wearing a glum expression. "Gavin, forgive me, but because of the dire predicaments, you might want to relocate to Washington." I knew it. "But first, I need to visit Basin Falls to check on the Onondagas. Laura will go with Miss Jenny and meet up with her artifact hunters." "Would you care to go with me?" "Do I need to bring over my Battlehawk wardrobe?" He stuttered at the thought. Although he was labeled as the Battlehawk of Light, he still can't forget the time Henry brainwashed him. Sensing his uneasiness, "No, you don't have to. I'm certain the tribe wouldn't be interested in hypnotizing you again. We have bigger shoes to fill." Gavin accepted, and Ichabod said he'll meet him at his apartment and to make sure he brings some clothing, some non-perishable food, his weapons, and whatever else to prepare for what's ahead. Because there were agonizing thoughts that Gavin no longer had a job, and since the rapture was close at hand, he started pacing around, not sure whether he would be staying at Jenny's camp or Ichabod's flat. It's quite uncertain since Laura also needed residence. He wondered where she was staying all this time since she returned to D.C. Perhaps the vault, he thought. Then he got to work. Meanwhile, the TV journalists were getting more anxious as they reported intense natural disasters occurring across the globe. From snow in Egypt to Gulf Fall-sized hailstorms to tornadoes in Los Angeles, Diana figured it could be part of Death's plot to wreak havoc and stall the witnesses. She tried to disregard her grievances for the moment. Luckily, Molly was upstairs, not seeing her mom rushing around. She asked her when she got to the foyer, "Molly, are you okay up there?" "Yeah, Mom. I'll be all right." She was so busy sketching the image of the lunar eclipse. "I'm going to be leaving to gather some extra supplies. Jake and Alex said they'll be on their way here. Something about modifying our weaponry. You have my number if anything should come up?" "Yeah, I do. Bye." Diana agreed with Molly that preparations must be made for the oncoming rapture. For one, she believed in her agonies when she mentioned the tribulations were about to take effect. Both of them had been at it for hours, and she decided to take any precautions. Most of the politicians created tension, but since there were some firm believers in the White House, it was imperative for her to make haste. In her bedroom, Molly skipped a few pages and literally scribbled on her notebook of all the possible connections. Death, famine, pestilence, war. She even called her friends to gather some super soakers. Shortly after Jake and Alex rang the doorbell, Molly rushed downstairs to answer it. "Molly, are you ready? We just saw your mom leave." "Yeah, she's just getting some supplies for us. Some food, water, the usual necessities." "Are you sure the vault is safe?" "We're positive, sweetie. Now about your super soaker." She looked at her partner irritably. "Yes, it's in my room," she stormed. "Why did you want her to get a child's toy? I didn't even know she had one." "She just got a great idea. It won't be easy to get the contents. She wants to make them into holy water soakers." "So you're going to use a super soaker as a weapon? Great idea, Jake." "It'll be a piece of cake, Alex." Several hours later, Gavin and Ichabod were arriving at Basin Falls. The van's back seats were packed to the brim with bulky objects, bags, and a few tight suitcases. During the ride, Ichabod explained to Gavin that he must relocate to Washington and perhaps live in the vault since the tunnels were so spacious. He promised him that he'll return to Sleepy Hollow for last-minute belongings and say goodbye to Sophie, his dad, and Ezra. He also hoped that the Onondagas were smart enough to migrate, and even they would reside within the secret passages of the temporary sanctuary, perhaps guard over it as well. If the Christians have found a haven known as the Church to protect themselves from the rapture, then we shall do the same too. Eventually the surgeon agreed with his plan, although he was doubtful what church Ichabod was referring to. By another hour he parked his car and they set foot into the valley. Gavin remembered the attractions from the reservation which he saw in front of him as they were walking along. "You must stay focused, Gavin. We need to find the village like you did a few years ago. We must consult with the new chief. He can help us." The trek was unusually silent from what they were used to. No crowds, no drums, no small creatures chirping. Ichabod led Gavin the way and they eventually went to a clearing. They seemed to have the same thought. "Looks like nothing's changed." They marched up to the gigantic teepee at the center, and Gavin could have sworn he heard something that made him turn his head. They noticed most of the tents were barren, and they came before the new chief tent. They stopped abruptly before he greeted his visitors. "Greetings, Soren Crane! And I see you brought your friend over. Welcome back, Battlehawk." Without hesitation, Gavin knelt down low, and Ichabod did his signature bow. They rose up, and Ichabod introduced him as Falcolor. He looked to be in his mid to late 30s, and his squinting eyes appeared serious, but keen as any bird of prey, and the irises appeared as blue as deep clear sky. Ichabod mentioned Falcolor was chosen among a few others by himself after Turgotto passed on. He may not have a sense of prudence, but he's very devoted to his legacy and people. He was said to possess similar attributes to the falcon, such as speed and agility, keen eyesight, and is very adaptable. From the looks of things, he does admire blue. From his markings to his broad headband and feathers, his hair was much like its crest. He donned cerulean war paint from the edges of his face while also having red paint covering and surrounding his eyes. Much like Turgotto, he wore a white headdress and a plethora of feathers that had different shades of blue. Finally, he wore a cobalt headband with an emblem of a large bird on it. He stood up from his perch and replied, "It's great to see you again, Soren Crane, but I believe you may be too late. Some of our pets and tribesmen have disappeared. Most of the children and the women became sick and infertile. Some of my warriors even died as they fought off an increase of ravenous beasts. We have never seen such a terrible travesty befall us. It was as though the world has gone mad. I believe this has something to do with the blood moon last night. I'm deeply sorry for your loss, Chief Falcolor. If only we'd get here sooner. No need to blame yourselves. I am certain my men have escaped to the great city. However, it will not be easy to stay discreet. Let's just hope they'll be too distracted by the drastic changes, including the fatal wars throughout the world." Gavin looked up and saw a wooden statue of a gigantic hawk. "Hey, I didn't know you were into falconry." "They have been since I've chosen Falcolor." He explained he took in a family of falcons and hawks while they were dying from diseases, as well as a few orphaned wolf and fox cubs. They seemed to give the tribe, especially the kids, some good company after Turgotto passed. "Quickly! We mustn't linger here. I was waiting for your arrival, but my people have already left. One of the shamans said 2 horses are coming, one red and one pale. War and death. We must go." Before they did, they noticed Gavin was paralyzed, then hunching over and holding his head in anguish. "Not again!" The Freemason asked what was wrong. "It's these accursed drums again! I need to block them out!" "It's Henry Parrish. He's here. Gavin, listen to me. You must resist him. We are at stake here. We need you with us." He encouraged him to fight the urge as if he felt not too long ago. "Falcolor, keep him still. I need to face whoever's out there," he replied in his native tongue to hurry. "We meet again, father." When Ichabod emerged, he saw his son before him. He looked as sinister as ever, with his wry grin, spectacles, and his aging, wrinkling face. He donned on a heavy dark gray overcoat. Then he heard Gavin scream louder as if his brain was bad enough to bleed. "Ah!" At the Jefferson Airport, Laura and Jenny encountered the group of hunters. One of them was an Asian named Donnie Wu, saying that a secret souvenir was taken from them. They were sure it wasn't customs. "One of us saw it got carried away by a hawk. Or was it a falcon? Or an eagle?" Jenny introduced her associate Laura, and Donnie showed the book he was using earlier. In one of the pages, there was a picture of a thick green ox horn. "Remember this?" "Yeah, I recall." Yeah, I recall seeing this since I asked you for the inventory while I was searching for the ancient Chinese puzzle, the one we used to fight off the hunger demon. Uh, huh. Anyway, I hate to break it to you, but because of all the radical weather... Ah, damn it! Yeah, I recall seeing this since I asked you for the inventory while I was searching for the ancient Chinese puzzle, the one we used to fight off the hunger demon. Uh-huh. Anyway, I hate to break it to you, but because of all the radical weather, we were lucky to make it as soon as we did. Otherwise, we'd be grounded. I've been wondering what the horn is for. I'm not sure either. Would you promise to keep in touch with me? Of course, Jenny. Hey, what's with her? I think I know what that means, but we need to find the cross. Where did that hawk go? Henry, you're here to lull Gavin back to your side. Too bad you were damned, Father. This would be an easier way to finally destroy you for all your treachery. Thanks to Lucifer, my power has grown tenfold. Now I can influence and corrupt the world over. It does suffice being a puppeteer. So much for your pathetic truce. So that's how it is. You caused these ominous signs, even the blood moon. As you have realized, I can manipulate just about anyone or anything without limits. Observe. Looked over to the suffering surgeon and made a husky whisper. Battlehawk of darkness, come to me, my pawn. As done by the Sin Eater, the trance was beginning to subdue Gavin. Falclor looked up to him. Battlehawk, are you all right? Swift backhand, the chief was incapacitated. Gavin's eyes started to gleam as he looked toward his former chieftain. Chief Parrish. Ichabod grew horrified. Then his pentagram glowed and itched again. Gavin's virtue of fortitude has been simultaneously dimming. You know what you must. Be rid of the so-called father I used to know, the parents that abandoned me when I was just a boy. Without him, the other witness and the guardians, well, we shall triumph. Snarling in his mouth, drooling like a wild dog confronting a predator, Gavin lunged to his mentor. Without any weapons on either party, Ichabod tried his best to hold him back. His best bet was to use his left arm, though one that had the satanic marking. Gavin still kept thrashing at him, then hesitated as he noticed he wasn't inflicting any pain at that area. Ichabod smacked him with it, causing the Battlehawk of Darkness to fall back, but it didn't end there. Tackled him and pinned him to the ground again. This time he was on his back, and he relentlessly kept on attacking him using all his malice. Henry just stood there, admiring the conflict. Then, all of a sudden, a tree branch shook from above within a thick canopy. No one seemed to notice, but a falcon descended sharply on top of the evil old coot. In its war avatar, the predatory bird used its sharp beak and talons, making ear-piercing screeches at him. It wasn't hurting Henry, just being a nuisance while he tried to hold it off. Then, something wrapped in a cloth dropped to the ground from its loose talons. With his unbound strength and anger, Henry caught the poor creature in its tight clutch and squeezed the falcon, as it was just silly putty. Its uproar ceased and countless bones snapped. He dropped the dead bird in a pile of feathers. Now! Noticing the object, Gavin made his attempts to reach toward it, thinking it'll give him some leverage against Ichabod's strong hold. While his hand made contact with the hard tool covered by the thick velvet, it began to illuminate in a turquoise light. The long point of the handle glowed along with a perpendicular one. It was outlined as a cross, and upon contact, it shot a jolt through Gavin's body. Battered, Ichabod noticed it too. The sensation filled the young warrior with bliss, breaking the thrall. He tightly held it as his fingers enwrapped it, slowly rose, uncovered the velvet, and the cross shined along with his emblem. No, you can't. Parrish startled as Gavin was heading toward him, wielding the cross like a weapon. The light grew brighter, nearly blinding war. Gavin took a swipe at him, but retreated within a dissolve of embers. Everything was silent again, and Ichabod couldn't be more relieved. Gavin turned back and crouched next to him. Ichabod, please forgive me. I didn't mean to. I know. Even his own virtue was lighting up. He offered to take a look at the cross, but somehow his left arm, where the affected area was, starting to irritate him. The pentagram glowed immensely bright, almost as if it was corroding his arm. Hurt, he backed away. You can't touch it. No. I figured it'd be a cure for my damnation. But A clap of thunder and a flash of orange lightning stunned the pairing. There was no rain, and Abraham was mounting on his pale horse, with its red eyes in the distance, with his head on. Before Ichabod knew it, Death threw a cauterized axe toward the duo. But Gavin immediately covered Crane, forming a force field. The tool just bounced off as if it was a shield of enhanced glass. When he unshielded their eyes, Death was gone. Gavin, how were you able to do that? I didn't know I could. Continued to look at the symbol. The storm worsened as the wind picked up and the thunder boomed louder. Come on! Must head straight for the vault. Post haste! Disregarding the carcass, they carried the stunned chief toward the witness's van. He was squeezed between them at the passenger's seat. He concluded that Death was capable of controlling natural disasters. With his head regenerated by Lucifer, he was at full strength, just like war. It was just another sign the apocalypse would be nigh. About an hour later, the team regrouped. Both Jake and Alex were just as flabbergasted as the three men were about the holy relic they found, Gavin's new ability, and the intense weather. Folklore said he was glad he made some more acquaintances, though he was also disappointed his valiant falcon fought and lost against Parrish. He also hoped his men could make it safely, wishing he'd be with them. The vault workers said they're delighted to use the place as a shelter for Folklore and his tribesmen to hide until the crisis is over. If it is. When the chief left, Jake and Alex pointed out that disease had plenty of outbreaks, not just war. Marked on a large paper map, there were numerous epidemics of cholera in various third world countries, along with Ebola and dengue fever. These underdeveloped countries can be easy targets for pestilence, just like the lost colony Roanoke. Famine also affected multiple provinces. The UN officially ended the widespread hunger several months ago, till there was another outbreak in Africa affecting 20 million from starvation despite the wars in Nigeria, South Sudan, Yemen, and especially Somalia. Famine can easily affect anyone, even in advanced countries. Who knows? Maybe we would be next shortly with the bad economy, inflation, and if any war should reach us. How can we make a difference now? How can the witnesses be able to combat this? He still couldn't believe he was forcefully relocated from Sleepy Hollow, as well as losing his job, and how services were heavily crippled. We need to find the horsemen and somehow destroy them. Even though there was a pang when he said it'll involve his son too. But how can we relocate them? He thought about the necklace, then he remembered giving it to Molly. He decided to lead Molly and her friends along with Gavin's father, Ezra, and Sophie to Sanctuary within the vault. Jenny appeared with Laura, saying the artifact she was looking for went missing. She doubted one of the horsemen took it since it was a holy relic. Something holy? Do you mean this? Yes! I'm so glad it wasn't gone for good. Thank goodness. A falcon flew in and dropped it off, though Ichabod couldn't touch it. Gavin said he should make contact. He'd get harmed, as the affected area would burn like corrosive acid, even if he grabbed it with his other hand. Nevertheless, Jenny suggested it had to be kept by him at all costs for protection. She wanted to find Frank Irving and his family, whom she hasn't seen in a few years. But his location has always been unknown since he joined the Witness Protection Program, so she'll have no choice but to accept their fate. Later on, Ichabod called Sophie to talk to Reyes for the city's preparations as well as the return of the Four Horsemen. Diana volunteered to bring Molly and some of her friends to the vault as soon as they're done packing. The world was certainly at unease, and the bad moon rising was only the beginning. And there are the songs for that. I don't want to play this due to copyrights. CCR. The hail and tornadoes were inspirations from The Day After Tomorrow, while the snow was from a scene from Rise of the Silver Surfer. Who knows when those outrageous occurrences would happen, right? There's been 2 deaths in the limelight and sacrificial lambs, Reynolds and Mitch. I figured they were just wasteful characters, and I noticed this has been happening a lot in the story. From them to Sophie and Reyes moving positions, there was just a lot of unwanted, unimpressive characters as of late. As mentioned in Revelations and TV tropes, the blood moon is known to be a prophet of doom. It wasn't some normal lunar phenomenon, and things sure weren't downhill afterwards. We have seen it twice back in Season 1. It's a shame we never saw it again, only it seems to be everlasting now. I just wanted to jump to the build-up of the tribulations right away. It's not right we have to wait another 3 or 4 more seasons or years before the Great Tribulation happens. So, in a way, it's something to speed up the process. I've also mentioned that Washington's Bible and Revelation were left unfinished. Also, it may be the chance for the Horsemen and Lucifer to make their own tribulations, leading up to the last one. The clarity was from a wiki contributor. Falcolor was a mashup idea I had for the new chief of the Onondagas, much like Torgado. Only this one is Falcon or Falco in color. If you're a close follower, I'm sure you know the reference already. If not, let me just say that it's relevant to a popular icon from my favorite racing series. We have seen another feature from the 7 Sacred Virtues. As Gavin's job as a guardian of a witness, he defended Ichabod. I hope this wasn't cliché or some petty superpower I came up with. There were some clues to this chapter. A blood moon, war has arrived in a red horse. There was the return of the Battlehawk of Darkness, and there were some numerous conflicts around the world. So far, War and Parrish made their move. Who will be next? We'll see, sleepyheads. Until then, this is the Ecron Writers signing out. And I hope my throat won't be so irritated. Whew, that was a lot of work. So, see you guys next time.
guys, this is the Ecron Writer here. Welcome you back to another episode of the missing episodes of Sleepy Hollow. Last time, we have actually dealt with the Horsemen of War, as well as the Blood Moon rising. And Gavin Lucas was actually close to being in a trance and killing Ichabod and the new chief of the Onondagas, Chief Falcolor. But fortunately, a falcon came down and carried a holy relic. And with that, Gavin's mind was restored. But unfortunately, it caused the horsemen to flee, but it wasn't able to resolve Ichabod's damnation. Yeah, what a shame. Also, we're not quite sure what that ox horn is that one of Jenny's artifact hunters, Donnie Wu, has found. But the revelations still continue. So with that out of the way, let's get on with the show, shall we? Alright, Chapter 7.
Down with the Sickness. Of course, the title was a homage to the Disturbed hit of the same name, as well as the debut album it's from. Sorry if the Horsemen may seem to be out of order, but I'm sure the series cleared it up already. And as the name implies, warning, this chapter contains some disgusting, disturbing content that may not be suited for certain readers. Viewer discretion is advised. Gavin was starting to unpack his belongings and supplies. The team helped him out, especially Jake and Alex, who knew exactly where to put his things, including the food he brought along. They already managed to install a 5-ton Maytag freezer and fridge combo that could house products that'd feed a large group of people for weeks. They also installed a generator in case the power should go out during the upcoming apocalypse, which could last up to 3 weeks if the electricity is conserved. The dry and non-perishable items can even be stored in a huge pantry before guests can access to the library itself. He also saved a lot of light and heavy clothing, along with a few pillows and blankets, some electronics including his laptop, a flashlight, some spare batteries, his iPod and iHome, several movies and games, and portable game systems. And also some possessions he knew that couldn't be replaced, like his figurines, his photo albums, and scrapbook. The process itself wasn't quite new to him, since he remembered well of his escape from his old life, especially from his lethal guardian, Lolita. During Gavin's move-in, Jenny, Jake, Alex, and Ichabod were discussing the next horseman, while Diana and Laura were still gathering theirs and Molly's belongings. For now, the young prodigy was with the surgeon, keeping him company. She still couldn't believe her father was gone, and that the everlasting eclipse was so foreboding. It's unbelievable how something so beautiful could be so deadly. It must be really bad, as if the 3 stricken white trees weren't gruesome enough. It was sort of a good thing to preserve the memory when he noticed her amazing sketch within her notebook. He explained one unleashed lightning, the second brought blood hail, and the third resurrected Moloch's army, but the 4th one was never burnt. I can't imagine what it can mean. At least they're not as bad as what's ahead. In one of my visions, Mr. Crane said that the 4th represents the Horseman of Death. Maybe that's when he'll get his head back and raise his comrades. I guess it has already been struck since Ichabod and I saw him with his head. But... Gavin hesitated. Molly wondered what was the matter. He flashed back to the time when the witnesses Ichabod and Abby told him of their confrontation with Pestilence in the lost colony of Roanoke, which is the episode John Doe. The late Mel's sister once said that her solution on beating it in the plague was to use holy water after seeing an elderly woman touch a basin at the church near the emergency unit. It was its goal to spread the plague from the distant past to modern-day Sleepy Hollow, where it'd be resurrected, although its identity at the time was unknown. Until recently. Then he paused again. There was also this voice I kept hearing. Every second I feel stronger, like I'm leaving my body and becoming something more. Molly recalled it as a premonition, though the source of the voice was unseen yet familiar. Molly?
There's something that I need to tell you. I know you admire Logan MacDonald so much, but this was harder to say than he realized. She pondered for a bit and connected the dots, memorizing the message. Logan was one of the horsemen of the apocalypse. Although she wasn't devastated like Gavin presumed, it was him all along. Although it wasn't the Logan that Gavin knew from YouTube fame, this one in particular was a celebrity in his 20s and admired by tweens around the world. Again, from Sickburn. In addition, he was a pictogrammer and he obtained legendary status that was nearly as much as Justin Bieber. A few weeks back during a convention, she took a selfie with him and he later collapsed. The only clue was his arm glowing much like the Freemason's pentagram, he said. Logan was responsible for the outbreak of the fire flu while he released a video from his pictogram account with a computer biological virus as part of its coding. It was just what Gavin feared since he was a young kid. Ugh, me too. Monster known as the Jinn inflicted the disease on anonymous people, including Alex, then luring him to a den where their victims were gathered and lulled by his voice. Although it was killed by electrocution, Logan just became a full-fledged member of Malcolm's army, just for the fame and glory of it all. Typical celebrities, always thinking about the limelight and can get away with just about anything. Calling the S9 characters he saw in the insane marathons. Jenny arrived and she requested Gavin to go with her so they can get their fathers, a couple of the last-minute refugees they were planning to retrieve. But that means they need time to pack. Time's against us. I've alerted my dad a week ago. He's ready. You talked to your dad about it too, remember? Yeah, but he refused to listen. We won't know for sure unless we go there ourselves. Thinking there was no possible way he'd believe him, not even when he supported his interests before. Just then, there was an irritating alarm. I wish I had the sound effect for that. Iron bars slammed in front of the open doors and windows. Red alert! We have intruders approaching. From the surveillance, there were several figures that seemed subhuman and looked like members of the undead. They possessed very blanched bodies with their veins protruding from their skin. Their eyes were also gouging out of their faces, and they were completely incoherent. Stay here, Molly. We got monsters to fight. Gavin almost immediately jumped to his feet and gathered his weapons. Jake and Alex stayed put while the rest of the group ran to the fray. He, Jenny, and Ichabod emerged outside the main hall, and the witness prompted, "Get ready when they enter that rise." Now! Against the stampede, while some ran over their fallen compatriots, they were using the usual weapons for long distance, such as the Freemason's crossbow, Jenny's rifle, and Gavin's lighter, of all things. He figured it was the best way to obliterate the abhorrent atrocities since their bodies were nearly buck naked, as their only clothing was their soggy, rotten underpants. Pun intended, you'll see later. At times, the swarm was too much, so they had to resort to close combat. Ichabod avoided contact using his own replica of Delilah's dagger, as did Jenny. Gavin wielded the usual, the Demon Slayer and iron arm blades. Combustions and the enhanced weapon were the most effective tools. At one point, Gavin was struck down. He used his blade as a crutch while he stood up. As he stabbed it to the ground floor, however, something amazing happened. The tip illuminated neon blue and the crutch created a shockwave, stopping the disgusting draugrs in their tracks as their bodily fluids were oozing out from every possible aperture and groaning non-stop. As everyone made the final blows to immobilize the infestation, the conflict was over. Just the way I like them. Dumb and ugly. Piece of cake. Pardon? Well, it was easy for me. Yeah, whatever, Firebrand. What is it with you guys? We're standing, they're not. What more do you want? All clear, y'all. There was a sudden uproar in the air. The trio looked up suddenly, and they belonged to flocks of hawks and falcons. It descended sharply, letting out some screeches, and began to eat the leftover corpses. Blah! Ew! Crane? Relax, Miss Jenny. They're with the Onondagas. Oh, they're definitely gonna get sick and carry whatever disease they have. Ugh, they are horrible scavengers. In a walkie-talkie, Crane ordered Jake and Alex to allow access for the other escapees. He blushed while the bars were lifted and Jenny led them to the secret tunnels below. Hopefully it'd be a more discreet route. It had not been easy while they had to cover themselves as they followed and trekked through chains of dense forests. The team watched the Onondagas file in via the tunnels. They were escorted by Jake and Alex. Gotta hand it to Crane. He sure knows his plants. That's our Brownbeard, referring to the name he gave him when they first met. Soon enough, he emerged from the crowd. Mr. Wells, how are we progressing? So far, so good. The evacuation is going very smoothly. The chief said it took 6 days for the Onondagas to flee southwest from Basin Falls to Washington. Great. I want to let Falklore know they can find shelter within the vault. Jenny and Gavin are heading back to Sleepy Hollow so they can round up the remaining stragglers. Don Lucas. Can we trust him? Gavin has said he was quite stern when he described what's at stake. I believe him he refused the offer. Switching gears, Agency 35's head honcho realized there was a connection between the grunts he faced and the horsemen. The engineer and archivist couldn't agree more. Much like war, pestilence had grown in immense strength and covered the underdeveloped countries in severe illness. As pointed out by the duo, they feared that severe diseases like Ebola, cholera, and dengue flu, or probably in this case the coronavirus, would soon hit the states if he's not stopped. Ichabod figured that the virtues may serve as protection, though others may not be as fortunate. They may be resistant to lingering diseases, but with pestilence directly, they're not invincible. Another sign could be Molly's school getting affected about a week ago. According to the former history professor, the enemy was also known as conquest. Much like bacteria is to divide and conquer. Jake intervened while he grabbed and displayed a painting of all 4 beasts. Ichabod went on the pestilence, wielded a bow and arrow. White Horse's rider is said to possess poisonous arrows that can inflict disease, and a quiver that can hold all existing germs. He's seen wearing a crown that's supposed to symbolize victory. Jake beamed as he summarized the secret weapons, the Holy Water Super Soakers. The ideas were from him and Molly, and he hoped her friends would also pitch in as well. I don't know if they would want to, Black Panther. They're just kids, and their parents won't be convinced with the whole end of the world scenario. At least hopefully they'll give their super soakers to her. Well, one friend Kendra did. Diana and Laura emerged, holding handfuls of supplies. Blah, blah, blah. Diana mentioned that she had some of those hard crackers as the military eats them a lot and people can stay full longer. The agents immediately got to work. As Ichabod recapped the events to the female pair, Jake suddenly got a call on his cell. Picked it up and received a message from a weeping woman. From the reception, he was at a stalemate. Alex whispered what was wrong, and he just announced that Missy was pronounced dead by a severe chronic illness. For now, it was unknown, but theorized as cholera. Or I should probably put coronavirus to stay relevant, but... Jake cried. Alex held him close, reassuring him that she was a good friend to him, and no matter what, she'll remain close to his side. Crane concluded that Jake's girlfriend Missy could be a demonstration that the situation is serious. Testament to the horseman's strength. Those words, the engineer literally sucked it up and vowed revenge. I swear, for Missy. Ugh. Dan, I swear, for Missy, I will destroy that bastard Logan MacDonald, one way or another. Meanwhile, the avatar covered in a lightless sheet of metal rode up on a giant white steed. He He reached down and snatched up a few strands of grass which decayed in his clutch. Then he blew into it, and the spread pieces soared within the wind. His handsome, though malevolent face was revealed. Fame, fortune, and glory is within my grasp! I hope I did the accent right. Ugh. Looking at McDonald's kind of vague. You only see him like once. And Sickburn. Back in Sleepy Hollow, Jenny and Gabby were in the camper. They were heading to the ranch house Gavin's dad owned. They came across a nearby church. The parking lots and the curb were overcrowded by fearful Christians and the like. It was very familiar to Gavin, as he and Ichabod had been there while the city was being tainted by Gospodor. If you've seen Darkness Rising, you should know this. The church had a wooden exterior showing a large cross above the two red doors. The sergeant noticed that his father was part of a large crowd. He was 6 feet tall. Blah, all that junk. Ezra was just near him, assisting him while unpacking luggage from the trunk of his dark purple Durango. Gavin's face lit up. Dad! He ran toward the group with Jenny right behind him. Dad? Why are you here? Ezra was just wearing army clothing minus the cap, and he was surprised to see both Gavin and Jenny show up. Jenny, Gavin. I figured you'd be in Washington when all this travesty is going on. Gavin's father, Don Lucas, was just speechless, seeing his son again after so long. We want you to come with us, Dad. You and Don. Instead, Gavin just walked up to them. His father was at a loss for words. Gavin? I thought I'd never see you again since the day you left. Lita said she was. I know. I'm glad to see you too. Why are you doing this? On the phone you said you didn't want to believe me. Ezra explained he actually helped Don to evacuate, but not to D.C. Instead, they have agreed to relocate to the church. He wanted to take Gavin's word, just not to travel so far away. Knelt down to his only son. Gavin, I'm sorry. His eyes were sparkling. I'm sorry for everything. For never standing up to you. For not believing in you. I can get very weak, even after your mom died. And you understand you never wanted to forgive me. Just as Ezra didn't expect to be forgiven. But with Lolita gone, I was a free man again. I couldn't find you. You were estranged from me. I always wanted to take it back since you were my only child. I couldn't bear to lose you too. You were always passionate of the supernatural when Lolita wouldn't allow it. You were born loving it, and it became your greatest interest. And for what Ezra told me, you used all this knowledge, the way you always wanted to. I see now for who you truly are, just like your friends. Again. So sorry. Don burst into tears. The young soldier eventually hugged him, safe and warm in their arms. Another family reunited. I couldn't agree more. I've always believed in the two of you when you went to D.C. You found Crane and a new witness, and now you must set the world right again. Sophie told me everything about your progress. She's waiting inside, and she gave me this. Copy of our journal. Two men parted, and he saw the seven-sided crystal light up on the back of her hand. The virtue of faith. After seeing it, he was hopeful they'll succeed, and that Jenny finally has what it takes to fulfill her family line where Lori and Abby failed. She had gotten stronger after her escape from Terrytown, and she hadn't been spiritually tormented. Don believed in his son that he can do anything if he sets his mind to it, just as he did when he moved away. They both admitted they were weak. Ezra ran away instead of helping Lori, just as Don never protected him. They realize they're aging and they're proud of their only offspring. Whatever happens to them, they're certainly optimistic that Gavin, Jenny, and their friends can and will make a difference. Ezra has warned them that all four of the white trees have been burned. As of today, there is nothing to hold back the Great Tribulation, and people must accept the horror before them. They'd be safe since they're protected by the grace of God and by the hallowed ground. Regardless, it meant it's entirely up to them to save the world and end the calamities, eradicating the evil. Excuse me, are you Gavin Lucas? Reverend walked out and recognized him from the encounter a few summers back. He recalled him being with his friend the witness Ichabod and obtaining a small canister of holy water, again from Darkness Rising. He said he heard of their plight from Sophie and he offered them some holy grenades, led them to a font near the entrance and offered them to cleanse from the impurities if they should come across pestilence. The priest recalled a few years back that another one of his own was saluted by a horseman with no head. Because of that incident, he knew there was war coming. It's already here. Well, inside he said that holy water is kept in a font which is typically located at either the entrance to the church or sometimes in a separate room or building called the baptistery. He showed them the other room, the same one where Gavin and Ichabod slept in. They were both all out of the main room. He stated similar vessels known as stopes were usually placed at the entrances to enable people to sprinkle themselves with it upon entering. In recent years, with the concerns over disease, new holy water machines that work like automatic soap dispensers have become popular. I actually wished we had those, to be honest, like anywhere. In the Middle Ages, the power of holy water was considered so great that in some places, fonts had locked covers to prevent theft of holy water for dark magic practices. Since 1236, constitutions of Archbishop Edmund Rich clearly stated that fonts are to be kept under lock and key because of witchcraft. Whew, good thing Katrina never used it. In Catholicism, holy water is never allowed to be disposed of. Openly exposed fonts can be prone to disease. Our agents Jake and Alex need holy water to fend off pestilence. I see, but they can't extract it without permission from the Archbishop. We may have to split up and find abandoned churches to obtain the sacred liquid. Perhaps only the witnesses can have access. So it is true. Ichabod's not the only one. They should take it. I'll alert the guys when we get a move on. Thanks for everything, Father. By the time they made their goodbyes and drove back to the nation's capital, Gavin made the calls immediately. Dusk had fallen with the blood moon once again, and Diana noticed that little by little there were some kids that were getting sick. Some of the birds of prey were also hit hard after they had their lunch with the remains from the undead corpses. Head of Homeland Security and Ichabod realized they had come down with various diseases like the measles, the mumps, and the like. Eventually, Molly was having constant coughing spells and her throat was getting rather sore. Despite the misery, Laura was also feeling it, and she was worried that she may die if her past vessel should perish. She was trying her best to mask the situation. Then Ichabod's left arm began to have a burning, itching feeling. He figured the horseman of pestilence had started his deathly ride through the city, infecting the citizens, including the president. Without hesitation, he immediately gathered his weapons and ordered Diana to keep an eye on the fort. Meanwhile, Jake and Alex have been going from church to church throughout the city in order to get a large supply of holy water. So far, they had no luck, as nearly every one of them were packed with more anxious, paranoid stragglers, and their reverends have downright refused them to steal their secret liquid. By twilight, they had almost given up until they stumbled upon an abandoned site. Apparently, it was dated back to the Salem witch trials, and through a quick search, they found an open font. Out of desperation and relief, they dunked in their massive water guns into it, draining all its contents. They've actually weighed twice as much. When they were done usurping the only accessible font, which was close to the entrance. Jake was still hell-bent on stopping Pestilence, Logan MacDonald, in order to avenge Missy. But lo and behold, as they trekked away from hollow ground, "I've been waiting for you, Jake and Alex." "You!" His temperature rising rapidly with his deep hatred. "You were the one that murdered Missy! I'll break you for this!" Alex pointed her weapon at Logan, sitting proudly on his new steed. "Heh! You think you can stop me? I am one of the horsemen now. Was so thrilled that my late master Dreyfus gave me this grand opportunity. I now have some allies who admire me. They have been my brothers and sister, if you will. We have been partying for weeks as we can do whatever we want and corrupt the world dark. Fame and glory has never been this easy. Pestilence! As if it can't get any better. The witness that made a deal with the devil has arrived. Molly, the Onondagas, and millions of other innocent lives are suffering thanks to you. Don't be foolish, Crane. After all, you wouldn't want to rush your death and be damned for eternity, would you? I wouldn't waste my own life to save countless innocents if I were you. Easy for you to say. We have family and friends who care for us and need our help. It's quite selfish of you since your palooza has gone over your head. Jealous, I see. Everyone began to have a high fever affecting their concentration and vitals. I've never had this much fun. My pictograms are gonna skyrocket since I'm one of the world's powerful generals. Their symptoms worsened, so we're even hurling blood. So with Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, I don't have to pay a cent for services no more. The best things in life really are free. I will embrace and walk across the land with no consequences. And I am not alone! Just think, yeah! Gavin made his sneak attack. Demon Slayer illuminated a bright blue and he stabbed it to the ground, causing another shockwave, stalling the Blanche horse. Logan unloaded his poisonous arrows from his quiver using his telekinesis, but Ichabod struck back with his silver darts, making the steed reel a few times. Pestilence was surrounded and also absorbed the holy water from Jake's super soaker. Apparently it was ineffective and contaminated, making Pestilence grow stronger as he sneered. He realized it was from a contaminated fawn. Jenny threw in one of the holy grenades. As a result, Pestilence squealed in agony as his face looked it was sizzling. The left side had pieces of skin fly off. Then he fell off his horse, which dissolved from beneath him. It almost looked as if he was soaked in acid. Seeing he was weak, Gavin cried as he charged in. Unfortunately, he slipped away with some thin black smoke before they had the chance to finish him off. Wait, what? Get back here! No! No! Are you kidding me? He began to cuss as he slammed down his weapon like a pissed batter. Damn it! Son of a... Could have waited a few seconds. I would have had him. Felt a breeze as the ominous dark green thin cloud soared away from the battlefield. The Onondagas! Back at the vault tunnels, the children became more paler, as did Molly and Laura. Diana calmed her coughs, pains, and rising fever the best she could, while Laura could only watch her past Vessel in agony from a distance. She was amazed to see her former self, but also worried as she got a small taste of her ailments. If anything should happen to her. By the time Jenny, Gavin, and the others came back, Cross was extracted into the nearby cistern. It took a few minutes to take effect, making the liquid sparkle and glimmer as it whitened and bubbled like a seltzer. The other refugees and even Kendra and the Onondaga kids succumbed to the worst of it, even their own pets. The team decided that Jenny, the holder of faith, should perform a baptism. One of the ill children took off his clothes and Alex enclosed them in a vacuum-sealed bag. After he stepped in, Jenny took out the cross, reached down and cupped the water in her hands, and poured it over his head. The liquid trickled down his body, and even he began to glimmer. From the reaction, it worked as the child smiled. Heh heh. Everyone cheered. Then Molly and the other children dove in and bathed in the cistern. Later, the adults and animals took their turns. One by one, they were full with glee as they were rejuvenated and healed by the holy water. Gavin realized that people can be protected from disease and evil if they're exposed, at least for the moment, since pestilence and war gave Team Witness the slip. After succumbing to the brief sudden yellow fever, Jake decided to get himself a drink. Alex went with him and she assured him that they'll defeat Logan and his associates together, as long as he could keep his head on. Well, came to my mind a little too late that Jake's a germophobic. Jake was a bit relieved by the pun of headless. While at the sink outside the library, something was odd and smelt bitter. The water was not the same as the faucet ran a dark amber liquid, like in Dante's Peak. He thought what was wrong with it. Ichabod approached the agents just as thirsty, and even he noticed the rancid odor. He gave him the glass and took a gander. It just came from the sink. I'm not sure how the reservoir would be defected this quickly. If that's the case, then it will eventually affect the water supply here and later throughout the nations. Only 1/3 of the planet's water would turn brown and bitter, and a great star will fall as the angel sounds the third trumpet. What is it? Wood. The Great Tribulation continues. Even though war and pestilence have scampered, the world really was at a greater stake now. Much like us, Budor have been using another reference from the non-canon fic Darkness Rising, in this case the church. In case you don't know, this was Gavin's first time being in one. And I'm not religious, much like him. There are the songs for that. The Logan that Gavin admired was actually none other than a YouTuber that I really like, Fopple's Minion, aka Logan Adkins. My all-time favorite YouTuber and countdown artist. The idea of using holy water as a weapon and disease cleanser was actually based off of Season 1's episode John Doe in Roanoke. Abby discovered this, and since she, Ichabod, and the lost boy Thomas were submerged in a well, pestilence dissipated above them, which meant the boy and the colony were saved from pestilence's infestation, and the well was holy. So the agents and Ichabod decided to use it against him, while Molly and Jake had the plan to use holy water and super soakers. I thought that was a brilliant idea. Technique that Gavin just came across was based on the Quake move made by Fox's staff from my all-time favorite installment, Star Fox Adventures. And this was a scene used in order to cure the doomed refugees. It was inspired by a scenario by Final Fantasy VII Advent Children. Not a huge fan of 7, but I thought the movie was pretty good. Complete or nothing. Instead of reversing the geostigma, it was the perfect way to cure the escapees from illness throughout the vault. Missy was yet another sacrificial lamb for the story, as well as having her death in the limelight. Seriously, I hardly remember her other than being known as Jake's girlfriend. I hated her as she was expendable, has a bad purpose to the plot, has no points on being there in the first place, as well as being a roadblock in Jake's relationship with Alex. In all hindsight, they are the true pairing. Once again, I'm sorry if the fic is confusing, intermixing the tribulations. Another chapter is done, and I believe that I'll be working on Famine next, which, as you see here. See you, sleepyheads. Till then, this is the Ecron Writer signing out, and I want to warn you of what the zombie-like creatures they were facing. As I said before, I warned you this would have disgusting content. Which, by the way, is from Phantom Strider's Top 10 Worst Cartoons of All Time. 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah. The Brothers Grunt, aka, as I like to call them, the Soldiers of Sickness. Yeah, that is bad. I use them for punching bags or destroying bags or whatever. So, there you have it. Till next time, sleepyheads. Sleepy Hollow, the missing episodes. Last time, Team Witness was successful on defeating the Horsemen of Pestilence, aka Logan McDonald, as well as reversing the curse and the diseases that were infecting them, as well as the Vault. And Jenny has actually done a baptizing ritual to reverse the curse. And also, she and Gavin have reunited with their fathers, who were the last-minute stragglers in Sleepy Hollow. But they managed to escape the rapture in a church. So, with the help of the Holy Water Super Soakers, which is a great idea by Molly, as well as Jake and Alex, they have managed to defeat Pestilence, but they haven't really avenged Missy yet, who was a sacrificial lamb, to be honest. I mean, come on, she's very forgettable. So, who's next? Famine or death? Well, let's find out. Alright, Chapter 8, Fighting the Famine.
The Horseman of Famine was very new to me. I was really surprised that Sleepy Hollow got the idea and not supernatural, though I was a bit creeped out on how they portrayed it as an intimidating crippled old coot that always seems to have a fetish for souls. So I'll try and combine the two as best as I can. Just minutes after Ichabod saw the brown corroded water as he was getting himself a drink, he explained to the rest of the guys who were curious of his finding. In the book of Revelation, the third angel blew his trumpet, and a great star fell from heaven, blazing like a torch, and it fell on a third of the rivers and onto the springs of water, polluting them. The name of that star is Wormwood. A third of the waters become wormwood, and many people died from the water, because it had been made bitter. And many people die as a result. In the Old Testament, wormwood was repeatedly associated with bitterness and death. He continued the lecture, though Gavin was despondent and out of sorts. Precisely, Miss Jenny. Each trumpet announced or proclaimed another judgment that would take place during the tribulation period. In addition to the star that pollutes the waters of the earth, the first angel announces hail and fire, mixed with blood, that burns up a third of the earth. Took out a written passage from Washington's Bible. The second angel announces something like a great mountain burning with fire being thrown into the sea, and a third of that becomes blood. A third of the living creatures in the sea died, and a third of the ships were destroyed. This event, perhaps a meteor or comet, will turn a third of the sea red, will kill a third of sea life, and destroy a third of the ocean's vessels. The fourth angel announces a judgment that will result in a third of the light being cut off from the earth, including from the sun, moon, and stars, which we've already seen from the blood moon, as one of the first to behold it and made the connection. Yeah, I'm sorry I doubted you before. The witness went on. The judgment of a star referred to as wormwood fits appropriately in this context of doom that will take place during the Earth's final days before the second coming of Christ, or in this case, Lucifer. Diana and Laura came back with more food and supplies. They also had a long shopping list of foods that'll last for weeks, months, even a lifetime. Honey was the first being drawn out of the large paper bags along with this and that. Ichabod suggested that salt should be used as a weapon, recommended to not be consumed as a spice as it'll make people thirsty, but instead use it as a way to combat demons. So Jake and Alex commenced salting the vault's windowsills, underneath the doors, and upon every escape in the tunnels. There was this, there was that, blah blah blah. Jenny said it can be eaten and also cleansable, the vinegar, followed by sugar and starch and this and that, blah blah blah. Good thing we were able to get the supplies when we did, and the fact that Laura was with me, as we would have gone berserk. While shopping, they saw people killing each other over the demand and rising prices. They avoided some stampedes and just grabbed whatever was available on the bare shelves. They went to various shops and the parking lots were jam-packed beyond the brims. Although they had to avoid Aldi's like the plague for obvious reasons. Ugh! I never liked Aldi's. Yeah, everything is cheap, but the aisles are just so skinny. And it's hell, especially when people are so damn slow. And they're not organized like those other stores, especially Walmart. Ugh, it's hell to navigate. Laura was definitely proven as a shield from great temptation since she wielded the virtue of temperance. Measure of wheat for a penny, and 3 measures of barley for a penny, and see thou hurt not the oil and the wine. The team knew that famine was the first member of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Its rider appeared as a cloaked figure in Ichabod's dream, wielding a scythe while riding a pale horse. They noticed the mantle of famine is currently held by Helen Donovan. Jake and Alex knew her well since they fought her off as she and her party invaded DC. Famine's totem was the scales of justice that were stolen from the Eisenhower building. Ellen was chosen as the vessel to contain Famine's spirit because of her hunger for power. After the quartet remained in coffins awaiting the proper time that Malcolm would start the apocalypse. Famine usually has to do with hunger, so we'll save ourselves by grazing on grains so we can stay full longer. Whew, good thing Diana got those hardtack crackers. We'll be able to fight hunger and thirst until we reach the end of days. No, it's not enough. The horsewoman can do so much more. But famine is just food and drink, right? Wrong. It could be almost anything, even your deepest desires. Tension, drugs and alcohol, lust. It could be something someone is obsessed with. Oh, jeez. The list goes on. And being since it's a horsewoman... Sergeant hesitated, never felt like himself. Nevertheless, the team analyzed the mysterious bringer of chaos. Before the transformation, they discussed that Helen was expressing her concern to the board of Dreyfus Enterprises about the future in Malcolm's absence. It's in the episode Insatiable, by the way, if you want to look it up. Malcolm wanted it being destroyed to become what it needs to be, as having big shoes to fill. Helen then had a fallout after that. The company shut down. She found out that Malcolm's decision was not out of craziness, but rather pursuing another interest, whatever it may be. After several days had passed, Helen received an invitation to meet Dreyfus. He admired her hunger and famine of power, and told her about a role she could be in the future. She was then ambushed and killed by Job and hadn't been seen since. Then revealed that Malcolm's real purpose for her was to become the first horsewoman, and famine, satisfying her dark desire, using the balance scales that fed the hunger demon as a catalyzer in her transformation. Thank you, Sleepy Hollow Wiki. The group then strategized what famine was capable of from old manuscripts, including Revelation. Famine was the personification of hunger itself and could devour any type of soul to strengthen itself. By influencing intense hunger and gluttony, she can make everyone for several miles become consumed by their greatest desires, such as money, love, and food, causing them to seek whatever it is they crave most until it results in their killing and destruction, much as the customers in the supermarkets. Once infested by hunger, removing the person from famine's presence won't have an effect, as the hunger will just follow them unless famine's defeated. The range of this power increases the more stronger she'll become, and the closer to her the person is, the more quickly it'll affect them. However, if a person does not hunger for anything, then they can be immune to her power. It's also known that famine could affect a creature of creation like angels or demons. Supernatural. They figured the best bet is to recover themselves with holy water and stay next to Laura with the virtue of temperance to avoid Helen's persuasion. As for the refugees, they're not certain aside from being sheltered at the vault and cover themselves from the cistern. Through his files, Jake also found a reference to Johnny Appleseed. Everyone only believed it to be a folk tale, but he was a true historical figure
especially in the case of famine. He was known as John Chapman, an American pioneer who was born on September 26, 1774 in Massachusetts to March 18, 1845 in Indiana. Of course, he was well known as planting numerous apple trees in various parts of the nation, including Pennsylvania, Ohio, Indiana, and Illinois, northern parts of West Virginia, and even in Ontario. At that time, he and his party were suffering from hunger, and many performed great acts of cannibalism. However, thanks to Johnny's acts of valor and generosity and strong sense of conservatism, he was a living legend. Upon his observations through a dense fog in the woods during the winter in the Revolutionary Wars, came across a giant white horse unlike any other, describing it and its rider carrying a sense of temptation, desperation, and violence. When he later became a mercenary, he connected his brief sighting to the horsemen of famine. Everyone was aghast at this story, excepting the lone soldier who wasn't paying any attention. Seeing Gavin in his sorry state, Ichabod marched up to him. He wasn't sure if he was either sleeping or just full of despair. "Gavin, you all right?" "No, Ichabod. I'm finding it very difficult to concentrate. I can't help but wonder what's going to happen to the people we know, whether they would survive or not. I don't think anyone could be brought back." Eventually got desperate on leaving D.C. and head back to Sleepy Hollow. Jenny understood his uneasiness, and Ichabod led him away to the tunnels when he noticed his inability to focus on the task at hand. Gavin stopped and voiced his agonizing thoughts. "Ichabod, I can't continue with this mission. I wish to go back to Sleepy Hollow and leave D.C. Are you having some kind of homesickness?" "No, I simply cannot focus and control my anxieties. Perhaps the medication isn't working. I need to talk to my psychiatrist about this. Wonder if she's safe." "Gavin, I have nothing but sympathy about what you are feeling. But right this minute, I need you to..." "Ichabod, I no longer want to be here and deal with the apocalypse. Relocating back to Sleepy Hollow is the only viable solution. Part of dealing with homesickness, Gavin, are anxieties. We can help you cope with it, but we need you here to fight with us. Just learn how to live with them no matter what the circumstances." "Ichabod, I cannot!" The Freemason's voice was loud and stern, so much so that everyone can hear it. "You will not be relocated! You are a vital part in this fight, and until the tribulations are over, you are required to perform your duty to the best of your ability. That is an order, Sergeant." Felt his throat was tight like an anaconda's. "Yes, sir. I'll try, Ichabod. Sometimes it takes fortitude to fight anxiety." "Mr. Crane? What's going on? Is everything all right?" It was actually Molly. "Yes, Molly. We're fine. Although we seem to be a little despondent. I just heard you two back there, and I was just wondering. I also need to pee." She got to the lavatory. She observed that the white wooden door was locked when she jiggled the knob. She heard a couple deep voices on the other side, and she knocked. "Is anyone in there? I need to go." "Oh, we'll be out in a minute." Molly realized one of the voices. "Oh, we'll be out in a minute." One of the voices belonged to Alex. "We?" She backed away before the door opened, revealing the engineer and Jake. "Oh, what are you guys doing in there?" She wondered. There was precipitation on their bodies, and their hairs were mangled. The archivist just sulked. Do you know what intimacy means?" "Actually, no. Does it have something to do with, you know?" "Well, kind of. It just means you're romantically close with someone when you feel like warm and fuzzy inside. Yeah, that's exactly it. I need to get back to modifying the weapons. Prince said we're dealing with the horsewoman of famine. Jake had shown Molly's work on a long flat desk. There were the usual Gavin's scabbard, Ichabod's crossbow, the replicas of Delilah's dagger, Ginny's rifle, several golden lumps. What are these? He explained that he recalled fighting a hunger demon not too long ago, just before Helen became the horsewoman working for Dreyfus. It was thanks to Jenny that she came up with a solution to resist the temptation from the demon and destroy it. Aside from the Chinese puzzle, either trapping, repelling, or drawing in the creature, she had this idea of using tiny portions of gold from worn-out cars in a junkyard. They were from the remaining burners that hadn't been wrecked during the battle. With as much as he and Alex scavenged, they used the material to make themselves have light shields. He also used the gold solution in a spray bottle to add the effects to the other weapons. The men heard his awesome idea. It's about damn time I got my own shield. I actually feel like a real knight with this thing, in conjunction with my sword. I get it. Gold makes you feel rich and powerful, makes us feel invincible. So this could be a way to resist and defeat famine. It was the hunger demon's weakness, and upon its defeat there was a pair of golden scales that glowed back at the Eisenhower building. They were stolen, and with that, Helen transformed into famine. So having gold in our possession might be a bit risky. Yes, and I had this plan to share the virtue of temperance from Laura to Molly, to give her half of its radiance. We will be leaving the vault, and someone has to keep the refugees in check. Also, no one is to leave here since exposure to the evil air is deadly. That was what made Gavin so anxious. I can understand his predicament, being sheltered nearly all your life. Remember when you saw me so little at that orphanage? Ah! You're... I knew this was going to happen. Relax, Laura. It's not like it wasn't supposed to happen sooner or later. I mean, you made a positive change since you came back in time. So did Ichabod after he was put to sleep for 232 years and woke up in the future. It's not like the entire universe is going to instantly eradicate itself just because you saw Molly in front of you. After all, he came from the future and Ichabod came from the past to aid us and combat evil. You two are witnesses, and Molly would become one someday because of you. So, where's the harm in that? He does have a point here. We were planning to transfer some of Laura's powers to Molly, so the rest of us won't get all nutty with famine around. I think I can do just that. It's very nice to see myself as an innocent kid again. I've forgotten how it felt. She looked deep into her bright eyes. Molly did the same to Laura in a coy manner. Laura touched Molly's right hand, raised it, and channeled her energy as she closed her eyes. Molly's right hand illuminated, and a translucent shape with thin lines appeared. Same seven-shaped crystal that Laura had showing off temperance. Two images looked the same, only it was smaller in Molly's hands, which felt very lukewarm. Thanks, Laura. You now have half of my essence inside of you. Take good care of it when we fight famine. Suddenly, Chief Falcor ran into the library from one of the tunnels. There were also some loud cries echoing from them, almost belonging to irritating squawks. Soren Crane, it's our pets. They're freaking out. They may tear each other apart. I believe that famine has gotten to them. They seem really tense. I'm on my way. Laura, with me. As they saw the radiance from Temperance, everyone gradually calmed. It was like a beacon of hope, a light in the bleak darkness. I guess Laura's virtue worked. Someone's got to stay close to the refugees while we leave the vault. As the trio marched back in, Molly volunteered. I'll stay here. Maybe the innocence of a child could quell the agony. I heard that your future vessel should shed some of her powers onto you. You truly are courageous, Kenny Cub. Decided to stay with Falcor and the other escapees within the chambers. With their weapons and equipment prepared, we'll be right back in a jiffy, Molly. We promise. Gavin may have been full of pride, but once they left their sanctuary, they were filled with numerous feelings that made them lost. They weren't sure where famine would be. Some said at the site of 4 coffins, a few concluded at the same place where Helen met Dreyfus last. Following their dread, they met up with the hazy sighting of a large black steed. Its eyes were so black, and it had irises as smooth as jades. An enormous pair of golden scales were mounted on it, and there was a brunette in her late 20s. Ready to fight me? You cannot possibly stand a snowball chance against me. Suddenly the scales began to shift. The left side was rising as the opposing side was dropping, as if it was being weighed by a boulder. That time their souls started to weaken. Laura squealed, trying to get her allies' attention as the giant black steed blazed its green eyes. Guys, that's Famon's trance! Turn away! Turn away! Don't look at her in the face or the scales! Turn away! Don't look at her eyes or the scales! Don't look at her eyes or the scales! You lose your souls! No! She saw her friends fall one after the other. Gavin leading DC for Sleepy Hollow, making him obsess over his hobbies. Diana's desperation to see Mitch. Alex and Jake embracing each other, distracted by lust. Jenny and Ichabod's weakness and failing to protect those they cared for, while also torturing him on how his cause is meaningless, since he'll die anyway and have his soul damned for eternity. Even Laura, who also dropped as she fought her dark past, from losing her mom when she received the mantle of war, being abandoned and alone in an orphanage, living in a dystopian future with Dreyfus and Joe while also losing her friends, being accused of killing Diana, and also having Ichabod imprisoned. Though the witness remembered how her future turned for the better. I fear it no more. I am still a witness. It's not too late for us. I changed my future, and so can we! As she countered, the scale shifted again, almost lining up at an even keel. The anxieties and pain we've suffered, it makes us who we are. She was determined to not let Molly's brighter days be in vain. She was like the anchor for 6 buoys that were going astray, wrangling at her teammates. Their bodies sparkled and they literally had their weight lifted and became cooler. One by one they rose, were no longer afraid of facing famine dead center. Team Witness huddled together close to Laura. Then in a desperate attempt, Helen was pulling them in, trying to eat their souls. It was as if intense gravity or a tornado was sucking them closer to their new prison in the lightless pit. There was little they could do to stop it. Everyone, stay close to Laura! With as much strength as they could, the team each reached and touched her, protecting themselves as they held on to their crushed temperance. As they did, backs of their hands illuminated again. Each of the 7 grew bright as the sun. Try as you might to suck in our souls, and you'll be having a mouthful of radiance. Shields up! They followed his orders as they raised their golden shields using their free hands. The golden slabs made the 7 brighten even more to the point when a huge wave of light was absorbed by Helen's insatiable appetite. Her own vessel glowed as well, and she let out a holler. Their holy might was too much. She halted her great drain, freeing and sparing the group. On her hands and knees she began to dissolve into ash and disappear while the wind carried her. No, not again! The guys separated, relieved and attempting to catch their breaths. Good job. They soon returned to the vault in one piece, and they couldn't stop praising each other on their stunning success. Although there was still one more obstacle to face. Ichabod was about to mention it when suddenly Diana's cell rang. There was a news break. She answered it. She beheld a very hard sight. A male journalist was on a boat in very choppy waves, horrified as a massive flaming island was sinking into the ocean. Simultaneously, the water surrounding it was turning into a deep red, similar to blood. He later identified it as one of the uninhabitable coconut islands, as he concluded there was an unusual occurrence that the mountain out of nowhere blown its top, and the entire island went ablaze almost instantly. Ichabod said it was another part of Revelation. It was one of the 7 trumpets, just before the one blown to release Wormwood. Molly was terrified as she held herself close to her mom. So, what now? There can be only one. The worst for last. Where hell prevails, death is sure to follow. Abraham Van Brunt is coming for us. With that, Molly's pendant illuminated brighter and brighter until it shattered before her. She shrieked at the burst, and red lightning flashed. She cowered next to her mom's leg, thinking he heard a horse's wail. He's here. I was really creeped out by the portrayal of famine and supernatural. He did one hell of a job, feeding on doomed souls that were afflicted by its curse with not just food, but their own personal desires and whatever it would be. That was a very interesting and frightening concept, so I decided to use it here too. The trumpet that Ichabod was referring to was supposed to be before Wormwood as the second trumpet blown. However, due to the circumstances, it was after Wormwood. Now, all of the waterways have been poisoned, and death has awakened upon famine's wrath. Also, as a slight reference, the burning island was one of the deserted coconut isles from Castaway. Can't imagine anyone living on it, so I want it to be wasted away. Had this idea of Johnny Appleseed referring to famine for quite a while. It almost makes sense when you think about it. Little did I know he was around during the Revolution. Damn it! I wish Fox would use that as an opportunity, but they had to cancel it and let it be screwed by the network. Like I kept saying, F you, Fox, and your wasted potential, especially when you merged with Disney. God, I can't stress this enough. FX should take it. So, another chapter done. Next would be the appearance for the main villain, the Horseman of Death. What'll happen next? Find out soon, sleepyheads. Oh man, I am so looking forward to this. Until then, this is the Ecron Writer signing out. Stay tuned for that. Hey guys, this is the Ecron Writer here. Welcome you back to another episode of Sleepy Hollow, the missing episodes. Last time, we have just defeated 3 of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. And recently, we have just defeated the Horsewoman of Famine, Helen Donovan. So, we have the final horseman, Abraham Van Brunt, aka the former Headless Horseman because he just regained his head. thanks to Lucifer. So, we are dealing with Ichabod's old nemesis since the beginning of the series. Oh my goodness, I am looking forward to this. Because with them, the battle is definitely going to be intense. Especially that in Magnum Opus. Man, it's one of my favorite episodes here. But damn, this is gonna be like a huge plot twist. You'll see why soon enough. This is gonna be one of the most intense episodes ever. So without further delay, let's get this thing going. Alright, Chapter 9. Death has a name.
Well, you'll find out later. Radical lightning and ear-shattering thunder ripped across an endless opaque sky. Just below the cities appeared to be abandoned and deserted. In a distant cave, Ichabod was clashing relentlessly with his former friend and longtime nemesis Abraham Van Brunt. Although he never looked like the headless horseman he knew all too well. Instead, he did have his head on, with a shaven scalp wearing the dreaded crown along with menacing red eyes that were gleaming with fury, hatred, and the joy of finally cutting him down. With his renewed strength, Abraham won over Ichabod in a duel of bloody fierce swordplay. He was standing and sneering over his battered opponent. "Finally, at long last, you will meet your demise, Ichabod. There's no way for saving you since you betrayed your beloved, who put you to sleep for 232 years. And the best part is, she's been with me in hell, and that is where you will be for all eternity, for your countless acts of treason!" He raised his burning axe over his foe's head and made the final cut to lop it off. Just then the witness startled himself awake at his own flat, his left arm as irritable as ever. Although his heart was racing and his body broke out in terror sweat, he was relieved it was all a nightmare, though he felt it was really a bad omen. He slowly rose and noticed his partner Laura was resting on a wooden table just a few feet away from him. She began to stir. "Ichabod?" She looked at him. He was still in sweat and breathing heavily. She slowly walked over to him. "Ichabod, what's wrong?" He looked at him in a dazed manner. "Laura, Yes? What is it?" "It's my enemy, Abraham. Can't just be a night terror. He awaits me." "What?" "My arm!" He showed her the irritating sensation as the pentagram was glowing in a red hot. This brought some déjà vu to him as he recollected his experience in the underworld, from dealing with his visions of the midwinter at Valley Forge, along with Laris at an orphanage, to descending the bone-chilling spiraling staircase, to meeting Lucifer and sealing the deal. It was in that flat where the witness made the passage to hell, which was actually covered up by a mishap using wood paint and then by a carpet. He still couldn't get the hang of it with modern synthetics. The last horseman we have to deal with is death. Even though it seems to be the outcome of all these crises, the tribulations, his associates. What is it?" "He's at the subterranean lair in Sleepy Hollow. I know he is." Put his hands on top of her shoulders. "Laura, you know I have not abandoned you in the past, nor the future. I want you to promise me something. If anything should happen to me, I need you to save the world from evil. You already have the mantle of the witness. You must take my place and choose a successor." "Ichabod, are you saying—" She realized what he wanted, but he said nothing. He feared that after this duel with Abraham he may never return, and he'd been dreading this moment since the tribulations began. It took a few moments before she could find her words. "Ichabod,
We can win this. And so can you. You're a lot more skilled than you were before, and you have the virtue of prudence to protect you. She remembered when he described his bloody matches with death, both during the revolution and that enchanted cave where the Gorgon and the sword of Methuselah were. I know this is your fight. He's your enemy. But this is suicide. You can't win this on your own. I'm the only one who can defeat him, Laura. I must do this. He has led me to this place before, when he drove my destiny as a witness and a warrior. It was all thanks to him I realized my sense of belonging that day. And that dream. Laura lowered and reached for his hands. We cannot lose you. You're a witness and a dear friend. I've saved you from war, and maybe I can do it again. The two witnesses trapped by time, both acting as a ventricle and an artery. Like how we dealt with the diethhyl gallon. I can't let anything happen to you, Laura. Your place is here, remember? He referred to that day when Laura took comfort in the past after she helped defeat the Heart Devil. I understand your ambition, but it could not be helped. The effects of the slaughter will still wound you. I cannot let you go down with me. Then, I promise I will bring you back, she said with a tight throat, trying her best to compose her fears. I'll find a way to help you return to us. We'll be okay. You've been there for me in Molly's time and mine when the world seemed bleak and hopeless and full of anguish. Now it's my turn to owe you the same. Molly was right, as you were a beacon of hope, and you should never give up on it. We'll be there for you. I swear it. There's no doubt since she shared his destiny as well as their 5 chosen guardians. Without hesitation, he actually did something they never thought possible. For the first time, they had embraced each other. That's right. I'm making the witnesses the new couple. Forgive me, Abby fans, but honestly, it's time to move on. A lot of fans actually want a Cabby or a Katrina, but to me, it's a Clara. Or a Cara, as I would say it, a Cara. But yeah. I really want Ichabod and Laura to be a couple because, hey, why not? So Ichabod said he'll be facing the Horseman of Death alone? Gavin couldn't believe what he heard after Ichabod called a volt. His plans were sewed up, and he can be a bit stubborn once he has a goal in mind. Couldn't accept this foolish idea. Gavin, it's all right. We only have him to deal with. The rest of them are badly weakened. But it wasn't helping much. Put a hand on hers. I don't think you understand. I mean, Ichabod's going against his old nemesis. He has lost to him before, on the battlefield back in 1781, and we can't save him since he won't be put to sleep again. I know. Our only hope is for him to stay alive. We never want his soul to be damned. It's more honorable this way for Crane to stand up against Abraham. He's the only one who knows him well. It's about time they'd end their lethal battles after so many years. Gavin faced her with droopy eyes. Don't worry. I'm sure nothing would happen to him this time. We have better weapons. We'll immediately give him treatment when he needs it. But that's all we can do. He was too emotional to say anything. All he did was lean into her and she held him tightly. Molly and Diana overheard them amongst the silence just a few feet away. Even they were shaken by his objective. Laura was buying into it. Young witness grew very anxious. Mom, are you sure Mr. Crane could win against the horsemen? I'm not sure, Molly. All we can do is pray for his victory. We'll tell when the virtue of prudence goes dim when his life force is in danger. I've realized that our virtues brighten and darken depending on our vitality. Whether or not we're in serious pain, ill, or corrupted.
interesting errors. The governing virtue should be easy to spot. We would all be affected if Crane is suffering. Diana lost her grip as tears were pouring from her daughter's eyes.
We have to do something. We can't let Mr. Crane go by himself. No one can beat death. If we don't get involved soon, he will die.
Everyone was taken aback. Even Jake and Alex, who have been giving the weapons one more enhancement. They were mostly Ichabods, from his silver crossbow to the super soaker to the demon slayer Gavin offered, to the witness's own golden light shield. They were all covered in salt and holy water. The allies themselves were very unfortunate that he can't have the Holy Cross in his possession, since it'll only severely irritate his body on account of the cursed pentagram. He thought with certainty, Ichabod Crane, I hope it doesn't take a turn for the worst. I'm quite certain that Crane would be able to overcome Abraham Van Brunt. They are both skilled fighters, but we got the upper hand. His weapons are only primitive. I don't think it's that simple, Alex. He served Moloch and now Lucifer. He may have the home advantage. And he is death. Nothing could kill him. He's not the Grim Reaper, and he's just a horseman. We can do it since we've defeated his other 3 generals. I fear for the worst. Maybe too late saving him since his soul is damned. It may all be over. And what if they are strong enough to gain on him? I never thought of that. But we'll be there for him. She gave him a long look of autism, then a quick peek on the check before they were busy like a pair of beavers. Storm reached Sleepy Hollow and ravaged outside the old church. The interior glowed as there were rows of candles. Despite the general aura, lightning was flashing. The priest announced the nameless panicked citizens. The time of salvation will arrive. The rapture is truly upon us. But no fret. The witnesses are here to save us from evil and despair. Let their strength give us shelter for the storm, and let peace grow throughout the world. Only they can determine our fate. As the sermon went, an enormous breeze came from underneath the altar. Flew open. Henry appeared before the cluster of troubled civilians, marched in, and the hallowed ground had no effect upon his interests. Look at your foolhardiness! You believe the witnesses shall aid us in our cause and help the suffering? They never have and they never will. Ichabod Crane and Laura Thomas. I never believed in them for a second. They are treacherous and capable of corruption. They are either A, doing nothing and letting civilization suffer, or B, fighting only for Lucifer. The world is still crumbling all around us, and you all have the witnesses to thank for that. The article's reading the world is destroying itself thanks to them. They are actually named as the destroyers that can take back from an ancient tablet 2,000 years ago. Everyone that had the mantle of the witnesses has been persecuted and soon killed for that same reason. They are monsters, making these calamities happen. They will only cause more bloodshed, waste away precious resources, make man fight against man, and let the horsemen roam the wretched world. They are responsible for chaos and may only worship the beast. The audience gasped. Some of them passed out as he was striking fear into them. Either way, whether you support the witnesses or not is up to you. But remember this well. They won't be your saviors, and they will perish anyway along with the feeble likes of all of you. Door slammed shut with his telekinesis before he exited, and the entire altar was enveloped in total darkness. Soon the witnesses returned. Everyone was just too shaken up, and Ichabod described his adversary. Death is the 4th horseman of the apocalypse, who rides a pale horse with hell riding right behind him.
Timur looking at the large painting once more. He spells death for 1/4 of the Earth's inhabitants. The war started by the Antichrist will finally reach its end with the 7 bowls of judgment. Thor pointed at the pale steed. This 4th rider symbolizes death that results from war and famine, when men turn against men, and the stars would fall. They already have. Diana showed them a display on her smartphone as there was so much damage. Every building in an enormous city was ruined. Smoke was rising from burning structures. The roads were crammed with abandoned or wrecked vehicles. The scene was as if doomsday really did happen. She described there was a meteor shower in New York earlier today, and other major cities had similar calamities as well. Much like an Armageddon. The newsman reminded me of just that, as if his uncertainties were justified. It's indeed a win-win situation for Abraham Van Brunt. The thick smoke rising from the ocean will block out the sun, and many of the active volcanoes will erupt in quick succession, causing the sky to turn from a dark crimson to black. And the great radical lightning that passed through here caused many power outages, extinguishing all light. With that, death cannot be hindered by natural nor artificial means. 1/3 of sunlight was choked by the ashes, just like in the 4th trumpet. I just remembered something. There's a green ox horn. It was the same one that Donnie had shown her several weeks prior, although she grew concerned on his whereabouts. The trumpets are referred to in Koine Greek alsalpingos, or salpings. This was a straight, narrow bronze tube with a mouthpiece of bone and a bell. They do not resemble modern trumpets. This catastrophe caused complete darkness for 1/3 of a day, during the day and even through the night hours. Who are blowing these 7 trumpets? What about the bowls? Laura said that this is all part of the witness's destiny. The 7 bowls, also known as the 7 vials or cups, will not be poured till the 7 tribulations have passed, including the 3 last woes. Team were confused out of the order of events that befallen here. She said the 7 seals were supposed to be broken first, before the trumpets were blown. So far, 5 or 6 of them have already been operated. All that's left is the matriarchs crawling out from beneath the altar of the church. Currently, this was the beginning of the 6th seal. It would cause literal cosmic disturbances caused by nuclear war on a global earthquake that would cause volcanic debris to pollute the atmosphere, which would turn the moon blood red and the sun dark. In addition, there will be a massive meteor showers, the stars falling, which you've already seen, the blood moon. Thus follows the first half of the tribulation where God's wrath consumes the earth. Such wrath doesn't harm the church because it was already raptured before the tribulation began. Are we failing? No, Gavin, we are not. It means that the world is crying for saviors. And that is why they need us. We've been persecuted in the distant past, but we're the only ones who could stop this. All that's left now is Abraham as the horseman of death. And then what? We don't know, Molly. Gavin wasn't satisfied with those half-baked solutions. Who are they? Who are the 7 angels? Are these the ones we know? Then had an epiphany and had a startled look as he connected the dots. Can't be. His face turned pale as he recalled Jenny's dream. Their fallen friends looking over them. Covered his face in his hands. Gavin, what's wrong? Don't pity me. You knew who the 7 angels were all along. Ever since you had that dream before we came here. Abby, Joe, August, Torgato, Washington, maybe Lori and Grace. That makes 7 there. Why the hell are they doing this to us? Calm yourself, Gavin. We don't know as of yet. I I hadn't seen Donnie lately. Could he possibly be the one blowing it? The same trumpet we saw earlier? Gavin, Ichabod was going to die anyway, and he's willing to pay the penalty to seal the deal. But why? We're not immortal, and he's not going to make the same catastrophe that Dreyfus did. Jesus made the same thing when he sacrificed himself for our sins. I made a promise to save Ichabod if he should die after fighting Abraham. And we should too. So, what are you saying? Is that Crane is letting himself take the blow? So, what you're saying is that Crane is letting himself take the blow so we could bring him back? Yes, Jenny, that's the plan. So he'd no longer be damned and may stand a better chance. How do we do it? He'll lose his best friend. What matters now is that I shall vanquish the last of the horsemen. I will finish this and achieve my goal as a witness. I guess we should get going. Where is it anyway? Ichabod described the Gorgon's lair being at the end of a lake that seemed to have a snake in its forked tongue. He also stated that Laurie left some clues to find the sacred blade of Methuselah, as well as a cartoon having an encrypted message that is supposed to be seen in a blurred reflection. Laura laid her hand on top of Molly's and restored her virtue to full power. She wanted the kid to stay strong and safe until their probable return. They each had the feeling that they may not be coming back, aside from Ichabod. It was the moment he's been dreading for so long on meeting his demise and being a lost damned soul. Gavin then gave Molly a parting gift, the book he had as a Christmas present last year, known as the Worst Case Scenario Survival Guide. This isn't goodbye. This is only for good luck. Never give up hope, like you said to Mr. Crane. She said she won't. Chief Falkor and his tribesmen would pray for their safe re-entry, and that the showdown should go in their favor. Soren Crane wanted him to look after Canny Cub until the triumphant return, or so they hoped. After a low signature bow that the witness always did, he and his team were soon off. During the 5.5-hour drive, they noticed a humongous ominous cloud with red lightning. They followed it to Frederick's Manor, where it was being torched from the inside. Fire was ablaze in all windows, and the roof collapsed. Its right side stuck up from the fiery hole. They could only watch the horror as one of Ichabod's treasured places went into ruin. He, Jenny, and Gavin had flashbacks of the place, mostly of Moloch during his temporary rise from purgatory, which you will see in Yakita. Even the binding ritual they and Abby thwarted with the cursed blade of Methuselah. Despite his anger, Ichabod ordered everyone to press on. Later, they visited the site of the 4 white trees. Laura recalled the place when she saw it vividly while scribbling in a notebook when she was younger. Jenny remembered seeing Moloch for the first time with her older sister as teens, though their lives were never the same after that. And believe me, they weren't. She also recalled being there after the 3 trees were burnt when she was bound as Henry was describing the Akita, as was Ichabod. However, Gavin couldn't since he was incapacitated by him. Although the sergeant himself can only remember the site as where he met the Freemason and volunteered to be part of the team, Greenhorn's Gamble. It's clear that all 4 of the trees have now been burnt black by the menacing lightning, symbolizing that Ezra's opinion was right. There was no longer a safety net for the rapture, and Abraham was headless no more. Next, they trekked to the site where the entrance to Purgatory stood. Ichabod, Jenny, and Gavin each discussed about rescuing Abby and finding the key, plus meeting the Demon King for real by the young warrior. Suddenly, a large portion of dying land fell into a deep chasm which opened from the burning earth. Over the pit, magma was seen and rising from it. Ichabod made haste to the secret lair he recognized. Jenny wondered if this was the start of the 5th trumpet being blown, as a great star would fall to the earth which would unlock a great void, and the smoke would block out the sun completely, while at the same time release the locusts laid by Abaddon, one of the 3 woes. They followed a twisted, dried-up stream only it was supposed to be full of water, and looked to be an enwrapping snake. Ichabod led the group to the forked tongue, and ancient bricks and some tall stone slabs awaited them. There too was a glyph that had a secret message, as above, so below, it read in hieroglyphics. It was beneath there where Ichabod fought off Abraham, where the sword of Methuselah was found, along with an intruding Gorgon. He describes a few people were literally petrified there, including one of the mill's ancestors, M. Dixon. This is the place. Remember this place well. Hell, I even used this while I was honing my new skills, even the devil's trap. Although, I couldn't use it since I never captured a demon. The horseman must be down there. Although she'd never been there since she was escorting an escapee, Frank Irving, across the border. She looked at Ichabod in a nervous expression. Then, there's no time to waste. I must go there. We'll be waiting for you. Hurry back. Good luck, Brownbeard. We'll bring you back if all goes wrong. We promise you that. It was a quick, deep smooch before he took out the demon slayer, then lit a torch from Gavin's borrowed lighter, large a branch with a cloth. Slowly opened the two large doors with the rusted handles weathered by the elements and tiptoed down the spiraling staircase. He noticed the stone statues were still there, watching over him. Gavin described them and M. Dixon as the Gorgon's victims, then recited the phrase, "Know thyself completely, or perish when you attempt to see." Jenny mentions he still has the head inside one of the underbelly chambers. They all looked at the rear of their right hands. The virtue of prudence was still illuminating. Aside from this, his loafers hitting the cement, the other sound he heard was from his racing heart. Ichabod Crane! He heard a voice that was all too familiar to him. Looked behind him, and over his shoulder he beheld the sight of the former friend. Abraham! At last we meet again! Drew out his burning axe. Revolutionary gently laid down the torch, holding his pupil's weapon in a tight grasp. Finally, you will meet your demise, Ichabod Crane. There will be no way anyone could ever save you since Katrina is gone. You will die, and your body shall rot in the ground of a dying nation you have fought for, and your precious Katrina won't put you to sleep again. For you see, she's been with me in hell, and that is where you will meet your end. The pleasure is all mine. It comes down to this. I will destroy you. Constant clangs of metal clashing against metal rang in the duelist's ears, as well as the onlookers. Gavin was enthusiastically cheering for his compatriot down below, although Jenny had to shush him since chances are death would hear them. Oh. They waited eagerly as they saw Ichabod's virtue going in and out. There were some trick plays, like kicking or trying to trip the other opponent. There were times when either Ichabod or Abraham went down, rolled, and stood back up to fight some more. They also stopped temporarily as they exchanged a few verbal attacks toward each other. Once you seal that deal with Lucifer, the blood will be on your hands. You will gain nothing if you shall defeat me. What will be left for you? The world will be destroyed. You would no longer exist. A blackguard like you shall pay for your treachery. You betraying Katrina, your partner Abby, and your own team. They will fall after you. Death is inevitable and a constant to the world. Since Abraham regained his face, he felt he was no longer being manipulated by a higher power like Moloch or Dreyfus. He said it was a free man when Lucifer offered. Kind of ironic since Ichabod fought for freedom himself. They were each enduring some clenching blows. A few were so direct that their bodies looked as if they were being canned bit by bit. After what felt like an eternity, it was only for about 10 minutes, the two determined fighters were getting more exhausted, and they were not backing down. "You are very close to the devil's doorstep, Ichabod. I am death, and I have no remorse on what I have become. I should thank you for this, as no ailment can hinder me. I would simply be resurrected once you cut me down to size, and then I will strike you down again until you're free from your dying vessel. Even still, my comrades will bring me back. We stand together with our own virtues that'll conquer evil. You cannot underestimate the power of faith." Abraham just grinned. "Ha, you're not as daft as you look." The duel raged on. Outside, the six kept gazing on their hands with disquietude. They saw Prudence starting to fade. They heard a sudden clap of thunder with a blinding flash. "Oh, this is not good!" He certainly hated being in the middle of a storm. The hairs on their necks began to stand up like a hissing cat's, and with each passing minute, the symbol became darker like the clouds above. If it should go out like a blown candle. "We gotta stop the fight! Throw the damn towel!" Jake cried over the wild gusts. Eventually the pair took a breather with Abraham's mouth emitting smoke like a dragon. No one could possibly tell who was in worse shape. Their guess the righteous mortal would fall first. "Good night, father." Just as he turned around and faced his other adversary, Henry Parrish made his mark. There was a sharp grunt as Ichabod was impaled in the abdomen. "Ow!" Squish, when blood squirted out. Prudence had dissipated instantly like a busted light bulb. "No!" Gavin screamed. He was the first to hurriedly run down the underground staircase and race past... Race past the petrified statues. In the neighboring chamber, Ichabod just held his wound as he looked upon his maker. He could hardly believe he was slewed by his own blood. He fell to his knees, then lied there dying as his body had a large gash and was breathing heavily. "Death has a name, and that name shall be Ichabod Crane." Given that loss of blood that caused Ichabod's mind to be flooded with first a sense of panic and doom, then confusion and fear, and finally lethargy, as his perverted son and adversary watched over him and sneered with a great pleasure. "No! No!" With his rage and his virtue flaming in a bright gold, Gavin charged to the horsemen. Unfortunately, with a quick nod by Abraham, they retreated and disappeared into thin air, leaving behind a swirling blanket of dark mist. With the emblem lighting the way, Gavin lay close to his fallen friend. He held his cheek with a shaking hand. His allies showed up minutes later, and he couldn't stop hollering his name, nor beg him to stay. Under his immense pain throughout his body and his dying breath, Ichabod was unable to make a final speech. His vitals were shutting down from the massive gash and blood flow. Only he knew it was the exact same spot in which Abraham made his mark back in November 1781. Unlike then, there was no one that could put him to sleep, and the fallen Freemason realized there was no one to save him from his impending fate. He also knew in his heart that he had died for his country, and his friends after all, with no regrets. Everyone was devastated once he caught his last breath of life, closed his eyes, and turned his head as he remained lifeless. Gavin sunk to his knees, his hands shaking even when they were holding his head in great sorrow. Team Witness was heartbroken as they came to the fact their faithful friend was gone, just like Abby, Joe, Turgato, Missy, and soon all the numerous hapless victims on Earth. What they didn't notice, while they may have been too absorbed in their despair, a hellhound was ripping his soul asunder from his powerless vessel and dragged his wailing, terrified essence to only God knew where. As if he sensed the chaos, Gavin looked up and gazed toward the opening. His knuckles were as white as snow as he held his weapon. In his terrible rage, he abruptly stood and flew out of the catacombs as fast as lightning. He ran out and followed the burnt trail left behind by the horrifying beast and its prey. Through the thick, desolate forest, he chased after the unseen apparitions,
until he tripped and tumbled over a twig stuck to the dry ground floor, as if it was raised by the canine itself. Moments later, Jenny was the first to run to the injured surgeon, screaming his name. The team couldn't catch up with it. All Gavin did was burst into tears, and he kept whimpering that his idol was gone forever. As his friends were trying to hold themselves together, Jenny had an epiphany. About 5 minutes later, she attempted to put two and two together, coming up with a theory that the hellhound and Crane's doomed spirit could be where the Tree of Fear stood, as a sort of gateway to the underworld. It was where Abby used to go while she was saving her from the explosion by the Shard of Anubis. She also stated in a whisper that the suspect blowing the ancient trumpet and starting all those crises could be Donnie Wu. She remembered it from the image Donnie found before the fire flu came to be renowned. Miles away, the agent possessively passed over the horn to Henry Parrish. "Thank you, my kind servant. With my father gone and the witnesses so permanently in our master's cage, the world shall fall into shambles." He was tiptoeing away from his subject. "Oh, how you should bear witness to it." Instead, he used his telekinesis and had him in a stranglehold. With a quick flip of his raised right hand, he twisted Wu's neck in half. Bones snapped and he fell to the ground with a thwomp. "You have no use to me." With a large grin, he took a deep inhale and triumphantly blew into the horn itself. The sound echoed throughout the dead wood and the clouds went rapidly dark, while the storm went crazy with the same red radical lightning. Clutching the instrument tightly, his other three associates marched upon their giant steeds. "The reign of our new master Lucifer will soon begin," he declared before letting out a deep belly cackle. Wow, that was quite a twist. Then again, it was bound to happen sooner or later since the cross never worked. This could also be a metaphor on how Fox actually killed off Sleepy Hollow, as well as Ichabod's impending fate. So technically, he was dead just the same. Also, I seem to be comparing this to one of my favorite childhood series reboots. They both ended at season 4 with cliffhangers and did nothing to resolve their own story arcs. Also, this may be a comparison from Bob and Enzo to Ichabod and Gavin. The latter each lost their mentor, forcing them to fight for themselves and save their own worlds, while sharing their responsibilities. At the same time, things seem to be more darker as time goes on. When Ichabod dies, it'll be like a combination with songs. Like Sonic's death in 06, I wanted to make it look like a metaphor and an impending inevitable defeat. Like, since the game was so abysmal, it failed to kill the Sonic series and that death symbolized it. Same with what Fox did to Sleepy Hollow and its main character, Ichabod, disregarding the fact they had done a few times already. Another reason why I despise the damned corporate network so much! We also follow the trope someone has to die not just as a heroic sacrifice, but as a means of what's good for the world, and to show that Ichabod wasn't expendable at all. Like the trope explained, he did plan for his impending doom, and he already knew what the right thing to do was, and is willing to pay the price. He was damned to begin with anyway. Probably no different than Christ dying in Christianity. So, I hate to make sleepyheads upset now that Ichabod, another fan favorite, has bitten the dust. It was very tough for me, even to write about it. But don't worry, the fix's not over yet, for the team must fend for themselves without their leader. Good luck, and God bless them. Until then, this is the Ecron Writer signing out. And soon, we shall make the journey to hell and no turning back.
Hey guys, this is the E-Crime Writer here, welcoming you back to another episode of Sleepy Hollow, the missing episodes. Last time, Team Witness has actually witnessed the death of Ichabod Crane, and since he made his deal with the devil, his soul has been damned, and thus he has been taken to hell. He had lost to not really the horsemen of death, but rather the horsemen of war, his own son, whom he made a sudden ambush onto him. It was like 2 against 1, and he made such a cheap move. And he blew on the trumpet, expediting the rapture. So, without Ichabod, how will Team Witness be able to save him? And how will they survive? How will the world survive? Well, let's find out. Alright, Chapter 10, To Hell and No Turning Back. With Ichabod gone and his soul taken to hell, it's up to his friends to save him from eternal damnation. It was thanks to Jenny and Laura who figured out their next location, and there will be quite a few elements I'll be using from another series. Something that Supernatural and Fox never had the guts to do. You will see soon enough. Inside Gavin's dark apartment, where his bedroom was, a thin layer of smoke emitted underneath his closet door. The heat was almost rising, causing the surgeon to awaken groggily in a sweat. There was a knock coming from it before he thought it was a fire of sorts. Who's there? There was a person clad in armor. An enormous red cross was smack dab in the middle. He opened the door and marched up to him, clanking his metal plates. He raised a hand of reassurance. Calm yourself, young warrior. I'm just here to lend you some guidance. He responded in a deep voice. But you're dead? His body solidified more, revealing long black strands of hair, a thin mustache, a dark Asian skin. Legends never die, child. They will always stand to the test of time, even those that fight for God. But you're really him! Gavin paused for a moment, processing whom he was seeing before him. You're Dante! He nodded in affirmation, maintaining his serious demeanor. The author of the Divine Comedy! You were portrayed in a lot of things, like in Devil May Cry and the Inferno game, and there was a movie based off of you. You were a hero who was once exiled and exiled to Florence. Everyone knows the story. Dismiss all that, warrior. We don't have much time. I'm here not because I plan to escort you through hell like Virgil did. I know so much about you, as well as your friends and the witnesses. You want to find a way to save Ichabod Crane from damnation, do you not? That nearly caught Gavin off guard. How did he know all this? Yeah, right. That was the main reason why I wanted to search for my beloved Beatrice. Virgil was my spiritual guide, leading me through all the planes of existence, including Inferno, Purgatorio, and then Paradiso. Much like her, Ichabod was imprisoned by Lucifer, wasn't he? Yeah, right. Then you know what you must do. Gather your friends, retrieve Ichabod's soul, and restore peace to the world. You can do it, Gavin. He rose and began to walk out. Wait! Wait! Gavin got out of his bed and stopped in his tracks. Dante turned toward him. I can't. Can't what? I can't restore Ichabod's spirit like you did with Beatrice. Why not? He made a deal with Lucifer, one he can't get out of. He was carried by a hellhound. What for? He needed to obtain a fragment of the Philosopher's Stone in order to negate Dreyfus's immortality. Ichabod. He destroyed it earlier in an explosion, though Dreyfus survived it since he absorbed its energy. So Ichabod and Laura decided to head to the treachery ring, and Lucifer offered him the stone exchanging for his soul, which he received upon his death. Is that so? Sit down, Gavin. Sit down. He sat on his bed while Dante looked at a pic of his deceased mom. Then knelt down and he was almost the same height.
Let me tell you something, young one. Everyone gets one chance to do something righteous. Most people never take that chance either because they're frightened or they're just worried that they don't have what it takes to succeed. This is your chance now, as so it is for your friends, and you should never pass it by. I mean, remember when you first discovered the holy emblem upon your hand? Gavin's eyes lit up, remembering the dream Jenny had, and that Abby and his fallen friends were always watching over them. Gavin was nearly convinced. Yeah, but what? I'm not religious, so it's hard to understand. I'm sure your mind is open enough to figure it out. Then looked at the photo with Gavin's mom smiling at him. She was in her early 40s and had children with long hair. Basically, she looks close to mine. Lucy Lucas. I wish I'd have one like this with beech trees. I don't know why, but can I have this picture? Sure, yeah. My mom was my whole world to me. I was hoping you've already met her. And is she, Abby, Joe, and Dragato actually watching us? Yes, they are. And so was I. They will always be there for you, no matter what. Just as long as you don't corrupt your well-being, as well as others. Wait. Were you saying I should get my friends together, venture through all of the 9 circles, and challenge Lucifer to save Ichabod? Think about it, Gavin. I bid you farewell. He could still hear his strong words. Remember, Gavin, you're a guardian of the witnesses. Use all your might to prevail and cleanse the world from evil. Heroes may fade over time, but legends are timeless. Trust your heart, Gavin. It'll never steer you wrong. Out of all the members that Team Witness had currently, Gavin was the last to awaken. He was actually resting on the ground with his face on his hands while inside a tunnel. It was still pretty dark, like the underbelly was expected to be, and at times he heard a distant crack of thunder with no flashes of lightning. The gang just regrouped, and Jenny was the first to notice Gavin rising up. "Oh, you're finally awake." He just gave her a nod since he was still groggy, unlike everyone else who seemed wide awake, as if they hadn't slept at all. During a hearty breakfast and a constant warning to stay hydrated as long as possible, she was just discussing a message that she sent to Ezra still in the church. He was somber when he heard of Ichabod's fate, then eventually he contacted his daughter. According to him, who was never dissuaded by Henry's speech earlier of the witnesses bound to destroy the world, the passage to hell lies beneath the tree that exploded during the Second Tribulation. He believed that the same place where Abby met her first demise is where Ichabod's soul has been imprisoned. Jenny said to the group that at first the passage was the catacombs, but only she, Abby, Crane, and Gavin faced Pandora and the Hidden One there. Now it's possible it is the entrance to hell and its 9 circles, since Lucifer is now commencing the Great Tribulation on earth. Ichabod shed his blood and his virtue prudence passed over proportionally to everyone as they noticed the speck at the bottom left was giving off a dim shimmer upon each of their hands. They soon trod to Pandora's hideout. Jenny knew the destination very well. It became fresh in her mind since she lost Abby twice here, as did Gavin when he had flashbacks on what transpired over a year ago. The atrium was still there, and thunder within dark gray nimbus clouds continued to roar overhead. The air felt that the humidity was very high. Abby! Felt his heart clench and dropped his head. Jenny felt the same. As they looked down, there was a large opaque pit which the group could have sworn light can't reach it. Although it looked like the abyss staring back at them, it was blocked after a few feet down. There was enough light to see the aperture as one out of 7 engravings that looked like tears shined. It started at 1 tier from the top, 2 in a different row, 3 in another, then back to 1 again. With some ecstasy, "The hellhound and Crane must have entered through here. If we could just use our remaining virtues, those will be the keys." She couldn't believe how correct Ezra was. "Guess it all comes in the family," she said to herself, referring to their destinies as witnesses, having vast knowledge of the paranormal,
as well as passing down the virtue faith. I guess we finally found the entrance to hell. Although once we go down there, it goes with the phrase literally, all hell would break loose. Without us and the virtues, the world will face utter annihilation, since the good will disappear and not hold evil back. Shall we take that chance? If it's to bring Crane back, then we will. I'm with you on that. We can right all the wrongs. If we should ever return, Ichabod needs us. Better get all our weapons ready. I sure hope Molly will be all right. Let's go. The world and Crane depend on us. Then it's settled. Hands out. Because each individual team witness possessed the remaining sacred virtues as well as a small portion of Ichabod's, they each leaned their hands over the pit in the order of the emblem. With that, each of them glowed, then the light looked as if it dropped into the remaining tiers. Each one was alit, and the passage was spontaneously unlocked when the ground trembled and opened. They looked down through the black hole covered in a thick smog, and next heard some agonizing screams from the uncommitted. Whoa! Is this the true passage to hell? Where Ichabod is? Yes, Gavin. The 7 virtues were the keys to reveal itself. But Crane is in treachery with Lucifer. In treachery? Oh, you don't mean... Yes. We have to venture through hell's 9 other rings. The underworld is a lot more diverse instead of just one single plane full of sin. He's with Lucifer since he made that deal. He was sanctified from his sins of treachery once from the horsemen of death, and now he's bound there. He has heard of the incident while Ichabod died. His blood merged with Abraham's. Then the lines were cut by the sin-eater, Henry. We have to go. He drew out his demon slayer and extended his arm blades. We're coming for you, Ichabod. Wait! We mustn't venture here rashly. We'll only arrive at the shores of the vestibule, where the inscription warns travelers, abandon all hope, ye who enters here. Ah, damn scrolls. All right. She paused for a moment. If you're so desperate to save Crane from his eternal damnation, then let me say this. The journey is certainly a perilous one. Within every circle is a specific sin that gradually intensifies in wickedness. The damned and the demons may attack us too. We should use extreme caution and our virtues to keep us safe. There are some that aren't as knowledgeable of the underworld. It'll take more than just our mere arsenal. We should describe each one to assist each of us. Quite right, Jenny. We should all be well informed as we enter here and descend into each area of the contrapasso. All right, we'll let you two guide us along. Crane's life is at stake, and so is the whole world. Grim looks in their faces, even Diana's, who was worried for her kid. Their determination never wavered. Then, let us start. Laura and Jenny were the first to jump down the shadowy portal. The other 4 soon followed. The draft was immensely dark. Through the updraft made the plunge slower and gentler. Luckily, thanks to the light emitting from the backs of their right hands, they saw where they landed after what seemed to be like ages. When they hit solid ground, they saw comets shoot around them, although they knew they were just the sins screaming in agony. Would you explain what this place is, genius? We're at the first half of the Acheron. The other one leads to the first circle, Limbo. This is the place where people wind up if they stay neutral or only care for themselves. Those that took no sides in good nor evil. They're not in hell, nor out of it. I thought they'd be in purgatory if we don't take sides. Only those that repent before they die are sent there. These just stand by and watch the world wither in chaos. They heard some low ringing buzzes, and they turned out to be swarms of wasps and hornets that sting and chase the neutrals, wearing nothing but their ruined skin. What's happening to them? This is supposed to symbolize their guilty conscience, stinging them for eternity, as they were opportunists that took no sides.
Down at their feet were maggots and worms that seemed to slow down their escape. The ugly organisms also drank the blood, pus, sweat, and tears flowing down from the sinners. The team was too frightened to proceed, but Laura and Jenny were daring to cross the field of pain and suffering. Their bodies were imbued in a shiny golden light, and the indigenous insects scattered. They hesitated and looked at themselves. "It's safe passage for us." They walked on, and she suggested to take the ferry that would take them across the river and lead him to hell proper. Eventually, the remaining four took foot, having the same result as they followed their guides. Lousy dry throat. Through a cavernous tunnel, they reached a massive wooden boat that was ridden by sinners singing a sorrowful chorus of sorts, made by their wailing. It was piloted by the living head of the ship named Charon. With his flaming eyes and dragon-like appearance, he declared to never want any mortals aboard his vessel. Laura and Jenny persuaded him they're on a pilgrimage on holy grounds, on their way to restore Witness's soul, which Lucifer captured. Seeing the emblem on the right hand, Sharon subsided and requested them to board. Together, the quartet held hands and huddled tightly as they slowly walked up to the drawbridge, following the two females. "I don't like this," while hearing the constant cries that'll soon be sent to hell itself. "This is the only way to cross the river, Jake. It's the first step of our journey to save Crane. He wouldn't want us to cower now," Alex whispered to him, hoping to provide him with some loving support. "Crane does need us now. We should never abandon hope just yet, not even with Molly. We must find a way to save him and defeat Lucifer before he engineers the apocalypse." "Right. Dante began his journey with Virgil here. He would want us to do the same. We should be lucky we're all involved in this." I think I'm gonna be sick. Oh. No wonder, since Jake is a germophobic. As they sat, the ferry began to sail away through a blackness so thick and rapid, so gnawing. They later began to faint, one by one. Alright, the dream sequence was kind of similar to The Sandlot. Still, it was a nice touch before the start of the climax. I felt Gavin needed some motivation before he'd head through Hell's 9 circles in order to retrieve Ichabod's soul. Yep, I'm going to be using elements from Dante's Inferno. So, this is like the darkest I have ever been ever. Ugh, and it's not over. It's only the beginning. And so Team Witness has set a foot into the underworld in order to rescue Ichabod's soul. I should warn you all in advance that things will get more disturbing and take quite a horrific shift. After all, Ichabod did say that hell is made out of our perceptions. You've all been warned. So that's it, guys. I'm the Ecron Writer signing out. From this point on, it's gonna get dark from here. More worse than the last. So stay tuned for that. Damn it!
I hope that'll suit some manners. Hey guys, welcome back to another missing episode of Sleepy Hollow, the missing episodes. And sorry I cursed at the beginning, because OBS Studios never responds sometimes, or just shuts down abruptly on me. Alright, last time, Team Witness has actually started their journey through hell in order to save Ichabod's damned soul, just like Dante did with Virgil as his guide as they save Beatrice. And basically, yes, I am ripping off elements from Dante's Inferno. So, in case you can't tell, I'm actually going through, like, the darkest reaches of my psyche. Like, very dark, scary reaches of my psyche and using them to create this act. So, what'll they find in Limbo? Will they find Ichabod? Well, let's find out. Alright.
Chapter 11, Limbo. For the longest time, ever since I was young, I believed that heaven and hell are two polar opposites. The former being the afterlife for everything that's good and looks as the most beautiful, peaceful plains of existence, where everything and everyone you loved is there, maybe even the dinosaurs. That's a place I really want to look forward to. And then there's the underworld, where everything and everyone you hate dwells, where every worst nightmare will come true, and then some, eternally. That was my basic thinking. Now I found out that these places are much more diverse. While it may be true that more people could end up in hell than anywhere else, Dante has created 9 distinctive rings, depending on the sins of others. Those being limbo, lust, greed, gluttony, wrath, heresy, the 3 violence rings, fraud, aka blasphemy, and ending with Lucifer's turf treachery. And Team Witness will venture through each underbelly to find their tortured mentor Ichabod. Chapter 11, Limbo. From the Atron River, the headless ship Sharon docked on a colorless basaltic shore. Team Witness arrived in a dense dark forest. It looked to them like the haunted woods, complete with dying plants, trees with sharp twisted bare branches, and screeching noises within the night underneath a lifeless sky with no moon nor stars. Only those cries were later caused by damned newborns hidden within the limbs or in the thick, uncomfortable forest floor. Ugh. He got a chill from the coarse air and the horrifying environment. Jenny quoted from Virgil, "Here suffered those who did not sin, yet did not have the required portal of our faith. Their punishment is the denial of paradise." In other words, this is limbo, the outer circle of hell, where people who weren't unbaptized rest. It's here where the damned receive the least punishment. The group realized they had entered the inferno proper. It's just a distorted form of heaven, like the asphodel meadows made by the Greek poets, particularly Homer. Most of the inhabitants looked deformed. Gavin could have sworn they looked like the Heartless from Kingdom Hearts. Everyone looked at him in an agitated manner. Hey, the Heartless were also abominations born out of sinful people. Those that had impure hearts, like those that have dark souls. They prey on people's pure hearts, and these were the unlucky ones that never had their souls cleansed. Plus, they pretty much look like the Shadow Heartless, born as disfigured wicked beings, kind of like zombies. While the majority pretty much looked the same, there were a few that the team recognized. And you are going to find a shitload of references here in each ring. It was like my own version of Dante's Inferno, but more modernized. First was Eva Archer, half-breed of Asian American who never saw the light of day back in December 1999. In fact, her eyes were so squinted that it was hard to see them. God knows whether or not she was born blind. Gavin remembered Adrian and Rosemary were sent to Limbo from the Devil's Trap in The Demon from Within. She dove in as soon as the spell was activated. Adrian was a demon after all. The rest were Tommy, who died as a stillborn back in 1990, which was why his father, Stu, had an obsession for making toys in his basement. Chucky and his mom passed in a severe car accident, leaving their father, Chaz, in grief till he found romance in Paris. And the DeVille baby was aborted, not knowing it was male or female. As soon as Gavin recognized both Rosemary and Adrian, they began to glare at him and attack. He drew out the Demon Slayer and swiped at them, both with all their pent-up hatred for each other. Unlike before, Rosemary's sky-blue nightgown was nothing but dull and raggedy. She made a brief charge out of spite, but she immediately backed off as Adrian took the fray. It was a free-for-all as the rest of the accursed soon followed. They chased them straight through the wood after Gavin realized he can't defeat a demon in their own turf. Adrian was stunned by the assault, and Jake signaled him to run with them. A broken drawbridge laid across the abyss, and millions of squealing infants reached up toward them, awaiting the catch within their clutches. Some of the baby demons mounted up, reaching for Laura. She was being dragged down by the endless hordes. Unfortunately, the team sprinkled some holy water on her, freeing the witness from her eternal prison and making the unfortunate souls back away. When they headed for safety, Laura pondered for a bit. Why did all these demonic babies reach out to me? What seems to be the attraction? Her mom sulked in the shadows, afraid she'd reveal the answer. Diana's future daughter looked over toward her. I wasn't baptized and you never told me. I'm sorry, Laura. You must remember that back then I was only a skeptic of the supernatural and religion. It all seemed far-fetched to me, and I never believed the upcoming threats that Crane, Jenny, and Gavin never shut up about. She remembered the surgeon's reactions and disdain to her. He was right. I was foolish to not believe and comprehend what was going on. I should have had you baptized, but I never thought it was so important to save our souls. Some people felt sorry for her decision. I'm glad I was baptized after I was born. Me too. We were all Presbyterian. Well, my sister and I were devout Catholics as we were raised in foster homes. It's been a requirement for newborns, and sometimes holy water would be acquired to their feet, or showered. It is said that they would be cleansed from not only filth, but from sin as well. They believe that their feet needs to be bathed before they can stand, since the ground, the earth, was unholy. Laura became more irritated. We're going to immerse ourselves into the other rings. I'm also a witness, so I'll obviously be part of the damned as their #1 target. It's not too late. You can still be a part of God here. We do have holy water after all. Gavin, Jake, and Alex stood back. Jenny told Laura and Diana to kneel down. There were some verses she mentioned on how vital it was to be washed in God, and to be a part of Him to save their souls so they can have the chance to prevent themselves from eternal damnation. This was a Christian practice done in the 1st century, and she mentioned that all their essences will now be a part of Christ, and also to protect them from the evils within the other 8 rings. Jenny took out one of Molly's super soaker guns. She opened the hatch and slowly poured the holy water onto the Thomases. They had to bow their heads and close their eyes in order for them to not let them sting. You know, perhaps we should apply some of that to ourselves. Yeah, let's do that. They each got their bodies purified, even Jenny's. With toxic air surrounding them is quite a refresher. She motioned for the 2 recipients to rise since the process was complete. Thanks for everything, Jenny. We appreciate this. My pleasure, Diana. I'm glad you're both finally accepting this. Let's go. We have to save Crane and fry some demons. Diana faced her only daughter. I promise, Laura. As soon as we get out of here, the first thing I'm going to do is have Molly baptized. This way it wouldn't contaminate her present nor her future. Thanks, Mom. They embraced each other for a few seconds, then walked on hand in hand. The second portion was at an old worn-down temple known as the Citadel of Limbo, where all the poets and philosophers resided, including Aristotle, Socrates, and Plato. It's said that the wisest men of antiquity reside there, but they were not Christian. 7 gates and a flowing brook surrounded them. As the group went in, they entered a meadow, seeing all the figures. Gavin wondered if anyone has left such a miserable place. Jenny answered that it only happened once over 2 millennia. Jesus, known as the Mighty One, has entered limbo and freed Homer, Moses, Abraham, David, and Rachel in the year 33. This event was known as the harrowing of hell, the first occurrence, and maybe the last, in which a group of people was freed within his loving arms. They ventured on before any of them were driven to despair. In a colossal cavern they heard screams of various men and women. They were only shades. Each one was in a long queue, awaiting the proper punishment. One by one they fell off a rocky precipice and onto a humongous wheel with protruding spikes. Ugh, like those ones in Mortal Kombat 3, in the pits. It spun rapidly and then stopped before the next victim descended and got its vessel splattered on a spike. Apparently that wheel was used as a way to represent each sin to whoever lands on it, and is thus being rocketed away to their corresponding circle. There was a scary, vehement voice belonging to a beast of sorts, commandeering the wheel. For every circle, his tail was spun on a specific number of rotations depending on the victim's contrapasso. Hate! The wheel turned and a soul landed on it, then faded. The process repeated as each shouted, Treachery! Suicide! Through the murky lighting, they saw an elderly, skinny man holding a long curved scepter. There was a pointed crown fused on his head. Jenny identified it as the fallen king Minos, the judge of the damned. Who dares enter my house of torment? It is us, Lord Minos, Team Witness. She was leading the pack with Jenny and Gavin close behind, followed by Alex and Jake, then Diana. We are here to retrieve the soul of Captain Ichabod Crane. He paused for a few minutes. Soul-piercing eyes widened. Ah, the traitor and witness. He deserves his punishment within treachery for betraying the trust of his king and country and making the deal with Lucifer. He shall never have any reprieve. He's eternally bound to his lair. With your permission or not, we shall pass through here. There is no place for you, brave mortals. Not yet, until the end is near. We've got to save Ichabod. Let us through. He charged up toward the pedestal with his demon slayer drawn. Gavin! Dare you defy the judge of the damned? He transformed as he reeled his head back. Just then his abdomen shattered as the team witnessed the enormous being that they presumed was half human, half slug. He grew and expanded so large that they couldn't come up with proper measurements. Minos whipped his slimy tail down, but Gavin avoided it. The pedestal collapsed with his weight. The fortitude wielder ended up on the ground floor. His friends rushed to his side, though it didn't take long for Minos to counterattack. Whipped his tail again and everyone scattered. Gavin staggered away, still stunned from the impact. Jenny and Laura pitched in. They distracted the rotting ruler as he bellowed, I shall send you to the bottommost circles of hell. You'll be devoured for all eternity. Minos' body was ginormous, but he was very slow, not counting his swift tail end. Jenny and Laura both dove under and used all their strength to hit his scrawny legs. As he was in pain, he didn't realize his underbelly was just impaled by his own wheel. The monster screamed in agony, making the 6 cover their sorry ears. I love that move in Dante's Inferno. They managed to have Minos' belly tangled and caught in the torture vessel. As it rotated rapidly, the spike sliced up its body asunder, spewing rotted flesh and blood everywhere. Jenny and Laura recovered and did a high five. Impressive! Hey, you didn't do so bad yourself. I'm glad we both can do some badass martial arts. Hey guys, look! Diana pointed toward a drop the mist just broke over. There was a pit that seemed to go on for miles. I believe this is where we should go to next. Jenny did have a bad feeling over what she and her fighting partner just did. With Limbo ungoverned, it's likely the convicts would escape into the overworld, and that Lucifer would be pleased on starting the apocalypse early. On top of that, it was definite that someone else would shortly take Minos' place, or he might even regenerate himself. Then we must hurry before that happens. Let's go. Ichabod's waiting. He's depending on us. Regardless of the team's anxieties and despite Gavin's weakened constitution, they leapt into the chasm beyond, their souls gradually dropping, and they were on their way toward the first ring of incontinence, lust. The limbo ring was pretty easy to make. Then again, this is after all only the first, so of course it's going to get harder from here. So yeah, I didn't have a lot of material to work with. It's pretty hard to tell whether or not someone has been baptized, especially if it concerns fictional characters. So the sinners in the first ring are pretty much those that hardly had the chance to receive God's graces. I'm not religious, but I am thankful I was baptized. And I too had a Presbyterian background thanks to my parents. I've mentioned some historical figures that were familiar, but like I said, there was hardly any material here. And while I understand about people not being baptized end up here, I'm actually supportive of women's rights aborting fetuses, whether it be from an unwanted pregnancy, stillborns and miscarriages, or other factors. And here are the songs. Hey, blah blah blah. What sound? Kevin Michael Richardson voiced Minos. Yeah, Minos. Ugh. Minos from the animated epic. And OMG, his voice work in movies and animation are insane. He may even compete with Dan Green for his legendary stats. There was a reference to Kingdom Hearts, but I'm not a fan. I kind of grew out of it after a short while when I was a teenager. I did most of the Rugrats when I was a kid. I didn't put the babies and Chucky's mom in here just because I hated them. I only did that because it was based on the infamous creepypasta. It was quite interesting to know that Angelica or Satanica has made up most of the characters as fragments from her imagination. Story said that Tommy was born in 1988, but since the series debuted in 91, while the pilot episode was his first birthday, I decided to change that. Same thing with Chucky, as he died in 1990, yet he was 2 when the show came out. As for the demon baby, Adrian, and its mom, Rose, well, if you would have paid attention to the demon from within, then you'd already know how Gavin was able to use the devil's trap and send them both down below where they belong. And since she gave birth to an impending abomination, I figured it'd be perfect for them both. Lastly, I thought Laura and Molly not being baptized was an interesting touch. Since Diana was a skeptic for the supernatural and the witnesses, I guess it makes some sense. 1 down, 8 more to go. No doubt it'll get harder and harder as the story goes on. And darker. And there's a shitload of references there. So, stay tuned for Lust.
Whew. That was a very scary song for Mortal Kombat 4, especially with the stage. Hey guys, welcome back to another episode of Sleepy Hollow, the missing episodes. Last time, Team Witness has actually managed to venture through the first circle of hell, known as Limbo, aka the first ring of incontinence. Well, actually, this is the first ring of incontinence coming up. Anyway, they searched for Ichabod's damned soul, but they didn't have much luck. So they're on their way to Lust. And I should warn you, this is very suggestive. So if any of you guys use this as like fetish fuel or something, I suggest you leave now, especially those that are sensitive to it. And if anyone dares you to use it as fetish fuel, then consider yourself reported. Alright, let's do this. Alright. Chapter 11, or Chapter 12, Lust. This next chapter may contain some suggestive scenes and character bashing. Viewer discretion is advised. Because it's obvious I'm doing the Lust ring next, and chances are there may be some characters that people might like and feel they don't deserve eternal damnation. I suggest you take this with buckets of salt. You've been warned. Team Witness had finally descended into the next circle after what seemed to be like minutes. They took a brief sigh of relief, grateful their feet had touched even more unholier ground. The inhabitants weren't so lucky. Suddenly the air just got colder and a strong maelstrom blown. Every one of the damned was tossed around like rag dolls, and the sky began to rain in torrents, soaking the heroes. The temperature began to drop rapidly, and the six felt they were being drenched to the bone. "We have to hurry and find shelter!" Through the downpour and the radical lightning, Diana pointed toward a structure as tall as the wrathful clouds. The team raced across a bridge that was lined with golden statues on each side. On the left were naked figures of men, and to the right were women. Some even had males and females on both sides. Arching streams of thin violet light were between them, as if they were reaching out to their significant others. The hurricane had forced the team back as they hurried in. "Stick together! It's our only hope!" Laura extending a hand toward her teammates. They each grabbed hold and stammered inside the tower. It rose from a wide chasm and faded in between the two bridges above the malicious weather. Thanks to the virtues they possessed on the backs of their hands, with small portions of prudence, they had enough strength to plow through. They took a breather before Laura found her voice. "This must be the carnal tower, the heart of lust. This is where the queen of the perverted Cleopatra dwells, and she is the source of those violent storms." As if to answer her, the sky cracked with thunder and lightning that nearly blinded the team as they looked through the openings above. "It is said that this is the least severe of all the rings, even though it's the first of the 7 deadly sins, as these sinners let lust drive them constantly through life. Day or night, their urges are non-stop. Thus this whirlwind keeps forcing them to move eternally without allowing them to stop for rest. Lust was once a form of divine love for others, perverted into an obsession with the flesh, which is why it is only the second circle rather than a lower one. The others are far more worse, as they're the forms of corrupted divine love, those being greed or gluttony. Remember when you said I dodged a bullet just 3 years ago, while I was busy doing community service at the time?" In a flashback, he recalled vividly on how he, Ichabod, and Holly were facing a monster known as the Succubus, also known as the Heartless, named Lilith. She was a creature that was living with her heart severed from her body, and she was well known for her abilities on taking advantage of her victims' desires and feeding off of them as she drained their life force. Little did the gang know that her job was already accomplished when she gave her master Moloch enough strength to grow simply by feeding him as an infant demon in a crib. If you've seen the episode Heartless in Season 2, you should know this.
The trio teamed up with Abby and Katrina, and it was entirely up to them to find and destroy Lilith's heart before the remaining members were becoming empty husks after drawing her to a nightclub. Gavin was the only one who was never tempted by her charm, though it was a lost cause for him alone. Fortunately, their lives were spared. "You're right, Jenny. You had dodged a bullet since you never dealt with a succubus like we did. You were so lucky." "Lilith, the Heartless. You've written about your encounter in your journal." "That storm. It's powered by Cleopatra. We have to go up in order to progress. If any of us should feel an urge that we must stick with Laura at all costs since she has temperance, it could help us survive here. All right, let's go. Stay close." The ascent of the tower's every floor became more sickening and at the same time enticing. Gavin was nearly sick to his stomach. There were numerous floors as the six stepped up a spiral staircase. There were open windows carved from the stone overlooking pillars that resembled penises. Inside they saw multiple doors with the structures of vaginas, leading to chambers that represented wombs. All around there was some decor that had lovers in intimate poses, and they could have sworn they heard moaning and gasps in every corridor they passed. In each column, the heroes discovered some of the people that Gavin felt should be neutered like the dirty dogs they are. Point taken. A distinctive few were a carrot-top woman who was banging with an Asian-like male who looked older than her. He kept saying "giggity" a lot. They saw an elderly man in a high-pitched voice being tossed around in the vortex outside with his metal walker and his bony dog. A fat lady with wild black hair was also being thrown asunder into the tower. As they continued, a working girl with shiny blonde hair and golden clothes was being molested by shades. Gavin, Jenny, and Laura remembered the massacre that happened at a village in Rhode Island not very long ago. This is actually a scenario I came up with. I despise Family Guy. I mean, I used to like the classic episodes, but as the show went on, and since Fox merged with Disney, which is a bad idea, I just quit. You know, what the hell is Fox thinking? What is Disney thinking, merging with Fox? It's for mature audiences. What if children get involved in this? Anyway, there's the scenario I came up with known as the Raiden Quahog, and most of the Family Guy characters are killed and sinned. Believe me, you're going to be seeing a lot of Family Guy characters in hell, and I have no regrets. So, here's Lois Griffin, and you can pause here if you want. I don't want to go over this because it's going to take too long. I don't want to go over this either because, I just hate them. So, anyway, this is Glenn Quagmire. You can pause here if you want. And, oh, jeez, perverted bastard. And there's John Herbert Silverbird, known as the Pervert. Herbert the Pervert. Go figure. Nice. And there's Bonnie Swanson here. You want to pause here. A.k.a. Joan Swanson's wife. And Ginger Rockstein, you can figure it out. But, yeah. Hint, hint, it's from a movie I really hate. And the Greys, I never saw 50 Shades of Grey for obvious reasons. Never want to see it. Anyway, when the team got hired, it was as if the tower was also growing in height. They suddenly heard a deep whooshing noise from above. Thinking it was only the storm, they pressed on. Some dark large hag in rotting flesh dropped and caught the team by surprise. Her long tongue was almost like a large carnivorous snake's. The team was blindsided and a few members were taken by her. Those that recovered figured it was Cleopatra. The ones still remaining were Laura, Jenny, and Alex. Jake, Gavin, and Diana eventually came too. Who was that? This surgeon was holding his aching head. The archivist heard someone whisper to him. Soon enough, it was Alex. Diana met up with a man in his 40s that had broken, wrinkled skin, and Gavin saw Jenny. How did you get up here so fast? Wait, who's this guy? That's Mitch Talbot, Gavin. He was Molly's father and Diana's former lover. He just returned from his service in the Marines. He was enamored with doubt since he was killed by an ISIS radical. The others seemed to be persuaded more easily. We can finally be together now, Diana. Forgive me for abandoning you and our daughter. I wish you would have never sent me that dear John. Now that I'm no longer part of the Marines, I could be with you two forever, and I won't have to worry about forgetting to call her right. His voice was unusually gentle. Little by little, she began to warm up to him. Laura's here, but we were separated. Molly's still in the overworld. With your help, we can escape this corruption and reunite as a family again. I may be a soldier, but I've been battered for far too long. I'm very tired. I can't do this without you. Sleepy eyes seemed to be affecting hers as he caressed her cheek. Jake was also influenced by Alex, but Gavin was just as confused. With a quick shake of his head, Jenny, we can't leave here. Not until we save Ichabod. We can, Gavin. And we will. He could have sworn he was hearing beats from his heart ringing in his ears. Or perhaps drums. We should rest here. Once we're strong enough, we'll rescue Crane. That's a promise. His head became more foggy, and he looked toward Jake and Diana, who were being held down by their lovers. Then she gave him a deep, passionate kiss, and out of the corner of his blurry vision, he heard a hiss and saw his distorted face. Fangs grew within her mouth. His hand slipped down and held onto something hard. He struggled to break free as his body was being wrapped by hers. This can't be you! No! No! With a hard kick, she stammered backward. No! You're not Jenny! You're just a demon! You all are! He drew his blade and sliced the phony into smoke. Enraged, he diced the other two, and both Diana and Jake sicked on him, pinning him to the ground. Ah! What are you doing? The ravenous faces were fixed as they started to advance on him. No! Get off! They were both blinded by light and were incapacitated by holy water from the soakers. Damn you, Jake! Snap out of it! Mom! You've just been deceived by lust demons! That was not my father! Gavin, are you all right? Oh, thank goodness. I knew it wasn't you trying to convince me on leaving without Ichabod. I would never. He's more important than that. Even more important than your very soul. Everyone looked around for that altered, vehement voice in which they presumed it belonged to an archdemon. What should we do with them? We can't just leave them here. I guess we should carry them. So she and Jenny lifted the stunned Jake on each of their shoulders, while Laura and Gavin carried Diana. It was literally an uphill battle before they reached the top. The storm became more aggressive than ever as they each felt the strong gusts. As they tired, they stopped and lowered their unconscious partners. Someone needs to keep an eye on them. How about you and Gavin go on and defeat Lust's archfiend, and we'll wait for you here. All right. Gavin, you with me? Mm-hmm. Drew out his demon slayer and metal blades. They emerged into the storm, which actually became calmer. Little by little, they saw an enormous witch that gradually departed from the clouds. Her bare breasts protruded from her body. They were bigger than Dee's. She wore an ominous spiky crown and robe. She had a lot of gothic makeup, even heavy black lipstick, thick massacre, and purple blush. She floated down toward the circular arena and introduced herself. I believe you two were looking for me. I am known as the dominant demon of lust, the archfiend of the appetite of the flesh, the former empress of the ancient world. I am Cleopatra, Voice was rather tempting, but Gavin managed to shake it off. I thought there was something dry in the air, so you're the one. I will offer a quest to help you save Ichabod, on one condition. You must mate her, be a part of my bidding. Gavin, she's right. What? No! Don't listen to her! She's influencing you! You lost your loved ones, Nick Hawley and Joe Corbin. Your lover is waiting right here. Join with him. Whatever she says, she's lying! She only wants us as part of the ring for eternity! He immediately withdrew his blade, took out his holy water soaker, and hesitated. After a few pauses, he managed to aim and shoot toward Cleopatra, burning her eyes. She let out a shriek. Did the same to Jenny. It was like acid to them. He changed the nozzle from spray to stream and gave the Duchess a few shots until she fell off the ledge. But it wasn't long before she enlarged herself into her gargantuan size and roared at them. As she did, her husband and loyal subordinate Mark Antony and Lilith exited her mouth. My love, my child, destroy these two vermin on my behalf. The warrior had a massive shield and a large mustache and beard to compensate. Lilith looked the same as Gavin's last encounter. He decided to deal with Mark while Jenny took on the Heartless despite it being her first fight. She was just as swift as Jenny, and Gavin was more agile than the brute. The two women were entangled in a catfight as they clawed and mopped the floor with each other while Cleopatra watched the brawl. Gavin sprayed the soaker toward her, for now she went down. Despite all the armor he wore, Mark was evenly matched with his opponent. At times, both Jenny and Gavin were vulnerable as they made the split-second decision on stunning Cleopatra, resulting in some abrasions and enduring some inflictions. Gavin eventually switched to his soaker. The corrosive liquid was more effective against Mark's dark covering. With a stroke of luck, the two nearly prevailed with their stamina dwindling. Mark fell and his body dissolved, but Lilith was still standing, and Cleopatra reduced to her original size. You dare manage to overthrow the old-time rulers of lust! Cleopatra marched up to them, and Lilith did her signature move, sucking away their life force like a straw in a shake. Gavin and Jenny were being drained away, their bodies looking more pallid as death's horse. Something shattered behind them, and blue mist surrounded the platform. A time crystal was activated. No, now we're even. Trio gradually stood up and made their way to the second ring of incontinence known as gluttony. Meanwhile, Ichabod's in treachery as Lucifer mocked him. He said that he betrayed Katrina when he sided with Betsy and made a relationship during the Revolution, soiling his late lover in the process. Ugh, I never liked Betsy. While also having a thing with the doomed Caroline before she was drowned by the crazed weeping Lady Mary, which was why Katrina succumbed to the darkness and wanted revenge on him, Henry hating him all the while, and how terrible of a father he was. As much as he desperately defended himself, Lucifer froze Crane underneath the waist down, including his genitalia. Hint, hint. This was by far one of the most hardest rings I had to describe, and one of the most unpleasant. Why? Because I have a grudge with sexual material. But since this was the lust ring, I had to push through with it. It was thanks to the characters here that made the process a bit easier, as well as the boss fight with Cleopatra and Mark Antony from a vid I found of the game. Although I liked the animated epic better. About this small biography, I always wondered who'd replace Quahog's deceased mayor Adam West, while some describe him as irreplaceable and a staple to the series. I consider him no less than the incompetent, humorless mayor of Springfield, Quimby. So I just developed this little backstory as to how much I wanted those hated characters eliminated for the equation. Here's the rundown. Quagmire is simple. He's a horn dog that's obsessed with sex. He never cares about women for their souls, only for their bodies. He's also known to be a rapist, kidnapper by openly admitting he kept women captive and starving her to death in a basement, a stalker, and a necrophile. having sex with dead women. Yeah, disgusting. I've also seen him knock women unconscious so he can violate them. He always grosses me out 'cause he's hell-bent on sex, even lying about that he never had any intercourse when the world was coming to an end, which was an April Fool's joke. But Quagmire is so disturbing! Plus, I bet that he contracted so many diseases that Sept knows he passed them on to the others, even to his own kids. He deserves to be in the last ring, no exceptions. Same goes with Herbert, since he's always known as the pervert despite their backgrounds as veterans. Lois Griffin is one of the fictional moms I can't stand. She's an ineffective mother and supporter. She's always irritated, even with the slightest issues. She overlooks and accepts her husband too much and tries her best to cover him up, and she's self-absorbent and bitchy all the time. Because she always sweeps her husband's and Brian's pathetic ways under the rug instead of resolving them, Lois is a trashy mom as far as I'm concerned. No matter what you do the rest of your life, you will always be garbage. You're garbage, you whore! She doesn't even deserve the title mom either. Plus, she uses her significant other for sex only, and she has a long history of affairs. Also, Ginger Rockstein was based off of a hooker I knew from the anime asinine movie Casino. There will be some other Family Guy and Casino characters later on. She was the definitive proof of slut. I'm sure the backstory gave a little insight about her. That role left me a loathing impression of her as well as her actress. Cleopatra and Mark Anthony made an appearance here, as well as Lilith and the Succubus making a return. I'm not a huge fan of 50 Shades for obvious reasons. I mentioned the Greys came because I felt like they deserved the worst for such a putrid series, and the fact that I hate pornography, erotica, and such. And here are the songs for that. Hold on a sec. Ugh. Interference. Ugh. Alright, so, here are the songs. Blah, 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 blah. Well, 2 down, 7 more to go. The more severe the sins are, the tougher it is to put together. I hope gluttony won't be too much trouble, which hopefully I'll do later. Until then, this is the Ecron Writer signing out. And good riddance to those I put in the lust ring. So, I'll see you guys later.
was one of my favorite songs from the Dissidia Duodecim Final Fantasy. I'm not very crazy about Final Fantasy III, but yeah, that was one of the best songs ever. Welcome back to another episode of Sleepy Hollow, the missing episodes. Last time, Team Witness has actually ventured through the Lust Ring, aka the first ring of incontinence, but they haven't found Ichabod's soul yet. So they must continue their quest to retrieve his soul and treachery. And they're going to set foot into the next ring of incontinence, known as gluttony. And I should warn you, again, this is suggestive, and if you guys are very sensitive to the disgusting material, I suggest you leave now. Alright, here we are. Chapter 13, Gluttony. Team Witness had finally descended to the second ring of incontinence, gluttony. Gavin and Laura were carrying her mom while Jenny and Alex were holding Jake on their shoulders. They stopped to take a short breather as their weight was wearing them down. What these shades could not satisfy in life, in death, they shall be denied for eternity. According to Dante, gluttony was a form of divine love for sustenance, perverted into an obsession with food to the point of waste, which is why it is only designated as the third circle rather than a lower one. In this one are those who were punished for overindulgence in food, drink, and addictions in the living world, placing such things above all things, including their fellow man. As a result, they are forced to slosh around forever in the vile muck that makes up most of the circle. On the hard ground they saw numerous people running around the endless fields that supplied food for plenty. Most of the dams were fat, and they were starving as they were grabbing and stuffing themselves in handfuls. As they were scoffing down the scraps, they were being chased by a hungry, disgusting worm possessing 3 heads. Great landscapes made of living organs, mud, piles of human waste, and giant gorger worms with insatiable appetites were ever present. There was also a plain that looked like an eerily dark ear of corn with deformed husks, ejecting manure as it flew. The stench was so massive that it made the unconscious noses twitch. Ugh, what are those things? Alex observed large worm-like beasts drag the panic down. Those are the gluttony worms. They're huge worms that burrow into the landscapes of filth. They feast on the souls that are trapped in the circle with them. They rip apart their carcasses and corpses that litter the ground along with the organs and waste laid here. If an unwary victim moves close to its burrow, which is almost impossible to see, it instantly rises up and attempts to devour it. They're actually servants of this big bad, Cerberus. Amongst the fat people filling themselves with the endless scraps of leftover food and escaping Cerberus while stampeding over their lord bodies, Gavin and Jenny realized one of the damned. He was wearing a chef's hat and apparel. Jenny, I know. He was the chef, the fat pig that used to be employed at the Lennox house for the mentally insane in Vermont. He must be one of the recent souls that ended up here. I didn't know he actually died. They saw him get caught in one of the Cerberus's long maws. He screamed in agony as he was being swallowed down his humongous middle gullet. Everyone shielded their eyes in the process. Ugh! You really think Crane is in there? The next circle of hell resides within the beast. There's no other way around it. Jesus. We gotta go inside this thing? We have to. I think I know a way to enter it without being devoured into chunks. She summarized the plan as the Cerberus continued to feed on more damned souls with its other mouths. They were combing the putrid landscapes fairly well. Gavin was the first to confront the Cerberus while his team stayed put. Yo, Cerb! Don't you know that swallowing certain souls is bad for you? The beast stomped over toward him. His body was trembling and he turned and tried to run while trudging through the immense mud made from organic waste. He was gagging all the while until he was grabbed and picked up. Just like a T-Rex claiming its prey, He was swallowed down Cerberus's gullet without any resistance. It was all according to plan. Okay, let's do it. While Gavin inspects the inside, we'll distract Cerberus and give him his own medicine. I hope he has a strong stomach. Although his close friends highly doubted it, still they believed that he was the one to allow them entrance to Hell's next circle safely without falling prey and permanently be bound to this one. Gavin fell into Cerberus's massive chamber located in the abdomen where he saw many more demons. On the contrary, the stench was so bad that his eyes kept on watering and burning from the endless waste they were sloshing around in. He actually upchucked when the inevitable odor reached his senses. A few of the victims were just begging to be free, as it was known to be the main residence in the gluttony ring, since there was no escape, nor shades were showing their lavish, inhumane appetites. There was even parts of them that exited their bodies, such as bones and eyeballs. Gavin tried his very best to hold his own. Amongst the endless shit, synapses, and disturbing acts of excessiveness, he recognized one of the recent victims. His wide-loading clothes were intact compared to the more decaying broken ones. Down on a white shirt, dark green pants. Ha! Peter Griffin's on here, people! Ha! Could never be more appropriate. Annie can pause here for that. Ha! Peter Griffin is in gluttony inside the Cerberus. Ha ha! Another middle finger to Fox and Family Guy. Serves him right. I wish him dead. Gavin looked around and noticed the chamber was lit at the left side. He sloshed his way toward it as he covered from the lower chest down. He eventually saw a massive living pile made out of the abhorrent material. His eyes and teeth were in a dark yellow as it kept on tossing some portions toward the damned that attempted to run away. It even drowned a huge number of them like a tidal wave. Gavin hurriedly pressed on, following the light. Meanwhile, the six made groups of two. Jenny went with Laura, Jake stuck with Alex, while Diana stood alone. They each focused on the Cerberus's maws, and by the time it noticed its new meals, the gang split up and threw pieces at it. While the mouths opened, they each loaded an excessive amount and stuck it in them, making the beast stunned from the excrement and piss surrounding it. They were lucky they never lost their dinner. They rinsed and repeated the process while Gavin was strategizing to get to the next ring. As he climbed onto a hill made of soft tissue, Gavin observed its black heart. For a moment he hesitated, thinking that his friends couldn't possibly hold off Cerberus for long. Hearing roars and moaning as the damned ran to him, he drew out his demon slayer and slashed them all. After he was temporarily clear, Gavin stabbed the heart beating with black blood that seemed like ancient sewage, making him cough hard as he was covering his mouth. Outside, Cerberus was wailing and staggering in intense pain, and soon enough, the center maw reeled back and regurgitated Gavin into the air. Dropped to a nearby slump of wasted food, immediately brushed himself off and rinsed himself using the endless rain, spread out his arms and he soaked in the downpour, met the others as they rushed to him. Gavin! Now I know how Dufferenson feels, coming up clean often after he crawled through tons of filth. This truly is the sensation of freedom. The reunion was short-lived. Like a volcano erupting, Cerberus unleashed a flowing river of blood. Ferocity was so great that it took the team toward a precipice. They fell along with a slippery, rapid runoff as it cascaded to the next ring below. So much for the gluttony circle, which was tough as lust. It took as long as this one, about 2 to 3 days to write it. Poop Ship was a disgusting shout-out to Drawn Together the movie, which I never watched, and never will. Again, from Phantom Strider's top 10 worst cartoons of all time. And that one was number 3! Pile of Waste inside Cerberus was a reference to the Great Mighty Pooh from Conker's Bad Fur Day. Also, this one doesn't talk nor sing, just loves to smother its victims from its own embodiment.
The Hall of Gluttons was eliminated as it was difficult to describe, so too the movie removed it. And here are the songs. Originally I was going to include Homer Simpson, but I was contradicting myself. In the end, I decided to leave him out as he's seen as a doofus and hot-headed, but sometimes redeemable, like in the Simpsons movie, though they disregarded it. They retconned that. Bastards. Besides, his Family Guy pound counterpart Peter Griffin is far, far worse. Speaking of whom, never liked him except, in the Star Wars trilogy. You can pause here if you want. Ugh, God damn it, Peter. Haven't gotten to Brian yet, but it serves him right. And there's the cook from Sucker Punch. 3 down, 6 to go. Tune in next time if you guys are ready for more. We're only a third way through. Ugh. Well, that's it for now. This is the Ecron Writer signing out. Welcome back to another episode of Sleepy Hollow, the missing episode. Last time, Team Witness has actually ventured through the gluttony ring, which is the most disgusting out of all the rings in hell. And they haven't found Ichabod's soul yet. So they're on their way to greed, aka the third ring of incontinence. So, let's get this thing started. Alright, Chapter 14, Greed. The runoff from Cerberus's blood led Team Witness down to the fourth circle of hell, Greed. Thankfully, the softened earth was able to cushion their fall. They gradually rose with their irritated bodies, but were very much alive. Whew, thank goodness we never landed on that, Alex pointed in the distance. They beheld mountains of gold, and the shades were being buried beneath the ever-flowing coins. Some were literally being shredded by the humongous, rusted, blood-smeared gear known as the Wheel of Fortune. When Laura described it, Jake asked in terror, "This isn't like the one in that game show, right?" Everyone looked at him in a coy manner. They gazed upon the mechanical gears, noticing it was less organic than the previous circles. At the very center of Greed there was a boiling pit filled with what seemed to be lava, colored in a golden fashion. The damned were screaming in all methods of torment. "I suppose we'll all see Dreyfus here?" None of the gang spoke.
They were all pondering over that possibility. It's quite possible, unless if he's somewhere else with Job and violence. Only one way to find out. Diana led the way. Wait, Mom! I should go in. Laura holding a hand in front of her waist. I have temperance. This monetary environment would surely tempt us. Let me go first. Lead on, Laura. Feeling comfort that the remaining witness was taking charge. The first shade they realized nearly caught them off guard. Talk about fathers. They each saw Alighiero, also known as Dante's abhorrent dad. From the looks of it, he couldn't be any more. Actually, in Dante's epic, the animated epic, Dante actually faced his father here, but it was cut out, because they're going to face somebody else. You'll see. So, yeah, you can pause here if you want. It just describes why his father is there. When Dante was away, the Crusades, Beatrice stayed. So, yeah, here's that. And here's that. You can pause here if you want. He appeared in grade, turned into an obese demonic abomination with chains wrapped around his neck and limbs. And here are some other shades that I added in. You're not going to believe this, but I actually added Angelica Pickles into this. You think she belongs in gluttony, but you know what? She has more materialistic desires too, so yeah. I figured that only greed makes the most sense. And, much like the other souls, I mentioned the creepypasta. So you can pause here if you want. And there's also a bony elderly man that was bald at the top of a shiny bright peach head, which may have reflected some of the golden light. Yes, I included a Simpsons character, C. Montgomery Burns. Excellent. Go to hell. Besides, he deserves it. In fact, I think this is like a personification of Fox's corruption and monetary status and, Smithers, I never had a problem with, but I feel he's like Burns' puppet. No? So, you can pause here for that. And I also included Malcolm Dreyfus. Malcolm was obvious since Job dragged him down after his immortality was compromised from the Philosopher's Stone offered by Lucifer. At first Laura was hesitant as she gazed upon her former foster father while he was drowning within the cauldron of the acidic gold. Her heart nearly shattered as she witnessed the horrific sight while he dissolved into nothingness. Diana laid a hand on her shoulder, snapping her back into reality. They pressed on. And here's another Family Guy character, Carter Pewterschmidt. Fucking bastard. I never liked his wife that much, but Barbara Pewterschmidt, I felt kind of petty towards. So that's why I didn't kill her in the raid. And next were two young people. You're not going to believe this, but I actually included Roger Klotz and Sharpay Evans. I hate them both. And you know, I actually transformed them into drug addicts. And Sharpay Evans is like a pimp in the slums. She deserves this. She doesn't deserve to win anything. Ugh, I hate them both. And I hate High School Musical, the movie, because of the atrocious lip syncing. Hey, wait a minute! Wasn't there supposed to be some kind of wolf here? Yeah, he was known as Plutus, and people considered him as a gold statue. However, he's mostly depicted as a wild dog, eager to claim its prey from the hoarders and wasters. He usually rips them apart as they joust each other. He still says the phrase, "Pape Satan," many times. So, he's a wolf that worships Satan? Yeah. Yeah, let's hope we won't be his next meal.
I think he'll be too busy chasing after these who are perverted into the obsession of materialistic goods. It's no wonder Dante labeled this as the fourth ring, since it represents divine love for items in a world created by God. Wow, your knowledge and experience from the foster homes are really paying off. Paying? Don't get us tempted here, Alex cried. She grabbed her partner's olive green shirt, trying to get some sense into him. Guys! Tension was really going sky high. Look, I know how you guys must feel, but we need to stay focused. Which is why you need my help more than ever. They all looked up and saw a man in his 20s with frazzled blonde hair. You again! Nick Hawley. I should have known you'd be here. Always the money maker, I see. What a foregone conclusion. Yeah, Lucifer put me here. I don't deserve this, especially being the arrogant man that I was. I wasted my ass to help you slime buckets. Yeah, until you were overwhelmed by grades, you bastard. He was deeply offended. All I wanted was to bring Jenny back to my side. Now I can, no regrets. What do you say? Are you willing? I can get you all out of here. She hesitated. The firebrand challenged as he blocked her vision. Rrr! Nobody wants to join you. We've got a mission, and we don't need your help. Besides, you never cared for Ichabod. All you want to do is party with numerous women in bars. It's all business to you. You wouldn't mind if the world was destroyed anyway. So, obviously Satan gave you a reward. Now make like a tree and leave, you pathetic privateer. Holly lunged at him and they exchanged blows till he twisted his skinny arm. Ah! Ah! Holly did have more muscle. Gavin yelled in agony, then Laura got involved as she commenced her fury, using strong, accurate kicks and punches. As the fight wore on, the team noticed something in Holly's pant pocket. It was shiny, and Jenny recognized the ceramics right away. It must be... What? She explains it was one of the 30 pieces of silver belonging to a relic known as the Tyrian shekel. Pontius Pilate gave Judas those to betray Jesus, and they're capable of awakening suppressed feelings of resentment to those who gaze upon them. He still had one contained in stained glass. It's episode 3 of season 2, The Root of All Evil. Have a taste of your own, witness. You'll be joining Crane soon. Don't you worry. Not so tough without him, are you? Weakling of Dreyfus! Holly roared before he landed more punishing hits on Laura, making her feel weak. We have to separate him from the Judas coin! He screamed just enough. He would have hollered his lungs out. Apparently he was drawing power from it, making him feel more invincible and more ravenous in an appetite for murder. Jenny's begging were ineffective, and with a matter of chance, the 2 stained glass slabs containing the Judas coin slipped out of Holly's possession. She gazed at it and was walking to it. The team grew worried as they knew that she was affected by it a few years ago, when Parrish laid it beside her during her community service and was about to kill Reyes due to the false claim that she put her mom in the Terrytown mental hospital. Fortunately, Gavin tackled her down and both Alex and Diana pinned her to the ground. The slabs appeared closer to the molten gold pit. With a strong resolve, Gavin picked up the slabs and held it for Holly to see, while he still was rolling and thrashing with Laura. He ran to him using all his rage. Say goodbye to your fortune, Holly! He tossed it down and Holly dove after it, incinerating both menaces in the process. Ha! Take that, creator's pet! Diana and Alex eventually let Jenny go, whom she was more stunned than her teammates. She was undoubtedly numb both inside and out. She momentarily sunk to her knees and was distraught. I can't believe this. I was foolish to get involved with him. He was always attractive, and he always loved me and my sister.
She turned him down, but I didn't. He was an artifact hunter like I was. I really thought we had something special. I thought he would change until Joe. They were so young and naive. I never liked Holly, but I didn't want to tell her or Abby since it might hurt their feelings. I can't go on anymore. We've seen him die twice. My greed always got the best of me. I can't. You need to look inside yourself, Jenny. Laura knelt beside her. She put her hands on her trembling shoulder. Crane depends on us. We need to push through and restore his soul from Lucifer. He's counting on us. We can't give up now. He's a witness like I am, and he doesn't have a lot of time. We are all going to save him. With you, or without you. Jenny calmed down as she swallowed hard. You're right. You're right. Crane does need us. Of course he does. We're all involved in this. There's no turning back. We must press on to the next several circles. We're the only ones who can save him and the world. We are going to accomplish this mission. What do you think Joe would do? With that, Jenny gradually rose thanks to Gavin and Laura. She then faced the group. I'm sorry. These hell rings are really running us ragged. We should press on. Young one just heard Ichabod's words in his ears. What matters now more than ever is that you and I stay true. Trust is the only currency with any value. That gave him more motivation to push through. Let's go then. They went on their way to the fifth circle wrath. Little did they know that time was actually running out. Meanwhile, Ichabod was slapped across the face by a hand clad in armor. Through his darkened vision, he saw it was none other than his former friend, Benedict Arnold. You deserve to be in this hole, Captain Crane. You should never have betrayed the ways of your country. I had every single goddamn right to betray mine. General Washington was unsupportive on how he was orchestrating the war effort. With all of us dying, we suffered through starvation in the frigid cold. And I've been here for the past 234 years because of you! The loyalist hit him again with a few pieces of skin flying up. That's enough, Benedict! He stopped as he heard a vehement tone. Fine, Master. I just want to show how Mr. Crane has warped his mind and betrayed the crown. Even his own family despises him, and Katrina, and his son. He flatly deserves this eternal punishment. Benedict stepped away, then stopped and faced him again. His face was bloodied and freezing up, barely paralyzing his jaw. Let your friends come. They will never succeed. The apocalypse will begin, and you will fail as a so-called witness. Let it be done. Ichabod hardly lifted his head, which weighed close to a ton. His strength was waning, and so were the team's hopes. While I was watching some Nicktoons when I was young, there were some people I found unsettling. Those being Angelica, or Satanica, as Phantom Strider calls her, and Roger Klotz. Both Rugrats and Doug meant a lot to me, but those two greedy shitheads always ruin the experience. And oh boy, there's going to be another that tops them all in the next ring. You'll see. Originally, I was going to pick Angelica for gluttony, but yeah, I chose her for greed instead. And again, it's from the creepypasta. Also, Sharpay Evans makes an appearance. While I'm not a huge fan of High School Musical, and I can't understand why people are since the lip syncing is atrocious, I included her for the same reason as the others. She's a greedy, spoiled, pampered hoe that I at first felt she'd be better off in the slums. I'm not kidding! While some of the songs are okay, I consider Sharpay to be the most undesirable, manipulative bitch in the series, while using her weak brother as a puppet. Thank God it was only a trilogy, and I didn't bother with 3. I almost forgot Carter Schmidt. Much like Fox, he's an old selfish bastard that never shares his wealth and cares only for money. No different than the asinine executives from the network. His life is meaningless. And here is Dante's father, and I replaced him for obvious reasons. And here are the songs for that. So yeah, they've now reached a quarter of the underworld. Will Team Witness continue to fight their anxieties and press forward to save their leader in time? Find out later, sleepyheads. Until then, this is the Ecron Writers signing out. Hey guys, this is the Ecron Writer here. Welcome you back to another episode of Sleepy Hollow, the missing episode. Last time, Team Witness has actually ventured through the Greed Ring and met up with Nick Hawley. And they have actually confronted him, and he actually dove into the golden lava pit along with the slabs of the Judas coin in which he used the stained glass to capture it in. So, it actually left Jenny Mills devastated because of her cockiness and why she fell for him in the first place. And the Hell Rings, they're actually getting to Team Witness's nerves. Like, they're losing their hopes. But they don't have a lot of time because Ichabod Crane, his damn soul is being tortured by Lucifer and Benedict Arnold. So they don't have a lot of time left. So, what will they find? Let's find out. Alright, Chapter 15, Wrath. Reader discretion is advised for brutal, disturbing scenes and tons of character bashing. Holy hot damn! This one was a truckload to make. I got so many demons to choose from here, even in OC. You'll see who. But Jesus, I had a ton of material to work with. And I feel that each of them deserve to be here in the first ring that opposes divine love, anger, wrath, etc. By the time Jenny retained her composure, Team Witness had made it to the marshy, hazy ring of the underworld, Wrath. They were in a constant debate as what the ring should be called, either wrath or anger. However, in hindsight, they decided wrath was a better word. They wandered on the hard green muck with the intense heat and humidity clinging to their skin. They noticed that with each passing ring since gluttony, that the temperature was rising, and it was no different here. It was like going through a dark, scary rainforest with its heavy tropic climate and creepy atmosphere. There was plenty of dead underbrush, trees, and swamps in this area, and they always had the instinct that some demon would ambush them off guard, until they wound up in a clearing. The gray sky was so opaque as overcast can be, and they heard some choruses of horrid screaming. Looking down the six-saw wide chasm, down below it looked just like any other bayou, except about 90% of it was overshadowed by the damned drowning in it or forcing them to submerge. Here lies the fifth circle of hell, Wrath, Laura described, overlooking the enormous barbaric bog. This is actually the river Styx, even though most would consider it to be a bayou. But in life, in the sun, these were hateful. But down here, in the black sludge, they wish they'd never been born. The team saw the shades claw bite and press down on other souls to escape from the river, but all they met was deep, heavy torment. There are three types of the resentful here. First are the active wrathful, those that stay on the swamp's surface. Second are the passive, the sullen, that drown within the toxic river, those that are reaching out and gasping for air. The third are the slothful, those that aren't seen as they stay permanently submerged in the river's depths. The third cluster are those that had a lack of care in the world. All they saw was indifference and negativity, and so they never breached the surface, as they never cared to what the goodness God provided. They were never willing to accept the positive factors and are blinded by their own self-hatred and can't save themselves from drowning. Dante considers it to represent two deadly sins instead of one, sloth and wrath. It was derived of Greek mythology, but this is far worse. Gavin couldn't help but feel sorry for those that stayed below the river. I can't believe this. Believe it, Gavin. It's all around us. How are we supposed to get across? We need to use the ferryman known as Phlegyas. He was once a demigod in Greek mythology, but he was cast down here after being slewed by the titan of the sun, Helios. He's now a fiery demonic giant, and was sent here as punishment after torching the Apollonian temple of Delphi. He continuously wanders here, and he does have a hide made of molten rock. They say if you're sinful with hatred, he'll burn you and cast you down to the swamp or the river. Soon enough, the ground began to quake in sequence, and the poisonous gaseous river began to ripple. Just then an ominous titan marched up to them and made a low growl like a carnivorous dinosaur. His body was completely covered in basaltic rock, and crooked horns protruded from it, and thin flames were lit along with them like long twisted torches. They could have sworn he was wielding a club made of the same material, and Gavin believed it to be an enormous moblin. Thankfully, their fears weren't justified. How much do we need to pay him? Maybe we shouldn't have to. Jenny walked up toward the edge of the swamp, and Phlegyas snarled again while laying out a hand. She was unhesitant as she climbed aboard the monstrosity's crown, and the rest followed after a few hard gulps. He allowed them safe passage as he noticed the glowing emblem on their hands. With minimal effort, he marched onward. Where are we going? We're going to the entrance of the Hirsi Ring, through the city of Dis. As the Titan trekked, there were countless people moaning below and reaching up to cling onto their transport, making the journey choppy like waves. From beneath the body, they could have sworn they heard an alto voice groaning. Before they knew it, a little tower of cerulean hair was poking out of the crowd of repressed anger. Probably didn't do the groan right. It was so distinctive that the team recognized who it belonged to. Marge Simpson? What? They were all flabbergasted on how and why she ended up here. They never had a clear explanation. Jake was the one who theorized that Marge probably died of natural causes. Perhaps a fall from a broken hip after a leg snapped?
He wasn't sure as the team gave him coy looks, but he pondered that Marge was indeed sullen toward Homer and her family, always overlooking his flaws and never correcting them. She also had a tendency to get what she only wanted, without any regard for kids especially. Nothing but a control freak and a nagger. She ruins fun that everyone else desires, and she also had a strong motive on destroying the things they enjoy that she does not. Like someone else I know. You'll see. But yeah, I did include Marge Simpson here. She's not the benevolent mother I used to know. Sounds kind of like Lita. Could she be here? Suddenly, as Gavin said it, his chest began to tighten. He held it in pain and couldn't stand the thought of it. His agony affected him so much that he didn't notice the feral creature leap into Flagius. What the hell? Heads up! Jake caused the team to look up. There they saw a bloodthirsty tiny canine of sorts. Ugh. I'll explain that later in the author notes. He was growling like a malicious dog ready to claim its victims. Ha! Gavin immediately whacked the demon dog with one of his arm blades, barely slipping off the shoulders and knocking it into the fray of desperate souls. They began to scream louder and got more aggressive as they began to rock their escort, roaring in protest. The team held on for dear life. The river was surely the last place they ever wanted to be. I don't blame them. The fields of the ferocious souls were so immense that they hardly saw a crippled elderly man in a large gray mechanical wheelchair. I'll explain that later. Finally, after what seems like several hours, they made it to the other side of the swamp, and the citizens were worse. Ugh. Ernie Kurt, this was like a parody name I came up with, but like I said, you guys should figure it out. I don't want to reveal it just yet. Anita, same thing. It's like a parody name, but I'll let you figure it out. You can pause here if you want. Or here. Startled as he witnessed the horrid sight, so they hurried along before they were spotted. A few others in the hellhole were another man, the White, Mitch Hiller, like Kurt. You can pause here if you want. It talks about more of the damned. There's Ezekiel Rage. If you guys seen the real adventures of Johnny Quest, you should know who Ezekiel Rage is. But as I would like to call him, Ezekiel Rubbish. Next was someone with bleach blonde hair named Jeff. He was gladly beating women to a bloody pulp along with Mitch, Ernie, and Mitch. President of Quahog. Good thing he only made a cameo appearance in one episode of Family Guy Screams of Silence. One of the worst ever. I know Glenn Quagmire was like a hero in this case because it involved her sister, but come on. If he's really that caring about his sister, he should be caring about women in general. Backstabber. The man was late 30s. You can pause here if you want. Ha ha ha! Dean Winchester! I added him in the Hell Swamp. In your face! I hate Dean Winchester. I hate him so damn much. I always supported Sam. Always. And he was one of the reasons why I quit in season 7. Alright, who else is there? Another person from Sucker Punch. Both Jenny and Gavin identified him as Baby Dell's wicked stepfather. I don't blame him. You can pause here if you want to see this. That son of a bitch should have been in the previous ring! Jenny couldn't agree more. Monster Diana informed was a redneck named Donnie Braxdale. Either Braxdale or Barksdale. I don't remember. I think it's Braxdale. I don't know. But if you guys seen the movie The Gift, you should know this. You can pause here if you want. Next was Jeffrey Patterson, who is actually part of the Blair Witch 2.
who was part of the gang of murderers. You'll see them later, trust me. On the subject of old demons, Jenny immediately spotted the murderous nurse, Gina Lambert. Gavin, Laura, and Alex managed to hold her back as she went ballistic and was about to charge toward her. "No, Jenny! You will cause a commotion and the demons would notice us. This isn't a place to fight here. Your mom already sent her here thanks to the incantation you found, and she's in peace now. I understand your bitter feelings, but you have to let this go. Cream's more important." Jenny broke loose, but only with a grunt. Ugh. Suddenly, as if sensing fresh meat, the demons, including the noticeable ones, looked at her rage and decided to give chase. "Oh no! Flight, fight, or freeze!" He faced his teammates with indecision. They really needed to make a split-second choice to save their own souls from making reservations and being permanent residents of Hotel Hell. "Flight!" Alex squealed as she was the first to flee the scene of the growing horde gaining on them. At times they used long-range weapons including holy grenades, super soakers filled with holy water, and sometimes regular firearms which were hardly effective. Some even used methods of close combat as the damned managed to advance on them. They made it to a dark area and took a quick breather. "This is insane! We can't hold them forever! We should just take a different route! What, are you kidding? It's getting more massive!" "Then we've no choice! We gotta escape to the city of Dis!" Jenny said in alarm. Soon enough the fallen ones were expanding rapidly. "Come on, hurry! Off to the Hall of the Damned! We can't let them pass!" Everyone was panting heavily, but still, they continued to run through the opaque tunnel. There were so many people and animals to pick for the anger ring, and it's quite appropriate since I released the full extent of my rage to each and every one of those putrid sinners bound here. First was Ren Hoke, from Ren and Stimpy, particularly the adult party and Ren Seeks Help. And it was #1 in Phantom Strider's top 10 worst cartoons of all time, and for good reason. In it, he goes to a horse psychiatrist after his close friend breaks down hysterically of all the non-revealing insults he said to him. Technically, it wasn't revealed until one of the lost episodes. Ren reveals his past, and we're taken on a journey as he developed into a psychopathic killer. To start, he had deep scars after he was hit right after he was born, which started his appetite for disaster. Then he began killing merciless creatures like insects to invertebrates, including a frog. I felt sorry for him. The episode centers around this, and Ren decided not to kill him as he wanted the frog to continue to suffer, much to his parents' dismay. So he did everything unimaginable, and even the doctor deems him uncured and a bona fide crazy-ass chihuahua that enjoys to make people suffer, including Stimpy. Soon, Ren metamorphosizes into a monster that even ripped off a dog's hand and eats it. I'm not kidding, guys. Before he was locked up, his Ren continued to rave on. Not a huge fan of Ren and Stimpy, but I'd seen and heard of this animated atrocity. And the series was so bad that Stimpy's voice actor quit, and the show itself was universally panned. So it's no surprise to put this putrid puppy to sleep and suffer in the Wrath Ring. Second was a cameo character in Family Guy called Jeff. As I mentioned earlier, he's a brutal woman beater, as he constantly abuses Glenn's sister Brenda in the episode Screams of Silence. He made the heroic effort by slaying him with a car crash at full throttle, killing Jeff on the spot, which I believe is what every woman basher rightfully deserves. And don't get me started with that drug-driven. Meh. I made a parody meme known as Henry Kurtz to let you figure out who the demon is. All those aforementioned abusers deserve the most heinous eternal punishment they can possibly receive. Next was Marge Simpson. I listed all the reasons above, and while her hairstyle is popular, her character is not, as she's a joyless, unfunny, life-controlling prick that everything has to be done her way alone, and keeps overlooking past mistakes by Homer, or those that were meant to be hated. Marge deserves to be in the river from her neutral nature, self-indulgent attitude, and her egotistical complex. Baby Dell's stepfather was indeed damned here. He was the aggressive guardian and sucker punch who wrongfully committed her to a mental hospital as well as forging a document determining her fate. A person like that should be eternally banished to the bayou. Another was Jeremiah Sturt from Johnny Quest. While I do consider him as one of my favorite villains, even from my childhood, I consider him to be part of the river. He's wrathful in Quest World anyway, but in reality he's a sullen paraplegic. Even though before that he was like a nuclear terrorist. While his henchmen Julia and Lorenzo do most of the work, he's still a murderer and psychotic freak to no end, always hellbent and exacting revenge on Race Bannon, the Quest team, and other countless victims. Another villain was Ezekiel Rage, or Ezekiel Rubbish, as I like to call him. I sympathize his loss, but his heart is just as contaminated as sludge can possibly be. I would also include Dr. Zinn, but his placement has been undecided, as either he'd wind up here or one of the violence rings, which you'll see later. Not to mention the redneck Donnie Braxteal from The Gift. He's one of the worst roles Reeves has ever done in his entire acting career. I despise the abusive psychopathic redneck, and I don't give a single rat's ass that he had a deplorable background. What we see is far more important. Like Casino, he plus another character deserves the worst possible treatment, no exceptions. There's also Mitch Hiller from Enough. You know, the person who represents wrathful male spouses. Live and let die, F-Rag. My OC Lolita and Nurse Lambert made a return and got some proper justice. And yes, I said it. I want Dean Winchester to permanently be hellbound. Sam isn't perfect, but Dean is a demon through and through, all because of his heartless, wrathful sex and drinking addictive nature. In fact, it was truly one of the reasons I loathe Supernatural so goddamn much. Seriously, you've got to freaking end it, which they couldn't because of the virus, but come on. He deserves the worst. And I bet it's a huge reset button anyway. TV's dying and Crowley's just a pointless, shabby demon for the sake of just being there. I'll include Dean's pathetic father and another enemy later. There's Jeffrey from Blair Witch 2, and I actually like Nostalgia Critic's review of that, even though I despise him so much. And here are the songs for that. 5 down, 4 more to go. I'm sure you're surprised as I am that Team Witness have made it this far. Will they end up being killed and damned by the brutal horde, or progress to the city? Find out next time, guys. Until then, this is the Ecron Writer signing out. Man, these rings fly by fast. love that song. And in case you can't tell, things are really starting to go down. Welcome back to another episode of Sleepy Hollow, the missing episodes. Last time, Team Witness has actually ventured through the anger ring, including going across the river Styx thanks to a guide known as Phlygius, even though they were attacked by a ravenous chihuahua known as Ren. And they managed to go across the swamp. However, thanks to Jenny's outburst, once she saw Gina Lambert, it actually got the demons' attention and they started to give chase. And so they escaped to the city of Dis. Will they get mangled by the horde or will they escape? Well, let's find out. And much like the last ring, I had so many references.
Alright, Chapter 16, The City of Dis and Heresy. If the gluttony ring didn't make you queasy, then perhaps this one might. This chapter introduces one of the most disgusting and twisted creations known in media. Reader's discretion is advised, and for those who have a strong mind and stomach may continue. Plus, this may be the place for some controversial characters and bashing. The 6 heroes ran on and on until their bodies began to give way. The air sacs within their lungs felt they were ready to burst. Their hearts seemed they would fail. They were just ready to drop until... Oddly enough, there was a barrier that seemed to scorch the damned pursuers on contact, keeping them at bay by jets of fire. As they looked behind them in astonishment, the virtuous warriors noticed they had entered the second third of hell. The towering city of Dis was just ahead. By the time their eyes adjusted, they witnessed the colossal fortress and the bridge that stretched on for miles. Sweet Jesus! This is known as the heart of hell. You couldn't be more right. The city of Dis is part of the Heresy Ring, Hell's sixth circle. It's home to those damned souls that have worshipped false gods, even pagan ones. They're encased in fiery tombs and some exposed bodies even stay torched for eternity. They just defied God, and as a result, they also denied freedom from their eternal scorching prisons. Deeper still are where they worship the devil himself. I bet you my bottom dollar that LeVay is there. You think Crane might be here as well? It's possible he's been moved to the final ring. It's where Lucifer is, and he's been his prisoner. There's absolutely no way he could be... Help me. Suddenly the team saw a crippled man lying far away from them. They could barely see him reach out a hand to them, and his weak voice was hardly audible. Crane! They immediately followed her as they ran across the mile-stretching bridge. Undoubtedly there was some fiery pits below, and the sides were covered by spikes that could easily pierce through his soul like a paper cup. The intense heat made it difficult for them, but they still saw the witness in the same position. By the time they finally got to him, a massive dark spirit enveloped him and carried his helpless body away, hardly making a cry. Crane! Ichabod, no! They saw the huge, horrendous monster hold him captive and disappeared within the temple. We have to go and look for him. He could be trapped in either of these tombs. Or maybe stuck in a flaming body like these guys. Those were indeed some men and women frozen and moaning in pain within their hapless souls. We should split up in 2, so that way we can cover more ground and find Crane easier. Right. They all nodded and went their separate ways. Jenny stuck with Gavin, Jake headed in a different direction with Alex, and Laura and Diana went 2 by 2 somewhere else. Team Witness saw a few more notable figures imprisoned in the fiery tombs. One of them looked like a goth, complete with a long black dress and hair that's just as thick and opaque. And this is actually Kim Diamond, which is actually another person in Blair Witch 2, much like Jeffrey. And there are some others coming up. There's Tristan, and she's sharing a tomb with Stephen Ryan Parker. If you've seen Blair Witch 2, you should know who they are. Again, if you're interested, you can check out Nostalgia Critic's review. Even though it spies him so much. But yeah. Speaking of
The company Artisan, another certain work, is here too. Well, Stephen, her fortune was real blah. Pause here if you want. Mom and daughter saw another casket labeling Brian Griffin and had a white dog desperately clawing its way out. Ha! Brian is there, go figure. You should have known since he's an atheist, but it's a lot more complicated than that. Ironically, Seth MacFarlane is also an atheist, which represents him well. And he claims he's better than Shakespeare, even though he flunked college twice. God damn it, he's such a narcissist, he's a sociopath. Much like the mysterious Mr. Enders said. Ugh. Much like Seth MacFarlane in every way. What are those Wait. Oh, sorry. In addition, he was also the carrier for herpes. Ugh, God. Yikes. It's more disturbing. Ooh, trust me. You should look up the top 10 worst Family Guy episodes of all time from Phantom Strider, by the way. In addition, the protesters have had it with his cruel nature towards others, even those close friends, blah blah blah. What are those disgusting things? Wait a minute. I know them! Gavin exasperated as he saw what looked to be undead people with pale, fragile skin. The last several tombs that the gang recognized were members of an occult called the Brothers Grunt. Each of the fiery resting places had the names of Frank, Tony, Bing, Sammy, another damn soul named Dean, Runnis, Pooba, and Perry. They were just rubbery, disfigured bodies that trembled, a lot consisting of eyes and organs protruding from them. A lot of them seemed bony except for Pooba, who happened to be chubby and wearing a glass patch covering his right eye. Not one single hero knew how nor where they came from, but they definitely knew they were disgusting beyond words, and theorized that they were actually humanoids born from hell, perhaps experiments done by Lucifer himself. This was indeed the heart of this realm after all, and they remembered facing them before they confronted Pestilence the second time. Like the group, Gavin's hopes were discouraged. I don't see Ichabod in any of these things, do you? No, and I doubt Crane is in any of those doomed flaming souls. Let's see if he happens to be in the city. We saw him go in there. They proceeded until a sudden thump abruptly stopped the duo. They looked and saw one of the caskets toppled over. As they continued to observe it, a long, skinny, pale-skinned arm reached out to it. The limb dragged out a doe's body that looked like the most gruesome thing that was close to a zombie. More coffins followed, and each one had nearly the same type of individual crawl out. They all had convulsing bodies, their eyes looked as if they were gouging out of their faces, as were their veins. They were just wearing their underwear for some odd reason. The grotesque beings never said a word to challenge the pair, and they just froze as their eyes beheld the brothers Grunt. For an instant, Jenny and Gavin gazed at each other with their shocked expressions, wide eyes, and dropped jaws. Then he took out his sword from the scabbard, and Jenny drew out a replica of Delilah's dagger. They both slashed through the undead bodies into ribbons, and they died right on the spot. They didn't really prove too much of a threat. Yes! Hang on, Jenny. Their bodies hadn't dissolved yet. Sure enough, upon Gavin's observation, the grunts have sprung back to their original states. Whoa! Jenny, you never said anything about these bastards regenerating. I didn't know they could do that. This truly is hell. This time the fleshy demons were out for blood. They were more menacing and quicker rather than being sluggish. One managed to knock Jenny to the ground, and they kept on advancing, clawing and nearly biting them. Guys! Guys! Help! Luckily, the two other groups were far enough to still hear Jenny's cries. Alex and Jake and Laura and Diana rushed into the heat of battle. One of them threw a grenade, spewing each ash asunder. Gavin and Jenny covered their faces as their reinforcements clashed. While they were done, though, the cinders recollected into the abominations they once were, with their figures in perfect condition as they reanimated. What the? Figures! These damn souls can reform here. I guess they were Lucifer's creations. Maybe it's because of the nature of this circle. There's gotta be a way to rid of these asswipes. Any ideas? He looked frantically for a solution as the distance was closing. One of the members pointed out a massive fleshy cloud of sorts. Blood-red arteries were coursing through it, and then appeared to be openings with disgusting green innings. They figured it was the source of the reforming grunts, the Gruntus Primus Maximus. We gotta destroy that thing! Come on! Gavin frantically climbed the highest landing with Alex while the remainder kept the abhorrent dim-witted bulbs busy. As if on cue, the grunts hesitated and fixed their eyes on the retreating duo. Regroup at the cliff. Don't let them touch you! Though it was clear they could have hear his call. Gavin and Alex heard the hissing and moaning from behind, realizing it belonged to the grunts. They looked up and the summit was about 50 feet up. Redhead encouraged him to follow the climb. She also mentioned to never look down no matter what happens, and if they feel a tug, they shouldn't hesitate to kick off the ravenous ragtag. Gavin disregarded his inherited nervousness of heights, and with the female engineer by his side, his fear subsided. That was a little reference from my father. He never likes heights. Me, though, I get vertigo, but I'm not as nervous. Unless if something goes wrong. But when I look up, though, then I get nervous. My stomach lurches. I don't know why. They climbed that rocky, jagged terrain toward the grunt cloud and fired at it with all their arsenal, including holy grenades, sacred water, and normal bullets. But the blubbery mess just kept soaring out of reach. Gavin, do you still have your lighter? Yeah, why? Give me that! Gavin handed over the dark gold lighter to Alex. Cover for me! He nodded as she did her magic, starting by pulling off the top. She twisted the adjustment wheel all the way to the right where the plus side was. Next she lifted the tab up and turned that to the left without touching the wheel, then rinsed and repeated the process by turning the wheel to the right while twisting the tab to the left. Finally, she sprayed a bit of her holy water soaker onto the tip and held it inches away from her body. Gavin! Get down and stay as low as you can! He covered himself in a fetal position. Alex pressed down on the wheel and a flame about 20 inches ignited the fleshy cloud upon contact. It was hardly enough length, though it was probable thanks to Dis's infernal air. Plus, stingy holy water sprayed on the cloud was quite the fuel it needed. With the scorching environment, there was no escape nor ventilation, and the Maximus became a magnum opus of flame. It did dissolve and burn out within a few minutes. Alex lowered the lighter and let go of the switch as soon as the Maximus was raining down loads of ash. Alex! Gavin pointed toward his skinny, bony arm as one of the advancing grunts climbed up. She repeated the process with his lighter, which forced the ugly humanoids down the cliff, burning all the way. Their screams were almost like pigs squealing and bats shrieking when they were hit or falling. Ugh, they always make weird animal noises. Just when they thought it was clear, a 300-pound grunt landed inches away from Alex. The force was enough to make the ground quake. They were both stunned by the shockwave and sudden appearance, and Grunt's pooba was nearly crushing her body beneath him. Trapped, she desperately tried to grab some weapon she could find. The grunt lowered more until his pulsating, oozing bodily fluids covered her, even his own wide nose. Suddenly, Alex's hand made contact with a couple blunt objects and jammed them into the putrid priest's nostrils. Hold that nose, Alex! Gavin encouraged her as soon as he recovered. Hold that nose! Sure enough, it was working as the large lardo was reeling and trying to take in air. As he was suffocating, he attempted to open his mouth, which had an obnoxious foul scent. Then Gavin dropped the demon slayer and sicked on him, backing him away off the edge. He saw him plunge into a magma pool. He resurfaced for a few moments, then drowned within it. Alex collapsed and heaved her breathing. Her body was completely covered in mucus and pus. Even her hair was drooping from them. Gavin headed for the soaker. Alex, cover your eyes! She obeyed as she shielded them with an arm, and Gavin sprayed holy water to cleanse as much of the offensive waste as he could. She was actually refreshed by the little bath, just as she was after they exited limbo. Alex, you alright? Yeah, I owe you a lot, Gavin. It's about damn time we exterminated these grunts. Whew. Except... It's out! The soaker is as dry as a bone. The duo hardly realized they were low on ammo thanks to the everlasting advancing zombies and a humongous floating piece of skin tissue. We gotta meet up with the others. Gotta meet up with the others. Who knows where Ichabod is? Pulled her up and they slowly descended the cliff. Thank goodness there weren't any demons. By the time they reached solid ground, they ran toward the ring of fiery tombs where their teammates disappeared. Where is everyone? They must be inside the city. We have to hurry. They ran as fast as they could and entered the main chamber of deaths. It was there that Gavin and Alex saw a few more fiery graves. Only those were inscribed Jane and Glenn, who were members of a cult known as the Movementarians. Hey, I know these guys. Basically, it's from the Simpsons episode Joy the Sept. I actually made a one-shot for Cowboy Bebop and Mega Man X known as A Trip in Paradise, if you want to see it here, by the way. So what do? Did they just put together some methods of persuasion and drag people away under a spell or something? To some distant land of sorts? Yeah, pretty much. You could pause here if you want. Speaking of false deities. Camaros. The lost city of Hercules, the legendary journeys gave me nightmares when I was a kid. I'll explain later. You can pause here if you want. Or here. I could still remember that vividly to this day. Yeah, well, we still need to catch up with Jenny and the others and find Crane. Right. Proceeded on and came across a black mass. The room echoed as dark priests and their followers chanted for the fallen one. They were all wearing heavy black robes that were dark enough to even absorb light. There was also a huge gun located in the rear. Gavin and Alex stuck together as close as possible as they snuck amongst the group. Yes, Anton Levy's on here. What do you expect? Good thing Washington made a Bible of his own. I hope it was a polar opposite to Lev. Mess looked over for a sec, but they were too absorbed from the enticing ceremony. Lemon was taking turns amongst us. Basically, it's just characters from the Ninth Gate. Another artisan abomination. No wonder that company went bankrupt and merged with Lionsgate. You can pause here if you want to. Psst, Gavin! He snapped out of his episode when he noticed Jenny that tapped him on the shoulder. Over there! Hurry! Thank goodness you weren't affected. Yet. Wait! Medusa's ahead, and so are the Furies. We need to prepare ourselves. Look, we don't have time. None of us would survive her encounter if we go in blindly. Not even Crane. All right. When they were ready, readjusting their weapons and ammo, they met up with a horrendous monster guarding the exit to the Seventh Circle as he stood stoically in front of two elaborate doors. Congratulations! Who would have ever thought you could make it this far? Oh, jeez. Holorum? What the hell are you doing here? Worshipping the Indian god of chaos, Kali? I happen to be one of the Furies. Now that Lucifer granted me eternal life here back in 1984, I'm more free and powerful than ever. Actually, I should mention 1930-ish. I happen to know how all of you came here on a pilgrimage to rescue your precious witness, Ichabod Crane, I presume. What do you know about Ichabod? Jenny held him back. Good question. I seem to know a lot about this damned soul and your futile quest. He's well beyond saving down in his territory, don't you know? Your journey ends here, feeble team witness, unless you plan to suffer in the rings beyond. That is precisely what we're trying to do. How foolish. Try as you might, but it'll all be for naught. For you see here, Lucifer tends to grow stronger with each of those that follow him. Your time is almost over, and the apocalypse would be our time where we would reign supreme. Once I defeat all of you! I'm not going to let any of you advance to the other circles beyond. There's nothing you can do to stop us. Or isn't there? They were stunned. Molaron pulled Gavin toward him. Watch me with my new prowess. Couldn't move, and Jenny screamed for him. They were still being weighed down, and then he reached into his chest. They all knew what he was trying to accomplish. Everyone was hapless and terrified that his abilities had increased tenfold. Suddenly, a violent quake shook the innards of the city, and Mola slipped his hands out of Gavin's upper chest, completely crusted with blood. What's going on? Could it be the heroine of hell? Both she and Jenny knew that it was the same event in which Jesus rescued some of the imprisoned souls in which Virgil said the universe felt love. It turned out it was only Phlegyas, as he smashed through the hell gates from the outside. Molaron himself was immobilized by his intimidating presence. The molten golem grabbed and discarded him like a kid not wanting a certain toy. The team and Gavin were at long last released. Jenny and Laura were the first to climb aboard as he offered a hand. The rest of them followed, including the surgeon despite his aching chest, albeit a little slow. Then Lucifer's fanatics gathered toward Phlegyas, loathing and cursing. Their escort shrugged them off and marched away from Dis. But the coast wasn't clear when he and his rider saw another Titan tower over the earth. He was dark as coal, held a massive spiked club and a few rows of colossal horns. The guys knew it was the Minotaur. It was just enough of a distraction when Phlegyas faced him off, roaring and thrashing with one another. The 6 passengers figured it was time to abandon ship. We gotta jump! They quickly climbed down the swerving body until they hung onto red ribbons hanging from Phlegyas' lower abdomen. They looked down and saw nothing but gray. You sure about this? No, let's go! With some brief moments of hesitation and an intense prayer of luck, they all plunged downward, one after the other. Yet again, some more characters from the infamous Blair Witch 2 showed up. Speaking of Artisan, the company also made another abysmal movie known as The Ninth Gate. Characters from that include these guys. I included Brian Griffin here. He used to be charming and entertaining, but that conniving canine deserves damnation like Ren. He's the complete textbook definition of a sociopath, much like how the mysterious Mr. Enders said. And he failed college twice, like I mentioned, even though he claims to be rivaling Shakespeare. Yeah, right. He's so arrogant. He's no different than his best friend Peter, who's also in gluttony. And yes, the Brothers Grunt made another appearance. Twice. Just like Holly did. And as I like to call them, messengers sent by pestilence. And I would like to mention that their creations rejected by Lucifer, even though they were created by the same creator that did Ed, Edd and Eddy. Good thing I never bothered with either of them. There's the Movementarians. There's Cameros. That latter episode did give me nightmares involving that massive fan, and I too liked Aeolus, even more than the head honcho. Aeolus was more of my type, agile, courageous, kind, and the ladies seemed to admire him for it. I almost forgot Molaram as one of the Furies. I didn't have a lot of ideas for them or Medusa, and they seemed to be very dated.
There's a terrifying villain from the Temple of Doom. There's the Thuggies. And finally, there was one of the most notorious figures, the former Dark Lord of the Church of Satan, as well as its founder, Anton Levy. The Heresy Ring had sadistic worshippers, so he was the perfect fit as one of the guards. Anyway, I had this idea since Season 2. I once heard a rap song with some interesting music in the background, but I never knew what it was until now. I don't want to mention this. But, like in F-Zero GX, I wanted to use that song's background, like eliminating demons or defeating a certain monster. If Sleepy Hollow was made into a game, I would play the shit out of it, with every mission. So, this could be like an action role-playing game, kind of like Kingdom Hearts. Something like that. I wish it was made into a game. Hey, much like the style of Dante's Inferno as well as Kingdom Hearts. And here are the songs for that. 2/3 down and only 1/3 to go. It's downhill from here, and each ring can get more complex than the last. Good luck, Team Witness. Until then, this is the Ecron Writer signing out. Welcome back to another episode of Sleepy Hollow, the missing episodes. Last time, Team Witness has actually managed to venture through the city of Dis, as well as the Heresy Ring. They actually confronted Molaram as one of the Furies, but fortunately they escaped thanks to their escort Phlegyas back in the Anger Ring. Unfortunately, he was battling with a Minotaur, so they had no choice but to bail, and they actually wound up in violence. So, let's get this thing started. And it's divided into 3 parts, by the way. Alright, Chapter 17, Violence, Part 1. The fall wasn't too great. The team's drop was broken by a tuck and a roll and also the smooth slopes of cliffs that peeked out of the previous ring. They were in between the circles of heresy and the first sector of violence. As they barreled down more, the earth ended into a massive pit. They also went through a thick layer of clouds covering the impossible ascension. As they looked down, their eyes beheld other ledges that were the same height, and of course, more of those damned wandering souls. They also noticed the atmosphere was getting denser and more humid as well. In violence, wounds and death are inflicted against one's neighbors. This ring torments those who murder and plunder, and every soul wrongfully smites another. She recited one of Virgil's passages. Violence is in its own right as wasteful to life itself. It is more serious than previous ones due to the sinner's blind ambition to take any life, and as such, the violent are committed acts against God's will. Death is the opposing force of life, and Dante placed it as one of the lowest circles next to fraud and treachery, which share similar assumptions to power. The artifact collector nodded in affirmation. The ring's divided into 3, right? Gavin holding his chest in pain. Correct, Gavin. This one is being perverted by those who inflict severe corporal punishment to others. They observed the endless wave of pure hatred as they continued to slash each other apart to Kingdom Come. This is definitely like a war. Ugh. Only, there is no end. How can we get across? The chasms are just too far away for us to jump to. As Jenny gazed at the cliffs yonder, she stated that Virgil explained to Dante the presence of shattered stones surrounding them. They resulted from the great earthquake that shook the earth at the moment of Christ's passing, at the time of the harrowing of hell. Ruins resulting from the same shockwave were once looked at the start of the upper portions of hell toward the entrance of the second circle lust. What do you expect us to do? Make some leaps of faith over those axe-crazy murderers? She was about to retort until Gavin interrupted the oncoming quarrel. He noticed the back of his right hand sporadically feel warm and brighten. Whoa! Seven-sided crystal-shaped design showed. His virtue was lighting up, and the team's hands followed in quick succession. I think we should cover them so they wouldn't notice us. A sudden jolt made him fall on his arse. Ah! As the ground shook. The six regained their balance. They looked up to a massive beast that was half human, half horse. There was a centaur with bare breasts standing before them. Greetings, virtuous travelers. My name is Nessus, and I'm one of the centaurs that reside here. Would you please help us across the chasm of the damned? We're on our way to save a friend who has been imprisoned on the other side. Of course. Climb aboard as soon as you have this man stop espying my breasts. Stop that! Yeah, you might want to get a shirt or something. He always hated looking at exposed private parts. She stood upright, then her upper half of her body dissolved into red, matching her torso and legs. She changed into a more presentable look. How's that, young warrior? You sure you're big enough to carry all of us? Despite her utter shock in meeting a real centaur. To her, she always thought they were never existed, mythology or not. I suppose I'll manage. Climb on. I always wanted to do this. We don't need reins, do we? No. Leave the transport to me. They all used strong leg pressure. Hold on. They obliged, and she made leaps as big as jumping over 10 football fields, almost like a dragoon would, only in length instead of height. Nessus leapt from rocky precipice to precipice, each that soon collapsed under her weight as well as her passengers. Down below they saw the river glimmer in a bright vermilion where the violent soul stood. God knew what the depth was as the chaotic and psychotic dwelled in it. Most of them were screaming in agony while others were too absorbed in their own brutality. As their hybrid led them to safety, she described their current environment. This ring is known as violence against neighbors. Within the first round of the seventh circle, the murderers, war makers, plunderers, and tyrants are immersed in phlegathon, a river of boiling blood and fire for all eternity, each depending on the level of their guilt. I get it. They all committed bloodshed. Hence, that was what made this river, other than it having to boil. Talk about karma. The centaurs commanded by the legendary Chiron and Pholus patrol this ring, shooting arrows into any sinners who emerge higher out of the boiling blood than each is allowed. Sure enough, these two ginormous centaurs were standing at the highest peaks, aiming and shooting soul-piercing arrows toward those that risen too high under their jurisdiction, forcing them to splash back into the bubbling bank and let them sear in agony. How deep is this river anyway? Is it like the river Styx where people could drown? The river grows shallower until it reaches a ford. Then it comes full circle back to the deeper parts, where we have first approached it. As so did Dante and Virgil during the Dark Ages. Sure enough, the depth increased upon Gavin's observation. Immersed here are the tyrants including Attila, king of the Huns, cruel kings, despots, despoilers, and all those who have done violence unto others boil within its banks. Those that are damned never let go of their inner hatred that was bestowed unto others. Much like hell itself, hatred is always eternal. There's also two tweens, and you could pause here if you want. Basically, they're the two antagonists in Lord of the Flies. I always hated it, especially the movie, which I watched in my senior English class just before Halloween. And David Griffin from The Watcher is on here. This is what I like to call a double whammy, because right after The Watcher, Keanu Reeves actually did Donnie Barksdale in The Gift. Ugh. Like, seriously, I watched The Gift at around September 2nd, 2006, where I first got into Keanu Reeves. I thought I was gonna give him up. God damn it. I wish he wouldn't be so vile with his roles ever again. Alright, so here are the Montagues and the Capulets, except Romeo and Juliet. You'll see later. They're actually in the next violence ring. And his wife Carolyn isn't a part of this either, but they're the others. And the Capulets are actually responsible for the feuds in the first place, because their snobbishness, their wealth, their power. And Fair Verona. Soaked in blood thanks to these bastards. There's also Hamlet, too. I actually included Hamlet. You can pause here if you want. I should have included Laertes, too. But those aren't the only figures you'll see from Shakespeare. You'll see more later. And this is actually inspiration from history. So here's King Edward I, Commodus, Adolf Hitler, Napoleon, the Emperor Attila the Hun, Henry VIII, even Alexander. I'm not kidding, guys. I actually think Alexander's the worst. Heh, how ironic that Bloody Mary's within the depths of boiling blood. Finally, they were at the forge. The team took a sigh of relief as Nessus steadied. She let out a grunt, signaling it was all clear. We can't thank you enough, Nessus. You must all be wary. The damned are even worse from here, and your journey will become more treacherous. I shall return to my post now. Good luck, mortals, and save Ichabod. Our future depends on it. With a mighty leap, she flew off into the murky darkness once more. And here's the song. Alright, there was a mystery involving the Capulets until now. I still think the Capulets are actually responsible for all the wrath. The prince declares that all are punished for their crimes and for the deaths of their kin. Thus was how they ended up here. I've added King Edward I for his tyranny of Scotland and England back in the 13th century. Thank you, Braveheart. I've seen Braveheart recently, and I felt he deserved the worst. It was a shame that most of William Wallace's army had fallen and that he was executed, so another bastard ended up here. He deserved it since he lost his family and wife as the island was ruined in despair. And here are the guys from Lord of the Flies. Hey, damn bastards. Then there's David Griffin from The Watcher. They're not related to the Family Guy characters, not in any means. It's just the goddamn Watcher. Yippee-ki-yay, mother effer. Mentioned Die Hard. I also listed quite a few nefarious historical figures. Napoleon, Osama, Commodus, thank you, Gladiator, Adolf, Shawa, Attila, Henry VIII and his daughter Mary I, Alexander the Worst. I can't agree with you more, Dante. That's why I gathered them here. True is the fact that more people were executed than Mary I of England, the reason being that she killed about 300 Protestants, was to reverse and reform Catholicism. The effects from her father's reign, however, since she was known for automatically killing as many as that said amount, with people being under an extremist with no freedom, and since it was almost a similar immoral domineering style and reason, she deserves to be there with Henry VIII. And I don't buy that Jinx Bloody Mary saying it 3 times. Yeah, thanks, Supernatural. So 1 ring of violence down. 2 more to go. I don't think I'm gonna have time to do the others. So until then, this is the Ecron Writer signing out.
Welcome back to another episode of Sleepy Hollow, the missing episodes. Last time, Team Witness was able to go through the first violence ring, actually the first portion of the violence ring, and they traversed over the boiling blood river, the Phlegathon, thanks to their escort Nessus, one of the Senators that patrols there. And so they make their way to the second violence ring, the Suicide Woods. Now with that out of the way, let's get on with the show, shall we? Alright. Here we are. Mouse doesn't respond sometimes. Alright, Chapter 18, Violence Part 2. The forest was much quieter and darker than the violent boiling river, though it was far from peaceful. The six saw a plethora of dead trees and plants. Some of them even crumbled away like dust, making a few of the members twitch their noses or cough. Aside from the calls of crows, it was as nearly as silent as the forest in Limbo, albeit more foreboding and twisted.
The woods of suicide. The gnarled forest where trees are born from hopeless suicides, rooted in writhing and eternal pain. Laura cited another one of Virgil's words of wisdom. Those who committed suicide or violence against themselves are placed as part of the wood of the suicides, condemned to writhe in eternal pain as gnarled trees. Jenny summarized their surrounding environment. It was said that Dante and Virgil once found the Crusaders' mother, Bella Abadi, in the woods of suicide. Oh, thank goodness my sister and I were able to save her mother in time. She had a flashback a few years back at the abandoned basement of the Tarrytown Psych Ward. There was a large etching on the back wall in which Lori made of her and her daughters with the inscription, "You are my sunshine." Again, for Mama. Lori Mills was a suicidal thanks to Nurse Gina Lambert's influence of the drug she gave her, as well as her mind being tormented by Moloch. With the Mills sisters, Holly, Gavin, and Ichabod, who was just recovering from a fever, they held hands as the girls incanted a spell to bring the freed spirit there. She was proud of what the girls had done, and she knew Abby was the next witness carrying the torch. She also said, After they locked me off, Moloch sent her to finish me off. I've been trapped in the place ever since. I watched over you, Jenny, while you were here. I did everything I could to protect you both. Jenny. Jenny! She isn't here anymore. I saw her while she was being freed, reminded her as he laid a hand on her stiff arm. I know. It's just... This place can be very saddening, especially since the suicides are transformed into gnarled thorny bushes and trees, which are fed on by the harpies. The team looked and saw some barely recognizable people shaped as those trees. It was very morbid since for once they saw the damned in a petrified state, instead of being eternally burned, entombed, or just thrashing one another. They were silent and nearly as ashen as ghosts, and they also saw bird-like creatures peck and gnaw on their outstretched arms in the shapes of branches. The Suicide Woods was the organic forest of souls that was the second part of the seventh circle. Harpies appeared tormenting souls by breaking off their limbs as branches and snapping them off their hapless bodies with blood flowing. Suicides were transformed into gnarled, condemned, and cursed trees which take part here. Souls like Bella, who was once resurrected by Dante with a holy cross, were among those trapped. According to Jenny, Virgil mentioned that a soul who takes his or her own life shoot up like a sapling dang scrolls, toward the dead earth. It then sprouts and expands without a body, only pain. Each tree is different and resemble how they committed suicide. Laura explained that Bella's tree had a vine wrapped around her neck like a noose, representing how she took her own life. Each tree is a twisted version of their own suicidal deaths. Her voice turned more earnest as she described the tree's produce, the suicide fruit, above them and growing plump from the essence of the suicides. They appear to be temptations for those that hadn't met their violent deaths, and caused thoughts of suicide in wanderers like Dante. If he or she is unable to resist the effects of the fruit, he or she will shed their blood simply by eating the fruit and kill themselves in seconds. Harpies could be a nice distraction as they torment the doomed souls by breaking branches and snapping limbs, only to have them regenerate themselves. This is why we should never consume any fruits or drink what the afterlife bears. Gavin quickly grabbed her hand. Jenny, you can't. Can any of these souls talk, or even notice us? Or are they just inanimate? According to legend, the suicide trees can't speak unless the tree is injured and bleeding. Ironically, since the end of their lives with physical violence, they now depend on the same physical violence to communicate. They can only speak for as long as the blood flows. Their original bodies aren't actually found in the trunk and head, but rather in the branches of the tree. But they stay no more than lifeless corpses. As he was sneaking around, Jake accidentally snapped a twig. Oh, how I deserve this. More pain and agony for my immortal soul. The others followed his gaze. There stood a skinny maiden. And that's actually from Blair Witch 2, by the way. Erica. I once took innocent lives while I was under the enticing spell of Tristan and the Blair Witch. I always thought she was a benevolent spirit, not one for bloodshed. And yet, I too had blood stains on my hands, and hardly recalled the incident when I blacked out. What is she talking about? Diana described her as the remaining murderer from Burkittsville, known as Erica Learson. She wasn't sure what her cause of death was. Either the gang of thugs gained on her and killed her, or she just went insane after realizing the truth that she was involved in a satanic ritual run by Tristan. She appeared momentarily to warn off some of the killers, though it was shortly after she hanged herself in a closet at Jeffrey's House of Pain. I've insulted my own body, so here stand the shades deprived of their human forms. They are the image of the self-hatred which dries up the very sap of energy and makes all life infertile. Surrender to despair, and you'll be no more than an inanimate tree that's being fed on by the harpies and cannot roam for all eternity. You'll all be at the mercy of petrified death. Please, don't ever be like me. sealed up. The team sulked for a bit until Jenny, Laura, Gavin looked upon other trees with widened eyes. 2 trees were intertwined with each other. I'm guessing these must be Romeo and Juliet. Although it wasn't a jest at all. Star-crossed lovers did take their own lives inside a church. And I based on their deaths on Romeo and Juliet, William Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet, the modern movie with Leo DiCaprio. I forgot what the actress's name is, so if you want to look it up, be my guest. And yes, there is Daniel Reynolds at the Suicide Woods. It was a brown tree that had the head of Danny Reynolds caved in on the right temple, almost as looked if it was missing. Jenny was startled by the looks of it, and she also saw a pistol made of bark which seemed to be out of reach. That's the one that Sophie told them about when she became the new sheriff of Sleepy Hollow, while Reyes was the new sheriff in the Westchester branch for the FBI. Because Reynolds wasn't very supportive of Abby's motives and the fact he made Jenny and Joe look like suspicious criminals, she had her answer straight away that they will never resurrect him. And Gavin agrees that he deserves damnation. But what horrified the sergeant the most was after the identification of the next tree. It's another parody name, by the way. Actually, I did 2 of these. So, damn it. So, I'm gonna let you figure out who they are. But one is like a rock star that I used to idol with one of my favorite bands. And another is a comedian, which he took his own life because he was like, he can't escape his fate with Lewy body disease. So, I'll explain that in the author notes. Is there any way to free them? Chuck never wanted to deserve this. They will not be corpsely resurrected after the final judgment since they threw their bodies away. Instead, they will maintain their petrified form, with their own corpses hanging from the thorny limbs. She took out... damn it. But there is a way. She took out the Holy Cross, which is believed to once belong to Crusader Dante. It was given by Beatrice. It was a parting gift from his loved one. And legend had it that the cross was able to reverse the effects of Lucifer on her. She was known as the Queen of Hell, and I highly suggest you watch the animated epic for this. Beatrice had the sacred cross. It was believed he and Beatrice belonged to the long, complex bloodline of witnesses, as a parting gift to purify the world. It was stated by Beatrice that the sacred cross has a thorn from Jesus' crown of thorns, thus the blood, during his crucifixion. This may be too easy. Better that than nothing. And for the theme here, I actually did this. You'll see it later. Hold on. Jenny held out the cross, which enlightened, as did the trapped souls. She freed Romeo, Juliet, Rowan, and Chuck. Excepting Daniel, he deserves the worst. For a brief moment they looked down and smiled to their heroes before they ascended from the world of eternal suffering, which we'll hear here. So, there you have it. After that, Gavin just stared absently toward the empty sight in the deeper portions of the woods. What's wrong with Gavin? Nothing. Why don't you guys go on and we'll catch up with you later? Okay. He continued to look somber. His throat was closing up. His eyes began to fill. He started to whimper. Why do we deserve this? No one should. I just can't go on. I feel so hopeless.
There are just so many things I've left unachieved, so many lives I've yet to live, so many people I hadn't met. I get so depressed. Slowly sat down on the dead underbrush in a fetal position. His body felt it was weighed by an anvil. Jenny put a hand around him. I feel I should grab a fruit and join with them. She was taken aback by his response. Gavin, stop and listen to me. I know how you must be feeling to be in such a hard place for those who take their own lives, and it is unfair. But you've gone too far to give up now. We are going to accomplish the mission and save Crane. I can't. Not without him. I feel it's too late since Lucifer has him now. The situation seems bleak, especially after what we went through. But it's not too late. Not without the 7 virtues united and the 2 witnesses. There is still a chance to save him. If we could just stick together till we get to treachery, then we won't have to wallow in despair. She knelt next to him. I need you to stay strong for all of us. Aid in our cause. I'll stay with you and keep you occupied until you're strong enough to at least stand. Gavin, we need you. I need you. And so does Crane. She sat through his oppression. No one knew how much time had passed. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the rest of Team Witness wandered into a restless sandstorm. They were about to set foot into the scorching desert as they emerged from the darkened woods. Where are we now? The guys were shielding their eyes. We're in the final round of the violence ring. Those that are hateful towards God, nature, and art. We're now at the endless region of the abominable sands. And here are the songs. Some people on here should be obvious. Romeo and Juliet. Blah, blah, blah. You know the story by now. Alright, here's the, whatchamacallit, the, parody names. So, I'll let you guys figure it out who they are. Actually, it's Parkinson's. It's misdiagnosed as Parkinson's, but it's Lewy body dementia. Daniel Reynolds. I just despise him so damn much. Enough said. Despise him. Damn, I love that song from Evo. It's very appropriate here. Welcome back to another episode of Sleepy Hollow, the missing episodes. Last time, Team Witness has actually managed to go through the Suicide Woods, the second portion of Violence. And thankfully, they weren't tempted by the suicide fruit that grows there and winds up as one of the damned. However, since Jenny has the virtue of faith and as well as the Holy Cross, she was able to resurrect
some of the damned, such as Romeo and Juliet, and a few parody names. I'll let you guys figure out the details. Believe it or not, Daniel Reynolds is there. Ugh, God damn him. Especially his role in season 3. It was pathetic. It was terrible. He deserves this. So, they make their way there. With Gavin in despair, actually, Jenny stood by him, and the rest of the team make their way to the third violence ring, which is the Abominable Desert. Alright, Chapter 19, Violence, Part 3. Laura screeched over the blinding sandstorm. These abominable sands are the cursed home for those who have committed violence against the deity. It also divides the sinners into 3 groups, the blasphemers, the sodomites, and the usurers. So blasphemers are those who oppose God and his creations, while the sodomites attack nature. I think it may seem it's the child of the Almighty. And the usurers are those that vandalize art, which may be the grandchild. Perhaps those that destroy museums may end up here, like those who burglarize. No one reminded her remark. Their eyes strained to see ruins of what looked like palaces and cities. To them, they were nothing more than enormous dunes, made by talented architects on a beach, although there was no water nor rain. They also saw crusaders that defied God wander aimlessly throughout the circle. While covering her mouth with an arm, Laura mentioned that there's no rain here. Instead, the demons are met by fire showers. Kind of like those fiery debris from volcanoes. That's how I would like to see it. Ha! Maybe those pharaohs and their followers that opposed Moses and treated the Jews badly ended up here too. She followed Laura's lead. They were certainly lucky that scorching deserts never burned nor blistered their feet, even though sand was already entering their boots. They were also relieved they could stay afloat if there was any quicksand nearby. Thankfully, they escaped the fate of the rest of the demons. Some were just sitting still like statues covered in sand, their bodies in fetal positions as they rocked, huddled, and cried in agony. Laura labeled them as the usurers. Others were pinned down and had their vulnerable bare bodies hit by the fiery debris, while still being burned within the sands to have their punishments against God to take full effect. The witness identified them as the blasphemers, the cruelest of all the inhabitants, and finally the sodomites. They were free to roam the stormy region but without any rest. One by one the damned were recognized, each with their own consequence. First and foremost were the group of Satanists. Rosemary's Baby for the win! Or loss, haha. If you guys see the demon from within, you should know this, and the Satanists by far deserve the worst. Even worse than Rosemary. She gave birth to it, she didn't know, but they planned this thing. They were even so close to committing her. They deserved the absolute worst. That serves those bastards right! Laura was the only one who never knew them, nor the nightmare Molly had. It was obvious since she was from a timeline that was dominated by her adoptive father Malcolm. Jake and Alex barely saw an old man in his 50s, who was actually John Winchester. Ha 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 ha! I hate their father so much, especially when he made that deal with Azazel. He's not going to reunite with his wife now. The roles were certainly reversed, that's for true. Well, I suppose that's what you get for selling your soul, eh? That's where we saw Dreyfus earlier. Speaking of which, shouldn't Joe be here? We'll have to find out. He must be. Meanwhile, further down the desert of sinners, Jenny and Gavin were struggling as much as their teammates against their strong winds and sand tossing around them. The tracks end here, but I'm sure they went this way. She looked down and saw the prints, barely visible as they faded almost instantly amongst the layers. Ugh! I think they headed straight. Jenny grabbed him for support. Since they weren't part of the damned, their bodies weren't protected from the virtue symbols, acting as a protective invisible shield. We shouldn't linger here! Come on! She pulled him forward through the storm as their exhausted bodies had their feet nearly smothered. They also noticed the fireballs raining down. We have to keep moving till we get to the next ring! Don't look back! Ugh, I'm kind of thirsty right now. No time! We must proceed and meet the others. Both Gavin and Jenny remembered the harsh environment and who'd end here. He questioned her. You think Katrina might be here? I'm just saying she should be here since she went corrupt upon exposure to the black magic by Solomon. I've heard, but I doubt it. If I'm right, she should be a treachery. With Crane! Hearts began to race. Though we've no time to lose. Pent-up strength, they followed through. Duo encountered Dante's former best friend and Beatrice's brother. But there's not going to be a battle here. There's just going to be someone else. You'll see. Anyway. But Dante's not here. Why does Francesco still want him? He's been dead for the past several centuries. Their suspicion was interrupted by a few battle cries. They barely made out the other teammates. It must be them! Hurry! It was pretty easy as they were able to clobber a sinister elderly man clad in a black robe. So, yeah, they fought him, but they're going to be dealing with someone else. His body dissolved with the blown sands, and Team Witness was running out of steam. Alex wiped loads of sweat from her forehead. Whew! How much more can we hold out? We have to find some shade to the other ring. The others couldn't agree more as they dragged their exhausted feet. The sand got deeper, the desert widening more. Ah! Team Witness! You have survived and made it to my lair. Impressive. Job! I should have known you would have been here. No doubt since you were known as the Prince of Pain. Indeed I am. Oh, put those away. They are useless here since they're now in my domain. The trio drew out their Delilah dagger replicas. With a swift move of his hand, the tools went flying out of their hands and stuck in a large stone-like dune nearby. Now where are we? Oh, wait. Now, where are we? Oh, yes, I know. You are here because you want to save your precious witness Ichabod, are you not? You've given me the favor when he gave me the Philosopher's Stone and negated Malcolm's immortality. As a result, you appear to be desperate on retrieving his soul after he willingly made a deal to retrieve it. It's futile of you to try to break the eternal contract over his head. What's with you? You used to be Malcolm's trusted bodyguard and mine. You've protected me from bullies and made them suffer for their antics, and even taught me the ways of the supernatural. How could you be so cold? I trusted you. Laura, he's a demon. Yes, and now you've walked into my turf. Off with all of you! Stretched his arms, an intense wave of dark energy forcing the four back. Sam provided a little to no friction as they were just clothes being blown in a line with strong gusts. Out of nowhere, yeah! Blonde also drew out his iron blades and made that quake. So, you're not alone. Jenny and Gavin. Such a pity you'll be eternally bound here. Forced the two toward the same dune their short knives were trapped in. They were all captive as well, like flies in a sticky spider web. Pressure gradually got worse as the gravity was crushing their immobile vessels. You'll all be joining Ichabod soon! Everyone braced the worst, realizing that their defeat was inevitable. Then, something burst from within each of their clothing. 6 containers popped, except one just blew out compressed air while the rest released their liquid contents. They weren't able to realize that their holy water super soakers have caved in from Job's crushing wave. What's this? Their bodies were soaked, and the sacred water helped them break free while it ran on the dissolving dune. The holy water was certainly a sign of weakness, as Job's palms were stinging, as if corrosive acid was on them. The six eventually recovered, and not a moment too soon threw all of their holy grenades straight at him. Job began to roll in intense pain. Soon, much like the dune, his own body started to disintegrate and sink into the abominable sands. They felt the ground shake beneath them, and the sand began sinking pillar by pillar, descending into a deep, dark chasm. The dust cleared from the sight as the earth shaking halted. This must be the entrance to the eighth circle. Defeating Job must have unlocked it. He was indeed the keeper of this ring, after all. It was here all along. Let's get going. Crane can wait no longer. A vehement voice stopped in their tracks. They spotted an enormous shadow that seemed to cover a third of the blustery sky. Yes, he can't. Lucifer! Crane is with me, safe at the final circle. I'll be sure to make my domain more welcoming for your perseverance. You've only scratched the surface of what lies ahead. We can save Ichabod! You can count on it! It's a pity you never feasted on the delicious fruits I have provided. It seems that my apprentice is your only driving force as of now. Apprentice? You don't mean... Indeed, he will be my right hand as Christ was God's, and be the herald of the apocalypse soon enough. Once the virtue of prudence fails, he will succumb to the darkness, as he shall fulfill his destiny as a true witness, and wreak havoc amongst the earth. He will govern not the feeble seven, but rather all life itself. If he serves a tribulation once, he shall do so again and evermore. No, he can't! Try as you might, mortals. You will never save him! I tried to do the intimidating laugh. For once, they were stunned silence, wondering if their pilgrimage would be worth it in the long run. Yet again, the characters from the overrated horrific Rosemary's Baby is on here, and they deserve the absolute worst. They were definitely the Satanists. They deserved to be hammered down by the fiery debris and were stunned for eternity. Also, John Winchester made an appearance, and no doubt, I hate supernatural. While it was noble of him to sacrifice himself to save his own family, I never liked him to begin with. To me, saving Dean was a big mistake from his out-of-body experience. Labeling Sam as a herald of the apocalypse and wanting him killed for it was just uncalled for! Damn you! Even the fact he's supposed to be their own father who's been missing for some time. Putrid Father of the Year is how I describe him. As well as the song parody, We All Hate Supernatural. It just keeps on going and it's overflowing. We all hate supernatural, but we try to end it, but still let's defend it. I made the parody. By the way, I shall give a link to the description. Heck, Beatrice's brother is on here, and so is the Prince of Pain. And here are the songs for that. So, they finally make it through violence. That was very long. But they don't have a lot of time. Ichabod's life is really at stake now. Is his damnation truly set, or his friends too late? Find out next time, sleepyheads. Until then, this is the Ekron Writer signing out. Welcome back to another episode of Sleepy Hollow, the missing episodes. Last time, Team Witness, without Ichabod, has actually traversed through the abominable desert. And quite frankly, they don't really have enough time to save Ichabod's soul, who is actually
according to Lucifer, he is actually going to be like an apprentice to him soon. And they just dealt with Job, known as the Prince of Pain, and so they actually have 2 more rings of hell to traverse through. So with that out of the way, let's get on with the show, shall we? Alright, Chapter 20, Fraud. I'm gonna be honest here, guys. This was undoubtedly the hardest segment I had to make. Some of you might be expecting the significant demons like Hagnazu, Calcabrina, Rubicante, which aren't Final Fantasy IV, it's from Dante's Inferno. But since the fic was so complicated as it was just too hard to work with. So this one was like a leech just waiting to get done. I hope you'll like what I got for the complicated realm known as the Malbolge. Team Witness soon descended the staircase beneath the desert of the final violence ring. As they trekked lower and lower, the descent became more opaque. The stormy sky didn't help much either. Luckily, the backs of their hands shined. Laura gave a warning to the group. Fraud is an extremely dark place that holds those guilty of deliberate knowing evil who use lies and deception for personal gain. This circle is divided into 10 ditches, each holding different types of liars, and each has a different form of punishment. I suggest we all use our virtues to keep ourselves lit. This circle could leave wanderers blind. No problem, Gavin said as he, along with the others, uncovered the backs of the right hands, showing their holy might, although they noticed one of the 7 fading out. Prudence, the one at the lower left, was growing dimmer and weaker. Oh no! Oh no! Prudence is at its last legs! Crane! We can't worry about that now, Jenny. Let's get this over with and head to the last ring. We'd best hurry. This place is extremely long, and one of the most dangerous. Use extreme caution. Suddenly the 6 startled as they beheld a very massive, unusual creature fly out of the shadowed chasm. Gavin immediately held the demon slayer's scabbard, but Laura ordered to sheathe it. Because of Lucifer's cryptic message about Ichabod's soul, anything that they'd meet would give them the jitters. Calm yourselves, it's only Geryon. Geryon, the god and the beast of fraud. She described him as an enormous creature with dragon wings, paws of a lion, a body of a wyvern's, possessing a tail with a stinger much like a scorpion's, and also has the face of an honest man. The very same. Come on, we should ride him. He'll help us go through the 8th circle. They were reluctant, but then again they had no choice. One by one they boarded his back, with Jenny and Laura leading the pack. The hybrid let out a groan as it opened its wings and lifted off. Geryon slowly glided in descending rotations around the waterfall of the river Phlegathon, down to the great depths to the circle of fraud. Laura referred to another passage from the sacred poet Virgil. Fraud, in its own right, is wasteful to life itself. It is more serious than the other previous sins due to the sinner's assumption of being able to corrupt and manipulate God's creations for evil gain. Kind of like Zeromus from Final Fantasy IV, only its people we're dealing with instead of an alien. Gavin made another semi-relevant reference. The 8th circle, or rather called the Malbolge, refers to the evil ditches, the upper half of hell belonging to the fraudulent and malicious. This is forged like a large funnel of stone shaped as an amphitheater, which runs a series of 10 deep narrow ditches called bulge, or bulgion singular. Within these ditches are punished those guilty of fraud. Geryon eventually landed on the cliff, which nearly burnt their feet. It then flew off and they took sight of the first chamber. They emerged below the great cliff. We must reach the well below. It's the only way to traverse to treachery. There were large spurs of rock shaped like narrow, slippery umbrella ribs, which served as bridges over the fiery pits of the 10 bulls. The first one they encountered were for the panderers and the seducers, as Jenny said. The panderers and seducers will spend eternity beaten, prodded, and whipped by Lucifer's lieutenants. Sure enough, the team stopped and held their breaths. The damned made 2 cubes,
one along either bank of the ditch, and marched rapidly, some slipping in opposite directions while being whipped by horn demons for eternity. Laura described them as they had deliberately exploited the passions of others, and so drove them to serve their own interests, or themselves driven and scourged. The first individual Gavin recognized as he clenched his fists tightly was a petite girl in her early 20s. This is actually based on the original character Lynn Hawkeye, which actually is related to Mary Joy G38. She's known as a Filipino and a plagiarist on DeviantArt, and a very revolting one at that. She's a character basher, and she often uses sexual content to satisfy her as well as her horrid followers. Mary Joy G38, aka Mary Joy, is on here, and it's based on her revoltingness alone. Fuck you, Mary. You deserve this. Further down on the other bank, Jenny, Jake, and Alex recognized two female tramps. I think they're sisters, but I'm not a huge fan of Beavis and Butthead, but they deserve this. All this time we were enchanted by a wig? Alex told him to shush. There's the other whore. It's Lolita and Tanqueray. I don't know if I'm saying her name right, but yeah, those are the ones. Who the hell are they? They were residents from a town named Highland, and they were known as their own skanks who were mostly renowned for their sexy reputation and also pleasuring the two lowlife morons named Beavis and Butthead. They used their southern accents and powers of lust to manipulate them. Then again, they're just pieces of manure anyways. Jeez, they deserve the worst. I really hate whores. Women should never be treated as objects this way, selling their souls for money and be like femme fatales. Especially homme fatales. I really thought they'd be in lust. Those are different. It's more than just taking pleasure in flesh, but rather influence others in their control afterward, much like succubus. If you put them side by side to the other shitheads, they could resemble brother and sister. Those that commit incest are there too. Ugh, we gotta get out of here. Next chamber, please. Everyone obliged, avoiding the sights of the seducers being caned and having pieces of flesh fly. What? Jason of the Argonauts is here? Why? He's a hero. Gavin, he's only here because of his cheating ways. Even I was shocked. Jason from the miniseries Jason and the Argonauts, which was made in the 80s, which used to be on Sci-Fi a lot. God, even he deserves the worst. She described him as such, and you can pause here if you want, but even I was shocked. I really thought he was a hero too until I found out. Yeesh! I didn't know he had multiple affairs. Man! A lot of common folk don't know the whole story. Don't be too disappointed in yourself. He steadily marched downward to the next chamber that housed the Flatters. Laura recited, My brethren in the Malbolge, we flounder in sewage and waste. Much like the sinners in the first row, they also exploited other people, this time abusing and corrupting their psyches to play upon others' desires and fears. As a result, they are steeped in excrement which, according to Laura, was representative of the false flatteries they told on Earth, as they howl and fight amongst themselves. And Diana recognized one of them as Sam Rockstein, especially his partner in crime, Nikki Santoros. I'm sure you know what the parody names stand for, but damn! Actually, scratch that. No, Nikki isn't on here. He's not till later. Scratch that, sorry. It's easy to get them mixed up, you know? But yeah, Sam is on here. And Diana also... Oh wait, he is on here. Oh, my bad. He's also on here too, his sidekick.
And lastly, was one of the most nihilistic psychopaths that ever existed. Reader discretion is advised, but believe it or not, Ted Bundy is on here too. You could actually pause here if you want. Maybe I should have put him somewhere else for obvious reasons, but I don't want to go through this. It'll take too long, and it's disturbing. So you can pause here if you want. And you can pause here if you want. It's very long. Everyone was aghast of what the head of Homeland Security said. Who else is there? There's plenty more where that came from. Come on. Laura led the way to the third row where the simonies were found. Simony. The sellers of favors, crimes against the church. They are trapped in baptismal baths, their feet eternally in flames. From the side of it, the sinners were placed face down in cylinder holes within the rock, with flames burning the soles of their feet. Head of the fire is proportioned to their guilt, much like the death of excrement for the flatters. Since there was no one the teams recognized, they pressed onward toward the fourth row. The diviners, the fortune tellers should have known that they cannot see with the eyes of God. They walk with their heads backwards, their eyes awash in tears. In other words, Dante believed that oracles and psychics are phonies. Who could blame him? Much like the oracle in the Matrix. Besides, why would you try to predict the future anyway? Anything can change as quickly as clouds in the wind. I'm surprised the oracle never made her way here, and she should. And yeah, not just the oracle, but any type of psychic. Especially Olympia from Pokemon. Ugh. That was when I threw in the towel with the Kalos anime. Really bad. I don't mind Molly becoming one, though. She would be useful. If not for Dreyfus's reign. Anyway, they pressed on to the fifth Volgia, the home to the grafters. Great winged demons tend to the grafters who stole and embezzled in life. They are thrown into deep vile pits. Such damned souls even include corrupt politicians who made money by trafficking, and they're immersed in a lake of boiling tar, black as their internal selves, which represents the sticky fingers and dark secrets of their corrupt deals. Yes, they are guarded by demons called the Malabranch, known as evil claws, who tear them to shreds with sharp claws and grappling hooks if they catch them above the surface. And guess who is on here? Bill Hawks. Bill Hawks from The Unwound Future, Professor Layton. I'm not really into the series, but I find it interesting. But yeah, he is on here. You can pause here if you want. Anyway, the sextet marched onward toward the sixth area occupied by the hypocrites. Oh, this shouldn't be too hard to figure it out. It is here that the cloaks of the hypocrites appear noble and fair, and yet worn as punishment, each lined with crippling lead. They saw the hypocrites walk around a narrow track for eternity weighed down by leaden robes. They appear to be like knights in shining armor, the hypocrites illuminating brightly and pass for holiness, but under that show lies the terrible weight of their deceit. It's quite ironic that these people appeared as clean and spotless as a silver platter, but people were fooled by their evil deeds. Hence the robes that weigh them down and make spiritual progress impossible for them. Everyone except Diana has identified some of them. And you're not going to believe this, but those two guys from Twister are on here. Jonas Miller and Eddie, even though Eddie was sort of like a puppet to him. Jonas, son of a bitch. God damn it. Even when I was a kid, I hated them so much. The heroes expected more people they'd identify, but they still walked on to the seventh Bolgia. There they climbed down the broken rocks of a bridge that was destroyed in the great earthquake during the harrowing of hell. They crossed the next bridge into the turf of thieves.
Though this wasn't their secret hideout. Thieves are held and bitten by serpents. The venom burns them alive to ash only so they can reform and suffer again. The pit was filled with monstrous reptiles. The shades were being hunted and bitten by snakes and lizards, who coil themselves about the sinners and bind their hands behind their backs. The horrors of the thieves' punishment increase gradually, just as they stole other people's substance in life. Their very identity becomes subject to theft here. The Bolgio was guarded by another centaur by the name of Calchas. Unlike the ones in the first violence ring, this one had a fire-breathing dragon on his shoulder. Gavin read once that in Greek mythology he was actually a fire-breathing monster that was slew by Hercules. Here he noticed a redhead, which is Estella Shiel, which is like a one-shot villain in the Real Adventures of Johnny Quest. She was only in one episode, in the Realm of the Condor, which is the third one to be exact. And as a kid, I felt sorry for her because I thought, her father, she lost her father in the rainforest, the Amazon rainforest, due to the Inca ambushing him. But in reality, it was all a lie because, she wanted all the gold in El Dorado. I mean, I wish we could actually get some of that gold because, it would benefit our economy, but they might get suspicious, I guess. But yeah, it took me a long time to figure it out. But that wasn't even close to whom he saw next. Gavin, Jenny, Jake, and Alex recognized a male in his 30s wearing broken reflective sunglasses and everything else, yada yada yada. If you guys seen the Inside Man movie, you would know who this guy is. Dalton Russell. Dalton Russell is played by Clive Owen as the antagonist, opposing Denzel Washington, who used a prank to pay the perfect crime. God damn it, I hate that movie. And I hated Clive Owen ever since. He was good in King Arthur, but that was it. Ugh. Alex suggested that she wished it was for a gold digger or perhaps a slut. Jake made a soul-piercing stare while Diana gave her a slight smack at the back of her head. Quit joking around, Alex. We still have a few bulls left. Even I despise that terrorist Russell so damn much. She led to the eighth chasm, the lair for evil counselors. Evil advisors who use their forked tongues for counsels serving their own ends. They stand ablaze. It is here that fraudulent advisors or evil counselors move about, hidden from view inside individual flames. These are not people who gave false advice, but rather people who use their positions to advise others to engage in fraud. And there was Christoph Gavin, as well as Manfred von Karma. I'm not really into the Phoenix Wright series. It was hard to get into, but I've heard so much on hated characters lists on YouTube, especially from Green Scorpion, Quarter Guy, Innie Noben, that kind of thing. So there's Christoph. Another accursed advisor was Manfred von Karma. You can pause here. You can also pause here if you want. It's just far too long. I don't have a lot of time here. They say that Karma's a bitch, and he'd be the perfect son from her. Later they marched on to the 9th Bolgia, the Sowers of Discord. Ugh, thank goodness it's the last one. They hold their heads and innards. The chaos they caused in life cast upon them in death. The damned were being hacked by a single large demon wielding a bloody sword. Their bodies became divided as if, in life, their sins were to tear apart the earth. I should have put Sam and Nikki on here. Those are the sinners who are ready to rip up the whole fabric of society to gratify a sectional egotism. They didn't perish from the constant onslaughts, but instead traveled back in a circle to the demon, by which time their bodies have fully regenerated. Then they are hacked to pieces all over again. The sick saw the poor souls drag their ruined bodies around the ditch with their wounds healing, only to have the demon tear them apart once more.
It was to symbolize how they themselves were able to divide nations and even their own blood from their wickedness alone. The chamber was split into 3 categories, one for religious scheming, one for civil strife and political discord, and one for family disunion or discord between kinsmen. The first one had Princess Elise, but it was all an illusion. Gavin was just starting to lose it. It was quite unsettling how hell could cause so much psychological trauma, albeit temporary, and be so deranged to even include royals that had no points on being there. He wondered if Lucifer was playing with his mind, making the underworld distorted and act as some delusional nightmare. Jenny was there to comfort him, even his own strength was waning on finding Ichabod. Nevertheless, they pressed on, and they have seen Gabrielle's Shear, which is in Swordfish, the Matrix ripoff. Ugh, I hate that movie. And wouldn't you know it, the Capulets are there. The evil rulers of the Capulets were omnipresent in the 3rd section. Here we are, guys. The Canner in the violence ring, and there you see the rulers. Ugh. I hate distractions. But those are the leaders of the Capulets here. Lastly were the vengeful scum of the earth to which only Gavin and Diana knew. Mrs. Mott! Yes! She is in the Sowers of Discord, people! If you guys seen The Hand That Rocks the Cradle, which is on the Villains Wiki, by the way, I had no choice but to see it in my contemporary living class, but she is there. The worst for last. There's still one more Bolgia to go! The 9th one, which houses the worst and common frauds of all. Basically, it's like miscellaneous. The humidity and air pressure were intense as they descended to the 9th Bolgia. As Laura described, the falsifiers. All thoughts of pain and suffering fall upon them. Hear their wailing and be warned. The last Bolgia of the 8th circle was the home belonging to various sorts of miscellaneous liars. Chronic disease on society, they are themselves affected with different types of afflictions, such as illness, stench, thirst, filth, darkness, and screaming. Some lie prostrate while others ran hungering through the pits, tearing other unsuspecting shades to pieces. The most notable ones were, of course, Beavis and Butthead. Of course. Team Witness, surprisingly, there were only people amongst millions that everyone knew. Team Witness gazed below them. There stood a well with bright turquoise within it. They looked to be like branches encased in ice that was unusually bright to their weary eyes. Laura stopped. This is it, guys. The last circle of hell is down there, awaiting us. Lucifer and Crane shouldn't be too far now. Let's get this everything we got and... Before she could finish her rally, she and her allies felt as if the wind was just knocked out of them. They became powerless, and Gavin collapsed from exhaustion. They'd noticed the virtue's powers were fading. And Prudence... I can't seem to feel Prudence anymore. We're all running out of steam, and Crane is gone. And that means... She was too startled to move. The others were immobilized, feeling their endurance run out. Their vision was blurry. Their bodies were weighed by gravity as each cadet fell one by one. They had almost instantly blacked out as quickly as a candle being blown. The next thing they knew, frigid temperature blew against their faces, pricking them up. Jenny awakened and the rest of the group followed more groggily. They were laying closer to the well, and she looked down as she recalled seeing the entrance to the underworld's bone-chilling core. She had a glimpse of a figure about 50 feet below, into the Arctic pit. Crane! That brought everyone around. They looked over the ledge. He wasn't his normal self, so weak, in intense pain. He was surrounded by 3 demons, each taking beatings, each giving him beatings, making him kneel and beg for forgiveness for his treacherous sins. Finally, as the man was more submissive with his paralyzed vessel, One of the members of the unholy trinity lifted his chin as another dropped several pieces of seeds. Crane! What's going on? Is Ichabod down there? Or another illusion? It was Crane. He just digested the seeds of doubt. That means he's one with Lucifer now. Oh no. We must pass through treachery and meet up with Lucifer. We may or may not save Crane now. No. I saved him from the mantle of war. I can free him again, but we mustn't linger. She refused to give up. I remembered Chief Zergato's last words. Hawk was embedded. He was putting on his Battlehawk uniform. So, he said to never quit on his loyalty and to not throw away our friendship, no matter what. He knew what Ichabod was made of. As a freedom fighter and a witness. We can't stop now. He needs us. Gavin's right. We can still rescue him as long as we stay together. We've went this far. We should never turn our backs on him. Crane's been our motivation, our crutch for all of us. I shouldn't tuck tail and run. Yeah, he's shown us the way. I guess the road to hell is paved with good intentions, and ours is Crane. He did demonstrate great courage and camaraderie, not just to us, but to an entire nation. And to no question George Washington has chosen him. He protected my daughter and her future, even when it was overshadowed by the darkness. And we owe him the same. He's truly a veteran, a hero, much like the witnesses before us. We shall prevail and defeat Lucifer, and break the chains of fate he has over him. He needs us now. Let us fight on. We're coming for you. There is no turning back from here. The fate of their destiny, the world and Ichabod will soon commence. Without Wikipedia and the Inferno Wiki, I'd be forever stuck and never finish it. And here are the songs for that, albeit repetitive. So, you can pause here if you want. This is Mary. There's Beavis and Butthead and the horse. I believe the Capulets are the main cause of the conflicts. And other characters from Casino made it. So, yeah. You can pause here if you want. There's Estella Shield from Johnny Quest, much like Sir and Ezekiel from a few rings prior. There's Swordfish. There's Twister. So you can pause here if you want. Also a despised Inside Man. You can pause here if you want. Princess Elise and Sonic 06 should be on here, but I'm not sure how Sonic would fit with Sleepy Hollow. There's Christoph Gavin, Manfred Rakama. There's Professor Layton's series, Hand That Rocks the Cradle. You can pause here if you want to read those. Finally, Team Witness are on their way to rescue Ichabod. They may have lost prudence and he swallowed the seeds of doubt, but is there still a glimmer of hope? Find out next time, sleepyheads. Stay tuned for the last ring of hell. I hate distractions. Hey guys, it's the Ecron Writer here, welcoming you back to another episode of Sleepy Hollow, the missing episodes. Last time, Team Witness has actually managed to go through all the bullshit in fraud, which is more disturbing than the last. Not to mention there's a lack of light and a lack of, lack of peace, actually, because they made it their way to Hell's final circle, treachery. Unfortunately, they came almost too late, for Ichabod has swallowed the seeds of doubt. And according to Jenny, it's much like Beatrice and how she fell for Lucifer and became the queen of hell. Is it true of what Lucifer said as Ichabod was becoming Lucifer's right-hand man? Much like how Jesus was to God? Well, let's find out, shall we? Alright, here we are, folks. Chapter 21, Treachery. We're at the final ring, guys. The virtues were nearly strong enough to minimize the team's landing as they jumped down the well into the last ring. However, the aura was barely enough to keep them warm from the unrelenting chills. Their feet made slight splashing noises, and they noticed some water dropping from nearby stalactites. We are now in the bottommost realm, the farthest away from God, with hardly any light, nor warmth. Body quaked from the soul-freezing air. We're at treachery, but Satan's just ahead. For now is the frozen lake Cocytus, made especially out of his weeping tears and his flapping wings to keep it solid as the polar ice caps. It's undoubtedly a home not just for Lucifer, but also for his legions of treacherous shades, and perhaps the birth of his creations, Jenny added while she blew on her hands. Fortunately, they just remained numb. We can't freeze to death here. We must get to Lucifer and crane through the 4 concentric zones. Oh. Everyone groaned, though she was right. They did need to hurry before they had the chance to perish and stay here in the frozen wasteland permanently. They trekked through the harsh environment and learned it's the first ground named Cana. It received this title after the biblical king who murdered his brother Abel, thanks to Lucifer's early works posing as an asp in the Garden of Eden. They usually say it's like Lilith, but I kind of disagree with that. Here were those imprisoned who betrayed their families. Those that were condemned here were frozen up to their necks in eternal impenetrable ice. Feeling the bitter cold enter their veins, the team didn't look at the dams for too long, laying still in the frozen corpses as the lake was just beneath their chins. Diana noticed an individual named as Diane Downs. Heh, Diana knows Diane Downs. If you guys seen Small Sacrifices, you should know this. But I didn't have much of a choice because my ex-stepmom actually forced me to see this. She always watches a lot of Lifetime. You know how Lifetime is. It always has movies that murder women and are based on true events. So you can pause here if you want, and I can't stand the song Hungry Like a Wolf by Duran Duran, which is her ultimate trigger. God damn it! Does the words cruel and unusual punishment mean anything to you? I'm glad my daughter didn't end up as a mute by her. Sixth breath continued to vaporize, and they sharply exhaled, feeling their throats were sliced by shards. They couldn't believe their sight as they looked over to a rock-solid statue of Katrina. Good riddance! He desperately attempted to keep his shivering body warm. I should have known she'd be here after betraying Crane. He must be here. Post haste. They kept moving to keep the blood flowing. They soon came to Antenora, which was named after the Trojan general Antenor, who betrayed Troy to the Greeks even after they had ransomed him from the Greek army. There were those in prison who deliberately betrayed their countries. The ice reached up to the base of their skulls, just as the bridges of their noses. The gang was surprised they wouldn't necessarily die from suffocation. And now Ichabod's not here, but others are. Particularly the redcoats and the loyalists. They recognize the uniforms. There's General William Howell is on here. And they remember the incident on Halloween in Season 3. Like during Halloween of that year, he unleashed an undead army. There was also King Louis XVI, who ran the Revolutionary War and his demons while still being stationed in England. There was also Marcus Collins, whom Gavin remembered. If you've seen the Season 3 episode, The Whisper in the Darkness, you should know this. And General Hamilton, I got his name wrong, by the way, but I forgot what it was. It's the main antagonist to the Patriot, by the way. So, he at first thought he was a demon, though it didn't matter since he was suffering from the endless cold. Gavin remembered learning about him through a movie during the second U.S. history class in high school. It was then that he had a personal grudge with the British in general until Ichabod showed him that they weren't just snobs wanting to drink all the time and plunder the world, let alone a few nations. I can assure you, they're not all bad, Gavin. His mind drifted away to his lecture. They can be the most polite, efficient people you will meet. You shouldn't let your grudge overshadow your judgment. You should take a chance. They're our valuable allies, after all. Gavin! Gavin! Oh. Pain snapped him back to the present. He recalled seeing Ichabod lecturing him on how the British really were, trying to extinguish his fiery feelings for them after seeing a retelling of the Revolutionary War. Gavin, you have to keep going. Otherwise, we'll never save him. The cold can really make us drift away. It took a while for the duo to catch up with the others, who were just a few feet away. And then there's round 3, known as Ptolemy. It was named after Ptolemy, the nefarious son of Abubis, who invited Simon, Maccabeus, and his sons to a banquet and then killed them in a fit of rage. Here were those imprisoned who had betrayed their guests and those who came to their home for shelter. Those that were condemned here lie supine in the ice that encased their entire bodies but their faces. It was tough and complicated for Team Witness to follow. Their vision and critical thinking were getting weaker as they went deeper in the frozen lake. Nevertheless, they continued in search of Ichabod and his captor, huddling and attempting to move their bitter bodies all the while. Finally, they made it to the last cove, Judeca. It was indeed obvious it was called after Judas Iscariot, who betrayed Jesus. For a moment, Jenny had a flashback of her exposure to one of the Judas coins, the same one that was capable of awakening a person's darkness. Just like how she, Holly, and even Benedict were infected by greed, anger, wrath, here were those who imprisoned who betrayed lords, masters, and benefactors. All of the sinners punished within were completely encapsulated in ice, distorted in all positions. Due to no one to look at here, they journeyed onward to the center of the ninth circle. They passed a few notorious figures. Diana barely made out an old black police officer. I'm sure many of you don't know this, but it's Captain Jack Wander, who was like the main antagonist in the movie Street Kings. I don't blame Keanu Reeves for this, but the movie itself was just awful. And you can pause here if you want, and it's just going to drag on too long. Warn Diana a little, knowing that those who betray and take advantage of the laws of the land were put into eternal frozen slumber. And I hope this applies to everyone. Well, if it's like felonies, intense felonies, especially drug addicts. Through the reflective still pond were corpses stored beneath the surface. It really made their stomachs churn, though the freezing winds made them subside almost instantly. And there's Malagant, King Arthur's Prince of Darkness. Although it's in the movie First Night, but I consider it to be historical. But, Sean Connery is King Arthur marrying someone so goddamn young? What? He wasn't a good leader after all. He deserved the worst, especially for Malagant. I mean, Lancelot has, like, the appropriate age for Guinevere. Age appropriateness, hello? This is why I prefer the 2004 flick, King Arthur. Specifically the director's cut. Like I said, Clive Owen did a better job, but I never liked him in Inside Man. Screw that. Quartet were relieved to Malagant deserved the worst. Fjord's Dan was a fallen angel. Castiel, baby! Woo! You thought Dean was there? There's also Castiel. He's nothing more than a Seraph clone. I mean, Seraph in the Matrix sequels, which suck anyway. I never liked Castiel. He's so damn insensitive. He's boring. Maybe a good comrade to the Winchester brothers, but still, he's boring as hell. Especially when he absorbed the Leviathans. Ugh! Terrible. But he's not the only fallen angel here, as you see. Gabrielle, Uriel, Raphael, etc., etc., etc. Leslie further down the lake, Laura, Alex, and the others spotted Ophelia and Polonius. And this is the last time you'll see Shakespeare, by the way. I'm sure Claudius is in violence, never mind. Yeah, it'll be the last time you'll see Shakespeare. So, you can pause here if you want. They also seen various imprisoned demons surrounding the devil, especially Kevin Lomax and his half-sisters, Christabella Andreoli and Pam Garrity. I hate the devil's advocate. I really do. Damn it. There's also the other demons as well. Alistair, Crowley, his mom, Rowena, Beelzebub, the demon trio from Sometimes They Come Back Again, Tony, Vinny, and Sean, Azazel. There's Moloch. Ugh, made them cringe. There was also Lilith, who was close to a spoiled little girl, and the seductress Ruby. Again, from Supernatural. God damn it, Sam should have used the devil's trap instead of break the seal. Haven't they told him that Lilith is Adam's first wife? So, finally, at the center, the team beheld Lucifer's frozen state as well as someone working on his chains. He looked to be an elderly person with a wrinkled face that had his forehead and left cheek covered by zigzags of blood, and all that. Oh, Ichabod! Gavin was incredibly surprised to see him, hoping it's not another illusion. This caused the remaining quintet to look up and greet him, though something was terribly wrong. Crane? He's breaking the surrounding chains that bound the ruler of the underworld with a strong black blade. What the hell is he doing? Crane, stop! The witness did, gazed upon his friends, at least they used to be. It is time, Ichabod. He looked with eyes that seemed to have irises flaming and his pentagram glowed beneath his left arm. You must fulfill your destiny. Free me from this chasm and slay Laura. Only then can we both carry the mantle as the true witnesses. You are the first of your kind to make it here. Now do it. Stop them. Obediently, he halted and faced his oncoming allies. It heated up to gargantuan levels. Remember when he said that the witnesses shall breathe fire out of their mouths to devour their enemies? Well, after that, Ichabod used one of his new abilities as a witness. There was a stream of fire melting the ice to a subtropic level. And then, two people burst out. Ugh, damn it, I hate when it does that. Two people burst out. Gavin and the others halted as they looked upon a male and female emerge from the depths. That's right, it's Katrina and Benedict Arnold. They happened to be few of the demons that tortured Ichabod, forcing him to swallow the seeds of doubt. Oh no! Not them again! I have finally arisen to smite you mortals! My associate and I will be more than happy to make you all sleep here and forever be a part of hell. Indeed! Katrina is there. Let's do this! It's our job as guardians to save Crane and shield Laura. Oh, there will be no one to protect, feeble beings. Once we destroy all of you, Laura will have no one to spare her. And once she's been obliterated, even Molly will cease to exist. Words brought terror into them, especially the witness. Now, die! She unleashed a large fireball whom Gavin deflected as he stepped forward and covered himself with the silver arm blades. However, she easily caught it like a volleyball and absorbed it. The melee fire charged, and the first to brawl with him was Jake. Wait. Yeah. Lousy scrolls. They exchanged a few blows. The Benedict had the upper hand in terms of strength. The remaining teammates tried to figure out how to stop the evil witch and save Laura from her, but it wasn't easy. Gavin eventually got involved with Benedict after he noticed Jake was worn out. He was undoubtedly determined to cut the British bastard into ribbons. Alex still possessed Gavin's lighter, however the long streak of flame became weak on exposure to Katrina's manipulation of the elements. Became disabled in a matter of seconds, leaving her vulnerable. She was then tossed asunder. Gavin was desperate to lunge toward the treacherous redhead, but his enemy always interfered. Their movements were too quick for the six to draw out their saving grace, the Delilah daggers. With the team nearly on its last legs, Katrina conjured her telekinesis and held the six back and crushed their bones against a wall, the same way Job did. Fortunately, there was nothing to spare them now. She was causing them to bleed from the inside. Benedict took out his musket from his waist, cocked it, and aimed it squarely at them. Suddenly, one of the weak stalactites from the temperature change fell and pierced into her spine, immediately stopping her. Benedict nearly dropped his rifle while he noticed the impact. It was just enough time for Gavin to strike them both down with his demon slayer, using all her rage. Then there was the Delilah daggers, the replicas. They stabbed it into the traitors' chests. Blood flow actually froze as it was exposed to the air. The pair hurled their bodies over as they collapsed, though their enemies never made the final blows like they begged them to. Instead, they gave Jenny the notion to draw out the sacred cross she possessed earlier. She held it over their painful vessels. Ugh, why not? Finish me off. I deserve to die, only to reanimate and smite you all again. Why spare our lives after all the suffering we've done to you? Because Crane would not allow this. She walked to the duo. This was a rare secret artifact one of my hunters had found. They said it had the blood of Christ crusted on it, and it once belonged to Beatrice and Dante, the two witnesses before Crane's time. With this, I shall free you from eternal torment. As I carry the virtue of faith, I can release the two of you from this frozen tundra. Despite the treachery for our country and mostly for Crane, we feel this way is more honorable. Now go! Be gone! As if by magic, their spirits left their vessels, their corrupt vessels, as if they crumbled into dust. Their expressions changed from malevolence to benevolence. Everyone just watched, including Lucifer and Ichabod further down. Witness stopped bashing the change and gazed upon the brilliance. He even slowly walked toward it and disregarded the anguish from the caged demon. Despite Gavin refusing it, labeling them as traitors, and being that he hates the redcoats, Jenny has proven him wrong.
Benedict was swayed by the Judas coins. He became a tyrant. She knew from the beginning that she herself was exposed. Because of the Horsemen of War during community service, Katrina deserved the same fate, and while she was a backstabber, she decided on her own free will to be corrupted by dark magic from the Grand Grimoire. So eventually their spirits ascended and dissolved through the deadly ceiling, thanking her greatly. Little did they know, Ichabod's left arm began to eradicate, clenched his teeth in irritation until the pentagram itself finally disappeared, dissolved in the same aura as the cross, restored the two treacherous souls. He held it still, dumbfounded at what he just felt and saw. No! How can this be? Crane! Stay back! He had his shackles broken. I'm afraid you are too late, mortals, for as you can see, my servant has shattered the chains that bound me. Few chosen ones has tried and failed. Ulysses of Ithaca, the knight Lancelot, Alexander the Great, Attila the Hun. Thanks to thou, Ichabod Crane, I am at long last free from my eternal prison. Your journey as a witness has now come to a close. I shall reign supreme on the wretched world, and soon God. Yes, I owe it all to you, fellow traitor. Ha 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 ha. Violent swirling portal opened. My four generals, the time has come. We shall roam the land once more and declare war on heaven and erase all the innocent. The apocalypse is now! Seven shielded their eyes as the devil ascended from treachery and entered the dimension of the living. Come on! Hurry! Grab my hand! Quickly, Ichabod offered a hand. Then the others followed. They grabbed hold as they ran and leaped through the anticipating exit. And here are the songs. There were quite a few infamous traitors here from all media. There's small sacrifices. There's, I can't stand it whenever Hungry Like a Wolf is on. There's Katrina, there's Benedict. She's always known as pretentious backstabber. But I'd rather have them restored because I'm sure that's what Ichabod wanted. Only for Ichabod's sake. And yeah, there's Marcus. And you can pause here if you want. It just describes each of the traitors. I don't really have a lot of time. Alright, you can pause here if you want to. Describes each of the damned. Describes all of that. Demons, the backstabbers. Alright, maybe Ludlow didn't descend into eternal darkness and cold, but Kevin Lomax did. Ludlow was actually one of Keanu's other roles. So, you can pause here if you want. Whoops, hold on. Pause here if you want. The Patriot, the demons. So Ichabod and Lucifer had their shackles broken, and they and Team Witness managed to leave hell altogether and return to the world of the living. The long ride with the damned is finally over, but the story isn't. What'll happen next? Find out next time, sleepyheads. We are finally finished with the climax. Thank goodness. Oh my god, I couldn't wait to get it done. It was so damn long. So, I have like another 4, maybe 5 chapters to go. Albeit one is really short at the end. But yeah, I have like 4 more chapters and we're finally out of hell. I can't wait to show it to you guys. See you all next time. Come on.
Jeez Louise. This song is so haunting, it's not even funny. Especially from what's ahead. Welcome back to another episode of Sleepy Hollow, the missing episodes. Last time, Team Witness was finally able to escape from hell, along with Lucifer, in which Ichabod has already broken the chains over him. Well, actually, they dealt with Benedict Arnold and Katrina Crane, the traitors, first, and Ichabod actually swallowed the seeds of doubt, which brainwashed him along cursing the pentagram to break off Lucifer's chains. So, by the time they saved Ichabod and the damned souls, it was too late. For Lucifer has actually escaped to Earth and rallied the 4 generals, the 4 horsemen, to bring hell on Earth, and to also expedite the Great Tribulation. So, let's get this over with. Alright, here we are. Chapter 22, The Aftermath. A humongous bright light shot out of the aperture at Pandora's hideout and into the sky like a massive beacon symbolizing that Lucifer and Team Witness had escaped from hell. The group soon woke up in the darkened lair. However, Ichabod wasn't with them. Where's Ichabod? Gavin looked around with his heavy head. I think he must be inside the Gorgon's cave. He died there, remember? Diana attempted to contact his cell phone using hers. Unfortunately, didn't have a lot of power left. There were no bars showing the upper left-hand corner either. Service was completely out of the question, just as the power was when the Horsemen of Death and the Tribulations following him shut down all electricity. Guess we better get going. There's not much time. Yeah, there's no telling what Lucifer and the Horsemen have in store now. And so the group unanimously decided to search for him. Meanwhile, the remaining witness woke up in the subterranean lair, the same location where he was slewed by his son. The gash was still there, but in the process of healing, and the tragic duel and his journey through the underworld were still fresh in his mind. He was still too weak for moving, as his body weighed like a ton of lead. Despite the sharp pain in his chest, he wondered where his allies were. Then he recalled the place where the hellhound dragged his soul. Still, he had some sporadic hallucinations of his son, Abraham, Lucifer, and his horrible experiences as he desperately waited and waited and waited some more. The world was nearly something he'd never expected. According to a decaying headline that was laying on the street like an old parchment, Sleepy Hollow, amongst other major cities, have turned to ruin in a matter of days. All of the 7 trumpets were blown. Everyone and everything they knew were gone forever, and Lucifer was released. They noticed the sky was incredibly dark with a mix of black and an opaque vermilion. All roads were deserted, cars were demolished, buildings were abandoned. The air was heavy and toxic, nearly making their mouths dry and their throats scratchy like exposing to pollen. Everything was deathly silent, no chirping from birds nor insects. There was no chatter from any townsfolk, whether they'd be chatting on a phone, walking a dog, or running a business. Everyone was stunned when they explored the ruined city. No! Gavin's eyes perked up. But Ichabod, is he? Don't worry, he's a witness. I survived the dystopian world. I know he's still alive, and would find a way to do the same. She would never forget his older imprisoned self, nor the condition the country was in once Dreyfus became America's immortal president. The sergeant took her word for it. Still, they can only stand in horror. Every settlement has been destroyed. Satan will pay for this, even though it may seem impossible. If he's still here. It looks pretty quiet. I sure hope the horsemen won't sneak up on us. We need somewhere to relinquish our weapons. After our misadventures in hell, we seem to be nowhere near battle ready. and we definitely need Crane for our and his survival. With a brief pause, Laura declared with a nod. Let's do it. While trekking along, they were preoccupied in what would happen to the survivors, if they were lucky that there were any. Gavin was worrying about his dad, Don, Ichabod, and Molly, while Diana was mostly worried for her daughter, as was Laura for her past vessel. Jenny kept on thinking of her old man Ezra, wondering if he was still hanging in there, with the troubled civilians Henry influenced. The others felt the same for their comrades, even for Chief Falcalor and the refugees trapped in the vault. They knew that Washington was an eternity to travel to, and most of the automobiles, maybe Ichabod's SUV, were already demolished by Satan's awakening. Still, they marched on toward the Snake Lake, sticking together and trying to calm their fears and anxieties. Elsewhere, Ichabod was staying low to the burnt ground. He even smelled the soil, seeing if he could catch his friend's scent without letting himself be detected by the evil forces. The intense odor was like sulfur, stinging his nose. He still tried to keep his cover and stealth as he trod onward. The team continued walking through the dead forest, removing any brown foliage in their path. Through the shaken brush, they saw a disfigured shadow of what appeared to be a man. They weren't sure if he was just a survivor or an enemy disguised as a beggar. They remained alert as they slowly marched up to him. The individual still remained crouched and low to the ground until his hide was removed. With an intense stroke of luck, they found Ichabod. He reunited and gave everyone some tight hugs despite his hurt constitution. It was Laura that really caught his eye. Couldn't thank her enough, leading the team on this perilous rescue mission. She did say she had a promise to keep. They figured they can regroup in the archives and repair their weapons. Meanwhile, one of the horsemen returned with some news. They were setting up shop at the devastated Frederick's Manor. He looked a little different, though, but I'm sure it was that rogue witness, Ichabod Crane. So my father has went through hell and back, Henry boomed to his new associate as he beamed with delight. But he's forgetting one small detail. Hell is now on earth. Satan has risen and the apocalypse is nigh. There's little hope for the feeble mortals. Every one of the horsemen seemed to be satisfied in their own destruction, especially Logan. Yet they still have the witnesses and their guardians to finish off, which he thought would be a cinch. I'll alert our generals at once. I'm sure we're going to have a hell of a time wiping out the witnesses and their foolish friends. Ward stood up and changed into his avatar. Then let us start. Lucifer cannot wait to get a piece of them. However, he wants Ichabod to suffer and watch them fall around him. He will be as weak as a helpless puppy, and then we'll slaughter him. There will be no escape, and the world shall permanently be in our grasp. As the team headed to the archives, Jake and Diana were carrying the battered witness. Seven saw the angel of death Abaddon in the distance leading his troops of locusts from a huge scar in the earth. Jenny summarized it was the bottomless pit. He was a large angel, having red eyes. It was definitely a creepy sight. Let me tell you, the Bible described it very creepy. They looked upon him as Seven and sneered. Gavin prepared for battle, but Ichabod grabbed him by the arm as he told him, "Lower your weapons! They'll ignore us unless they'll consider us a threat." Reluctantly, Lucia was blade. According to the Freemason, Abaddon was believed to be the destroyer translated from ancient Greek. Since he's an angel from hell, Abaddon was considered to be Lucifer, or one of the angels that fell with him. Ichabod assured his teammates he's not an enemy. He and his legion only hunt down those that don't have the symbol of God. However, they still have the 7 virtues. Thus they're safe unless if they should be provoked during their 5-month conquest. 5 months? You're telling me we have to wait 5 whole months until they're done? We can't last that long. Which is why we must prepare ourselves for Armageddon, the final battle. We cannot get involved with the warring nations. We must press on. we hadn't been able to restore Crane, he could have been their #1 target. They only take down those that possess the number of the beast, or those that are just neutral. Sure hope Molly will be all right. Don't worry, Miss Thomas. She's a child witness. She'll be fine as long as we can vanquish all evil. How do we do this, Ichabod? His mind still tries to remain sharp despite his painful body. He's beginning to look pale. Come, we should head to the archives post-haste. With easy passage since no one was occupying the neighboring offices, Team Witness had finally made it. Glass windows are shattered, debris is everywhere, hardly any light. Jenny lit a lantern, there was a rickety chair. Even though everything was tossed asunder, the former professor still had some intel thanks to his eidetic memory. Laura applied some soothing cream upon his injured chest. It was still visible, while Gavin shaded the broken windows and salted beneath the locked doors and sills. Jenny blew out the burning match and walked out to her loyal seat. Commanding officer. All right, Crane. What's the plan? Everyone drew their attention. It was no doubt he would have some extensive knowledge since he was Lucifer's right-hand man, albeit temporarily. Gathered with him in the light-lit town, there was a bonfire almost like camping, except it was in an abandoned armory. This silence quiets heaven, so that it can focus on what is about to be revealed. It is the lull before the storm. The trumpets repeat themselves again and again throughout history, just as the sealed judgments do, until the second coming of Christ. English, Doc. The fifth trumpet sound is the first woe out of 3. Before this trumpet sounds, an angel or an eagle appears, flying in mid-heaven, and warns, woe, woe, woe to those who dwell on the earth, because of the remaining blasts of the trumpets of the 3 angels who are about to sound. The 5th trumpet prompts a giant star to fall from heaven. The star is given the key to the bottomless pit. After opening it, the smoke that rises out darkens the air and blocks the sunlight. Then from out of the smoke, the locusts will be unleashed. Those were the horrid creatures? Precisely. They were scorpion-tailed warhorses having a man's face with lion's teeth. Their hair was long like that of a woman's and flew with locust-like wings. They had golden crowns and are protected with iron-like breastplates. They were commanded by their king Abaddon to torment any man who does not have the seal of God on their forehead by using their fatal stingers. It was also made clear to them that they must not kill anyone during their 5-month mission of torment. After the 5th trumpet blast, the 6th one sounded. This is the second woe, where 4 angels are released from their binds to the great river Euphrates. They commanded a brute force of 200 million mounted troops whose horses dissipate plague from out of their mouths, most notably fire, smoke, and brimstone. The mounted horsemen wore breastplates with the color of fire, hyacinth, and brimstone. These horses have a lion's head and their tails were like a serpent, even with a snake head. They were responsible for the deaths of 1/3 of mankind who were stricken by the plague that emanated from those armies. So, we have both the locusts and this army to deal with? Chill, Jake. Crane said we shouldn't interfere. This isn't our fight. Right? This is not our battle. This can't. Let them do what is needed. The sound of the 7th trumpet signals the 3rd woe, the final plague. This is the last trumpet sound and the final woe. Loud voices in heaven which say, the kingdom of the world has become the kingdom of our Lord and of his Messiah, and he will reign forever and ever. People actually thank the Almighty and praise for the wrath that came. The dead were judged and the righteous were rewarded. And then come the 7 bowls. There's more to this? When the first bowl is poured out, foul and painful sores come upon those bearing the mark of the beast and those who worshipped its image. Well, that's a relief. At least we know guilty minds would suffer the consequences. Yes, and the second bowl is poured out.
The seas and the oceans will become blood, forcing everything in the sea to die, as will the rivers and the remaining sources of water once the third bowl is poured out. Then the sun causes a major heat wave to scorch the planet with fire with the fourth bowl. Indeed, Miss Jenny, after the fifth bowl is poured out, a thick darkness overwhelms the kingdom of the beast. Wait, so hell also gets darkened? That's a good one. When the sixth bowl is poured out, the great river Euphrates dries up, so that the kings of the east might cross to be prepared to battle. 3 unclean spirits with the appearance of frogs come, one each out of the mouths of the dragon, the beast, and the false prophet. These demonic spirits work satanic miracles to gather the nations of the world to battle against the forces of good during the Armageddon. Jesus says that his coming will be like that of a thief in the night, urging his followers to stay alert. And those are the wars we cannot fight. And finally, the seventh bowl. A global earthquake causes the cities of the world to collapse. All the mountains and islands are removed. Giant hailstones weighing nearly 100 pounds plummet onto the planet. The plagues are so severe that the wicked's hatred of God intensifies, while the incorrigible continue to curse at him. Wait a second. This was undoubtedly tough. Are you saying that the 7 trumpets are similar to the 7 plagues? The 7 bowl judgments are similar in nature to the trumpet judgments, but far more serious. There will be no warning when they come. In addition, there are 3 key differences between the trumpet judgments and the vials. These trumpet judgments are plagues that bring partial devastation and curses only 1/3 of nature and people, while the bowl judgments are more severe, direct assaults against humanity and nature, thus bringing more chaos on the earth than the trumpet judgments. Lastly, the trumpet judgments offer a chance for redemption and repentance, while the vial judgments do not. They're instead a direct assault on those who have taken the mark of the beast, and to those who are considered incorrigible and arrogant, thus makes them impossible to save. All this must have happened when you all left. There was also a time between the 7 trumpets and the 7 bowls in which the witnesses had been discovered, hunted down for 3.5 years, and finally slaughtered, then ascended to heaven 3 days later, like Jesus did. It took longer since the tribulation started with Moloch and the headless horseman. It's been 4 years now. Washington never finished his book. Ichabod concluded this could be a start of a new heaven and earth compared to the old one that highlighted the first coming of Christ and the war between Jerusalem and Israel. He paused for a bit. Night fell. We appear to be safe for now. Let's chance some rest. I'll keep a lookout. They obliged. Everyone except Laura stayed by his side. While the team slept, they went into a separate room and got involved in a personal discussion. Ichabod became depressed, and he noticed Laura following him, wondered why she would stay close to him after all the crises he had caused. She actually chose to stay with him for company and also nurse him back to health. So, she wanted to be the one to comfort him after all that chaos and misery he had gone through, especially when involving the Hellhound, Katrina, and Benedict, swallowing the seeds of doubt, letting Lucifer rise and smite the earth. She can relate to him since she grew up in a devastated world, as well as siding with the enemy, particularly with Diana's and Ichabod's fate, feeding her lies, deceiving her and killing her friends. She also remembered she was about 20 years younger when she saved him from a spiritual trial, saying that even though he feels alone, he must not lose hope. He still possessed hope even though he let his friends down, even in a dark future. He should never give up on it no matter what. He still kept blaming himself. Felt he was cursed all his life. He had the mantle handed down to him by George Washington. He wished that he wasn't chosen, since he couldn't bear it. Laura assured him he was never a burden. He was all Lucifer, and the witnesses must finish their destiny as one. Their only chance was to defeat the horsemen and Lucifer in order to restore balance to the world. He embraced her as he appreciated everything she did for him and their allies after all these decades of torment. Wished he could do the same if the roles were reversed. They looked deeply into each other's eyes. Their minds were racing with their hearts. And something unexpected happened. They never wanted to let each other go. They kissed each other passionately, and soon their bodies intertwined. Both past and future would merge in the here and now. They did. Well, as first for Laura, Ichabod mentioned he hadn't felt this blissful in so long. Last, they found their significant other, even though ironically they were witnesses from different time paradoxes. They were now one, both in body and spirit. They felt that nothing could pry them apart as long as they would stick together and win over their greatest adversary yet. I'm making them a couple, damn it, like it or not. And man, was this stuff complicated. And you can pause here if you want. And here are the songs. And I'm guessing Henry could be the false prophet. It was mentioned before. I hope it wasn't wrong for me, but here's the couple. So, there you have it, guys. They're the new couple. It's official. So the final showdown is about to begin. Sorry if the chapter's pacing was bad. Will Team Witness emerge victorious, or will the Horsemen give them the slip? Will the Witnesses and their team survive the apocalypse? All the answers in the next missing episode. Stay tuned for that, sleepyheads. Hey guys, this is the Ecron Writer here. Welcome you back to another episode of Sleepy Hollow, the missing episodes. Last time, Team Witness has actually bore witness to the aftermath of Earth and Sleepy Hollow after Lucifer's escape from the underworld. Needless to say, everything was devastated, and I mean literally everything. And service was out of the question, and they weren't sure if their friends have survived the Great Tribulation. And also, Team Witness has actually found Ichabod Crane and reunited with him as they regrouped in the archives, in which they were explaining all about, the 7 trumpets, the 7 bowls, how it affected the earth in the Old Testament, and how it's going to start the New Testament in which they're living through. So, while Ichabod recovers, he actually had a relationship with Laura Thomas. I'm making them the official couple, damn it, like it or not. And let's just say they had a little intimate moment between them. So, let's see what happens next, shall we? Alright, here we are. Chapter 23, The Decisive Battle, Part 1. Laura? Laura? Ichabod caressed her clammy, heated face, which seemed to grow pale overnight. He kept calling her, desperately wanting to bring her back. Since last night he never felt so needed, so loved by someone, in over 232 years. There was Katrina, but the witness from the future never invoked treachery onto him. Laura, please, arise! I need you! Oh. Her vision was very hazy as she saw her friend look down on her with a pained gaze. She reached for his hand. He grabbed hers tightly. His grip was also very warm. Ichabod. Laura, what is it? What's happening to you? She could only let out a whisper. It's my past vessel, Ichabod. Molly. She's coming to the plagues. No, she can't. If anything should happen to her, you would. Couldn't finish his sentence. He knew there was a link between Molly and Laura. Through the passage of time, she was her future self. Clutched her hands with his other palm. Laura, stay with me. We all need you. Crane? They heard Jenny marching from the long hallway after she looked in. She entered, and they were lucky Laura's weak, naked body was covered in a thick blanket. He did manage to dress himself before he tried to awaken his beloved. The artifact hunter sat beside them. Crane, what's wrong with Laura? Told her that Molly's in danger, suffering from his great sickness by the 7 vials. Being that she's only still a kid, she may not have much time to live through them. Soon the rest of the team walked in and heard about her predicament. Laura hardly has any time. Hardly has any time. Molly just needs to hang in there, Diana said, trying her best to compose herself. She can never believe she can outlive her only daughter in a chaotic time like this. I'll dress her and see what she has. By the time she uncovered Laura's blanket, she noticed there were some burning scars across her chest and arms. She also noticed that her entire body was bare. She could do nothing but hold a hand over her gapped mouth. Gavin immediately came at the defensive. Look, maybe she was undressed because he noticed she was growing hotter and wanted to cool her down. No. I have mated with her. It's been done. Crane? Jenny was in utter surprise. He was the type of man that preferred tying the knot before getting intimate. He was that formal. Why did you do this to her? Hey, take it easy, Diana. Wait, let me try that again. Hey, take it easy, Diana. I'm sure she had feelings for him. He needed someone as an anchor, which is what witnesses do for each other, right? I mean, I kind of mated with Jake earlier, and Molly barely noticed. This can't be the cause. Maybe he just didn't know until now. Still looked at him in glum, and Diana was in great disdain. Mother, Alex speaks the truth. I did have feelings for him. He needed me as I needed him. He couldn't stop blaming himself for freeing Lucifer and bringing forth the apocalypse. And then we just... Shh, save her strength, Laura. No, it's Molly, my best vessel. Listen, I think I can help Ichabod. Leaning closer. I need to share my heart with yours. I don't understand. It means, Gavin, that he and Laura can share their essences with each other. Remember when she helped take him out the heart devil? Their hearts beat as one. Crane was the artery while Laura was the ventricle. They were inseparable, and together they defeated the demon and saved us all. It won't cure, but it'll buy her and Molly some time. But that means if Laura gets more sick, it'll affect you as well. I'm stronger than her, Gavin. I can help her fight it. What must I do? Just hold me, and I'll channel some of my essence into you. Just stay still and close your eyes. Our bond is strong. Did what she told her as he continued to hold her hand. Fingers curled, the virtues of temperance and prudence dimmed. There was a flashback when Ichabod made a bonding ritual as he entered inside Gavin's mind while he was fighting his guardian's dark apparition. Their bodies tangled as if a portion of Laura's soul shot into his like a jolt of electricity. They felt numb afterwards, and then their hearts began to have a trepitation. The spell was complete as Ichabod felt his heartbeat once, while Laura's finished his. Although the rhythm was slow, they functioned normally, just working as two halves for one whole. Did it work? I think so. Ichabod's grip loosened. He became dazed and everyone caught him when he was about to collapse. He breathed in deeply, trying to keep himself together. I guess 2 hearts are certainly better than 1, rather than just 2 heads. Oh, damn it. I guess 2 hearts are certainly better than 1, rather than just 2 heads. I'm alright. How's Laura? You think you can delay Molly's ailments from the 7 plagues? I don't know. It all happens so fast. We are half in and half out of our own planes. Almost like an astral form. We could be vulnerable under enemy onslaughts as well as the vials. Which means if one gets inflicted, so does the other. Well, that's why you have your guardians. Her cheer made the others realize their duties. How are you feeling? The temperature has gone down a little, but I think Ichabod is also suffering. We can't stay this way for long. She had more coherence and stamina. She also had some color added to her face. Let me get dressed first, and then we can deal with the horsemen. Everyone left except Ichabod. Even though we didn't see it, he could feel Diana's stern gaze on him. Laura, I'll stay by your side. I promise you that. I know you will. Our connection remains everlasting and strong, much as the emblem of Thora. I won't go down without you. Neither will I. Kissed her forehead before he assisted her to stand up and put on some coverage over her fragile body. Ichabod unraveled her new clothes as he and Lauren discussed as to why treachery looked so much different than last time. Freemasons said that compared to their last viewing, it was all an illusion made by the Master of Deception. A testimonial, if they will, he called it. Outside the archives, the sky was a bright cinnabar overcast. The air was still dry and humid, and the team feared they could be bait for any demon that's willing to strike them without warning. As the 7 trekked on the burnt terrain searching for their worst nightmares. How would you expect to find the devil and his evil quartet, Brainiac? The world is wide, Master Wells. They could be almost anywhere. I suggest we shall draw them to us instead. Suddenly both witnesses collapsed. Their hearts suddenly gave way while their bodies wilted under their severe plagues, although Laura minimized her fall as Diana and Alex were carrying her on her shoulders. Oh no! She took out her cross, hoping to give them some strength, if only for a little while. Not again! Luckily for them, they saw their virtues light up once more, starting with the cross in the center. It was only a temporary, simultaneous fainting spell. 2 destined warriors knew what it meant. Ichabod rose slowly. I think our time is running short. The plagues. I'm not sure how much longer Molly can hold up. Even a kid as strong as her might not deal with them. Whether we're running out of steam or not, we have to try and stop Lucifer, even if it's our fate to perish doing so. We can't stop now. We must push through till we can resist no more. We have gotten this far, and I'm not going down without a fight from him. We will put an end to this madness, no matter what happens. I've lived through a bleak future long enough. Still, we must hurry and move ahead. If I were Lucifer, where the hell would I be? It seems you're in the right place. Everyone looked frantically, and Henry was there in his bloodthirsty appetite. I should have known it was you! He immediately drew out the demon slayer, yearning to finally slice him into ribbons so thin he'd never rise again. Obviously, we wouldn't find you, and instead you found us. Indeed we have. It was quite easy to find you pathetic imbeciles with your holy beacons. They knew he was referring to the virtues. I see, Father, that you are as weak as a kitten, as the other witness. You'd still dare to oppose me, my brethren and our master? I'd see he's been more kinder to me than Moloch. He has waited an eternity for his emancipation, and it seems you two are on your last legs. Laura would cease to exist if any harm should come to her past vessel as we speak.
There's no possible means you can stop us. We can. I've been waiting for a long time to cut your ego down to size. Ooh, still feisty as ever, I see. You won't be so tough without your lifeline. Ichabod was holding his head, something to block something out of his mind. Everyone knew what he did to him, much like the spider demon. He was in a spiritual confrontation with him. Ichabod! What have you done? Let's just say I'm giving him another intervention. The wielder of fortitude went into a berserker rage. You want to kill him from within, so you could vanquish both the witnesses and soon us. I won't let this happen. Killing two birds with one stone has never been this easy. Gavin had a flashback to the last duel, just after Moloch rose. Then it came to him. He knew that if he could defeat Henry, he'll disappear entirely. Give us the worst you got! I'll still beat you! They prepared themselves for an on-guard and charged toward each other. The two swords made a clang that could make people's ears bleed. Gavin took out his iron blades and continued to clash with him. Meanwhile, Henry was verbally torturing Ichabod from inside, telling him how he was abandoned as a boy, how he let him be discarded from his foster home, then being killed by a covenant, finally being raised by Moloch. It was then he was using his prowess as the Sin Eater, reading Ichabod's mind and exploiting his guilt like he did so before. Objection! Gavin was also in the astral plane posing with a Phoenix Wright impression. He wouldn't possibly let his own son, his own blood, make him weak and helpless against the plagues by reducing him to nothing. His eyes were as sharp and keen with his hateful blood boiling. He attempted to set the record straight, stating he wasn't around due to extenuating circumstances on the battlefield, as he was too busy confronting his soon-to-be associate, Death, that later nearly died. Henry countered it was Ichabod that would abandon his friendship, that he'd make Katrina fall for him instead of Abraham, making them bitter enemies and letting Moloch make him as the first horseman. Gavin let out another objection, saying it was her choice, that she picked Ichabod out of love instead of a forced marriage for riches. The heart was all that mattered. It wasn't enough since Henry countered that it was Ichabod who failed his family, making both him and Katrina go corrupt. Gavin spat it was all from the Grand Grimoire, as well as Solomon's influence. Henry was the one who tainted Frank as soon as he signed a contract that his soul would belong to him permanently, even upon death. In other words, you corrupted your family and the world as you held the mantle of war twice! Outside, Gavin made a clenching blow against Henry's face, which pieces of skin flew off, turned holding his injured cheek. You fool! Then he raised his hands. There was a whooshing noise, but no wind. There were limbs coming out of the ground. He looked down and remembered the trick he pulled back in the Frederick's Manor a few years ago. It was Henry's usual sneaky move. He had the Purgatory Sword. He sliced them only to be vulnerable from his telekinesis, forcing him to crash back into a wall and black out. The incident fresh in his mind, he held the hilt tightly and turned his blade upside down. He made that quake move again. It disabled the twigs, stunned Henry. He closed in for the kill and sliced his body. What? His friends cheered, but Jenny warned him to get back. Henry retaliated with a backhand, knocking Gavin down just a few feet. Demon Slayer wasn't enough. He was stunned. Henry grabbed him, gazed into his eyes. Gavin knew what he was trying to accomplish as he resisted. He persisted, making him into a trance using a suppressed weakness. The young soldier calmed down and soon became a mindless zombie. By his command, he marched slowly toward Ichabod, withdrew his signature weapon, took out a replica of Delilah's dagger, and raised it. Gavin? Gavin, no! Silence! The team was held back by Henry's blast, injuring them. All they could do was watch the horror. Ichabod went up to Gavin in the astral plane as he saw him in agony. Tried to comfort him, but all he did was glare at him and then knock him to the floor. pinned him down that Henry said he has failed as a father and friend. His son gave him some painful memories from the time he didn't save Abby from Pandora's box, to the trial he was trapped in as he was about to commit suicide. Then he gave him a vision of all his friends dead, and the entire world being reigned forevermore by a triumphant Satan and his horsemen. Then he saw himself freeing Lucifer in treachery's icy tundra and putting his friends in danger. Gavin, kill him! He and Laura are making this world suffer under damnation. Through all the chaos and pain, the witnesses are known as the Destroyers. That's all they ever are. They are the keys to the end of days, and they must be slewed. Do it. Show me that my father is truly the monster I've known him to be. Gavin took out the dull dagger pointed squarely toward his mentor. Outside, he was about to do the same. He looked over Henry and threw the dagger straight into his gut. Cut! He's cut! Henry was weakened by the assault. Gavin went over and took out the stinging blade and a small sack of salt, tossed it into the wound, making Henry wail, so unbearable that he sunk to his knees. Gavin saw the glowing hilt of his sword, and he was about to kill him with it until Gavin hesitated, and he tossed away the accursed sword. Henry was in complete shock that he had no intention on killing him, out of all the troubled times he went through. Now, Jenny, do it quickly! Stay down! He threw another salt sack at his gash, weakening him more. As if reading his mind, she drew out the Holy Cross. Begone, Henry! You no longer carry the mantle of war. You are Crane's one and only son, that much is true. But you were poisoned by Moloch after you were casted out as a child. And since then you wanted to take revenge on your family. Then you forced Katrina to work for you by awakening your so-called covenant of witches. You even did the unforgivable deeds by plaguing Frank's soul, and almost driven Crane to kill himself for his sins. But those dark times are behind you now. You're no longer the demon we know. Break the shackles of war and find peace. Katrina is waiting. Henry felt his armor dissolve into dust as his body illuminated and rose aloft. But why? Ichabod, you mean more of a father to me than anyone I know, even rivaling my own. I don't believe you're one of the bringers of chaos like Henry said. But he's at peace now, and you shouldn't worry about him anymore. Molly once said that you should never give up hope, and Abby said the same. Don't give up, Ichabod. There's a light left in you still. Please, don't perish. He hugged Gavin, who was shaking. He saw Henry in a bright, translucent figure being greeted by Katrina. He realized now he could start over. His kin was no longer cursed and bound to evil. Goodbye, Jeremy. The opposite of war is peace. So you restored him. Freemason was still awed by Gavin and Jenny's efforts. He couldn't be more grateful, and with War's shell broken, there were only 3 more to go. I could never thank you enough. Son. They embraced each other tightly. Jake shouted, "Look out!" A poisoned dart shot toward a nearby boulder, making it decay. Sure enough, it was Pestilence with his rider Logan. Ready for round 3? You betcha! Let's go! Alex was beside him, and Jenny strategized to keep their distance. With a raised hand, the witnesses went down once more. Protect the witnesses! Jake and Alex fought off the crazed celebrity. They used everything from their disposal, from their holy grenades, which left a disturbing mark, to the silver-tipped crossbow, trying to stay as far away from Pestilence as possible. Meanwhile, Jenny had laid the cross close to the sick duo, trying to buy them more time. Unfortunately, Logan's biokinesis got the best of him. By the time he unleashed his viral vial onto the group, everyone that made contact got sick. It was even equivalent to the 7 vials laid upon the land. The witnesses' condition grew worse as they clung to dear life as much as they could, almost literally so. Their hands very tightly, and burning sores, their sore throats were closing up rapidly and causing suffocation. Their body temperature skyrocketed, their immune systems were shutting down under the ailments that could rival having cancer or AIDS. Or perhaps the coronavirus. You're all just a bunch of feeble, worthless mortals. You have a snowball of a chance to defeat me and my friends. My plague has already divided and rendered the world into ruin. I have been proven to be the most powerful celebrity on Earth. No one can surpass me. Not even Doug Walker or Sir Paul McCartney, nor the Pope and the fallen kings. My powers are infinite! He saw a shimmering object in his peripheral vision. The cross was just dangling from Jenny's pocket and came into full view as it slipped out. She was the only one who was hardly affected by Logan's destructive diseases. Can you surpass the power of the Almighty? What is this? It's just a stupid cross. It can't stop me. You're wrong. She concentrated harder with as much stamina as she could muster. Logan couldn't stop staring at it for some reason. He noticed his fatal illnesses were wearing down. What's happening? This can't be. I'm supposed to be one of the horsemen. How could this stop me? Eat this! Jenny threw a holy grenade toward her adversary. The blast was close, but Logan withered like an old oak tree in a hurricane. Take that! Tried again, and all Logan did was stare at the bomb. With that, his body exploded on contact, and everyone was momentarily restored. Jenny surveyed the damage, then she rushed over to the witnesses who looked spent. By contact with the cross, they were amazed how well they felt. Nevertheless, the cross and the virtue emblem glistened brightly in the center. Beatrice's parting gift, along with the blood encrusted from Christ, really got the job done. How did you do it, Miss Jenny? Same way my sister was able to defeat it, by using holy water and having some faith. It never hurts. You did it! I always believed that Abby lives in you most of all. And this proves it. She does indeed. Even Laura admitted this, although she was still the home for her eternal soul. She was relieved that she could no longer live in fear for herself nor her past self. Alright, who says this? Oh, it's no surprise we should go for the opposite. Like peace instead of war, cures against diseases. And Logan was pretty zealous. Kind of typical with celebrities or people with power. They can never top the creators. Let's hope not even Lucifer. So now we have famine and death. How are we supposed to beat them for real? Oh, I hope we'll soon find out. Gavin's heart began to race. Then everyone beheld the sight of Helen's shadow, holding the golden scales with one side higher than the other. If the show were to be made into a game, I would play the crap out of it. It would be like Pokemon Black and White, yada yada yada. 4 horsemen would be like the Elite Four and facing them in any order you want, while giving yourself time to, develop your characters, make them grind. Here are the songs for that. Due to length, I decided to cut the battle in half. Only 2 more horsemen remain, and it's been difficult to come up with these things. So hang tight, sleepyheads. Believe me, I'm not very good with fight scenes, as you can tell. So, until then, stay tuned for part 2. guys, this is the Ecron Writer here. Welcome you back to part 2 of the decisive battle in Sleepy Hollow, the missing episodes. Last time, Team Witness has actually defeated 2 of the Horsemen of War, Henry Parrish, as well as the Horseman of Pestilence, Logan MacDonald. And now, they actually have 2 more of the generals, Helen Donovan, aka Famine, and Abraham Van Brunt, aka Death. So, let's get this going. I needed to separate it into 2 parts because, it'll take too long. Alright, here's the second half of the battle with the 4 horsemen. This time we take on Famine and Death. Chapter 24, The Decisive Battle, Part 2. Gavin went very anxious once he saw Famine in the distance. Famine, she's here. How can we defeat her without succumbing to her curse? Laura stood at the front unaffected and very serious. This is my fight, and mine alone. I don't want anyone to get involved, as they'll succumb to Helen's influence. Because I have temperance, I'm the only one who can. She too felt confident since she was an acquaintance from the dystopian future. Plus it was fair since it would be a decent cat fight per se. She offered to borrow Gavin's iron blades. Sure, just after I put some salt on them. They're more potent with 2 weaknesses involving demons than just one. She put them on, although Gavin was a little nervous in which blade belonged to which arm. Fortunately, she figured it out as the spikes were facing away from each limb. Never underestimate a witness from the distant future. Point taken. Then with a swift move, Laura snatched Gavin's belt. What? Hey, these are my salt sacks! Laura adjusted the belt to fit her slim physique. I'll give them back when I'm done with Famine. That is, if I save whatever's left. Oh, you! You never get used to Laura's slyness and her agility, though he was left assured since she was trained by Job on dealing with the paranormal. This obviously would put her skills to the test. She saw the large white steed cantering towards her. The rider was none other than Helen Donovan, complete with a pair of shimmering gold scales and a hooded, decayed face, wielding a scythe. She swung it down, but Laura was too quick. She pressed the buttons on the mechanized arms, causing the blades to stick out like Wolverine's claws. She spun and made contact with Famine's horse, and it reeled on its hind legs, squealing in agony. She avoided the onslaught again, then tossed an open sack toward it and Helen. Substance stung the duo, and finally Helen fell off the saddle. She quickly got on her feet and attacked Laura while her iron blades helped withstand the deadly scythe. She countered with one of the blades, causing Helen to step back. Still the fight raged on, each blow more aggressive. During the melee, Ichabod had a sudden vision. He focused his gaze, and his perception immediately changed as he was witnessing the fight from her own eyes. I can see her! What are you talking about? Of course you could see her. She's right in front of us. No, it's so much more. I can feel her moving. Just then he was mimicking each of Laura's movements with perfect precision. I can feel her hammering heart, her exertion, as if I'm inside her. I can see what she sees, feel what she feels, hear what she hears. I am with her. So it's almost like a battle bond, as if you 2 are in sync. You guys did share your essence. I never noticed it before. Kind of like motion control, like when a person moves, so does the avatar. Only Crane could feel her other senses. Laura! She picked up her voice. As he reached into his pocket, so did she, drawing out her Delilah's dagger. She kept dodging and countering Famine's blows until she managed to slice her leg. The injury affected the other witness as he winced and clutched his leg. The gash prevented her to sit up. You have put up a fight, but cannot destroy me, witness. I am the horsewoman, inflicting misery, anxiety, and hunger onto the land. I influence deadly desires onto the living in order to satisfy my insatiable appetite. You and Ichabod are nothing but mere mortals, unable to resist my curse. By her words, both Laura and Ichabod felt subdued.
Slade marched over to his fallen partner. You've made it together, have you not? I know, 'cause I can feel your hungers. Go on, heal her with your love, dear Crane. Came closer and knelt beside her. Laura looked at him with glazing eyes. Crane. No. Crane! Laura! Look out! Everyone startled as they realized she wanted them to become vulnerable, slaying the bull. You two lovebirds are fated to die together! Do it, Laura. Laura pushed him aside and let Helen hunch over. Her body was pierced by Delilah's dagger, stabbing her through the dark armor. She held her chest in great agony and dropped her scythe, which dissolved into ash. Our true desire is to destroy you! Laura got up with a battle cry, sliced her a few more times. She made a quick deep exhale, then Helen's avatar dissipated around her after she collapsed. Ichabod rose and appeared next to her. They gave each other a tight hug for a job well done. You did very well, Laura. So have you, Ichabod. We both conquered the demons within us, as well as famine. I couldn't have done it without you. Nor will I. Jake tried to clear his throat, but they never got their attention. Guys? He reached later. We still have one more horseman to go, and that's... I can see you, Ichabod, broke away from Laura. Abraham, can you see me? Be honest with me now, as you hadn't been over the past 2 centuries. Give me your sword, Gavin obliged. Laura tossed him her dagger as Death continued to ramble on how he betrayed him and forcing Katrina to love him. Since before and after his demise, it always has been Abraham's driving force, then he chose the path of evil. His desire for carnage never ceased, and the victims he killed flashed in the team's minds, including the people in Washington, August, and the times when he almost murdered them in cold blood. He was certainly one of the 2 horsemen they knew very well. They heard some fast gallops as the hooves pounded the dead terrain, tossing leaves and debris. Mist scattered as Abraham made his ride toward his nemesis. He dodged his cauterizing axe just in time, and the rider and steed vanished in thin black smoke. Where the hell did they go? Ichabod's heart beat 100 miles a minute, making him lose focus. There! Followed her finger and braced himself. Come what may. Squatted down low and waited, holding the demon slayer, lunged at the pale hooves just as soon as he felt the vibrations from them. Abraham tumbled and rolled as he fell off the steed that became a part of the dense black fog. Alas, his head didn't. Unlike last time, he had some short... You've already seen it in the other part. Sneered at his opponent. Both witnesses fixed their eyes on him just as he did. How I've been longing for this! To shed your accursed blood in a dying world at the peak of the apocalypse. I will not hesitate on slaying you this time, old friend. Then let us begin, Abraham. You don't seem to have a wingman now. It's just you and me, as how we've been fated to fight one another. They both charged and metal was clashing. Demon Slayer kept hitting the axe. Much like before, Laura stood and observed Abraham's movements. They kicked each other, forcing each man to back away, then resumed their bloody final match. Although she felt the effects, Laura knew she couldn't get involved since this was Ichabod's rematch, to finally resolve the score between him and Death. However, she did make some sudden gestures, allowing Ichabod to copy her and make some good marks. Still, he needed to be wary as the material was starting to wear down. Over time, Abraham noticed a connection. As they briefly tried to catch their breath, his eyes shifted and spotted someone. Laura! Ichabod called for her. She managed to evade a tall spinning disc aiming for her neck, but the dust from the nearby cliff got into her eyes. Ichabod felt the same as he brushed it away, clearing his vision, but it was just enough for Abraham to kick Crane squarely in the side of his chest. Hurt and vulnerable from the impact they both suffered, Abraham had noticed there was a weakness he could exploit. 2 witnesses working as one. Very admirable, but also foolish. He trotted over, slapped Royal across the face. Abraham wasn't affected by the sight of the Holy Cross Johnny stuck out toward him. Despite knowing that Laura's wound was more fragile, Ichabod did his best to ignore the wounds as much as possible while he crawled. Their vision was dimming out, and in as they beheld death. Somehow Ichabod had to break the cycle. He racked his mind rapidly for a way to reverse the bond and restore his crippled state. Meanwhile, Abraham raised the axe above Laura's head. Her friends knew this was going to be the end of both witnesses. They tried to throw everything at him, but it never worked. He easily avoided them, the other onslaughts off. Just then Ichabod somehow managed to stand up with his injuries minimized and wound up beside his enemy. Stabbed them from behind with Delilah's dagger, making the horseman bleed. He was incredibly shocked and appalled at the sudden move. Knelt down in agony and couldn't believe what he just felt and saw. How can this be? Two heads tend to think alike, as they are better than one. Looked at him with disdain before his head was decapitated again, just like in the pilot. Oh man, wow, that was good. How could I lose my head? Not once, but twice. How can this be? Well, it's just as he said. 'Twas your fate all along, Van Brunt. It don't matter now. As long as Lucifer reigns, we will be reincarnated from whence we came. You mean back from the dead? Precisely. Once I am free. Ugh. Damn it, that mouse. Mouse! Ugh, stop. Stop it. Damn mouse. You mean back from the dead? Precisely. Once I am free from my worthless dying shell, I shall smite you all once more. You can never stop us, Ichabod, nor can we defeat Lucifer. Wait! I will be back again! Time's not on our side here, but unless we could defeat Satan, they'll return again. No more past, nor future for us. No life, nor death for them. The end. Laura, are you all right? We cannot defeat Lucifer. Yes, we can. Then saw Jenny come to them with a cross. I don't know how much longer it can hold out. It's growing weaker. It was losing its luster. She made each of the witnesses hold the hilt. It was a complete relief for Ichabod, though Laura still felt the scars and irritation. We must not give up, Miss Jenny. We need to beat Lucifer. This is our one and only chance. I know, but we've been depleted. Everyone was in dismay and bewilderment. They couldn't accept all they had left were a measly few holy grenades, Gavin's dull sword, the weakening cross, the iron blades, Delilah's dagger and its replicas, and the 7 virtues. Then, we must rely on our own strength. It was hopeless. He was still determined. He took Laura's hand. She stood closely to him. As they faced their comrades, knowing they may not have a good fighting chance. It now comes down to this. Lucifer now awaits us. We may never win this, but the world depends on us. Let us bring the fight to him. Everyone looked at each other, knowing this may be their last fight. They reluctantly agreed as they stood close, trying to reduce their worst fears. To be concluded. I'm almost done, ladies and gentlemen. The final battle with Lucifer will be up next. I hope I had tied up all the loose ends the Asinine Network Fox had left. Can't recommend it enough to do this. I've been waiting for this during the past, few years since I started writing this. Ever since I found out the show was abruptly canceled with no chance of a resolution. Looks like it's up to me, so please stay faithful. But just in case you missed a few entries,
And since every segment excepting the one-shots are episodic, let's recap this colossal monstrosity, which I'll actually do in the next episode, the finale. And you can actually look through these if you want. But yeah, in total, there's about 88, well actually 87 episodes. Not counting the finale, of course. So guys, we are almost there! I can't wait to finish this once and for all. So, until then, this is the Ecron Writer signing out. And stay tuned for the finale, guys. Hey guys, this is Ecron Writer here. Welcome you back to another episode of Sleepy Hollow, the missing episodes. Welcome you to the finale. Last time, Team Witness has actually defeated the 4 generals, the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, death, war, pestilence, and famine, and they're actually running out of supplies. And so they make their way to fight Lucifer. And despite their anxieties, they know they have to do this, otherwise the horsemen will be resurrected, including Henry, who has been lifted, who has his spirit lifted by the Holy Cross. And so they don't have a choice. If they're going to restore the world, they're going to have to defeat Lucifer as much as they can. And oh man, this is just going to be so damn intense. I have been waiting a long time to do this. The finale of not just the missing episodes, but also the entire show. This is the finale it truly deserves. I am so stoked about this. Oh man, this is going to be really intense. Alright, before we begin to end the series, I want to give a quick shout out to Major Brony 95 and Rugnificent. They were the one and only sleepyheads I can find. Without them, I would have little to no support on completing the missing episodes. I can't thank them enough for all this, as well as Seontix for his approval of my choices in the Hell Rings, but that doesn't matter. There's also Trance Monster, but I don't see him that much. But enough of the small talk. Let's accomplish what Fox failed to do and finally finish this thing, damn it! Alright, Chapter 25, Deus Ex Machina. Previously on Sleepy Hollow, the Horsemen of Famine and Death were defeated thanks to the Witnesses fighting as one entity. But Abraham had an ulterior motive. As long as Lucifer lives, the team's progress would all be for naught, and they would have to fight them again another day. As Moloch once said,
Even though the sinner carrying the mantle would die, there would always be someone else to take its place. Their only chance now is to defeat Lucifer once and for all. And now, the conclusion. The world now faces true eternal darkness, the Freemason thought aloud. Just then the witnesses' bodies began to spasm again. Their vision went hazy, and it was almost like their bodies went into suspended hibernation. They were really knocking on hell's doors. They started to go into an arrest of sorts, almost like an epileptic seizure. The Guardians didn't understand this as to why it's happening, since all the horsemen were defeated, especially Pestilence that exploited the 7 plagues. Instead, they figured it was all Lucifer's doing as they just stared in horror, since they were the ones who weren't affected by this sudden surge of powerlessness. "Oh no! Laura, Crane, please hang on!" Her agony didn't help heal them. "Hold the cross!" "No! We're not dying just yet!" Somehow his declaration slowed down the deterioration process a bit more, yet Sleepy Hollow was still unstable as more of the landscape shook and then caved away. After a few moments trying to calm themselves, Diana was the first to speak her thoughts. Maybe the devil is trying to erase whatever left is good, in this case the witnesses, and us with them. We are all connected to this, just like the 7 virtues. They cannot live without us. So Lucifer, they will be taken first. The witnesses are anchors to each other. They always have a strong bondage, but without them, our best friends, we'd all suffer, just as they can't function without us. We work as one unit. We cannot survive without the other assets of the team. There would be no support, no chances on saving the world from true evil. With the help of their friends, Laura and Ichabod rose slowly. We must fight him together. All of us. Right. Our time here may be minimal, but there's always something we can leave behind whether we win or not. There's no way Lucifer can hold us back any longer. This time, we fight as one. As God has bestowed faith on all of us, we too can give the world back a similar fate. The light shall be passed! We're all with you, Crane and Laura. Everyone else did the same. It's our duty as guardians to stick by your side. You've paved this road and shown us the way. Now we will do the same. Yeah, I think you've learned a lot from all of us than we did from you. You taught us that unity is strength, much as the virtues themselves. We will go down with our heads held high, as one unit. We've been like this all along. If someone is taken out of the team, it's as if the engine stops working, like the losses with Katrina, Torgato, Abby, August, Joe. It's the same for everyone. We are more than just protectors of the witnesses. They need us, as we need them. We depend on each other. She's right, you know. There's no turning back. Lucifer awaits all of us. He can try and take on all of us if he's willing. When you mess with one of us, you mess with all of us. Let's end this fight, here and now. You may have disposed all 4 of my generals. Ironically, however, you are all going to perish anyway. The elder approached them. By the way, I had to cut out the recap because it would just take too long. Mind if I tell you why I'm here before you have the chance to even try and slay me? His eyes flashed, causing them to be immobilized. Later he told the tale. This is gonna be long, guys. In the beginning of creation, I was God's very best. I have always wanted to be as powerful and mighty as him, though he noticed I became envious of his rule. Soon I was casted down from heaven and remain to this day as a fallen angel in hell. And during the Civil War, there were numerous wingless angels who joined me. including this particular demon whom I'm sure you are all too familiar with. Isn't that right, Jenny? Moloch! The demon king of child sacrifice. It was him who was imprisoned in purgatory. He was known this since he was obligated to wipe out the witnesses since they turned 11. Don't you know? Over 2 millennia ago were the first, those that were well known outside of Jesus, Moses, and Elijah. They were born here and later persecuted and hunted down like dogs for 3.5 years. And when they had shed their blood, Sleepy Hollow was cursed and known to be the main place for restless evil. From his imprisonment, Moloch did it all. He also infiltrated demons during the revolution. Every generation of witnesses had to be eliminated. However, their souls were eternal and the process repeats. That was why you had lost loved ones you held so dear. Every name Satan mentioned was like 1,000 painful thorns. Grace, the petrified Dixon chick. Lori, whom she was consumed by all this horror, and previously Abby Mills. By the time the Horseman of Death was anointed from Van Brunt's jealousy and vengeance, it was his mission to kill you on the battlefield. Washington passed the mantle on to you, and while Moloch did the work, he was still a mere puppet. Who knew the War of the Colonies would be the perfect wartime? Until Katrina intervened. So I had her burned at the stake, imprisoned, resurrected upon Abby's sacrifice, consumed with darkness, and killed again. With Moloch slewed by Methuselah, I needed a contingency plan, hence my associate war plaguing Frank and Katrina, which I left out, by the way. Like in the finale of Sleepy Hollow, the season 1 finale, Moloch rose him as Henry. And that's what Abby and Jenny saw. So it's part of that, too. But it was just enough until Pandora and the Hidden One came along for the show. I guess it was an ancient history book I dusted off. No! You monster! You've killed my sister! All because she was a witness! On the contrary, she chose to die. It was either her or you. It was then I had waited to enlist Job on Malcolm's deal of making himself immortal, to rule all, starting with the nation under God, intoxicating their freedoms and soon the world's. Oh, but you and your time-traveling friends interfered with the fun. Without Moloch, I was hoping to find a way to vanquish the new child vessel, or perhaps warp her to evil ends, while the other remained hapless. Laura remembered her dystopian future, even those feelings of self-guilt and oppression Ichabod was feeling after all those deaths. Countless others, including the ones he cared about. Though I'd failed, Ichabod blatantly sold his soul to me. Indeed, I was overjoyed. It was my first time I would obtain a witness's eternal soul. But they were only sheer puppets for my master plan. As you may have already guessed, the witnesses, living or dead, were the 2 keys I desperately needed for me to emerge onto Earth once more, break my shackles, and then reign supreme, proving myself that I can be as astronomical as the Almighty, while the 2 feeble mortals will never break free, locked in limbo, trapped forever! He transformed and grew into another abomination. Lucifer was an ancient muscular tall deity with black and fishy skin. There's the details, it'll take too long, so there they are. Basically, he transformed into the abomination that Lucifer transformed into in Dante's Inferno. He shows his true form. Ichabod was at a loss for words, much like everyone. His voice was disjointed. I wish I had audacity for this. I will reclaim my rightful place in paradise. Because of all the treachery by the witnesses, all of that is good shall be gone from the universe forever. He also stated that all 4 pawns of Lucifer did not meet the full criteria necessary to free him, as only Dante was guilty of all the sins they had combined, while they only did the job partially. Extreme violence encrusted Attila's and Alexander's blood-stained hands. Fraud was only committed by Ulysses, and lust was only done by Lancelot, though he was not a damned soul. Lucifer needed a soul guilty of all of these, as well as treachery, to be evil enough to break the chains of Judaca. It hardly mattered, since the damned there didn't have to be dead to have their souls sent to his frozen lair. Once treachery was committed, the sinner's soul automatically descended to Cocytus, while the body on earth would still be taken over by a demon. Thus Ichabod was already committed on such a sin, betraying his cause, countrymen, family, the crown, as well as his former friends, especially to Jeremy, Katrina, and Abraham. Lucifer roared at him. Hence he was the perfect pawn to free him and reign upon the earth. And you and Laura will be protected by your feeble guardians. They shall all share the same fate as you. Perish! Everyone fought with all their wavering courage they had left, throwing everything they had. But due to his unsurmountable strength, he was invincible. None of their weapons had any effect, not even the holy grenades, nor the silver crossbow. The close-range fighters figured it was suicide fighting him with their blades. As they did, Lucifer built energy and later shot out a volley of lasers through each of the team's bodies, slaying them almost instantly. One by one they fell. No loss and pain, no defeat. My reign will be complete as long as heaven and the saviors fall. You will all be next. It boomed like the callings from the horsemen in Revelations as he said, Come, grovel before your new everlasting King of Kings. Meanwhile, above Earth, the 7 rainbow crystals began to shine within the stone pit at the center of the diner. Leon was the first person to perk up and cry out, Trigato! Joe followed suit. Crane and the others! Indeed! Raised his hands up high. Everyone was watching the chaos. He declared Abby, Leon, Joe, August, Lori, Grace, Washington, and the newest saints, Katrina and Benedict. Now it is the time we pray for them. No, for all of the planet. Leon, Joe. I shouldn't mention their names, but whatevs. We must see that all the prayers made here reach Soren Crane and the 6 other warriors down on Earth. They all nodded determined faces. They all looked over the clusters of the sacred gems as they closed their eyes, bowed their heads, held their hands together, praying as hard as they could to let them shine again, and make their heroes fight one more time. Ichabod, my love, this is your chance. Stay strong and courageous. Stay pure and true. Do not let the devil taint your spirits. You must do it, Captain Crane. Never give up, and let your victory as well as your compatriots create history. For the sake of the world as well as the Great Spirit, rise up. Never surrender. Our prayers are with all of you, especially to you, Jenny. Finish what your family and your ancestors have started. Come on, guys, you can do it! Jenny, Crane, everybody, take down this great evil like the soldiers you are. Jenny, Crane, Gavin, I love all of you. Please hear our prayers and let us lend you our strength. She couldn't imagine the last of her kind and her friends be the last ones to fall under evil, like she said. Crane, remember what I said before I passed on, and that goes to both Laura and Molly. Stay brave and strong, and never give up hope. The world depends on you. Do not lose hope. Not yet. Crane. Abby! He was still battered and weak, but the devil, by the massive blow. Still he crawled very slowly. Then Laura held out a hand for him, just stared at it. Ichabod. It must be us. Recognizing his dream, he grew a little stronger. Now knew the witnesses and their friends must fight and win against Lucifer as one. With that, the seven-sided symbol grew bright on the back of his hand, even Laura's. As they grabbed for their warm palms and rose, they gazed at each other for a moment, then their faces changed to reflect their determination. Satan! This shall be the end for us both! All they did was glare at each other until there were two male apparitions rooting for them. Over here, witnesses! Let us lend you our strength. Their sudden prayers gave everyone life. The guardians rose up one by one. Even Diana heard and saw Molly overhead. Mom! Laura! Never give up hope. Help Mr. Crane! Fight for our people, witnesses, and for our cause. Their prayers gave the guardians vitality, restoring their energy. Just then, each of their virtues, but temperance and prudence, ignited. Do it, Jenny. We're counting on you. God is on your side. He isn't ignorant, and he's giving us a fighting chance. Lastly, there was Abby, Missy, Chief Torgado, and Leon. Never surrender, and bow down in defeat. Trust yourselves, and seize victory. You can do it. You can do it, Gavin. I have faith in you, and you should share that faith in each of you, his ancestor cheered. Jake, Alex, believe in yourselves, and conquer this evil. Finally, there was the late witness. God has chosen Molly and Laura for a reason. This is it. You've made it this far, Crane. Jenny and Gavin, you know what you must do. Now fight! Both Prudent and Temperance shone as bright as day, including the cross in the center. The crystal-shaped emblem was complete, and their strength was fully restored. They all stood beside each other, while the witnesses took the front. No! How could this be? God should be dead! God is never dead. Belief in him is ours by right. We now know that he is never ignorant in our cause, nor can he always be found in some distant plane. He's in us, and fighting alongside us on this day. He let our friends lend us their holy might from within. For us, for the world, for those we had lost. They are never gone. They're still fighting you. And your vile forces from afar. In our own beating hearts. We will not fail them this time. Not ever. You shall not rise. As a result, there was like an exorcism of the devil from the earth. The Holy Cross in Jenny's pocket started to react, igniting in a gentle light. She took it out, then had an epiphany. Since they were fighting the devil, the only way to win was cause the polar opposite coming from the sacred relic. I figured it out! I know what we must do! Hands in! She told everyone to grab and hold the cross, and they laid their hands on the soothing hilt. All of a sudden they felt stronger, less frightened, as if conquering a horrifying nightmare or the worst fears. The holy energy made their grip feel warm. The emblems in the back of their hands ignited along with the cross, but in different colors. They noticed they were the same shades from the 7 stained glass crystals from heaven being channeled into them, as if God divided his essence proportionally onto the witnesses and their guardians. However, Lucifer was gathering his own energy, repeating the same devastating attack, albeit has increased in ferocity. Hands in, everyone! He commanded his troops. They did just that. In the fashion of the virtues, Faith stuck out a hand first, then Hope followed and put her hands on top of it. The other 5 did the same. Everyone combined their essences. The desperate attack required them to share their bondage with the witnesses. They were leading the conjuration. All their emblems lit in the colors of a rainbow. Jenny was red, Alex was orange, Jake was yellow, Ichabod glowed green, Diana blue, Gavin indigo, and finally Laura was purple. Wait for it.
Wait for it. Lucifer was reeling back, then he unleashed his fury. Now! He gave the signal, and everyone hollered as they shot out all their energy in beams of radiant light. Lucifer was using all his dominion to push back God's will. With their combined efforts by the support of their fallen friends and as much strain as the mortals' bodies could hold out, the unstoppable demon was eventually enveloped in them. They combined the 7 virtues and somehow forced him back into a lake of fire. As he clambered in the red fiery fluid, it sealed him back into hell's deepest, darkest depths, where he should remain for eternity, until he had the chance to reign on earth again. As he struggled, he screeched, "I will never die! As long as evil exists in the souls of the living!" Minutes later, Team Witness still couldn't fathom what phenomenal stunt they just pulled. They found a way to seal Lucifer back within his cage in treachery. But it seemed that nothing had changed, putting them in a sense of doubt and dread. Did everyone they loved perish during Lucifer's freedom? Crane, can you hear me? They all looked up to the sky as if the person was speaking to them. Abby! Ichabod received it. All 7 heard a different voice. Gavin was in Leon, Jenny heard Joe, Jake received Missy, Alex recognized Trigado, Laura heard Katrina's, and Diana heard August. Each one of their fallen comrades said to go to the heart of Sleepy Hollow to restore balance to the planet. Jenny said it was obvious it's within the underbelly. Then Ichabod and Gavin figured it out. Team Witness have arrived back in the Gorgon's lair. When the team approached the cistern, there wasn't oil inside like there used to be. Instead, there was some sparkling water as translucent as the air, and it was lit in a bright turquoise. In the center was a large cross marking and the outline of the 7-sided symbol. They each knew what they had to do. They laid their hands over it in the same fashion as the virtues like they did before. At the rear there was Jenny, and going clockwise there was Alex, Jake, Ichabod, Diana, Gavin, and Laura, each letting their thumbs and pinkies touch each other. Now everyone, close your eyes and concentrate. Never break formation. Concentrate hard. Everyone followed Ichabod's lead, while they prayed, wishing for the whole world to repair itself and also revive those they thought they had lost during the apocalypse. After a while, the image shimmered and glowed, then a beam of light shot into the sky, turning it from an opaque overlay of stormy clouds to neon white. The light faded, and they heard a familiar voice. "Looks like you've truly done it." "Abby!" Up above they saw their fallen friends look down. "I'd no idea there was such strength in all of you. You, the 7 wielders of the virtues, may have already grown more powerful than how we used to be." "It does rather look that way, does it?" "Joe! It was you, all of you, that got us through. It wasn't all a dream. No, you were here, within us, fighting alongside us. Everyone." "Indeed we were, Crane. But we can't be with you until this moment." "Abby, Mom, all of you, you're leaving us?" "I'm sorry, Jenny, but we will be with all of you. Always. We are all very proud of what you've become." "Yeah, I'm sure you'll see us again. As long as you guys stay out of trouble." "Do not grieve for us. Maple Fox is right. Sometimes the Great Spirit can only be found within you, and soon will embrace all of you onto his bosom. Remember that." "Indeed we will. Abby, Chief Trigado, my beloved Katrina, all of you. I'll forever look forward to the day we can meet again." Tear leaked from his rough eye. Little did he know that his teardrop landed inside the cistern. Everyone left the accursed place behind. When they emerged, that same blinding light suddenly covered the group from the backs of their hands. As they illuminated with the cross in the center of their emblems, they squeezed their eyes shut, trying to block it out. They too were being lifted off the ground, and the entire spectacle could even be seen in space, as the whole world was being bathed in that holy light. Next thing they knew, the group abruptly left Sleepy Hollow, New York, and wound up in Washington, D.C. The sky was crystal clear without having a single cloud. They also heard birds chirping from nearby trees. There was a cool breeze that carried some pink rose petals. Ichabod was the first to open his eyes, and he and his friends looked around in complete awe. He was the first to speak. The battle has come to an end. After all those war-torn years, he'd never thought once it'd be possible to find peace. Noticing that nothing was destroyed, the lake they were standing next to was clean and sparkling. All the plants were lush and fertile. We did it! Jenny was satisfied to know everything has turned back to normal, as if God pressed a huge reset button on the earth itself. Looking up at the sky, Gavin smiled. We did it! We finally saved the world! His teeth showed, his eyes shined. He immediately ran into the vault. We did it! We did it! He stormed in and spotted Chief Falcalor close to the door, wondering what all the commotion was. Gavin just laid some firm, though shaky hands on his shoulders. We did it, Chief! We did it! Did what? We ended the war! Lucifer and his horsemen are gone! He ran to the next chamber beside the tunnels and kept declaring, Washington! Washington! Washington, it's over! The apocalypse is over! The war is over! Everyone in the refugees cheered in great excitement. Molly ran to Gavin and hugged him tightly, nearly lifted off her feet. Then he sprinted to Jenny and they both embraced each other. We did it! We did it, Jenny! We did it! Yes, we sure did, Gavin. The rest of the team came amongst the ecstatic crowd. Ichabod and Laura couldn't be any more happier. For once they felt whole and began to look at each other. Then they kissed passionately once more. They didn't mind the onlookers, and Diana couldn't wait to contact her associates in Homeland Security, even the president. Several weeks had passed, and the world looked more promising than ever. Crime rates had dropped drastically since the Earth's eradication of the unholy evil worshippers had disappeared. There hadn't been a single monster in the last couple months. It was as if little to nothing had changed, excepting the season. Time resumed normally. Every business and service was up and running. Summer had come and gone, and Molly was just about to start middle school since she managed to skip a grade. Everyone's alive and well, and the Onondagas already left for home. Only Chief Falcalor had chosen to stay since Soren Crane said there was a ceremony in the vault. Heck, he was also a part-time head of the tribe. Ichabod no longer lived in fear nor dread, and he found love with Laura. Alex and Jake were engaged, and Laura was deemed as a lost relative to Molly, making her a separate resident as well as Ichabod's roommate. She too became a private tutor and babysitter for younger self. She couldn't be any more prouder of her new aunt. Inside Agency 355, they wondered where Gavin and Jenny were. It was 5 minutes past noon, and Cream pondered why they were tardy for the party, he said bashfully. All their friends were gathered here, and the pair came rushing in. Hey, don't forget about us! Two people were right behind them. One was well, believe it or not, it's actually Sam and Mary Winchester from Supernatural. I can't stress it enough, these two are the only ones that I actually like. No joke. I guess it runs in the family. I have the same bloodline, too. Yeah, and Laura's a part of the family now, as my long-lost aunt. Well, no time like the present. As a matter of fact, Miss Jenny, your bloodline is about to go in full circle. Come, Miss Jenny and Gavin. Ichabod led the way. He stood by Laura. They motioned him to kneel while the rest of their friends stood aside. Jenny and Gavin, we've invited you both so we can knight you as the witnesses of the next generation. My niece Molly would also gladly take the obligation and responsibility when the time comes. But until then, You two will carry the torch as the future witnesses to save the world from evil once we pass on. Will you both accept the badge of office and fulfill your destinies, like your ancestors and your family did? There was a brief pause, and they both declared with salute, "We will. By the power vested in us, current witnesses, we now decree you as future witnesses. Good luck, and may God have mercy unto your souls, and may the light forever shine upon us." And so Jenny and Gavin were bestowed as the witnesses for the next generation. It was definitely better than having him achieve his next rank. And her family's destiny has come full circle. Needless to say, their allies, including their recruits, applauded for their success. Ichabod and Laura handed the new demon slayer. It was very lustrous, and the hilt had a similar cross like the one Dante and Jenny possessed before it and Lucifer were incinerated. Both Gavin and Jenny grabbed the hilt on both sides and rose it high, and the golden sun shone on the sacred blade, reflecting the soft heavenly glow. I think there are songs for that. I guess the finale did have a Deus Ex Machina moment, like the title. According to TV tropes, it's something that's unexpected and sudden, especially when things seem hopeless. Similar to a giant reset button that was featured, also while taking some of the character development and the plot away to make it more convenient, as well as a solution to an inevitable problem, being external to the story and characters, and a small or non-existent means until this moment. Plus, it also makes everything to fit and allow the main villain Lucifer have his awesomeness before then. And the last attack is inspired by Sonic Colors. I never played it, but I've seen it on Idiot Noben's list on his final bosses countdown. It's pretty good. And there's also a reference to the final battle from Super Metroid with the Mother Brain. And yeah, 7 has many appearances here, actually. Colors of the Rainbow, 7 Deadly Sins, the Virtues, the Dragon Balls, the Chaos Emeralds. Deadly Sins, Dragato tied at 77. It's a lucky number. And after all, Rainbow was God's promise for never flooding the world again at the end of a story featuring Noah's Ark. So I guess it might be appropriate. Even though Jenny and Gavin have been anointed as the future witnesses, Molly still gets a chance. And here I thought it would be only a Christmas song, which you'll hear later on. I'll do the alternate ending later. Just wait, guys. So, there's the guys from Supernatural. Yeah, I do despise it that much, because I only like 2 people. How pathetic. No different than Fox, which failed to finish the Sleepy Hollow series, which I did! I'm so proud on how it all turned out. Hope you guys enjoy this as much as I did writing this whole thing. Hope the show will be saved like Lucifer with Netflix and get a final shot. Please, I implore all of you, make that happen, sleepyheads. Especially FX. So with that out of the way, it's not over yet. I'm planning on making an alternate ending, which you've already seen here. And this is the first time me doing it, so it'll be like a bittersweet ending. And feel free to make your own Season 5. I would really love to see what your ideas are. So until we meet again, Sleepy Hollow fans, may the series live on. Take care, everybody, and always keep the faith. Oh my god, yes I did it! I did it! I did it! I finished the episodes! I finished the Sleepy Hollow series and the missing episodes. It's all done! Yes! Ugh. This is one of my best projects, and not to mention the biggest. Oh, baby! Oh, man! This is like an epic moment, guys! Yes! I can rest easy now that it's all done. I'll do the alternate ending shortly. Until then, this is the Ecron writer signing out. And I leave you with this song I actually encountered when I was in high school
during the holiday concert, 'cause I was in choir then. So, this is the Ecron Writer signing out, and always keep the faith, sleepyheads.
Welcome to the alternate ending of Sleepy Hollow, the missing episodes. I'm the Ecron Writer, and I hereby leave you with this alternate ending. And this one is actually really short, because this is actually the first time that I'm actually doing an alternate ending. No different than, how games have multiple endings. So, let's get this over with. And I should warn you guys, it's gonna get very dark. This isn't like the finale at all, which is like the polar opposite of it, actually. So, let's do this. Alright, alternate ending.
I should warn you, it gets really dark here. Ichabod's soul was free from treachery, and his curse was cured by the cross. But only he and Laura escaped, while Lucifer did the same. The rest of the team sacrificed their own lives in order for the witnesses to rise to the overworld. However, since Gavin and company perished and couldn't make it back, Ichabod and Laura have failed to combat Lucifer, the horseman, and to deal with the apocalypse. The world was destroyed, including everyone and everything they knew, and they had only themselves to blame. Soon they found themselves in a destroyed, abandoned church. Corpses were laying all around, including Ezra's, Don's, and the priests. The windows were shattered, and there was debris set asunder. Looking at each other in a devastated manner, they did the unthinkable. They felt so much remorse, self-pity, and hopelessness on saving the world. And then they held 2 loaded pistols up against their temples. They were about to commit suicide. They shot each other in the head, and everything, including hope and the remains of good and peace, were forever lost. This was actually the first time I had made an alternate ending for a story, and there were some things that encouraged me to finish the missing episodes. One of them was Saber Sparks' vid Cartoons and Conclusions, what Gravity Falls did right. I never watched the show, but I liked the message the video essay conveyed. It's very important to finish a long-running series before it loses its spark, as well as giving it a satisfying finale. Unlike Fanfiction Dreamer, which she only did with the first Ultimate Story, and the Kim and Ratchet, the Ratchet and Kim Possible Chronicles, so get on that! Ignoring and overcoming the meddling executives and go with the phrase, all good things must come to an end before it should rot, like The Simpsons and Family Guy. Also, a pinpoint should be set and planned in order to develop characters and plot, even if it is minor like Jake and Alex. Much as many F-Zero stories did, especially ending it all. And also a middle finger to Fox. The bad ending for the missing episodes was something I'd thought of for a while, probably around season 3 or 4. I always thought, what if the witnesses should fail? I actually came to that conclusion when I did a journal entry one day, wondering that the witnesses have a death wish. After all, they were destined to die anyway, as it's said in Revelation. 'Cause, they were persecuted. This time there was no one their souls could pass on to, since our heroes have failed. The world is forever in ruin. So guys, that's it. That's the end of the missing episodes of Sleepy Hollow. I'm the Ecron Writer signing out, and as always, sleepyheads, keep the faith. Just do whatever you can to bring the series back. And yeah, I can agree that, getting rid of the bad shows like Simpsons and Family Guy may not help, but still, FX should take it, if not Netflix. Like, seriously, FX should actually take it since it did, the American Horror Story series. So why not? Just do whatever you can to bring the series back. Please, I beg you, it deserves a season 5. Maybe up to season 7 because of the 7 tribulations. I don't know. So, take care, guys, and always keep the faith.